It is simply the best time to be a Flesh and Blood fan. We've got a new set that has just dropped and a Championship Sunday just for you. Welcome back to coverage of U.S. Nationals, brought to you by TCG Player, the trusted marketplace partner of Flesh and Blood. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am joined by my friend Mr. Pankaj Bhojwani for what might just be one of my favorite top 8s I've ever seen.
This is it. Top 8 Sunday after 15 grueling rounds of Swiss, encompassing both Classic Constructed and Limited. And we are finally here with a very spicy roster of top 8 heroes.
Yeah, this weekend has been one for the record books in numerous ways. We've had a new hero from Omens of the Third Age make it into the top 8 in Zyggy Starlight with the deck that has clearly just kind of impressed all of Wraith. A lot of chatter about this list, and for very good reason. And for the most part, I think the biggest record that's been broken is Matt Gump currently still has not dropped a game. If you look on the bottom of your screen during the pre-show and during the pre-roll, you'll just see 12-3, 12-3, 12-3, and then just 1 15-0 scrolling across the bottom of the screen. It's kind of hard to believe.
Fully unblemished record. And I really like the story of a few local hometown heroes just showing up here at U.S. Nationals. Matthew Gump, Jonathan Magnuson, these players who don't travel around for international pro tours or even U.S. Nats if it's in a different place sometimes. And we bring the tournament to them, and they're just like, hey, by the way, there's some local players here that are incredible at the game, and we just wouldn't have seen it unless we came here, and they are showing up.
Yeah, it's a great part of the story, right? We often are focusing on the Globetrotters, right? The Brody Spurlocks, the Jacob Clemenses, even the Michael Fungs, right? They're going all over the world, chasing the World Tour points, chasing those glories. But the World Tour and Flesh and Blood is for everybody. It's for those of you watching at home who've only ever jammed a game on your kitchen table. For those of you who imagine what it would be like to play if you could just find the time. We have players who are mostly and entirely local Armory players. They are not the players traveling all over the world. They play with their communities, with their friends, and they're showing up and they're dominating on the biggest stage.
Yeah, I was hearing from Casanova, who's actually from this area and also, you know, part of the Flesh and Blood booth every now and then, talking about how Jonathan Magnuson just around here will randomly spike a pro quest on like Riptide or something. Or so Matthew Gump, one of them would just show up to a pro quest and just spike it on a hero that no one's expecting. There's apparently a phrase that they throw around regarding Matthew Gump. They say the Gump cannot be stumped. Is apparently a local phrasing that they say regarding him.
Surely there will be no copy pasta of any kind with that phrase throughout the day. I don't want to see any of that. Let's go ahead and take a look at exactly how we got here and what we've got to enjoy today. We've made it through our first 2 days, day 1 and day 2, of course, CC and draft. Such great games all weekend long. But it all has come down to day 3 and the single elimination top 8. We're going to be showing you, of course, every single game of this top 8. And we're kicking off with Matt Gump, as we'll talk about in just a second. And we've already given away 2 drinking buddies. But what one good drinking buddy deserves another. And then that one also deserves another. We're giving away a drinking buddy every single day of this stream. You can expect it. For the foreseeable future, folks, make sure you're tuning in every day on the World Tour to join us and potentially secure yourself a drinking buddy. It's a really nice piece of cardboard.
The third and final drinking buddy available up for grabs here today. So be active in the chat, which, to be honest, even if this weren't on the line, I'd be active in the chat, but this is just even more incentive.
Yeah, it's a lovely promo there. I can only imagine what it would be like in CC, but it's still nice as a collector's piece, given that there are really not going to be that many of these that exist in players' hands on planet Earth. So they're a nice piece.
And everybody needs as many drinking buddies as they can get.
Absolutely. Well, my friends, let's go ahead and talk about what exactly is on the line. We've made it through the Swiss rounds of this tournament. So we know 33rd through 64th. We know 17th through 32nd. We know 9th through 16th. They're all getting some good, hard cash. Some of them got an exclusive playmat, which we'll actually be able to show you off in just a little bit, and the World Championship invitation through 16th place. But we're focusing on 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. The bottom floor here is $1,250 US and a gold foil. We're looking up towards that 10,000 USD as well.
And we'll be crowning the U.S. national champion here today, not even this weekend anymore. It is today. In a mere few hours, we will know who the U.S. national champion is. And again, I want to remind everyone this weekend, this tournament is setting the stage for national seasons that's happening, that's kicking off this weekend for all the nationals that are coming up in the next few weeks.
Yeah. You remember when you were in school, Pankaj, this is going to be a hard pivot. Okay, you ready? Hard pivot. You remember when you were in school and the teacher would be like, on Friday, we're getting a pizza party. And everyone would be so excited. You're spending all week being like, we're getting a pizza party on Friday. We're getting a pizza party on Friday. And then you show up to the pizza party and your teacher's like, not only are we getting a pizza party,
but
we're
also
getting
chicken rice.
We're getting, what? No.
I'm from Singapore, man.
Okay,
chicken
true,
rice
true.
awesome.
Sorry. we're getting cake and soda and a movie and something that you were already like, oh my God, like this is going to be so great. Got even better right at the last minute. Folks, I got a very comparable situation here in this flow state embodiment. This is a cold foil, beautiful extended art card. I don't know if you've seen it listed as rainbow foil anywhere. I certainly have it, but this cold foil card is absolutely gorgeous. And I think that's everybody's going to be showing up to their national championships expecting a pizza party, and they're going to get cake, soda, and a movie. It's going to be a wonderful time for all of you competitors. I'll show that off for you in just a second. For our champion, however, not only have they already gotten their flow state embodiment, they have a gold foil on the line, 10,000 USD, and of course, the World Championship invitation. I'm just going to show off. This cold foil right here. You can see it just glinting in the light. Oh my! You actually can see it glinting in the light. Oh.
Just a quick retcon. It was rainbow foil. We switched to cold foil last minute. Of course.
Again, we wanted to give that the cake and the soda and the movie. And the movie, top 8. Movie is top 8, my friend. So I'm excited for all of you competing in your nationals to show up and find yourself with one of those cards in your possession, because these nationals, they're about to kick off all over the world, and that's what's so fun about the U.S. National Championships. We really get to set the stage and set the scene for all that is to come.
And speaking of that cold foil flow state embodiment, well, we have one in the top 8. Majin is running a copy of flow state embodiment in his list. Maybe he's already swapped out, and we'll get a peek of it during his game later.
Hope so. Well, my friends, let's take a look at our bracket and go through exactly what this day is going to look like. It's going to be such a good one, and I am very much ready for you to enjoy these games, because look at the breakdown, Pankaj. Again, I said it yesterday, everybody has to throw out their bingo cards, because I don't think anyone expected 2-5 as our first and fourth seed.
And it's great. We will be starting off the day with the Matthew Gump matchup, the first seed matchup into Colin Eriksen. I got to have a quick chat with both of them just now. They both seem confident in this matchup. Matthew Gump obviously very, very happy, I think, to play against Gravy Bones. But Colin Eriksen, to his credit as well, was saying, yep, he feels fine. He says we're both just going to hit each other. We know from looking at the deck list that Colin Eriksen has a little bit more disruption packed as well compared to some other Gravy lists. So I could totally see him feeling fairly prepared for this matchup. After that, we'll be going into the Thomas Battaglia matchup, into Ryan Rich. We already saw him on stream yesterday playing against a Victor, against Austin on Victor, and he showed us a masterclass against a Victor that was trying to hit him very hard. But Ryan Rich, I think, is going to try and fatigue Thomas. He has 3 Pilfer the Tombs, has a bunch of remembrances. We're going to have to see whether Thomas can overcome that fatigue Victor matchup.
And you were saying that Thomas, at least in the Swiss rounds for his win and in, just masterfully navigated a fatigue game that you were able to watch out in the hall, right?
Yes, it was against Damian Riggins Jarl, who was also confident in the matchup, did blow up the compass a little bit later than he would have liked. It was, I think, maybe about halfway through the game rather than within the first few turns. But despite that, Thomas was able to set up a triple Sawbones endgame in the end, and it was a bit too much for Damian to overcome.
Here's what you guys can expect, everybody watching at home. We're going to be kicking things off naturally with our undefeated, of course, as Pankaj has talked about, which is going to be so fun for us all to watch. I'm really looking forward to that game. We're going to get into it in just a little bit. And of course, we are closing things out. Simply gotta close it out with the Zyggy Starlight versus Majin Bey. Jonathan Magnuson and Majin Bey. That is going to be a match for the ages. Can the new omens of the third H hero that's got everybody talking move forward into the semifinals, or will we see Majin Bey take one step closer to becoming a back-to-back U.S. national champion?
And that would be a first time. It would be such a compelling narrative to say that our World Tour Weekly host is the only person to have done a back-to-back U.S. National Champions win.
It's flames. Let's take a look at our top 8 here and see just how they look as they get ready for these games. You can see this incredible Gate to Irathael championship mat. That is a piece. I don't know, the art, the fact, the national championship, but like it just evokes like OG Flesh and Blood to me, right? Like that mat is so sick.
I love the exclusivity of this mat as well. It really adds a little bit more glamour to this as a prize. And I know a few people are already trying to get their hands on this playmat by buying it off the top 8 competitors. Actually, top 16, because the mat did go all the way to top 16 for this nationals event.
Yeah, I was taking this photo. I took the more standard one, and I said, all right, guys, let's get a cool one. And then I took this photo, and I said, just so everybody knows, Majin is currently mogging. He's currently mogging. And then everybody laughed. He's
the only one not smiling. Everyone else is smiling, happy to be top 8.
He knows what's on the line.
Yeah.
You know, he knows what's on the line. No, it's great to be able to put some faces to the names. Of course, Tom Battaglia on the right. We got Ashlyn, Slattery, Matt Gump top left, Jonathan Magnuson, Colin, Eriksen, Aaron Grace, and Ryan Rich. We saw almost all of these competitors on stream. Did Aaron Grace make it on? I think he might have escaped us in the Swiss round, so really looking forward. But fans of Flesh and Blood do know Aaron Grace, of course, 2 years ago, made U.S. Nationals top 8 with Enigma. All of these players, I'm actually not sure if Ryan Rich made it on our coverage as well yesterday.
I don't think he did either. He eluded us.
Yeah, eluded us yesterday, but nice to have been able to see all of these players throughout the stream, and now to get to see them here for you. Let's go ahead and take a look at another thing that's on the line, the Living Legend leaderboard. We've got some players in this top 8 taking heroes that are pretty high up on this board.
No Prism in our top 8, but second and third place both prominently represented in our top 8. We have, of course, Ryan Rich piloting Victor Goldmane high and mighty at 899 Living Legend points. And I also need to remind people, he is at the 1.5 times LL multiplier as well. So he will get quite a chunk of LL points should Ryan Rich take this event down. And right below Victor Goldmane, 2 Phis in the top 8, also at the 1.5 times multiplier.
Yeah.
Also going to be very close to that 1,000 point threshold should one of the Phis take it down.
No one in danger of simply getting up and out of here with a win today at U.S. Nationals, but it could certainly shake up the leaderboard for the ensuing season. So I think everybody's going to be keeping their eye even closer on the top 8 than perhaps otherwise. It is a great day, as I mentioned, to be a Flesh and Blood fan. Even better, because we got a quarterfinal game just about ready to start. The players are currently shuffling up. They're sitting down. They're preparing for what just might be the game of their lives.
And we will be going over every single top 8 game. Once again, reminder to everyone back home, all 7 of the top 8 matches will be streamed to you to your homes.
Yeah, it's just a great day. Honestly, I've said it a couple times, but that's because it's top of mind. Now, let's just talk very briefly about the matchup, Pankaj. We've got Fi. We've got Gravy Bones. I think most people surface level think, well, surely Fi just explodes at Gravy Bones, right? Farm the allies, farm the life total with all of those no blocks. But what do you think might be some more deeper intricacies of the matchup?
So there is a little bit of a difference between Fi and Syndra in the sense that when Fi sends a head jab at an ally, say a Swabby, to clear it, he doesn't get the card back, whereas Syndra does because of Mask of Momentum. In contrast, Fi gets Mask of the Pouncing Links that he can basically turn on whenever he wants by hitting an ally, and that can really facilitate his massive combo game plan. So for Matthew, he's going to try and set that up, but the longer he takes to set that up, the further behind he's falling in value, because Gravy's turn-to-turn math is going to be better than his, and he needs to circumvent that by having a big Spreading Flames turn or a big Art of the Phoenix War turn.
Talk to me about the Phoenix Flame and how that is going to factor into this matchup, because again, you think about Syndra, she gets that 1 point of damage every single turn by a dagger, but it's flying over the top. What can the Phoenix Flame do, and how can it maybe give the match a little more edge for Fi?
So that can be one way that he can clear an ally without using a real card, so to speak. When you send a 1-power Phoenix Flame and a Rigor Mortis, for example, you're not using a real card to clear that ally, so it's very Syndra-esque in that sense, where clear an ally, you get the card back. Also, Phoenix Flame with Tiger Stripe Shuko means that you can clear Sawbones very effectively as well. That's 2 unpreventable. So the Sawbones, even if they tap it, the 2 damage of the Phoenix Flame will go right through and clear out that pesky ally. So I'm expecting to see Colin maybe opt for a few more of the higher health allies, which are more difficult for Fi to clear, and he doesn't even get a card back for his troubles. I'm thinking here, allies like Chum, allies like Swabby.
Yeah, those are going to be the ones to watch for sure. I do think that the Tiger Stripe Shuko might actually have more of an impact than those of you who haven't seen this matchup play out, because why would you? It's not like Vi's been at the top 8 of anything in quite some time. That unpreventable damage, it's shocking. I guess shocking is not a great word, but it's frustrating perhaps if you're on the other side of the table at how much damage that Sawbones can end up preventing over the course of the game and how important that breakpoint prevention can be. But Tiger Stripe Shuko, it just feels so random. Everybody's just like, oh yeah, Tiger Stripe Shuko, I just gets +1. Ray just gets +1. Great. No, +1 and damage can't be prevented like from a Sawbones tapping to prevent 1 damage.
And on Colin Eriksen's side, I also want to point out his added pieces of disruption. He has all 3 copies of Loot the Hold. He has 1 copy of Loot the Arsenal as well. And Fi, to set up a combo-esque finish, wants to add those damage multipliers to his arsenal. Colin Eriksen, between Loot the Arsenal and 3 copies of Conqueror of the High Seas, of course, maybe can put Fi in a blocking position. I think that's his path to victory.
Well, folks, we have set the stage. The overture has played. It is time for the symphony of our first quarterfinals game to take place. Colin Eriksen on the left side of your screen, finally with his major breakthrough moment. Win and ins. Proto Yokohama, last year's U.S. Nationals. This kid has been so close so many times, and he finally breaks through. But for his trouble, he has to take on our undefeated Fi Rising Rebellion player Matthew Gump, currently putting on, I definitely think, the most impressive run-through Swiss we have ever seen.
Especially considering his limited record as well. He went 6-0 despite not having too much limited experience at all. What an incredible story for this person.
Unbelievable. Well, let's take a look first at Colin Eriksen's journey to the top 8. Taking a look at the matchup spread here, took 3 losses, 2 in draft, and then that perfect 4-0 in the final rounds of CC.
His CC record is unblemished.
Yeah.
He's got this gravy list on lock.
Wow, yeah, you're right.
His only 3 losses were in draft. He went 9-0, excuse me, in CC and 3-3 in draft. I remember speaking to him the morning of yesterday. He was like, oh, I'm currently 1-3 in draft. And then just wins out all his CC rounds and makes top 8 anyway.
Damn, well, that's actually really sick for this game because, let's see, Colin Eriksen has not dropped a CC game, and Matthew Gump hasn't dropped a game all weekend. As you take a look, he's just been stacking the dubs, dog. He's stacking the dubs, and we got to see if he can stack one more.
One unique thing about Matthew Gump's run, though, he's played a lot of aggro matchups and hasn't played a single Gravy Bones matchup, actually. So, and of course, Colin Eriksen also hadn't played a Fi when we look through his record as well. So this is a fresh matchup for these people, at least from the perspective of the matchups they've played this tournament.
We also see round 4 took down Jonathan Magnuson. Round 7 took down Tom Battaglia. Round 9 took down Ashlyn Slattery. Round 11, excuse me, took down Tom Battaglia again. Round 13 took down Ashlyn Slattery again. Round 15 took down Ryan Rich. Round 14 took down Aaron Grace. Has he taken down everybody in the top 8 except Colin Eriksen up to this point?
And except Majin Bay,
and
I
Majin?
guess. He's just destroyed the top 8 already on his way to the top 8.
I'm sorry. Matt Gump, my brother, regardless of this game, you have cemented yourself in Flesh and Blood history, the single greatest run through 2 days of Swiss we have ever seen from a local player basically playing in his backyard.
The Gump cannot be stumped, and I want to remind everyone he is first seed as well. In all these matchups, he gets his pick of whether to go first or second.
Yeah, well, let's take a look briefly at our players' deck lists. We did spend a good bit of time yesterday talking about these decks, so if you want to get a little more of an in-depth discussion as we went deck by deck by deck, the 2 of us, go ahead and check out the VOD from our day 2 right at the end of our post show. We really went through everything, but for now, briefly, my friend Pankaj, talk to me again about what we can expect based on what we're seeing here.
The main differences, at least for this matchup, loot the hold, loot the arsenal. In other matchups, there are allies like Gallo, End of the Line, and Murray Lafay, which are unique inclusions in Colin Eriksen's list in particular, but I doubt that they're going to come into play for this matchup. For this matchup, he wants to find his disruptive pieces as soon as possible. Everything else is fairly stock standard. I do like that Colin has a whole bunch of one-offs, like back alley breakline one-off, Restless Bones one-off. There is another unique piece of interaction in this matchup that actually is worth pointing out. Sunken Treasure.
Oh, wow,
Not
true.
to flip over a yellow, but to flip over the Phoenix Flame on the Phi side. If Matthew Gump isn't prepared for that sort of block, you might be forced to pitch a whole blue on the opponent's turn to buy back your Phoenix Flame. Otherwise, a Sunken Treasure can just go ahead and flip it face down. That is a tool that Colin Eriksen has for this matchup in particular.
Yeah, Sunken Treasure, I think something we're definitely going to have to be looking at. For Matthew Gump, however, one thing we talked about yesterday, these 5 players, they're adding more and more Phoenix Flames into their deck. So maybe if Colin Eriksen snipes that first Phoenix Flame in days gone past, that might have been like, oh, GG's, dude, Colin got it. But there are more Phoenix Flames for Matt Gump to play with. Anything else you want to speak on for Colin Eriksen before we move on to Matt Gump?
Conqueror of the High Seas. Good math, good disruption. Colin Eriksen wants to play towards that card.
We will have to see if Gravy Bones can ride the Conqueror over the top of Matthew Gump. Phi Rising Rebellion, certainly the breakout deck, and I'll say it, the breakout player of the tournament. Pankaj, talk to me about what you think is important based on the matchup we're about to see play out.
So let's first talk about the number of Phoenix Flames. As you pointed out, there's more than one Phoenix Flame in more than Phi list, thanks to all the Phoenix Flame Matters cards, like Art of Phoenix War, for example. And so for that, I'm looking at how many tutors does Matthew Gump have in his list to find the excess Phoenix Flames in his deck. He's got Flame Call Awakening. He's also got one of Phoenix Bannerman Head, which of course gets him the flame and effectively refunds itself off the back of the Ponder token. The other thing I want to point out for this matchup in particular is Warmonger's Diplomacy. Matthew Gump gets to make the play of clear the board, deal a bunch of damage face, and then end off with a Warmonger's Diplomacy, which can be absolutely backbreaking.
I believe you said yesterday, my friend, that if these Draconic heroes play Warmongers, they should have what you said was basically an auto win into Gravy Bones.
To lose when you get to make that sort of play. Yeah.
But the thing is, for Matthew Gump, he hasn't dropped a game all weekend, but Colin Eriksen has not dropped a game of Classic Constructed. This is certainly a battle of titans, and it's time to see how it plays out as 2 players who have not known what it feels like to take an L in this format all weekend long are about to watch at least one of the players here take their first. It's Matthew Gump, your first seed, undefeated, facing off against Colin Eriksen, and the game starts right now.
Starts off with a truce, as Matthew Gump says, I'm going to go first, take up my Tunic. I thought he chose to go first so he can potentially leak some damage into Colin Eriksen, who might draw a bunch of no blocks in the form of his allies. Instead, Matthew Gump says, I want to either draw a card or gain some life, depending on what you do.
Interestingly, he's happy with both players here gaining life. He's like, dude, I don't care if I give my Gravy Bones opponent 3 life. That's not going to matter for me. For Colin Eriksen, shall we take a look at the first cards he's working with?
He does have 2 allies, so had Matthew Gump attacked, might have been rewarded. But from his perspective, he doesn't know how many allies Colin might be holding in his hand, might just be holding no allies at all. Goes instead for the guaranteed card draw of the truce, because obviously Colin Eriksen going second is going to want to attack.
Colin Eriksen looking towards the Prismatic Leyline. One of the cards that really broke this Gravy Bones matchup. Golden Tipple Blue, a really nice start for Gravy Bones. Pitch away the Sawbones.
I believe truce triggers first before the Tipple discard, right?
They're just double checking the sequencing. The truce trigger before the Golden Tipple. And so Matthew Gump does get to draw a card.
In response to the attack trigger of Tipple.
As the Tipple comes in for 4. Does have a Rigor Mortis as well, but we spoke about this coming into this matchup. Rigor Mortis, very, very prime target to just a spare Phoenix Flame to take that ally out. Does attack for quite a bit. Will be attacking for 8 on this turn, thanks to the buff from Prismatic Leyline. But relatively easy for Matthew Gump to clear. I will say, though, while Matthew Gump got to go first and play the truce and got to draw a card, Colin Eriksen does get to start the game with tempo, and I spoke to him beforehand. He said this matchup, they're both just attacking each other, and so the player that starts with tempo, I mean, this is a massive damage turn coming up from Colin Eriksen. I think he might be happy with this trade.
This is a pretty good start for Colin. He's coming in for 12 total. He's threatening a gold with the gold-baited hook. He's refunded his hand. He's got an arsenal. He's got Matthew Gump down to 29.
That was a 3-card 12, basically, that left behind a Rigor Mortis as well and refunded the gold. That was a safe hook, by the way, because Golden Tipple did create a gold token. So Rigor Mortis coming in, has 1 health. Matthew Gump, currently 11 points behind, has a 6-card hand, however, thanks to the truce. And Colin Eriksen has drawn Sunken Treasure.
Wow.
Sunken Treasure can come right in and force Matthew Gump to potentially buy back the flame right now or lose it. which could be very, very bad for him.
And the Tunic's only on 2. It is the Sunken Treasure.
Sunken Treasure's going to have a trigger.
Sunken Treasure's going to have a trigger, Colin says.
Buys
Matthew
it back
Gump says,
right now.
yeah, I'm going to go ahead and respond, buddy.
So that Sunken Treasure basically denied Matthew Gump an Ember Blade swing. On point of the math on the Sunken Treasure, basically blocked for 6 on this turn. If Matthew Gump could have, and if that's an extra link that he needed for the Spreading Flames bluff, then maybe Sunken Treasure even blocked for 7, depending on how the rest of the sequences.
Look at this. We're going to go Rising Rebellion, and I think I see a really nice combination of cards in Matthew Gump's hand. Ignite into Fire that burns within. We don't have the Tunic on 3, but we do have an Ignite to discount the next Draconic attack, and the Phoenix Flame that just got brought back to hand can be discarded.
But remember, Fi is a once per turn instant, and he already activated it this turn to buy it back before the Sunken Treasure trigger resolved. Which means he can't buy it back, which means he might need to send a real card to the Rigor Mortis, because I don't see another Phoenix Flame tutor in that hand.
That's a very good point. I was about to say, wait, hold on. Because the Phoenix Flame has already been brought back, we cannot just send it nicely into that Rigor Mortis. And we're already moving right into the quick dodge flexors if we're calling Eriksen. He looked at the top card of the deck, made his call. 2 damage blocked here. 1 damage over the top.
Where's his Ignite going? Is it going face or is it going Rigor Mortis?
3 because of the Spreading Flames buff.
Slide that guy out.
Oh, looks like it's going face. Quick dodge flexes, incredible usage of this card. And now that the quick dodge flexes are in play as well, Matthew Gump has to be very careful about when he clears the Rigor Mortis, because once you clear the Rigor Mortis, Dead Threads is active on the other side of the table, which can be activated to get 1 more activation of the quick dodge flexes. So you potentially want to try and sequence to kill the Rigor Mortis as the last chain link, but that's also typically your strongest card, like a Lava Burst or something. So a little bit awkward now for Matthew Gump.
It's interesting. He drew a a Rise from the Ashes, it looks like, off of the top, which is another way to get that Phoenix Flame back, but you still are sending it for a lot of damage at the Rigor Mortis.
Slide it over.
There goes the quick dodge, getting in the way of the fire that burns within, so 4 damage over the top, down to 34 goes Colin Eriksen.
Colin Eriksen's blocking math has been incredible on this turn cycle. The Sunken Treasure denied the Searing Ember Blade swing, so blocking 6 to 7, depending on how the Spreading Flames buffs could have affected that. And also the quick dodge flexes already having blocked for 6 as well. This is a Spreading Flames turn, and Colin Eriksen still has a life lead after having used only 2 cards from hand to block.
And the Rise from the Ashes that I just talked about, it breaks the chain. He can't use it here. He can't go ahead and utilize it to clear that Rigor Mortis, not if he wants to get the Lava Burst damage.
So his Lava Burst is going face. Dragon Scaler Flight Path is available for him to activate on his Lava Burst so that he can play the Rise and just clear the Rigor Mortis, but that's still quite a bit of damage going towards the Rigor Mortis.
Let's see if he wants to reach for the Dragon Scalar Flight Path.
Go further actions. Okay. Nothing. We'll go and...
And I think we're passing the turn.
Oh, leaving Colin with a Rigor Mortis. We saw this yesterday in the Gravy game. When you leave the ally up, the Gravy is just very happy to just block as much as possible and leverage the ally's attack again and again.
Colin's got a pretty good turn here as well. Call to the Grave. Saltwater Swell.
No action point generator, no Avasti or Rum generator, so curious to see whether he'll be able to swing with 2 allies, which is the biggest punish when you leave the Gravy Bones with an ally still left on board. Not sure whether Colin Eriksen does have that, as he plays a Call to the Grave, which means Dead Threads will be active. He's thumbing a Chum right now, which off the back of Dead Threads he can play an attack for free with, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't get a Rigor Mortis swing. Sawbones potentially another prime target over here. That's 2 allies that really want to be attacked via Phoenix Flames. But when you have 2 allies that want to be attacked by Phoenix Flames and Matthew Gump only has 1 currently, it can be a bit awkward for him.
Here comes Chum, friendly first mate. Back into the arena. Or at least into the graveyard. We'll have to see when and how the friendly first mate actually joins the party. Matthew Gump, listen. You have to imagine this feels like a favored matchup. I know we're all thinking it. But this has been, if you wanted to draw up a start for Gravy Bones, that was powerful, impressive, and the type of start that could win in this game, I'm not sure how much better you could have done than what Colin just ripped off the top of the deck.
And that's after Matthew Gump also had a pretty strong start. He started the game with the Truce, perhaps one of the strongest turn 1 plays. You get to set up an arsenal and draw an extra card for your following turn.
We've got a Phoenix form in the hand for Matt Gump.
And a Phoenix Flame as well. You never want to naturally draw your Phoenix Flame. You want to teeter it out via the Phoenix Bannerman Head or via Flame Call Awakening. Unfortunately for him, has found the Phoenix Flame directly off the top of the deck. So despite the strong start of the Truce, I think Matthew Gump now firmly in the backseat here because of the Sunken Treasure draw from Colin Eriksen alongside the early Quick Dodge Flexes use and naturally drawing this Phoenix Flame as well. The start of the game so far, not great for Matthew Gump as he faces down 2 zombies on the other side as well.
Any response? 25 now plays 34 onto the second turn for Matt Gump. It's going to be the Rise from the Ashes and an Art of the Phoenix War to pair with the card brought back from the graveyard. Let's see, after the Tunic powered up the Art of the Phoenix War, what Matthew Gump has been able to draw up, because this will be a powerful turn.
And he did draw his blue. He didn't have a blue in this hand before he played the Art of Phoenix War. Did draw it now, the Ripple away, the blue he dropped, but have to point out, Balance of Justice now active for Colin Eriksen. 2 cards have been drawn by Matthew Gump. We're going to have to see. We saw the last time Matthew Gump had a strong turn, Colin Eriksen used Quick Dodge Flexes to stymie that offense. And on this Art of Phoenix War turn, Colin Eriksen has Balance of Justice to stymie that a little bit more as well. Numbers game so far in Colin Eriksen's favor.
Art of the Phoenix War, of course, one of the new Majestics from Compendium of Wraith. Everybody saw it and said, Fi, and we've seen it now twice on stream. Ashlyn Slattery with 3 Art of the Phoenix Wars in 2 turns. We've got Ronin Renegade coming in. This one's going to be for 7. 3 from the Rise from the Ashes, 1 from the Art of the Phoenix War. And we're seeing Colin Eriksen go ahead and rip a card off the top before activating the Balance of Justice. Do we have an ally in the hand for Chum? Currently, no. No blocks on this. 7 damage over the top.
This might be Mask of the Pouncing Lynx activation here, potentially. I'm trying to see if there's a line for him to play the Phoenix form with all 3 Phoenix Flames. He currently has 1 in his hand, 1 in the graveyard. Not sure if there's a way for him to activate the Phoenix form. And of course, for those of you curious, Phoenix form does stipulate that it needs to hit a hero for the draw 3 cards effect. So Matthew Gump can't just send it at a Chum to draw a bunch of cards. Just for those of you who got really excited about that potential, Colin Eriksen will have a say if the Phoenix form even comes fully online, which doesn't look like there's a line here for it.
Compass. Can't see what the top of the deck shows. Colin Eriksen, 3 damage targets. Gravy Bones with the Searing Emberblade. The first Emberblade stuffed by the Sunken Treasure on the turn prior. 25 plays 27 in this first quarterfinals. Neither of these players have dropped a game of Classic Constructed in this tournament, but one of them has to fall here. No blocks from Colin. Down to 24 goes Gravy Bones. The intensity begins to ratchet up. There's a Rise from the Ashes, I believe, that will break the chain. We're going to go ahead and go play the Phoenix Flame brought back from Phi Rising Rebellion. This one has Tiger Stripe Shuko. Damage cannot be prevented on this turn, or on this chain link, thanks to the Shuko.
And this is going face as well. Currently, Phoenix Form will come in for 6 because there are 2 Phoenix Flames on the field and Art of Phoenix War buff is happening. So is enough to clear the Chum if he chooses to send it at that ally.
Is he worried about Fearless Confrontation? He knows there's only 1 in the deck.
6 is fine. Sure. Chum will die. Yep.
Okay, sends it at the Chum, clears it. So being disciplined here is Matthew Gump. Does look like he's going to Arsenal at the end of this turn, though, which might leave him just super vulnerable to the Conqueror of the High Seas that we know Colin Eriksen is currently holding.
We're good. We're going to close the chain. Yeah.
Close the chain, not activating Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
Rise from the Ashes, a prime Arsenal target in these Phi lists because of Art of Phoenix War and because of Fire that burns within. However, does leave himself vulnerable to Conqueror of the High Seas. And it looks like that's going to be the first play for Colin Eriksen. The big boat comes down. 8 go again. High Tide active on hit. Destroy the Arsenal. And if there's one thing I know about Phi Sam, it does not really like to block.
No, it looks like Matt Gump is immediately reaching for 3 cards here. 2 floating for a gold token. We're looking towards that Shuko, the thing that we said might break this matchup. And immediately, they hit the combat chain alongside those 2/3 blocks and the tenacity and the prowess of agility. Conqueror blocked out, but that's one button. Matthew Gump only gets to hit once, 2 floating right into the gold token. Rip off the top. It's going to be a call to the grave, it looks like, from Colin Eriksen. He plays it. Sometimes you watch Gravy Bones, and you have to say to yourself, he can't keep getting away with this.
And he knew what the top card was, though. The compass was activated, so he knew that he'd be drawing into the call to the grave and follows it up exactly same play we saw the previous turn cycle. Chum-friendly first mate coming in. I want to point out something very relevant regarding the loss of the Tiger Stripe Shuko. Now, every future Sawbones Dockhand, of which we have seen 0 so far, get even more threatening. With the Tiger Stripe Shuko, Matthew Gump has the line of just sending a Phoenix Flame buffed by the Shuko and the Sawbones, which is a very easy, convenient way to clear that ally. Now, no longer needs to send real attacks to clear out Sawbones.
Matt Gump taking this Chum. So Colin will move into the next turn with a Chum on the field, but no Arsenal. But a Chum liable to soak up whatever Matthew Gump wants to try to put together.
Now, Colin Eriksen's defenses, though, already used Balance of Justice, already used Quick Dodge Flexes, and Matthew Gump is just 3 life points behind Colin Eriksen. Currently only has a 3-card hand to work with, however, so going to be a bit more of a smaller offensive salvo from his side. But have to also point out, Colin Eriksen has used quite a few defenses already, and Matthew Gump still has Mask of the Pouncing Lynx up. That card can easily be worth 6, 7, sometimes even 8 points of damage.
Sure.
I think Matt Gump just missed his Findall Spring Tunic trigger. If that doesn't tell you that the nerves of the quarterfinals and the start is maybe getting to our recently undefeated player. We missed the Tunic trigger, so this is now 7 damage. That clears out the Chum.
Oh,
and another Phoenix Flame drawn in the hand.
And is he holding Art of Phoenix War as well? That missed Tunic counter can come and bite him, because that card costs 1, obviously. We saw him already use his Tunic to play the first one this game.
And there's another Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand for Colin Eriksen.
With the Sawbones as well. The ally that we spoke about is the biggest punish once the Tiger Stripe Shuko is gone.
Yo, this is a crazy start to this top 8. We have seen Matthew Gump be completely unflappable. He draws another Phoenix Flame off the top. Somehow, Matt Gump, look at his face. You can see the disappointment. You can see the consternation start to settle in. There's a bit of a grimace even as everything is going Gravy Bones' way, and Matt Gump is certainly starting to feel the effects. He kind of just throws the hand on the ground. This is not how Fi wanted to draw this up. I think even maybe a little bit of acknowledgement there from Colin. He said, I don't know if it was, I'm sorry, but there was definitely some kind of acknowledgement, both players sharing a bit of a smile, 2 very friendly dudes, but Colin Eriksen being anything but friendly in his gameplay here.
At this point, I think Matthew Gump perhaps also realized his own missed Tunic, and of course recognizing his lower end of variance over here, withdrawing 2 natural Phoenix Flames in this game. He did draw Warmongers in this hand, which can be very, very strong. However, you only want to end the turn with Warmongers after you've also cleared your opponent's board. And with a hand like this, I'm not entirely sure how effective he will be at that, especially once his arsenal gets disrupted from the Conqueror of the High Seas.
This is brutal, bro. This is just brutal for the side of Fi Rising Rebellion. He's gotten Colin Eriksen down to 23. If he finds some good massive turn off of the back of the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, we could see something switch into his favor. But it's looking like it's going to be an uphill climb, which is not what we expected when we moved into this game.
Activation of Gravy Bones from Colin Eriksen's side. Once you get the Sawbones into the yard, needs to play a blue on this turn to deploy the Sawbones as well, and just as we say that, Saltwater Spell coming in. This is a random flip off the top, of course, because Compass already used, hits the blue of the topless Colin Eriksen, refunds the gold as well, thanks to Riches of Tropodani. Snap no blocks from Matthew Gump. Blue requisite now satisfied for Colin Eriksen. Sawbones Dockhand can come out.
And immediately, like you described, Shuko gone. And the way this game has been going, of course Colin Eriksen immediately has the Sawbones available. Here comes Sawbones.
Plays it out, which means he's allowed to pitch another card for the Conqueror of the High Seas, and Matthew Gump cannot be happy about that.
Oh, and you hear Matthew Gump say that's pretty good. He's only got 3 blocking cards in the hand. If he puts them all sideways here, a little bit of the shake of the head from Matt Gump. He puts them all sideways here. He's left with a Phoenix Flame in hand that can do nothing against a Sawbone that's going to stick around.
he might be forced to just lose the Art of Phoenix War here and also take 8 damage to the face.
You block a little bit, play the Warmongers. I mean,
while the opponent has a Sawbones, potentially, maybe that's just the line. But that means he still loses the Art of Phoenix War if you hold a Warmonger's Black, because the rest of the hand does not block 8.
You send your whole hand on defense here, keeping a Phoenix Flame that does nothing. That also doesn't seem very good.
The difference between Art of Phoenix War and Art of War is very striking over here, because if it was an Art of War in Arsenal back in the day, you'd often see people just play it out defensively. Banish a Phoenix Flame, have your attack action cards block for 1 more. Can't do that with Art of Phoenix War, though. That card is purely for offense.
Once again, you saw Matt Gump. He said, no blocks, and just threw the hand on the table. I think the game is starting to be felt by our first seed. The first seed curse real once again. There was go again, dude. So this Sawbones once again able to swing in. It's now 23 playing 6 as the turn passes over, and we are seeing the Tunic get ticked up this time by Matt Gump. It's looking dangerous.
I think Matthew Gump has realized his only way back in the game is by deploying that Warmonger's Diplomacy. We spoke about this at the top of this match. That card can be absolutely backbreaking for Colin Eriksen, especially once the board is cleared. Clear the board, you play Warmongers. That can be a way he gets full tempo right back into a potential Mask of the Pouncing Lynx turn.
Rising Resentment clears the Sawbones. We have a chain link now. 1 comes forward. Phoenix Flame. You can see Colin Eriksen kind of nod. He's acknowledging. He knows this is really, really tough for Matthew Gump. He knows how good his draws have been, and he's really acknowledging across the table. Yeah, dude, this has been tough for you. Hook goes in.
Gonna be Ember Blade. Gonna be another Flame.
And then it'll be the Warmongers.
And Colin needs to think about the potential of a Warmongers. Looking at his hand, his only attack is a blue golden tipple. So when you Warmongers them on a hand like this, they either call peace and just play some allies and not deal any damage to you, or they only send the blue attack that they have, in this case a golden tipple.
Oh,
Gravy Bones ability, of course, still available. So if there's a big attack on top of the deck, say the 3rd Conqueror of the High Seas, Colin could call war and draw into that.
But this is the
He's going
moment.
to activate Compass here to see
the
what
moment.
it is.
Can't see what's on the top, but Colin, if he cannot threaten more blocks out of Matthew, Matt might have one turn, and the call is peace. And the call is peace. If Matt Gump was going to find a way back into this game, this is his only moonshot. This is the miracle that Matt Gump might need, because everything possible has come up Colin in this game. Colin cannot threaten any damage on this turn. What can he develop? Can it be a chum? Can it be a defensive piece? And will Matt Gump, with that Phoenix Flame once again in Arsenal, be able to put the pieces together? I think he's maybe playing towards another Art of the Phoenix War. He's saying, I need this Phoenix Flame in Arsenal. Let's see how it all plays out.
It's playing towards Art of Phoenix War or a Phoenix form as well. We already saw 1 copy of Phoenix form. He has access potentially to all 3 flames now, 2 in the graveyard, 1 in his arsenal. Doesn't look like he has drawn that up, but he has bought himself a ton of space here. Colin Eriksen, though, called peace, so likely going to resolve 2 allies on this turn, which will soak up some damage, but still, tempo at least currently bought back by Matthew Gump just a little bit. Got a little bit of breathing room. Let's see what he can do with it. And the Tunic, Sam, that should have been on 2. Would have gone up to 3 on this turn.
3 this turn. If he had found that Art of the Phoenix War, he'd be able to deploy it without a card.
Activating gold. More gold. I think he's digging. Well, he called peace, so you can't even dig for Conqueror of the High Seas at this point.
You can dig for another sunken treasure that he's found. He's probably going to IP in some way this turn. By IP, I mean keeping a card in hand.
Seaflow Salvage also threatens turning a Phoenix Flame face down.
Any response to salvage?
Matt Gump has...
But Matt Gump has 2 in the yard. I don't know whether he cares whether he loses 1 flame. It does mean Phoenix form gets a bit worse, but we've already seen 1 copy. Yep, and he just lets it happen.
Actually, I think there's only maybe 1 in the yard and 1 in the arsenal. Because he kept the Phoenix Flame from last turn. It's in his arsenal right now, yeah.
Yeah, so now there's 1 in the... Because he's seen all 3 flames, right?
Maybe.
He drew 2 naturally?
Yeah. And that's the pass. Oh, it's Anka Drag under as well. So even if Matthew Gump had been able to find something that would draw 2, the Anka would have something to say about those potential draws. Colin has another sunken treasure in the hand. What's going to be the follow-up from Matt Gump? He's bought himself some time.
3 into Anka.
3 into Anka is the call.
So this sequencing makes a lot of sense. It does insulate him from a Sunken Treasure because he's sending the early Draconic Links at allies where Sunken Treasure cannot block. And then later on, when the Sunken Treasure does come down, he already has 3 Draconic Chain Links to activate 5 for free. Does not need to lose a Searing Ember Blade swing for making that sort of play.
Ignite for 2, targeting you.
Ignite targets Colin, the only legal target in the arena.
And Sunken Treasure here won't do much. His fire is already free.
No blocks.
No blocks. Colin down to 18.
Brings me to 18.
Any trigger of the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx here? Not yet.
Swing sword at you.
So I wonder if we'll see
the Dragon Scaler, yeah, for double sword.
Yeah.
Ignite with a blue typically means you get to Searing Ember Blade twice on this turn. Could be quite a bit of damage. And Salt the Wound, a card that Matthew Gump certainly has access to. This would be the 4th chain link that hits. If it does hit, Fire activation also available. The Phoenix Flame, I believe that's the one that came from Arsenal on this turn. There's one more card in hand. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. We might see it be worth maybe up to 8 damage on this turn.
Down to 15 now for Colin Eriksen. Are we going to see the Dragon Scaler? Yes, we are. In damage as an instant. It can be attacked with again.
So that's 4 attacks that have hit so far.
3, trigger, activate 5. Yeah.
Activate Fire in response. There is that final Phoenix Flame.
I have to point out on Colin Eriksen's side as well, no allies in the grave currently. So if he wants to do a classic Gravy Bones turn of attack with, say, a Tipple or Saltwater Swell into an ally, needs some way to get an ally into the yard first.
One with the Phoenix Flame, and now this is the question. Does something get in the way of the Phoenix Flame to prevent a Mask of the Pouncing Lynx trigger here?
This would be hit number 5 if it hits, which means Salt the Wound, at least off of just this, would come in for 7.
No fealty, and yeah, we are going to see the Dead Threads get in the way of the Phoenix Flame.
Very heads-up block by Colin Eriksen. They're basically turning the Death Threads into a potential block for 2, but Matthew Gump can just not go for the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx at this point.
But he's only got 6 life. He bought himself this turn. Go to end. Card goes to Arsenal. He's gotten Colin only down 5 life from where he started.
This is Matthew Gump playing to win. He realizes this turn, even if he sends a last attack and gets a Mask of the Pouncing Lynx off, it's not enough damage to threaten lethal. Colin Eriksen does not need to block that. So he just says, my only way out is if you don't do something too threatening on your following turn cycle, and I get to have an extra card. And has he drawn 4 blues?
My God. 2 prowess of agility, an overcrowded, and a warmongers. What is happening in the feature match area, Pankaj? We have watched a player all game long who has not lost a single game all tournament, and it is as if the Flesh and Blood gods decided, you, sir, have had enough. You, sir, have done too much winning. I think it is time for you to feel the short end of the draw sequence stick, and Colin Eriksen is feasting in response. Golden Tipple discards the Swabby. This turn, instead of being something that Matthew Gump can potentially try to avoid, he is going to have to contend with a Swabby, as well as all the gold that Colin Eriksen is able to work with.
And a Conqueror. From all this Gravy Bones filtering, Gravy Bones activation, gold draws, Colin Eriksen has found a 3rd copy of Conqueror of the High Seas. If he has the resources to deploy that and swing with an ally, like the Anka that he just put in the yard, this could be the end of Matthew Gump's run here at US Nationals. It's been a few yellows off the top for Colin Eriksen so far, however. Draws another ley line. He's digging further, pitching these yellows, want to find another blue. It's yet another yellow. Swabby enters his hand. Currently has 5 other resources. He's lacking the resources to conquer and swing with an ally. Top of the deck now for Colin Eriksen hasn't been too kind. There's been a few yellows back to back.
8 go again.
Conqueror of the High Seas, 8 go again. You can see Matt Gump, all he can do is smile.
So he doesn't know yet that Colin Eriksen actually doesn't have the resources to swing, play an ally and swing with it. The last card in his hand is a yellow.
But he saw all the digging, right? And he saw a Call to the Grave get pitched away. So for this, Matt Gump puts all 3 cards in front. Anka comes out.
Cannot
and
swing.
pass! And you see the way that Colin said that pass, and the last card in hand for Matt Gump is the Warmongers.
And does he have did he Arsenal an attack? If he Arsenal an attack, he can do what he did the previous turn cycle, swing the attack at Anka, and then play Warmongers. It's just going to start with the Warmongers.
Start with the Warmongers
With the ally
here.
left on board, however, and we know at this point, all 3 Conquerors out of the deck for Colin Eriksen. That is the best attack you can send after you call war on a Warmongers. You go Conqueror into your ally swing. But doesn't have that anymore. So there's going to be some other smaller attacks. Murderous Rabbles, maybe, Tipples, Saltwater Swells. But the Anka left behind, he can still swing under war. That is why typically when you deploy this card, you want to clear the board before you send it. So
Both players pick war. Anka swings forward. This is the only action on the turn. Matt Gump has to give 1 card. He drew an Art of the Phoenix War. He has a Tunic counter. Does he have access to a Phoenix Flame?
Is that an Inflame in his hand? No, it's an Ignite. Ignite.
Okay.
Ignite will discount the Phi.
Okay, so he can do it on the Ignite chain link, right? He can.
But he need a way to get the flame back first.
With Phi, right? You go attack, Ignite. Yeah, you miss it on your first attack.
Right. So right. The
yeah,
Arsenal
on the second chain link.
I'm not sure if his Arsenal is an attack, though. I feel like he would have cleared the Anka on the previous turn and then played the Warmongers if the Arsenal was an attack.
And the Anka can get in the way of 2 draws from the Art of the Phoenix War.
But if you clear the Anka first, Colin needs to make the read that Matthew Gump has drawn.
Dude.
He would need to activate the Anka before it dies and before the Art of Phoenix War is deployed.
What an end game here. Matt Gump, I will say, he missed that Tunic trigger, but it actually didn't really end up biting him. The turn he drew the Art of the Phoenix War, his Tunic was still on 3. So some small miracles for Matt Gump. He faces down an attack for 5, and that is it. But if he gives either of these pieces of equipment, he loses the potential for his most powerful output.
Has to be very careful with the sequencing here. And on Colin Eriksen's side, his offensive output here, not too big. It's just 5 damage. But he is going to Arsenal Blood in the Water. He has found a defense reaction on Colin Eriksen's side. So while the offense not too strong for him on this turn, the defense for Matthew Gump's follow-up going to be fairly strong for Colin Eriksen.
I loved Phoenix Bannerman Head. That's a way to search a Phoenix Flame, but it blocks 3 here.
He has no more left in the deck.
Yeah.
He has seen all 3 already.
True,
That card doesn't do
true.
anything here. It just blocks 3. The bad variance of draws for Matthew Gump, he saw all the Phoenix Flames naturally this game.
Okay. 3 life for Matt Gump. He's bought himself this turn. What can he do with it? Colin Eriksen says that 15 all defensive pieces in the equipment have been utilized. Ignite, targets, Gravy Bones.
Mask of the Pouncing Lynx here can be used to fetch
No
another
blocks.
Ignite potentially, or an Inflame, other ways to either get Phoenix Flames or get resources. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, often you see it used for Salt the Wound, but it does have other utility as well. Being popped here.
Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, he's reaching for it. He's putting it in the graveyard. That can mean only one thing. It's the activation of the important headpiece.
Oh,
Matt Gump puts it back. He checks the graveyard. He needs to make sure
first.
the target is in his actual deck at this point.
all the Ignites are gone. This is the 3rd Ignite. There's
Yeah.
not 2 Ignites in the graveyard, so that not an option for Matthew Gump. Is that why he's pausing currently? Needs to maybe figure out something different.
The other card in hand is Inflame the Firebrand, which is not going to cooperate too much to get its most effect here yet. The Ignite would have been so good as that second chain link, but as we're sniffing out, I guess it's not an attack in that arsenal.
I'm so curious what that Arsenal is at this point.
Colin Eriksen, no gold. Does he even have the ally in hand for this Anka?
The read I'm getting here is that I think Matthew Gump wanted the Ignite off the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, checks the graveyard here, realizes all 3 Ignites have already been seen, and now he's contemplating what he can do given this quote-unquote new information that Ignite's not available.
Oh, this is so tense. Matt Gump giving this such a think. A warrior throughout U.S. National Championship 2026. 3 life to Colin Eriksen's 13.
Heavy side coming out from Matthew Gump here. Also remember, he is also under war. So he can't, for example, end this turn with another Warmonger's Diplomacy. Not an
cannot.
option available to him.
Yeah.
Trigger Mask is the call from Matt Gump. Let's look through the graveyard, excuse me, the deck, and see what the call is going to be. Just assault the wound.
Just goes for that. How does he navigate this turn to play the Outer Things Warlord? Might be pitching a red. Will draw potentially 2 more cards. However, Anka might go ahead and deny one of those card draws if Colin Eriksen has an ally in hand to discard to it.
Everything has come up, Colin, in this game. The early sunken treasure, the conquerors at the perfect times, the call to the graves. Matt Gump missing the tunic, drawing those Phoenix Flames. He has been in such a bind all game long. Can he put together one more masterclass? Tunic float for the Ember Blade to come in for 3.
And he clears the Anka. And Colin Eriksen doesn't activate it before it dies. So should the Art of Phoenix War come out here on this turn, Anka will not be able to deny a draw. But at this point, if he wants to deploy that card, he would need to pitch a red for that.
Wasn't attacking Arsenal, but it wasn't a starter. Blood in the Water is going to go ahead and just randomly get rid of an Avasti off the top. We're going to trigger Phi, and I wonder if we're pitching a card into the Art of Phoenix War.
Nope,
No,
just
he's
plays
just
it
coming out.
Oh, he's trying to buy himself one more turn. Looks like he's going to Arsenal that card at 3 life, and very similar to Art of War of old. Arsenaling Art of War or Art of Phoenix War when you're at low life can sometimes be a death sentence. You just don't have the space required to deploy that card, which needs to be deployed on a big hand.
Blood in the Water once again just gets a random card off the top. It's now time for Salt the Wound. Will be for 5 here, and you can hear the disappointment in Matt Gump's voice. Art of the Phoenix War hits the Arsenal after this, but the Tunic is going to be utilized. And even if the correct amount of ticks had happened, it wouldn't even be around on this next turn. It would have been at 2 on this next turn, so he's not feeling those effects yet. But the loot, the hold comes in, the Swabby comes out, 7 attack, and somehow, some way, the top of the deck remains unkind to Matthew Gump. It's a no block in the hand in the form of that energy potion. It is looking dire for our first seed. Nothing, absolutely nothing has gone his way in this game.
He has the play of blocking out, sending Ember Blade to clear the Swabby, and just ask Colin Eriksen, with no gold, no allies engraved, no conquerors left in the deck, can you just give me some space? It's his only out here. While the variance this game has not gone the way of our first seed player, I have to commend how he has been playing to win constantly.
Fearless confrontation, the one of fearless confrontation. Colin Eriksen draws it off the top of the deck, and with that draw, probably cements his place in the semifinals. A golden tipple as well in the hand. Does he have the ally? This is an absolute barn burner from Colin Eriksen. Gravy Bones has risen from the depths and says, you might have a favored matchup, but you haven't met my friend Colin. Findall Spring Tunic gets in the way of this golden tipple, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Matt Gump has done his best. As you mentioned, he's played this as well as he can. Sometimes it's just the way you draw it up.
Time and time again, we have seen Gravy Bones on feature match areas just take down Draconic Ninjas. We've seen this happen all throughout these heroes' history, it feels like. Colin Eriksen started this turn with no gold, potentially no ally, but a timely fearless confrontation, draws into a tipple with an ally, so he gets the gold, gets the ally in the grave as well. It's all coming up the way of the Pirate Necromancer.
7 more damage from Swabby. Every card turned sideways for Matthew Gump. He's giving it 6. He's taking 1. He's down to 2. Swabby hangs out. That fearless confrontation draw, the one of to keep Swabby around, just feels like a perfect encapsulation of how this game has gone.
This time, Colin does have allies in the grave, though, so might not have any gold, but already has allies that he can deploy as long as he can get a blue in the graveyard for this turn.
And still seeing smiles on the faces of both our competitors. Matt Gump, you've seen the struggle here. You see the murderous rabble come in. 3 go again. That will enable either of those allies to come forth from the watery depths. Phoenix form gets in the way. Portside exchange, going to go ahead and discard a Sawbones. We draw a card. We make a gold. We take one more step towards the semifinals.
Play. And hook 6.
Hooked Sawbones coming in for 6. Matthew Gump does have blocking cards here.
Down to 1.
Oh, one of them is a 2 block, so it still goes down to 1. Has a pitch for this Searing Emberblade. He's just hoping for the Gravy Bones break.
There's a defense reaction, a couple saltwater swells to tip the barkeep, an Ember Blade to clear out the Sawbones.
It's 2 saltwater swells, and you know what they are when the opponent's at 1? They are lethal, each of them. Both of them gonna present lethal. This might be the final turn of the game.
Does Colin see a blue on the top of the deck?
I'm not even sure he needs to at this point. You can just send 1 with go again.
Saltwater swell. And of course, it's a blue.
Because why not?
Of course, why wouldn't it be in this game? The inflame that we needed gets in the way. The other saltwater swell. There's a little bit of a nod from Matthew. 1 go again. Colin Eriksen doing his best Fi impression, putting a bunch of 1 go agains on the combat chain.
He's using an attack die to represent his pitch. That's how much pitch he has right now.
6 damage on the combat chain. There's a 2 block in the hand. There's a fist bump extended. And Colin Eriksen defies the odds. Defies the odds of the matchup. Defies the odds of the tournament as Matthew Gump takes his first loss when it counts in the quarterfinals as Colin Eriksen advances.
A fully unblemished run for Matthew Gump here unfortunately comes to an end in the quarterfinals of some really rough 5 draws. All Phoenix Flame draw. The 4 blue hand
What are we talking about?
Warmongers without being able to clear an ally.
About?
What is... That was brutal, but also to Colin Eriksen's credit, he did play that incredibly. He
Absolutely,
knew
and he still was so low at the end.
Exactly, he knew exactly how he needs to navigate this, and he did it well. He knew which allies to deploy when. After the Shuko was gone, that's only when we saw the Sawbones. He knew what his role was. He executed it.
And I gotta say, this is what we love about Flesh and Blood. This is what we love about these card games. You can walk into a match, you can walk into a game disadvantaged. You can have multiple moments and circumstances stacked against you. But this is what we love about this, is you have an opportunity through your own play, through your own skill, and through a little bit of luck to get over the finish line. If this was all predetermined, what would be the point of any of this? Why would we even be sitting here talking about it? If it was like, well, Fi always wins, so we don't even need to watch the game. No, Fi doesn't always win. A player at Matthew Gump's caliber who has not dropped a game all weekend doesn't always win. You always just got to see how the cards fall and let the cards fall where they may. Let's take a look at our updated bracket as we see our first semifinalist and our first seed fall to the wayside.
Colin Eriksen moves on to the semifinals. The next match we will be watching is, we're moving down to the other side of the bracket. We're going to be watching Victor Goldmane versus Gravy Bones. So Gravy Bones going to grace our screens once again against a Fatigue Victor this time. And I was going to say it's going to be a bit of a longer matchup compared to what we just watched, but that match actually went on quite a bit. Matthew Gump was holding on for dear life for quite a while. Ryan Rich versus Thomas Battaglia, though, that's going to be in it for the long haul for sure.
1000%. And we know that Ryan Rich has a fair bit of tech for the Gravy Bones matchup. We saw those Pilfer the Tombs. We see all the defensive pieces, even the Fiddler's Green. I don't know if they come into play, but there's lots of pieces available for Ryan Rich. But as we saw yesterday in the Swiss rounds, Thomas Battaglia just on another level right now in terms of how he can navigate those endgames and the fatigue type of matchups.
Yesterday we said that if you go by past Flesh and Blood tournaments history, we should just call Colin Eriksen winning today already because of the 8th seed buff.
Did.
I mean, that game showed us the 8th seed buff if, I don't know what else would if it wasn't that game.
We're going to talk in just a moment about some of the upcoming ways you too can get involved in Flesh and Blood, because I know you're watching these games and you're thinking to yourself, how on earth can I get involved in all of this? Because that was some beautiful, beautiful Flesh and Blood I just got to watch. Well, let's just do the words. Let's just let you in on the secret. There's plenty of Flesh and Blood to be played. I literally had a broken brain after watching that one. The World Tour, of course, stops all over Wraith and the Globe, bringing 2 million USD to your doorstep, where you too can be like Matthew Gump and compete for glory, fame, and that cold, hard cash. We got plenty of events coming up for you. Shinjuku to Kansas City. You can play Classic Constructed. You can play Silver Age. You can draft again at a high level if you make your way over to the Pro Tour in Las Vegas. And of course, we then look ahead to that Set 20 season with the Set 20 World Premiere in Seoul, culminating with the World Championship in Paris. We've got the Razor Reflex side event promo that's available during all Omen season long. These cards look so gorgeous, and I think will be a beautiful pickup for any and all Flesh and Blood players. And as we just mentioned, the Set 20 World Premiere coming to Seoul. This is going to be an event not to miss. I can't say anything else. All I can tell you is, I promise you, you want to be there.
And of course, the marquee event of the year, the World Championships, will be held in Paris in November. So many of the Nationals players this weekend who have performed excellently well, the Nationals players who are going to be performing excellently well in the upcoming National season, will be showing up to this event. It's going to be a battle between the greatest across all the countries that play Flesh and Blood.
We've got some streams as well for all of you enjoying Flesh and Blood from the comfort of your own home. If you're enjoying the show this weekend, thank you so much for hanging out. Give it a like, give it a subscribe. It helps out the stream so much. And join us for the Colin coverage from Shinjuku. Bryce Platz, Mercy Bickle reuniting to bring you that stream before we turn our attention to the Pro Tour presented by TCG Player, where the two of us, Brian, Scott Howling Minds, and Hayden Dale, will be bringing you that coverage all weekend long. And then Howling Minds and Gabe Schur reunite, the dynamic EU duo, to bring you coverage from the Calling in Edinburgh. That's sure to be a great, great stream, Pankaj.
This weekend, to me, has been the story of local hometown heroes, and looking at these upcoming events scheduled, to me, feels like more opportunities to see these local hometown heroes rise up to the occasion. This weekend, it's been Matthew Gump, it's been Jonathan Magnuson showing up to top AWS Nationals, these players who don't travel very far. Well, when the tournament comes to you, you too can show up and spike one of these events.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Matt Gump, but it is time to turn the page and discuss the boy wonder, Colin Eriksen from the AGE Pro Team. He is making his mark on competitive Flesh and Blood with one of the most unbelievable Gravy Bones games I have ever seen. Can he continue? We will find out later today.
Whether it's a breakout deck from Minneapolis, a surprise hero making a deep run, or must-have cards spiking between rounds, TCG Player makes it easier than ever for you to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards Flesh and Blood players actually want right now. If you're building your deck, making upgrades for an armory, or hunting for the cards everyone's talking about, TCG Player helps you take your Flesh and Blood game to the next level. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
An undead horde and an unstoppable dreadnought crash through the high seas, seeking the riches of Tropal Dani, usurping rebellious undertows in their wake, crashing ever forward to the mountains of Volcor. Colin Eriksen in this first quarterfinal at the U.S. National Championship in Minneapolis looks indomitable. Takes down the unstoppable force that was, up until this point, Matthew Gump, who sought an undefeated record all the way to the finals, usurping the previously indomitable Matthew Folks at his own UK Nationals some years past. Bryce Platz back with Michael Feng and unstoppable Flesh and Blood action. Michael, talk to me about what you've seen.
I mean, that's just the power of Gravy Bones that we've seen time and time again ever since, you know, last U.S. Nationals, when Gravy Bones made that first birth into this competitive world that we've been talking about.
And that deck looks so much different than Gravy Bones of today.
So many cards missing, but some of the key cards still there. Conquer of the High Seas, Loot the Hold, just the whole array of efficient allies that just present extremely, extremely good numbers. And Colin's deck has quite a few more D-Reacts as well, just blunting the offensive force that Matt was presenting.
Really incredible stuff, and there's only more to come. It's going to be yet another Gravy Bones going up against a very different foe, though. Let's take a look at the bracket, and I'll tell you what we're talking about. It is Ryan Rich with Victor Goldmane High and Mighty versus Thomas Battaglia. That is our next feature matchup. We're going to separate the sides of the bracket and slowly build our semis for your viewing pleasure. Now, Ryan Rich, on his namesake, definitely going to try to stack a lot of gold tokens here, perhaps visit home a few times and bury the undead necromancer. But Thomas Battaglia is going to have something to say about that. He's not the shipwrecked looter for anything. Those gold tokens, he's going to try to swipe them here and there.
Yeah, what an apt name, Ryan Rich. Wanting to visit that Goldmane estate and just be rich with gold tokens. This is a matchup we have seen before. It's one of the classic matchups, especially at Pro Tour Yokohama, two of the best heroes in that format. It's traditionally been Gravy Bones favored. However, from a macro perspective, things have gotten harder and harder as, you know, cards for Gravy Bones have been banned, and Victor players have had more both time to learn this format, and as we see coming up in the slides upcoming, more kind of slots to really adjust the deck and have a better, you know, arsenal of tools to deal with the necromancer threat.
Now, Michael, I've just experienced what I think will be my favorite moment of the weekend, besides the games, of course. You and I, during that last match, got a chance to catch up with all of the top 8 competitors that were waiting in the wings. Here they are in all their glory, sporting their top 16, really, participation mats. Gates of Erathiel. Gorgeous playmat, gorgeous card. We don't really know the implications of it yet, but right now, it's the pride and joy of every one of these smiling faces. And when we were doing that, I got to talk to Ashlyn Slattery. She's not going to be on our feature match, but I want to talk about her because she was fully, I think, with a lot of you at home, expecting to be in the Phi Mirror if she made it to the semifinals. That dynamic is completely upset by the tallest man in that top 8 photo, Colin, the boy wonder Eriksen.
Yeah, I mean, look, traditionally, we've had, as a Gravy Bones player, it's been a little bit harder to face the Draconic Ninjas. This has just been the dynamic of that matchup. However, traditionally, that Draconic Ninja has been Syndra. And Syndra, sporting Mask of Momentum and sporting this consistent array of offense, has, you know, just proves to have a lot more value turn over turn. Fi with the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx changes that dynamic a little bit. It actually reduces the stress overall as the Gravy Bones player. It makes turn-to-turn less like about trying to block and deny Mask. You're less worried about this constant ping of a Flick Knives. Instead, our Conquerors of the High Seas have a lot more value, especially if an Art of the Phoenix War gets stuck in the arsenal as it did for Matt. So just because of that, I do think that if I were a Gravy Bones player, I would definitely prefer to play against a Fi over a Syndra. And of course, there is that interaction of Sunken Treasure and Phoenix Flame that can be backbreaking for a Fi player. So because of that, if I were a gambling man, that's not exactly how I would have leaned. But of course, at the top levels, anything can happen. And we saw so many things happen in that last game. Anyways, that was last game. This new game, all right, last game, that was all about defense, blocking, defense. That's kind of the mindset I would have had as a Gravy Bones player. This game, it's going to be all about offense.
And Thomas Battaglia is definitely going to be leaning in, not just by himself, but with his team. He's going to have to be careful, though, because there are 3 copies of Pilfer the Tomb in the deck of our Victor player. But let's mince words no longer. Let's take a look at 2 new top 8 competitors here. One we saw on stream yesterday. It's Thomas Battaglia versus Ryan Rich, who seems to have a cartoon rat underneath his hat.
Yeah, that's the chef hat. I mean, that's part of the social group, the team that Ryan is also affiliated with. They've been doing this since, I believe, the U.S. Nationals in 2023 when they just wanted to say that we're cooking. We're chef hats.
Now, the road for both of these players at this point is paved in blood. But what kind of blood? That's the real question. Thomas has already felled 2 victors on his way here. Austin Kim, we saw succumb to Mr. Bones on stream yesterday, and it's not just victors, it's also fellow Guardian Damian Riggins piloting Jarl. Now, the losses might tell the story of how Thomas is going to proceed through this top 8. Gotta be happy that one of those Fis has already gone to the deep. Ashlyn Slattery, though, still in contention.
Yeah, this is just an impressive array. I mean, Thomas has beaten already heroes on both sides of the spectrum. He's beat Eric Patinelli, whom I know from one of my local players from back in the day, who I know plays more of an aggressive Victor strategy. So that's one checkbox. Austin, of course, was also on more of that aggressive Victor strategy. He's beaten Marios, he's beaten Syndra, Draconic Ninja. He's beaten also Damian Riggins, who we know, has presented this Jarl deck in a way that's supposed to be really good into Gravy Bones. This is an impressive array of classic constructed wins from both aggressive and defensive. He's had to flex in these matchups, being the deck that's potentially fatigued, but also potentially slain.
Well, wearing the varsity jacket of Team Sigil, Thomas Battaglia is going to see if he can fell one more Guardian. Ryan Rich stands in the way, and immediately on this page, I'm looking for any copy of Gravy Bones. Ryan has not faced one yet.
He has not faced any yet, but notably he has faced Fi 3 times. This deck is not as proactively disruptive as the other styles of Victor decks. It lacks some of those tools, and it's much more keen on blocking. And as we see in the slides upcoming, his deck is just looks different from what your traditional Victor decks look like.
All of a sudden, I have a chip on my shoulder because Ryan Rich has destroyed one of the cult of Bryce. I guess it doesn't rhyme so much. We got to figure out another word there for our group. The cabal of Bryce. We're getting there. Anyway, unfortunately, Bryce Strayek does fall victim to Ryan Rich. I don't fault him too much for that because he is certainly the underdog in this matchup. And the AD tells the story. Here is Thomas Battaglia's card pool for this U.S. National Championship. Not a copy of Crown of Dominion in here, and I think that's mainly because Carrion Crown fulfills a similar role.
It's not identical, but it's functionally similar enough. If you were to have a gold, it gives you a little bit more flexibility. If the top card of your deck is the ally that you actually need, this kind of corner edge niche case, if you had a gold, you could draw it and you could really kind of turn on your turn. Carrion Crown forces you to have the extraneous ally or the ally you're willing to ditch already in your hand. However, it also is able to block 2 in a pinch, so that flexibility is a reason why players have switched to the Carrion Crown itself. This style of deck that Thomas has presented, it looks very, very similar to what we have seen before from Pro Tour Singapore. There's not been exactly too many changes. Obviously, we're missing some of the tipples that have been banned and the chart high Cs. However, most of the core looks very similar. There are a couple of cards I do want to highlight that are different or new cards. First, I want to start with that Cheating Scoundrel. Thomas Battaglia has sported 2 copies of it. This card in particular gives the Gravy Bones class that extra oomph. Not only is it a card that can generate gold, it's also a hand extender that really just requires any attack action. And if you've ever had a Conqueror of the High Seas come at you for 11 go again, you'll know what the power of Cheating Scoundrel is. To support this Cheating Scoundrel, Thomas Battaglia is also sporting 3 copies of Saltwater Swell as well. These kind of cards go very well together.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but this feels like a high density of reds in a deck that oftentimes needs to be randomly finding blues on the top.
Yeah, it's, every single red you put in your deck statistically decreases the chances that the top card of your deck is a blue. That is true. But we also need to win these games of Flesh and Blood, and particularly in a matchup like this, all of these reds really give you some more of that punching power to push through the defenses of Ryan Rich.
But punching power is definitely what you need. The other way that you can get it is by employing your salty crew. There's a lot of tech pieces here that we've come to expect from Gravy Bones. The 2 salty Sea Dogs that just put more power like Prismatic Leyline back into the deck. I had a chance to catch up with Thomas Battaglia, and he mentioned specifically that these 2 Whaler Humperdinks down at the bottom of your screen are a flex card. Some Gravy Bones like to have 1 Whaler and 2 Remembrance. In this case, Thomas just says, I really like having 2 of this big beefy ally. 1, because I can just flippantly establish 1 early on, and if they don't have an answer, I get to shake their hand and go next. If they run into something like a Pill for the Tomb, I'm not out of gas. I still have that end game locked and loaded.
Yeah, you are completely correct. Whaler Humperdinck, of course, being an 11 power ally is extremely impressive. He comes at high cost, but the most important number on that ally is the 7 number. 7 is not a number that Ryan Rich's deck in particular will always be able to have in terms of offense. Ryan will be presenting a smaller hammer in this matchup, only swinging for 4 damage, so he would really need something extra, another attack action, maybe even like a 7-powered attack to clear this Whaler Humperdinck.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about a couple other cards here. We want to talk about that Loan Shark. Sporting 2 copies, that's a little bit more than usual. This Loan Shark is going to be a key part of this strategy, as Ripple Away is a very powerful card in the generic blue slot that a lot of heroes have, and that Ryan will definitely have maximum copies of. And of course, you did mention Scuba Salty Sea Dog. That's another card that can really help recur the most potent threat in this deck right now, which is that Prismatic Leyline.
Okay, the answer, the retort from the 80. The other side of the table is Ryan Rich's to decide. Let's take a look at his pool and if there's enough Gravy Bones hate. Now, we briefly mentioned in our post show yesterday about the slant of Ryan's deck. It, on its face, looks rather fatiguey. I mean, we don't see any copies of Test of Iron Grip, and that's probably because Ryan can't feel confident about consistently winning clashes. The attacks aren't there. Ryan is trying to go late and block out on the way. But, Michael, his endgame is not running the opponent out of threats necessarily. He will kill his opponent eventually if he has his way.
Yeah, I like to talk about this deck in 2 different flavors. Of course, it is a more fatiguey, blocky style of Victor Goldmane. However, internally amongst the competitive players, sometimes we also refer to this style of Victor Goldmane as Combo Victor. And that's because as the game goes on, as your decks become smaller and smaller, you have the chances of starting to resolve Remembrance to put more copies of Visit Goldmane Estate back into your deck. And when your deck is really thin, you can play multiple visits at the same turn, create a ton of gold, a ton of might, and literally end the game in 1 or 2 swings. Visit the Goldmane Estate, of course, has been one of the most powerful cards for the Victor Goldmane deck, released in part the Misveil. It's just one of the cards that has defined this hero and has made him one of our premier competitors in the format. However, that's not the most important card in this matchup. You alluded to it earlier, the Pill for the Tomb. This is a card that, of course, newly minted in the Compendium of Wraith set. It's a card that almost feels perfectly geared towards making the Gravy Bones have a harder time in establishing their allies. Coming in at instant speed means a Gravy Bones could literally have an ally ripped from their graveyard before they can even establish them. This is a card that Ryan will be happy to see, and him playing 3 copies shows you how much respect he has for this matchup.
We've already talked about how this is a different flavor of Victor than we saw on stream yesterday. Austin Kim certainly trying to put Gravy Bones back in his coffin. Ryan Rich, however, when you take a look at the red threats here, the majority of them are really defensive threats.
Yeah, so we saw Zealous Belting being sported by the other Victor, and that's not a card in this deck. That's not Ryan's plan at all. However, I do want to highlight through 2 attack actions that have a very important number in their power, and that is Boulder Drop and Fault Line. We mentioned how Whaler Humperdinck could be a card that can't be cleared as easily. Both Boulder Drop and Fault Line having 7 power, this is not like an accident. This is a very intentional decision that these Victors have chosen to play. I do want to also talk about that one pummel. Sometimes you just have to keep them honest.
Honestly, Guardian players seem to hold on to their pummel like a boyfriend pillow, like a safety net, right?
Yes.
Like, this is my emotional support pummel, and you can't take it away from me. Michael, we have cooked up a beautiful word soup here, but the players are the ones who are going to decide exactly how this game goes. Let's let them have their say now. We've flapped our yaps enough, I think, at this point. Cardboard needs to fly here. It's our second quarterfinal at the U.S. National Championship in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We are so excited to be here, and Michael, we're underway. This is one of the last few games that we are going to get to cast together. It's all over too quick, but not without a bang.
That's what I thought.
Looks like right off the bat, Ryan, of course, chose to go first here. He is the higher seed, so naturally this was his decision. This is very important because letting Gravy Bones go first could allow Thomas Battaglia to establish early gold, early allies in the graveyard, and already put Ryan behind.
Thomas certainly not behind right now, especially because Ryan Rich is holding back 2 copies of Shelter from the Storm. A good arsenal to establish on this turn 0 because, of course, Ryan wants to do more blocking than attacking, certainly. And I do want to talk about the potency that is kind of lost by Gravy Bones when an opponent takes a defensive posture. We saw this dynamic play out in a very different matchup with Verdant's Thorn of the Rose. Verdant's players, at a certain point in this very unfavored matchup, decided to just let allies sit on the board because they don't gain as much value as something like a huge ward board from an illusionist.
Yeah, I want to talk about what just happened here, though. 4 damage to the face from Thomas's hand. Thomas's hand is an extremely good hand. Call to the Grave, 2 copies of Murderous Rabble, and a Conquer of the High Seas. All 4 of these cards are premium cards. The best of the best kind of in their colors. And Thomas not blocking here tells you how he thinks this game is going to go. He does not think his life total is going to be reduced down to 0. No. He thinks the only way he loses is he runs out of threats in deck. And this, I mean, it's already telling us, it's speaking us volumes, even though no words have actually been
just cardboard so far. The first call to the grave tells us a lot about what Thomas Battaglia is thinking about in this matchup. Pulling out an Enka straight away, what do you think that tells you? I mean, honestly, not the most potent ally, I wouldn't think. Is Thomas just doing this because he knows it'll likely get removed?
It will absolutely be immediately removed. Thomas is no stranger to this matchup. This is actually one of my favorite plays to do here. There's a couple of reasons why Anka is a little bit better than getting a Sawbones, which is technically more value. This is early game. We don't care too much about what's going on. We just want to push some damage in. We want to keep doing the gravy thing, but the Sawbones start getting more important in the late game. Sawbones plus a Chum, for example. Sawbones plus a, I don't know, Whaler Humperdinck, for example, could get really messy for Ryan to start having to deal with. This Anka is absolutely, I guess we could call it Chum itself. It's a little bait.
Yes, chumming the waters, baiting Ryan into removing these early allies, but also sneaking damage through. A total of 3 connects with the life total of Ryan Rich, who is now down to 37. Of course, dragging Anka back under from whence he came and establishing yet another defense reaction in the arsenal. A fantastic retort against something like Conquer of the High Seas that is going to try to rob it away from you. And unlike ex-national champion Majin, Ryan Rich remembers to block with it.
Yeah. I like to highlight, Ryan Arsenal, the defense reaction, and immediately got rewarded for being able to block out a Conquer. He didn't have to block out the full 8. He just blocked 7 on that Conquer of the high seas and didn't have to worry about gold generation. Here, this early golden tipple on turn 2 for Thomas, this is really important. Sometimes the new Gravy Bones variants, missing those full 9 copies of Golden Tipple, can really struggle to get a first early gold in play.
Oh, what a beautiful response. Fiddler's Green in extended art glory responds to this Golden Tipple. Honestly, I think in general, Fiddler's Green is the, shall we say, Hunter's Clave blocker in the format, but right now looking just as good, getting 4 value straight away.
This was a question asked by Thomas, and Ryan didn't just have one answer, he had 2. Clean block to the Fiddlers, and the Pilfer stopped the rest of Thomas's turn. There was going to be a Scuba that was going to be entering play and attacking and threatening the gold generation off the gold-baited hook. Instead, nothing. Thomas just has to pass.
And Scuba, one of those really valuable threats for Thomas because it recurs power back into the deck, which he will need to get over the finish line unless Ryan Rich is able to just lean back on that defensive posture and start resolving a heck of a lot of Goldmane estates.
I want to highlight just a little minor thing that's going on here. A Titan's Fist is being swung at Thomas Battaglia. Yes, Thomas is likely not concerned about his health total being reduced down to 0, but Ryan kind of blew him out last turn and has extra cards in his hand, still sending some damage. However, he could have potentially sent this blue boulder drop for 5 with an on hit. Why he didn't do that? Well, maybe his hand's not another blue, but alternatively, another dynamic to think about in this matchup. And this is, for friends at home, this is going to be a slogfest, gentlemen. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be one of those games where everything matters. Every life point, every usage of armor, and every card in deck. Just as Thomas can run out of threats, Ryan could possibly run out of cards to block with because he will be blocking a lot.
Flesh and Blood is a game of resources, not just the ones that we put in the pitch zone, but also the tokens that we manage on the board, the gold that we're generating, and also, of course, cards left in deck. These players are no slouches. The first cheating scoundrel resolved for Thomas Battaglia after putting a Swabby in the Yardie. Saltwater Swell likely going to be following up. And if you're wondering how that Swabby got there, Gravy Bones isn't tapped. It was, of course, with the use of that Carrion Crown, functioning essentially like a Crown of Dominion, but leaving Gravy Bones untapped, which is an important factor. 3 go again now on Murderous Rabble. Still unable to find a prismatic ley, 6 because of that cheating scoundrel. Not beefed up by a prismatic ley line, but instead wagering a gold here. And I do think that Thomas is locked and loaded, ready to lose this clash. Oh, never mind. There's no extra ally in the hand. I thought there were 2.
Yeah, he started that turn with that Swabby, and he wouldn't mind discarding a card here. It's not ideal. He'd rather have an ally to discard.
Now, which card are you discarding? I'm seeing Back Alley Breakline, which technically wouldn't gain that action point, so we want to leave it in the deck for a future turn.
It would absolutely be the Avassi here because Saltwater Swell plus the Back Alley Breakline is a great combination of cards to keep in your deck.
Also generate that Swabby on the board, but luckily for Thomas, Ryan accepts 2 of that damage and thereby lets his blood turn into gold, something that Victor Goldmane, I think, wishes he had as a superpower.
This turn cycle is not so great for Ryan Rich, as he was not able to fully block out the Cheating Scoundrel attack, and he will not really be able to block out this Swabby with an on-hook effect. The reason why is because he does want to keep 1 card to clear the Swabby, and he doesn't have a blue, so he's forced to keep this Clash of Bravado using the Tunic resource to hammer that Swabby, but the other 2 cards in his hand only block for 4. If he's willing to give up some armor, oh, wait, there is a shelter from the storm. So he has kind of a weird situation here where he can kind of overblock because he wants to get that Fiddlers still in.
And Fiddlers does get in, will be getting 4 value, but in a roundabout way. So that damage all essentially evens out, right? Because of the life gain, covers the 3 damage that did get over the top. And now Ryan going to utilize that Fiendal Spring Tunic, not to the maximum effect that I think he wants, but it's just as good as a bailout card, especially when you're taking out a Nihilistic Carpenter like Swabby.
Show me the double fearless.
That was a huge turn for Thomas B. I mean,
yeah.
He was able to generate 2 more gold sometimes the first gold is already difficult enough to get. The fact that he has 3 right now and it's going into his turn 4 is a great start for him. I don't think Ryan loved the way he piloted the last turn. Obviously, taking 2 damage on your turn and then over blocking an attack for an extra or blocking with the filler's green in a way that maybe he didn't enjoy is not ideal, but he's doing what he's doing to keep that shelter in his arsenal. He wants to make sure that when a Conquer of the High Seas comes, he is ready.
The dirtiest things you can do are on defense in the game of Flesh and Blood. Right now, Thomas establishes yet another ally in the arsenal by activating Gravy Bones. It's Rigor Mortis this time, and now it's a fistful of blues, which can sometimes be really good for Gravy Bones. In this case, I want to say it's somewhat subpar. Oh, there is a red saltwater swell, which isn't a bad way to start off this offensive chain. A blue joins the pitch zone, as is Saltwater Swell's Birthright. And now Ryan Rich has got to prick up his ears and be thinking, Conqueror of the High Seas. It's just not there, though.
Yeah, well, he hasn't seen one yet, but he's pretty insulated from Conquer of the High Seas, to be honest, with that shelter in his arsenal.
Exactly.
I want to talk about a little card that I see in the pitch zone, the Sunken Treasure from Thomas B. Just something subtle, something minor, and that is this is a card that could be considered to be cut in this matchup when you know your opponent's kind of on the more fatigue plan, but maybe Thomas B wants to make sure his blue count is still very robust.
And just in case, if Ryan Rich is forced to block with Visit Goldmane Estate, I could see a world where Sunken Treasure eliminates some potency from the endgame. Rigor Mortis now crashing in from the Crow's Nest. Thomas also able to establish the first copy of Gold Kiss Rum in the arena. Ready to get drunk and go a little bit wide is Thomas, but likely not for a little while yet.
Still not a great turn cycle for Thomas. He was not able to utilize all the cards in his hand. He had this Jittery Bones that still remained in the hand, and Ryan took 0 damage and was still able to clear the Rigor Mortis, and Thomas is in the same position now, but instead of having that Rigor in the graveyard, he has a Rum. Not a great exchange. He didn't really advance his game plan too much in the last turn cycle.
But you know, he's got time, obviously. The bigger rub here is the number of resources left in deck. He needs Decomposing Dude to get across the line in any way, shape, or form, and he's got to save those threats for the endgame when he can perhaps use those Mage Master Boots, get 2 online in conjunction with a Rum, swing into.
No allies in Thomas's hand right now, and no allies in the graveyard. This is not a great position to be. There's something I want to note about these gold tokens. Of course, you can, exchange them in to draw a new card, but these are still important. Ooh, this is a great usage of the Jittery Bones. This is, Jittery Bones in its best case.
Yeah, Jittery Bones. Destroying a card on the top of the deck. That card, of course, happens to be that first copy of Whaler Humperdinck. Got to be juicy fodder for Ryan Rich's Pilfer the Tombs. Doesn't have one as of yet, but I could see a world where that Whaler Humperdinck sits in the yard for quite a while longer, and Ryan will still have his chance. Oh, but no, it comes right out onto the board. Just sticking it is Thomas Battaglia, saying, you better have drawn up one of your 6/7 cost attack, 7 power attacks.
Phew, because Ryan does have that fault line. But this is Thomas B basically 7-checking, attack checking Ryan. He's saying, look, I got 2 Whalers. Here's my first one. If Ryan immediately didn't have the answer, this could be terrifying for him.
Because if Ryan didn't have one of these, remember he is already blocked with a Boulder Drop, wouldn't have been able to remove that Whaler Humperdinck, and Thomas Battaglia would have been able to do what I was talking about, just shake hands and go next. What do you see in the hand here?
Every counter has its own counter. This fearless confrontation could keep the Whaler alive. Obviously, having a Rigor, and Leyline as the rest of your hand isn't ideal, but this fearless confrontation. Oh, the fall line is for 8 as, yes, Ryan still has a card in his arsenal. It is better than Boulder Drop in this case.
So unfortunately, Ryan is insulated from fearless confrontation. Not a viable play line for Thomas Battaglia, but of course it might not have been that great anyway. You would have had to pitch out your entire hand to send that Whaler. Probably not a sad situation for Thomas, but in this case, he's just going to play out a pretty standard Gravy Bones turn at this point.
I would argue it would have been the blowout of the century. That would have been insane. Ryan, I don't know. The moment that Fearless gets pitched, Ryan will know how much of a bullet he just dodged.
Fearless confrontation in the pitch zone. Ryan doesn't really respond with any sort of reaction, though. Stone cold is he with his chef's hat up to the sky. Saltwater Swell in the red comes in for the second time this game. Doesn't find a blue this time. It's Cheating Scoundrel on top, which could be useful information for Thomas. Still has access to 2 gold tokens to go ahead and draw up that Cheating Scoundrel if he wants to use it on this turn. But Michael, one of the most fearsome things we saw from Gravy Bones in the days of 9 golden tipple was a stack north of 5 gold tokens, and the question that asks later in the game, all of a sudden you're drawing so many cards, going resource positive, finding that last Conqueror of the High Seas and cracking in for monstrous amounts of damage. Is that something that Thomas is going to try to use later on in this game to get over the line?
Yeah, it's interesting. That is something that could be done, just kind of stacking these big turns. However, first, you need to have reasonable turns along the way. And as it stands, we're turn 6, and Ryan has taken 4 points of damage. Thomas has dealt less than 1 point of damage per turn. And if this is, something that continues to trend, he will not be able to lower Ryan's life total down to 0. When we talk about inevitability, Thomas, as Gravy Bones, has a compass. Ryan, as Victor, has a good old trusty Titan's Fist. Ryan will win any end-game inevitability situation. So the onus is really on Thomas to find some good lines, deal some good damage, and as it stands, he is not getting the job done.
But what he is doing, of course, even though the life total isn't going down, is he's doing the hard work of getting through, not equipment yet, but overrate blocking cards, and that's those defense reactions. Those are being ripped out of the deck of Ryan Rich. And once those are gone, all of a sudden life totals can go in the blink of an eye. Balance of Justice blocked with here in conjunction with a Fate Foreseen. What do you think that tells you, Michael? Is he trying to pop Balance sooner rather than later, or just get the value so it's ready?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it means in this case, but Thomas here set up 2 allies. I think Ryan potentially was considering sending the Fault Line at Thomas.
And Thomas taking 2 life there from the Loan Shark because he wasn't able to create a gold token on that turn. The debt, of course, must be paid, but rather than doing the probably face-up play of discarding Rigor Mortis and saving those 2 life, instead use Last Restores to establish it and dare Ryan Rich to be able to remove 2 allies at once. Of course, he cannot. That trusty Titan's Fist doesn't have go again, so 1 Rigor goes to the Watery Grave, the other stays alive to fight another day.
With Conqueror in the arsenal, this is Thomas's first power turn. He has a rum for this Rigor Mortis. He simply needs to play another ally to be able to do a double ally swing plus a Conqueror. Looks like he also has that Cheating Scoundrel. This could be the turn of the ages and the first one that really puts pressure on Ryan's blocking.
Now, the other thing going for Ryan is, of course, the Staunch Response in hand. Couldn't quite take a look at the resources. I did think it was pretty red flooded in that hand, so not 100% sure if he's going to be able to resolve Staunch Response for its full value, of course, of 10. There's a Midas Touch. Is the last card a blue, Ryan Rich? It is, luckily. But that is a little bit difficult. Fiendel's Spring Tunic stands ready to bail out once again. Obviously, the height of Staunch Response is 2 blues paid into it, and then all of a sudden you're blocking for 10 on 1 card. But first we start with Test of Strength, and 0 is declared for both players, both non-attacks, and that's the downside, of course, of Ryan Rich's build. It's that there's just not the density of attacks that you can normally expect. But we can fix the clashes, and Clash of Bravado finds its way to the top, and now into the hand after the clash is won.
I want to talk about what just happened there. That was a 4-block that said, unblock draw a card functionally. This is like a reverse snatch, and it's one of the reasons why Victor Goldmane has become such a strong part of the meta.
Now, in the reaction step, Ryan still has the opportunity to play out that Staunch Response.
Or play out this Pilfer the Tomb. I mean, he has drawn up a great answer to what Thomas is presenting here. This is a turn that could really deny Thomas's plans, which were, well, I play 2 Rigor Mortis, can only clear 1, I have my rum in play, I have to conquer my arsenal. This is a turn I wanted to do a lot of damage, and instead he might be completely staunched.
Staunched indeed. 11 blocks 11. So no gold token. Wait, I think we missed a trigger here. There was a wager on that attack. So a gold token should be generated on either side of the board. Technically, it was Ryan Rich's wager to win, but Thomas had the opportunity to discard a card. He's never going to discard that Conqueror of the High Seas. Just a little bit of a miss trigger there.
This is Thomas's trigger, so the onus is on him to maybe let Ryan know that he should be getting a gold here. Looks like it was missed. And I'm doubtful Thomas would have discarded his last card, which was another copy of Conquer of the High Seas, which ironically he didn't want to see here. He actually would have wanted to see another blue in order to be able to play that chum and, rum the rigor and also...
Okay, and we're remembering here that there was a wager. Ryan does go ahead and take his gold token, so it's a little late, but not too late.
This was another win for Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
I really feel like Thomas, really set up a great turn, but because he drew his other copy of Conquer of the High Seas, Bryce, you alluded to this. Having too many reds at the wrong times can be actually detrimental. I mean, we want to draw the reds, but we want to draw them with a plethora of blues. And he misses out on this turn of being able to start his turn with the Rigor Mortis in play. It's going to be hard to see him set this up again, but he's going to have to if he wants to clear damage, as even now, we're going into his turn 7. He's actually behind on life.
My co-caster says that Pack 2 is the Pack of Temptation. I would say for Ryan Rich, the Pilfer the Tomb is the card of temptation. There's a chum-friendly first mate ready and waiting to be turned face down, but Ryan Rich holds it in the arsenal, and I love this so much because there's still Conqueror of the High Seas looming in the deck of Thomas. You want to bait those cards out when you have an arsenal you can deploy. It's the assassin factor. It's the reason so many players love Sigil of Solace into that matchup.
Yeah, I think Ryan is really happy to arsenal Pilfer the Tomb, and Thomas doesn't know that there's a Pilfer in Ryan's arsenal, and Ryan doesn't have to commit this Pilfer until Watery Grave is fulfilled, which means Thomas first needs to show that he can put a blue card in the graveyard for Ryan to even start thinking about using that Pilfer.
Could he also be waiting for a more potent ally? I mean, it feels like Chum's a pretty darn good target, right?
It will often end up being a deduction of how many resources Thomas has access to. That will, change how Ryan wants to use this Pilfer. If he has a clean answer to the Chum, then maybe he'll just go ahead and let the Chum resolve and maybe clear Sawbones, for example. In this case, he doesn't actually have a clear answer to the Chum, so doing it right now while that blue saltwater swell hasn't really entered the graveyard yet is very clean timing, and it's ended Thomas's turn again.
Ryan.
These Pilfer the Tombs are really doing a lot of heavy lifting for Ryan.
Ryan showing exactly why he's in this top 8. No, he hasn't faced a Gravy Bones up until this point, but man, he seems practiced, measured, calm, cool, collected in the face of a very overwhelmingly favored matchup for his opponent.
Yeah, we've talked about teams before. Ryan, of course, member of the Wolfpack. It's also a team that I, of course, am part of, especially for U.S. Nationals. I'm invited back again to be able to test with the Wolfpack. And I can tell you this is a matchup Ryan has played to death. It's the only reason to want to play Victor is you need to be confident and feel good about your Gravy Bones matchup. You have to be able to flip a traditionally unfavored matchup. This Cranial Crush, though, looking pretty impressive.
Looking impressive because, yes, it is just a majestic blue that still blocks 3, has a high amount of power, but it also has a crush effect that doesn't come into play very often. But on crush, Thomas Battaglia will not be able to draw cards on his turn, and that is an essential part of the Gravy Bones game plan.
And to prevent the crush effect, you'd have to block 5. Thomas did have a Carrion Crown at some point to help, block 5 easily with just 1 card, but currently doesn't have that.
No, instead does have a non-blocking card and a 2-blocking card in the hand. So 2 of them can be devoted to dodging that crush effect. Does this hand, though, function without drawing a card, do you think, Michael, with Conqueror of the High Seas in the arsenal?
I mean, it could function because there is a Conqueror in the arsenal, but the one thing I got to talk about is there's no allies.
Right.
Thomas is blocking here. This is insane for Ryan. He's arsenaling a Visit the Goldmane estate. He's going to be able to turn the pressure on now.
Now, Thomas does have a Riches of Tropal Donny in the hand. Technically not found in the lore by Gravy Bones, but makes very good use of it in the deck with that Fabled Gem, has the opportunity to pitch into a gold, create a gold, go gold neutral, and now that the top card of the deck is known, perhaps he can put something together. I'm thinking that maybe like something like a Tip the Barkeep would be kind of a boon here, establish yet another rum. That's kind of the only one-card play I can think of, and no, it's instead a very resource-heavy card in Whaler Humperdinck drawn up. So it's just gold neutral for Thomas, passes right back to his opponent.
Devastating. That was not a great turn cycle for Thomas. He is, in my opinion, falling quite behind here. Ryan actually can now just be a normal Victor deck. Start turning up the tempo, playing a Visit the Goldmane estate, and just sending damage at Thomas's face. Yes, Thomas is at 30 right now, but it doesn't take too many attacks to really change the dynamics of this game. Oh, goodness.
Double Goldmane estate, nepotism in twin form. All of a sudden, this Might token horde is up to 9 once everything is resolved. No, another card won't be drawn, but Ryan also has a potent threat in Command and Conquer. Might want to save it until next turn or just keep the pressure on the hand, arsenal the other attack, and say, I am definitely going to get value on these Might tokens.
Did I hear you say the word might? Because that's a lot of might tokens Ryan also has for the next turn. It looks like he's setting up an arsenal of Command and Conquer. Next turn, there could be a Command and Conquer for 15, and that's a lot of damage. This boulder drop here also just says, give me a card.
100%. It's not a traditional 3-floating fight night. Instead, it's a might night when you're Ryan Rich in this second quarterfinal of US Nats. It's turn 9. The life totals are still 30 and above.
Luckily, Thomas does have a sunken treasure here. I think he would be ecstatic to be able to convert that plus a gold-baited hook into blocking 4 on this and preventing the, of course, crush trigger. But every blue you block with puts a lot of pressure on you when you have a Conquer of the High Seas, as you do want to have 2 blues to pitch and somehow put a blue in the graveyard for Watery Grave.
And Gravy Bones already tapped down right now, so Whaler Humperdinck in the hand might not be able to be put in the yard. And honestly, I'm not sure if Thomas even wants to put it there because there's one more copy of Pilfer the Tomb for Ryan Rich. Yes, he was able to flippantly establish a Whaler Humperdinck earlier in the game, but now he's got to protect that 11-7 with all of his might.
Now, of course, we have seen games of Gravy versus Victor 1 without using the Whaler Humperdinck, but as this game continues in the way it's currently trending, I truly think Thomas is going to have to start relying on every single threat, every single ally in his deck in order to win that game.
Fearless Confrontation makes its way into the hand after Portside Exchange discards that Whaler Humperdinck and draws up. Saltwater Swell comes in next. My co-caster waits with bated breath, but no! It is not a blue on the top. Anka drag under at the surface, exactly what he's not supposed to be. Thomas would have loved for a blue to join the pitch zone because Conquer of the High Seas would have been deployable in all of its high tide might. But right now, it's just 3 go again. A blue hasn't even entered the yard right now, so not even an ally can follow this up.
This is actually devastating. Thomas will not be able to deploy the Conquer of the High Seas here unless he goes on a very long fishing expedition with his 4 gold pieces. And he doesn't know this, but if he's not able to do that, he is facing a Command and Conquer for 15. He's the one that's going to be conquered. His arsenal is the one that's going to be at risk of being destroyed. And that, oh my gosh, Ryan is going to be flipping the script on a traditionally very unfavored matchup.
The implications are, there was a Portside Exchange. What am I talking about? Sawbones does get to come out of the yard. It's not all bad for Thomas. Still able to convert those other 2 resources. Gold-baited hook, risk-free now because a gold token has been generated. 6 power on the combat chain for Ryan Rich's consideration, but he just needs to hold 1 card back to send that Command and Conquer. There's also a Staunch Response ready to be an overrate 1-card defensive play. Then Macho Grande can go into the pitch zone, send Command and Conquer for 15. Conquer of the High Seas is under threat.
I just want to talk about what happened this turn. Ryan took 0 damage. Thomas was able to create 1 gold, and his Sawbones is in play. However, I think Ryan, it's too tempting. Oh my goodness. The discipline from Ryan Rich.
What?
Attacking that Sawbones. This is a guy who knows how he can lose. He's not willing to give Thomas any quarter. That Sawbones in play with the Rum token represents 6 damage on demand. if that Whaler also gets deployed, Ryan could literally lose the game. And I think he's just making sure he, dots his I's, crosses his T's, removes any win condition from Thomas. Like we talked about earlier, Ryan wins this game if it goes long.
Ryan, or the rat pulling his hair inside that chef's hat, has Stones of Steel, donating 15 points of value ultimately to charity and threatening a Conqueror of the High Seas that he doesn't technically know is there. I don't know if that changes the math, but my goodness, this man has played this matchup, knows his lose condition, and is avoiding it at all cost.
If I were Thomas, we talked about Ryan dodging that bullet when Fearless was in hand and he sent the fault line for 8 at the first Whaler. On the other hand, when Thomas rewatches this stream, my goodness, what he has dodged here.
We do notice the chat poll that we traditionally do for matchups. All of you, you're a little flippant, aren't you? Because Thomas was being favored pretty much straight out of the gates. I wouldn't disagree with any of you that voted that way. All of a sudden, there were 9 might tokens on the board, and all of a sudden now it's 50-50. I would not say that those are the percentages you can expect from this matchup, but Ryan is definitely making believers out of all of you.
Yeah, I do want to highlight, of course, the Command & Conquer in the arsenal can also be used to clear the Chum. Chum, of course, is anything with greater than 5 life is hard for Ryan Rich to simply clear with 1 card.
Yeah. Now, it's not just Thomas who's got a copy of Remembrance. Ryan does have 3 in the deck. Remember, we're trying to recur Visit Goldmane Estate as many times as humanly possible. It may be a head scratcher to not utilize 9 might tokens when you've established them, especially when Ryan painstakingly played out 2 of his most valuable cards straight away. But remember, at some point, those 3 remembrances are going to find their ways into the hand, and you are so sad to see them if you don't have targets that you want to hit with them. Otherwise, it's kind of a cracked bauble. So Ryan being measured, trying to get those copies of Visit Goldmane Estate back into the deck after resolving them as quickly as possible.
Thomas just took a peek at the top part of his deck, and I don't think he was very happy. If there was another blue, he would have been able to have this really sick line where he cracks a gold, draws that blue, sends a Conqueror for 9, getting the +1 for Leyline, then sending any of his allies and getting full 6 value from the Leyline. Looks like he's still cracking the gold, and it is a blue.
All right.
Maybe he will be able to do that line.
We have gone resource positive so far. The
and
blues
another blue.
keep coming, but still measured is Thomas Battaglia. Is there any consideration for sending that saltwater swell?
No. I would not risk that at this point. Thomas, very smartly, of course, pre-playing that Sawbones. He has 5 resources in his hands now. 4 for the Conqueror, 1 for the Sawbones. It's going to be 9 into 8. Finally, we see a huge turn from Gravy Bones here.
I mean, honestly, there has been big turns besides, but of course now full value from Prismatic Leyline is exactly where Thomas Battaglia wants to be in the face of this defensive postured Victor. 9 go again is not even the end of this turn. It'll be 8 after that. Prismatic Leyline worth 6 whopping points of value from the Golden Tipple in the blue, Conqueror of the High Seas in the red, shortly followed by Sawbones Dockhand. Now, Ryan does have his last copy of Staunch Response in the hand. He doesn't, unfortunately, have another blue to pair with it, so does need to scratch his head a little bit on how to play this. But here it comes out onto the combat chain in addition to quick dodge flexors. That blue paying perfectly for 9 points on defense.
Yeah, Ryan is not loving his hand. He would have loved to have an extra blue to be able to go to his turn and cleanly swing the Titan's Fist onto the Sawbones. But he's making the most out of a bad situation.
I'll effectively take 4, but you'll get a gold. I'll lose a gold. Sure. Yes.
Ryan effectively taking 4, 1 gold stolen because the gold-baited hook says in its unseen flavor text, yoink. Now Ryan with just a Sigil of Solace and a Command and Conquer in the arsenal. Is it possible that we see Fiendal Spring Tunic and Sigil of Solace clear the Sawbones with Command and Conquer?
That is a line that Ryan has access to, and I'm waiting with bated breath because I do feel like, given the heuristics of the turn before, where he sent the hammer for 9, it was like 9 plus 4, 13 onto the Sawbones. I imagine that has to be the line this turn.
Here we go.
Ryan is not letting Thomas start his turn with an ally if he can help it.
Especially not a valuable ally like Sawbones Dockhand. Instead, Ryan says, well, yes, this Command & Conquer was maybe insulating me from Chum when Thomas finally deigns to play that ally out of the yard, but I have got to keep the road clear. Now it's back over to Thomas. 4 cards in hand, 27 plays 28. In turn 11, Michael, of this second quarter final.
Yeah, I've never played this specific matchup as Gravy into the more fatigue style Victor and not seen my entire deck at least once. This is going to be a slog fest, and I think as the turns go by, I have to keep handing it to Ryan. He's drawn his cards just good enough. I mean, not always ideal, but especially with the help of his fancy extended art, rainbow foil, Find Out Spring tunic, he's been able to continually clear these allies and keep his health total relatively healthy.
Ryan Rich is rich in drip and also rich in draw sequence. Thomas Battaglia, however, a lot has gone wrong for him in this game. A saltwater swell that missed a blue when he wanted to send a Conqueror of the High Seas. Pilfer the Tombs coming in and essentially time walking him into the next turn cycle. Thomas now activating Gravy Bones and discarding Chum Friendly First Mate. Prismatic Leyline in the hand. Likely not to be played, though, because there is no blue attack to be found. Tip the Barkeep adds another 5th to the top shelf of the Conqueror of the High Seas. Thomas looks through the graveyard to make sure that he hasn't used all copies of Tip the Barkeep. Otherwise, he might consider donating a gold token over to Ryan Rich.
This is absolutely something that will be done often in this matchup, which is actually tipping the Barkeep.
Yeah.
Now, does that feel dreadful when your opponent is stacking gold tokens that convert into might, which lead to your doom? Or is it just a risk that you have to take in order to have a hope?
There's going to be a certain point in this game where Thomas is going to have the ability to keep a Chum, usually it's Chum, around a little bit longer because he'll double ally one turn and Ryan will clear the other ally and Chum will stay in play. And every Rum token from there on with the tap of a Gravy is just 4 go again to start the turn. Now, do you want to talk about something that could have happened this turn if Thomas didn't activate Gravy? He could have potentially had access to what we call the double ally swing turn, which is using the Rum and the Mage Master boots to play 2 allies. But the problem with that line is Thomas has a Chum and a Whaler, and Whaler is not an ally you usually can play and still be able to do that double ally play. There's a cost to having Whaler. In fact, more recent builds, or not more recent builds, but when I was last building Gravy, I actually was considering playing maybe just 0 copies of this card and actually playing more copies of Remembrance.
Ryan taking 1 on the swing of Chum, Friendly First Mate. Perhaps not the first and only swing this game, but the hand of Ryan Rich will tell the story. Command & Conquer is there. Ryan is nailing these red threats when he needs them to kill the big butted allies. You said it in our pre-show. The health of these allies is likely the more important factor than the attack value.
Yeah, and a lot of it is just being able to draw these red attacks when these big health allies are being played. I want to mention that Thomas had this cool thing happen last turn where he didn't create a gold, and Lone Shark was trying to tax him by saying, you either lose 2 life or you have to discard a card, and Thomas made that like kind of a feature, not a bug. He was able to discard an extra Sawbones that he couldn't discard any other way. I mean, he already had activated Gravy Bones. Just a nice usage of that Lone Shark. Of course, not an ideal usage, and that was more of a setup turn, but all the setup turns he's had, that it's definitely been one of the better ones, ending your turn with an extra Chum and Sawbones in the graveyard.
The other thing that we have to flash back into the past went terribly for Thomas Battaglia. The kill shot locked and loaded. Whaler Humperdinck on the board. Fearless Confrontation in hand. Happened to coincide with Ryan Rich's fault line when he had an Arsenal. 7 went to 8, and all of a sudden a Fearless Confrontation couldn't slam the door on Ryan Rich.
Here, Thomas once again has a lot of resources in hand, but no Conqueror to pair it with. Like, the most ideal case is having blue, 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 and of course a Conqueror. Murderous Rabble, and Remembrance were actually the first three cards he pitched this game, and I believe he played a Call to the Grave and then pitched these cards.
Oh.
So I think he's kind of hit that first or second cycle, potentially. Maybe the shuffle wasn't too clean of a shuffle, but Murderous Rabble were definitely the first 2 cards he pitched in this game.
I do know that he has pitched Riches more than once this game, though, and one pretty recently, I thought.
No, I believe he's only pitched Riches once, and it was a perfect pitch for Ryan. All he did was pitch it just to pitch it and didn't really achieve anything that turn. Yeah. He drew the Whaler and just had a pass. That was honestly a win for Ryan that turn cycle because his Cranial Crush forced 3 cards to be blocked with from Thomas.
Yeah, you're good. I'm just like, huh? What's going on?
Murderous Rabble finds a blue on top. Thomas making sure that his opponent sees. He knew that it was going to be 3. Ryan saying, I really would like that information, please. 6 go again now on this Prismatic Ley line. 2 damage likely to leak over as Ryan in the reaction
saw a Remembrance, so bottoms the Remembrance.
Yep, ain't no way I want that in hand right now.
Yeah,
there is a Remembrance already in the hand.
Yeah, just looking at deck sizes, I mean, as you can see, the graveyard of both players is starting to equalize with the deck sizes of these players, so we're really starting to grind through these decks.
Turn 13, this is definitely a grind for both of these players, but they both seem comfortable. Thomas, the body language is telling the story of how unlucky at certain points of this game he has been, but the first and only Remembrance resolved for Thomas now, pulling to the fore. The Prismatic Ley line just played, the Conqueror of the High Seas, and I believe the only other Prismatic in the yard. No, but it's all Conqueror of the High Seas. That does surprise me as a layman, Michael.
Doesn't surprise me too much. I mean, this is the most important card. It represents 8 actual damage, 8 deck damage, which usually begets at least 2 cards from Ryan Rich. So, I mean, traditionally this is what you do, but I will say that, you know, this usage of Remembrance here is also just a checkbox for Ryan. Ryan knows he has to grind through that Remembrance. And yeah, like we just highlighted there, deck size is getting quite thin.
It's really thin for Thomas. And now, there is kind of, there's a maxim in Flesh and Blood, especially with Gravy Bones around. The prospect of fatiguing Gravy Bones, often touted by players as impossible. Ryan Rich, however, making it seem like it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I love Thomas's sequencing here, playing that Remembrance first, then pitching both I and Rabble to play the Chum. He has exactly 2 float, and he had the opportunity to opt 2. Well, can you do that 2 float? Well, you can crack a gold, draw a card to be able to arsenal for the turn after. Love the sequencing here because by putting 3 more Conquerors in your deck, you increase the chances of actually being able to opt into a Conqueror of the High Seas.
Bottom 1, top 1.
Looks like he's
that opt, yes. Yeah. Bottom 1, top 1.
Accepting that Avasi is a fine arsenal. Of course, he hasn't cashed in that Mage Master Boot plus Rum combination yet.
Is cashing in 1 Rum, though. Thomas looking a little bit slurrier than he was a moment ago, which means that Chum gets to come in for 6 go again.
Yeah, this actually means this might be the turn he plays double allies. He's going to play the Sawbones as well, which means that Ryan needs something with at least 7 power to be able to clear the Chum, or alternatively is only able to clear that Sawbones.
And there is something with 7 power in the hand for Ryan Rich. It is a second copy of Red Boulder Drop with a blue and also a Remembrance, which can go right into the arsenal right after 3 Conqueror of the High Seas have gone back into the deck. Once again, Ryan Rich can bamboozle Thomas when he thinks he's going to get some extra value. Back over to Ryan, who ticks up Tunic. Has Chum Friendly First Mate in his sights, but a look of consternation on his face. What is he thinking, Michael?
Clearing the Chum with the Boulder Drop right now when the going is good is incredibly important. However, Sawbones deals more damage. So he has to think which one he wants to clear right now. It looks like he also maybe knew the top card of his deck, potentially. No, he saw the Remembrance earlier and opted it down to the bottom. So he's cracking a gold here, I think because he doesn't really want to arsenal this Remembrance, and he kind of gets rewarded. Drew into a sink below. That's a much better arsenal card. What a great play.
That's yet another bamboozle card, but he continues digging. Sigil of Solace now joins the fray. Was he looking for a resource card there, Michael?
Yeah, I'm really not sure. This is kind of interesting. Maybe he's considering cracking another gold.
All I know based on this play with 2 reds in the pitch zone is that draw didn't go the way that Ryan wanted it to. That much is clear to me.
Yeah, by clearing the Sawbones here, he is preventing more damage that could possibly be dealt to him on his upcoming turn.
And now a Conqueror of the High Seas will actually be threatening a potent arsenal. It's one of Ryan Rich's few remaining 7 power attacks that could clear the Whaler Humperdinck. Ryan has got to be asking himself, where is my last copy of Pilfer the Tomb? We do have a judge call right here, and so we're going to cut back to us, give the players some grace, and make sure that they can have measured conversations with our illustrious judges, and this game can get back on track. What have we seen so far, Michael? Are you with chat? Are you starting to lean ever further into the camp of Ryan Rich?
Well, I feel like so many of these turns have been very good for Ryan. We had that one impressive leyline turn, and that's really it that I can remember. Nothing notable. And the life totals and deck damage and deck sizes really tell the story here. I'm still leaning towards Ryan here. I think we need some really, really impressive Conqueror turns from Thomas before I really start feeling differently.
Okay, let's get back down to the match floor. Judge call resolved. Gameplay resumed. Ryan just looking for clarification on who can look at face-down cards, and it is only Thomas, of course. That is all of a sudden considered a private zone once everything is turned face down, much like the deck. You can't go ahead and look through that anytime you would like. You can't look through the Watery Grave either.
And, you know, just good to clarify, we are playing a very high-stakes game. And, you know, the more I think about what Ryan did last turn, it didn't look pretty, but it kept a 7-powered attack in the arsenal available in case that Whaler Humperdinck gets played. Because now I realize if he killed a chum with his only 7-powered attack, and then the Whaler comes into play, he would be hard-pressed to clear it with a... Oh!
No, one more thing doesn't go Thomas Battaglia's way. Saltwater Swell finally finds a blue on the top. Whaler Humperdinck has been rotting in the graveyard for so many turns at this point, and at the moment where he's going to be established and likely swung with for 11 whopping points of power, Ryan Rich pulls that last Pilfer from the tomb out of his hat, and out onto the arena it goes, dashing the dreams of Thomas Battaglia and securing his lead in this game.
It's not over yet. Thomas is still going to have a reasonable turn here. He's going to be able to do a double ally swing as he started the turn with a chum, and he still has the Avast Yi, so it's going to be able to do an Avast Yi into a chum swing, into a scuba swing. It's not over yet, but you are so right to be excited about that play, as that was the play of the game.
Did it sound like I was excited?
Oh, yeah.
That was me
I
being
love
measured.
the energy there.
Scuba Salty Sea Dog is likely the most adorable part of Gravy Bones' crew, but certainly not the one that wanted to be deployed. Whaler Humperdinck now in the unaccessible banish zone of Thomas Battaglia. So rough. Every turn has gone the way of Ryan Rich, much like Colin Eriksen seeming divine retribution upon Matthew Gump. Seems like Victor Goldmane is settling a score against Gravy Bones at this point.
Yeah, Thomas has the Avast Yi in his hand, but choosing to utilize the rum instead, and comes in with a scuba swing.
Scuba swing with go again. A yellow card can be put onto the bottom of a hero's deck. Of course, it is Prismatic Leyline, giving more credence to the remembrance targets of Thomas Battaglia. Of course, knowing that there's one more scuba ready and waiting to put yellows at the bottom. Call to the Grave loses a huge clash to Ryan Rich. It's a Golden Sun revealed on the top. Are you kidding me? It's an Ryan embarrassment of Riches in this game.
This was a card that Ryan very deliberately pitched on the very first turn of his game, and he's kind of getting rewarded for it.
Oh my goodness. All of a sudden, these tests of strengths, which honestly looked lackluster when they were first deployed by Ryan, are now perfect. They're singing when Ryan has stacked the deck in his favor. And it's not just with money, with paying off the judges in the deathmatch arena that Ryan can do it. He can also stack the deck for himself. He shows that he can cheat his way through a difficult matchup anyway, sometimes with blatant cheating, sometimes with raw skill. Ryan has drawn that blue disable, has in conjunction with Golden Sun some damage, but no, it is going to be the boulder drop. Safely established and protected in the arsenal until the moment it could send Chum to the watery depths again. Back over to Thomas, who's just got to put some damage together here. Sitting at 27 to Ryan Rich's insurmountable 21. With quiet consternation, he considers the 4 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. It is 4 blues, joined by, I believe, yet another blue in the arsenal. Where are these 3 copies of Conquer of the High Seas? With each passing turn where we don't see one, it raises the possibility that they're all drawn together.
You just read my mind. I mean, we saw how thin Thomas's deck was when he resolved that Remembrance. And to not draw a Conqueror, I mean, almost sometimes when you opt with that Eye of Ophidia, which he did right after the Conqueror were placed back into his deck, sometimes you immediately see one. And the fact that he hasn't seen a single one, it's a little frustrating almost for Thomas. He has that Avassi in his arsenal, which he chose to put into his arsenal with the Eye of Ophidia. And he's not getting paid off for it because he's just hasn't even seen a second ally.
Now, he does have Call to the Grave in hand, which could fix a clumped up set of Conquerors by shuffling the deck. But with Avassi in the arsenal, you really want to be able to swing 2 allies. Granted, he does already have a Scuba established.
Yeah, this isn't really what you want to be doing with your last Call to the Grave, though. He has that back alley break line as well. That's kind of maybe with the last Call to the Grave. At this point in the game, ideally, you already have a stocked graveyard, but that's not the case here.
Avassi played out, graveyard unlocked, but it is completely empty, at least when you consider allies. Scuba Salty Sea Dog puts his booties on and comes for Ryan Rich. I don't believe there's any other potent yellow threats in Thomas's graveyard, though. The one Prismatic Leyline was already placed back into the deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pitching.
And I think the Lone Shark was flipped or sunk by the second treasure. This still, of course, does carry an on hit, the Avassi giving it the on when this is a hero-created gold token. So it's something that Ryan will be incentivized to block out, and I don't think he has a 4-block at the ready. It's still a threat, but...
It's still a threat, but that is the floor of what Avast-Yay, as some people would call it.
Oh, God. Oh, wait,
Can't
there's
threaten.
another ley line. Okay.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I thought I saw him fan the graveyard earlier, and only one was there. Luckily for Thomas Battaglia, I am full of salt water. Forgo again now after Scuba has done both offensive and deck power for Thomas.
You're good. You can have it.
Down to 17 goes Ryan Rich. Something that I wasn't really convinced would ever happen. Sub 20 life for this stalwart Victor.
Great sportsmanship there. Thomas saying, hey, I forgot to create that gold from Scuba. Ryan just immediately, you're good, you're good.
I think there's a lot of grace between these players because they know that their synapses are going to be firing on full cylinders. They knew it going into this match, and so a little bit of grace goes a long way, not just in a selfless act, but of course, when you mess something up, it'll be really nice if you've curried good favor with your opponent throughout the game. Just goes to show you that it pays to be a player with integrity in this game.
He's still tapped. Yeah, you're good.
It's with reticence that we watch Thomas Battaglia try to find his way through.
I've been juked. Okay.
Just a pass here. Ryan
Goodness.
saying exactly how we all feel. I've been juked. Ryan took the 4 damage from the Scuba. Why did he do that even though he has 4 cards he could block with? Well, 3 Conquerors on the deck, and he's seen none. Thomas had 3 cards. This is a clean turn from Thomas. Of course, we're expecting him to have played the Anka and then swung with it. No. What he needs to do, and what he's realized he needs to do now, is find Conquerors and pair them with his few remaining allies. What What a cool play. That's not something that everyone does, and I love how Thomas has realized this is my only win condition. I need to almost scam damage. I need to trick Ryan into thinking I have the Conquer and forcing him to basically say no blocks on my little pesky ally for 4.
But Michael, the Conqueror's still not there. If one thing is true about this game, it's that variance is not breaking with the tide of Thomas Battaglia. Could we be about to see a saltwater swell that's going to reveal the card it wants to facilitate?
We could perhaps. However, I mean, when you don't have it, you got to bluff it. And I think Thomas did an excellent job last turn. And, you know, now Ryan's thinking, well, Thomas had a card in his hand, card in his arsenal at the end of that turn. Could he have drawn on the top 3 cards of his deck another Conqueror? And it's important because Ryan has now drawn his riches, which notably doesn't block.
Now, Thomas has the opportunity still to activate Compass of Sunken Depths, at least confirm that it's not a Conqueror of the High Seas on the top of the deck. I missed it.
I missed it as well. You know, we'll know what it is quite quickly, because if it's a blue, it's likely getting bottom to the swell, and if it's a Conqueror, it's getting drawn.
Yes, indeed. Prismatic Leyline drawn. Wasn't the blue, perhaps going fishing even deeper is Thomas. Got to find a Conqueror. It's still not there. Another blue. Will he go even deeper? Yes, he's got to cash in all of this legal tender. No! Fearless Confrontation on the top of the deck. Where are the Conquerors?
One more gold left. However, Thomas already has quite a good turn. Double Leyline into swell could be very good, and if there is a Conqueror off the top, he could potentially draw it, but this is not ideal. Not ideal at all.
There's no way he was looking for anything else, right?
You are correct. I believe he was looking for that Conqueror, very hesitant to crack this last gold, as it could turn off some of the plays down in the future.
Thomas fighting his way through fate, piloting his Dreadnought the best he possibly can, but at every turn, Ryan Rich stumps. The power of Gravy Bones. Those Pilfer the Tombs were insane. They were doing Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft cosplay.
Yeah, Thomas, let's just talk about what's already happened. Remembrance, utilized. Both Scubas, gone. These last remaining ley lines are going to be kind of the last hand extenders he has. And this turn, cracking 3 gold with 2 blues to have that 5 intellect in air quotes, this has to be his push turn. And if it's not, it could be smooth sailing for Ryan for the rest of the game.
2 ley lines played.
Oh!
Conqueror of the High Seas finally found when it needed to power up. Murderous Rabble, -2 value here.
All right, but it's not over. At least we know it's there. We still have that last gold left. We're still going to be able to crack it. We're still going to be able to send this Conqueror. He has enough resources to still do everything. Crack the gold. A 1 resource float with 2 other blues. Okay, that's 7 resources, which is enough to commit the Conqueror and send the Anka. The Conqueror, it'll be coming in for 10. The Anka, it'll be coming in for 9. This is still going to be 19 more damage. This is going to be in total a 26 damage turn, which is what Thomas needs. Yes, not ideal. Conqueror on the top on the Murderous Rabble reveal. Definitely not ideal, but this is what I'm talking about. This is ideally what he needed to have been doing kind of every other turn in order to make this game feel a lot less closer.
Shelter from the Storm covers all but 3 of that damage.
Ryan
Ryan
knows what's happening after
Gold
this.
token pop now. Finally, Conqueror of the High Seas is in the hand where it belongs.
Blue is already in the graveyard because of that Murderous Rabble, so Ryan knows there's going to be an Anka for 9 coming after this. This is the big push turn. But is it too little, too late?
It's a really good question. Ryan Rich has the answer, though. Iron Fist Revelation, Aurum, Aegis, Thunderquake, and Fault Line stand ready, protecting the arsenal. Anka, drag under, coming out for a whopping 9 points of value, but Ryan Rich only descends down to 8 after all is said and done. Thomas Battaglia so likely to drop 2 Conquerors of the High Seas in this next hand. Ryan Rich still with 1 in the hand, 1 in the arsenal, ready to continue playing Left 4 Dead and killing these zombies on sight.
This Anka definitely going to be cleared. However, I think we're running out of threats from Thomas's side.
Gold token popped by pitching Riches of Tropoldani. 2 cards drawn. Golden Sun out onto the combat chain as an earthquake trundles through Minneapolis, shaking the table and showing us the stakes of this game. The fault lines are running through the convention center.
Sink below in the arsenal for Ryan as well. He is at 8 technically, but still has 2 ticks of armor on his Iron Fist Revelation and his Aurum Aegis. Sink below in the arsenal, and even a tunic that can get in the fray if he has to. I think he has what it takes to make sure he can withstand this tide of zombies.
The opt on this Eye of Ophidia was Prismatic Leyline and a card I couldn't quite catch.
What was the result of I? Do you go top?
27 plays 8. 8 go again. Conqueror of the high seas. Shakes the bones of the living. The dreadnought cometh for gold and also plunder.
Almost certain you're out.
So while he can't see the cards actually that have been sunk, he is able to count how many there are. He knows how many allies were in Thomas's deck. He has to be cognizant, of course. One of those face-down cards is a loan shark that was sunk by Thomas. However, by just sheerly counting, he can start establishing and getting a feel for how many allies are left in Thomas's deck.
Not many, Michael.
Certainly not many. We saw him resolve that call to the grave. I think there might be one more, and that's it.
And 3, of course, are in a face-up zone that Ryan Rich can see. Of course, Pilfer the Tomb, not turning these allies face down. Another boon of this card is that they go to the banished zone, so Ryan Rich can at least see what 3 of those Forsaken allies are.
I'll get a reaction.
I won. Look at me.
Look at me, no value, just mental damage. Sink below joins the fray with Clash of Bravado, clearing the arsenal and making it so the on-hit of Conqueror of the High Seas is null and void. Down to 7 goes Ryan Rich to the massive life lead of Thomas Battaglia, and oh boy, comes out of the mouth of my co-caster because a card you never want to be attacking with. Fearless Confrontation is the coup de grace of Thomas's middling turn.
Not really a card you want to arsenal. Oh, man. And here we go. Thomas, no more gold left. No more rum left. No more allies in the graveyard. No more whalers. No more remembrances. And only 1 copy of Conqueror of the High Seas left. This is going to be a really tough game. I'm actually starting to struggle to see how he could even end this game.
Sunken Treasure bins a Golden Sun, another gold token generated for Thomas Battaglia. It's small victories at this point for the man from Team Sigil. One of the 2 in the top 8 of this national championship. Finally, Mage Master Boots activated. Riches of Tropoldani pays for it. Gold token left behind. What is going to be the non-attack give and go again? There's not a single one in the watery grave. It was just to create another gold token. Mage Master Boots. I thought I had seen the floor of this card. This one is all the way in hell.
Yeah, just an unfortunate usage of resources there. Thomas really wants to get an additional gold, but he has no way to pitch to do so besides just activating the Mage Master Boots. He probably knows that either he's not going to be able to make another rum or he has no more double ally plays left. But this is just a clean answer from Ryan Rich. The Tear Asunder, one of the best Guardian Blues that doesn't see too much play these days, really just says, hey, give me 2 cards or give me a defense reaction. Big question mark there, as we know Thomas did not bring any of his defense. Ooh.
Guardians have always been potent in
2
the
cards
end game.
being discarded, including that back alley break line. Thomas might be passing his turn again here, to be completely honest.
21 plays 7.
Sure.
But have we calculated the damage? Oh, we did. Yeah. Down to 21 from 26.
This might be a blue disable from the arsenal from Ryan or Cranial. Not sure which of the 2 he arsenaled.
A quick pause.
I think there's a Sigil of Solace and a
Deliberation.
Remembrance as well.
Disable now comes in for 7. Threatens the arsenal yet again for Thomas Battaglia. This usually meaningless disruption is paying dividends now. There's just not enough threat left in the deck. Thomas Battaglia spinning his wheels as he has unfortunately been doing all game. And it's not because he's not a good player. The cards are just not lining up for him.
Yeah, and this Remembrance kind of seal the game. Terra Sunder over Visit the Goldmane Estate really tells you what Ryan's intentions are. He doesn't need to generate a lot of gold and end the game that way. He just needs to remove the last few cards. Every Terra Sunder is so impactful for Thomas when he's just willing to pass a turn after he's been torn asunder.
And it was a life total update we needed. It's even worse here, down to 14 for Thomas Battaglia. All of a sudden, that life lead is crumbling in his hands. He does have the last copy of Prismatic Leyline and Conqueror of the High Seas with 2 blues, but without any allies. The yellow portion of Prismatic Leyline, that is far from what you can expect from Gravy Bones to get with that powerful non-attack. It's just another pass. Thomas has got to find the last piece here, which is likely a blue attack. Terra Sunder again out of the hand of Ryan Rich. It's 5 dominate, once again threatening so much more value than just the offense. Thomas is just hemorrhaging both life and cards in deck. Sigil of Solace adds insult to injury. Back up to 10 is Ryan Rich, all of a sudden eclipsing a life lead that seemed like a valley between these two players.
A pass back, and it's back to Ryan. Can Ryan take another card from Thomas, either from Arsenal or... Yes, he can.
Fault line now, because Ryan has an Arsenal, comes in for 8, and on Crush will force both of these players to put their cards in Arsenal at the bottom of the deck. It's only 4 measly cards left for Thomas. He's got a pretty good kill shot locked and loaded. Conqueror of the High Seas in the Arsenal. Finally, a blue attack to pair with that Prismatic Leyline, but it's a little too late.
Yeah, and we know in those 4 cards is a Riches of Tropeldani and an Eye of Ophidia. So 2 of them are almost duds at this point. Thomas is really just calculating, how can I win the game? He knows the rest of his deck. One of the cards was recently put on the bottom from a blue disable. Thomas is really starting to struggle here. Ryan, just literally every card in Ryan's deck at this point takes a card from Thomas. Yet Thomas, the only way he can win is if he has a super big 5-card turn. Ooh, it is rough. It is rough.
We are glued to our screens, just like 3,700 viewers of this quarterfinal 2 at the U.S. National Championship. 7,400 eyeballs and ear holes have their attention on this game, and I do not blame them. It has been incredible to watch Ryan Rich overcome what most people think is a doomed matchup. He's showing us that Victor Goldmane can ride this horse even better than Gravy Bones can pilot a Dreadnought.
Wow, Thomas just, everything is not going his way now. He knows where his Conqueror of the High Seas is.
What do you mean now?
Well, obviously it's been multiple turns of Thomas has almost entered like a prayer mode. Please, Ryan, don't have Disable, Terra Sunder, Boulder Drop, Fault Line. I could go on. That list is really long. These are not efficient attacks necessarily, but, you know, they get the job done.
He needs a blessing from the top of the deck. Prismatic Leyline, Saltwater Swell, finds Eye of Ophidia, which he likely knew was there because of the Compass of Sunken Depths. But he's not going to be able to draw into that Conqueror of the High Seas unless he's able to bottom those 2 cards, which of course were not the Gravy Boat, and then draw into it afterwards. Thomas Battaglia showing that he has still got gas left in the tank. This is still a game for him to play, but the body language tells the story. He doesn't even think it's going to be enough. Can he find an uncooperative blocking hand from Ryan Rich? It's a card drawn. It's a blue. It's a card drawn. It's Conqueror of the High Seas. This could be the last gasp that we see from Captain Bones, who has no more swarthy dudes left in the bin with which to make maximum value of this Prismatic Leyline. This is a masterclass of both Gravy Bones piloting and Gravy Bones thwarting.
If there was one last ally left in Thomas's deck, it would get the +2 from Leyline, and that could really get close to getting the job done. Instead, Here we have Ryan just completely blocking out the conquer. There's a Jury Bones for 2. With Ryan at 10, he could choose not to block, he could choose to block, and it won't make much of a difference.
No, no blocks is the choice. Ryan Rich ready to continue stunting on Thomas Battaglia, who has just tried with everything he's got. It's an arsenal card for Ryan. He draws up his deck, which is so much thicker than that of his opponent. 2 gems. It's a pass right back to you. Ryan Rich has full steam ahead to do whatever he wants. Thomas says, I accept. Put me in the grave. Fault line out onto the combat chain. Swinging in for 8 again. The blocks aren't there. This bump is extended. Ryan Rich has reached into his bag like the fries are at the bottom and pulled out a victory that nobody expected. He made believers out of you in chat. He's made a believer out of me and the Flesh and Blood world. He ascends to the semifinals. You got nothing to say?
You know, he's practiced this matchup a ton. And what I love about this game is, yes, this is a traditionally unfavored matchup. We saw on stream a Victor fall to Thomas Battaglia earlier. And you know what? Ryan's put in the reps, and it makes me happy to see players who put in the reps kind of get paid off for that. Obviously, some unfortunate draws for Thomas B, but I got to hand it to Ryan. He really made that game look very convincing at the end.
Michael, we've talked a lot about bingo cards this weekend, but the story of those bingo cards was that none of you at home had 2 copies of Phi Rising Rebellion in the top 8. Certainly not one that was undefeated up until the quarters. But what was so even further removed from my bingo card was a Gravy Bones Victor matchup in the quarterfinals being my favorite match of the weekend. I mean, there's still a lot left to be seen, but my goodness, was that an entertaining watch.
It was a crazy game, a slog fest, but at the end, Ryan just kind of ending it in gusto.
We are slogging indeed right through this top 8 bracket. That was certainly the longest match that we will likely see in quarters. Let's go ahead and check out that bracket and see what perhaps doom befalls the rest now that Victor Goldmane is in the mix. He's going to have yet another difficult climb. Either Jonathan Magnuson or Majin Bay are going to be a tall order for Victor to overcome. But if he can, he has either his shot at yet another Gravy Bones, perhaps very likely Ashlyn Slattery on Phi, or perhaps the most doomed matchup, Aaron Grace with an all-arcane Oscilio.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting next couple of quarterfinals because they really dictate a lot. Both Colin and Ryan are going to be waiting with bated breath. Right now, you know, teams. We talk about teams. What do you think Colin's doing? He's probably, you know, getting together with some of the guys at AGE, looking at Ashlyn's deck list, looking at Aaron's deck list. Does he expect to play one or the other and doing some early prep?
It's funny you should mention that because obviously I know a little bit more about Colin Eriksen than most people. I was particularly worried about him. A seemingly indomitable Phi, what I think a lot of people would say kind of a tough matchup for Gravy Bones, certainly any way you slice it. I was looking at the deck list. I was like, Matthew is so freaking good. There's no way he can't handle a Gravy, even if it's Colin Eriksen. The word I got on the street, Colin's reaction, I'm not really worried about Phi. All right, I'm not going to inject anything into that confidence. Let him carry forth. I mean, and carry forth he absolutely has. So I think even if he has to face yet another Phi, he's going to be feeling pretty good.
That would really invert a lot of our expectations, I am sure. And that could be this whole weekend. We have our preconceived notions, but these players playing at the best just make it look easy. What an amazing game.
Amazing indeed. Excellent, excellent stuff. So proud of every single one of our players. Now, which of these semifinals are you most excited about? Obviously, we only get to cast one, but what are you looking forward to?
I want to see my fellow team members, both Ryan Rich and, of course, J-Mag the Great, John Magnuson, playing a beautiful semifinals. That would be just a cherry on top for me.
Well, good news for you. You do get to call that game, and I'm so excited to do it with you. Before we leave, we do have one more word about early bird weekends. The early bird sale dates for World Premiere Seoul are beyond are now live. Check out the schedule to see when you'll be able to secure your free bronze voucher for the Set 20 World Premiere, play callings all over the world, and plan your trip to the World Championship in Paris. Find out how to see the world in 2026 on fabtcg.com/world tour. Really excellent stuff. And, you know, what do we like better in card games than EV, right, Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want value, and these, of course, are the specific weekends for each of these events. This weekend, right now, of course, we can start looking forward to these callings, July 17th through 19th, when you book a package for the calling in Seoul, the world premiere weekend. Of course, you'll get an extra bronze voucher, and so on and so forth for all of these remaining callings in the year.
Now, Michael, you have a lot of these destinations on your books, so go ahead and, Michael, Feng it. Get yourself out to these iconic world destinations and obviously engage with an incredible game at the same time.
Yeah, book those flights before they get more expensive. I mean, it's just good EV.
All right. Now we move to our break. The City of Lakes continues to provide with excellent games of Flesh and Blood. Victor Goldmane dismantling Gravy Bones in expert fashion. Thomas Battaglia looks for inspiration, but that's it. You have more games of Flesh and Blood after this.
TCG Player makes it easy for Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
2 quarterfinals gone by and 2 more to go. 2 heroes we kind of expected leading into this weekend, and 2 more slots with some dark horses ready to fill in the gap. Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bhojwani going to be bringing you this next round of action from the quarterfinals of the 2026 USA National Championships.
And the first 2 quarterfinals we've seen so far, both upsets. I would have expected Fi to take down Gravy. I would have expected Gravy to take down Victor. US Nationals top 8 showing us it's got other things in the books.
Let's take a look at the bracket, see where we currently stand and where we move to next. Of course, Matt, Gump, Colin, Eriksen, that game when you and I got to broadcast just a bit ago, one of the most intense and unexpected games I've ever gotten to witness. I do just want to say, though, there may have been some Fs in the chat for Matt Gump. We just got to give the dude his flowers. 15-0 through Swiss is a feat unlike any we have ever seen. Though his tournament run may have ended, his place in Flesh and Blood canon will last forever.
And right after that, we got to see Ryan Rich masterfully overcome the Gravy Bones matchup. I have to commend his discipline in that matchup. There were many questions when he had those 8 or 9 might tokens. Like, where is this going? Is it going upstairs to face? He's like, nope. 13 damage to Sawbones. And you need that level of discipline to overcome a matchup like Gravy, especially when it's being piloted by Thomas Battaglia.
No, he knew what the game plan was, and he executed it perfectly. I mean, when the Golden Sun, the one of Golden Sun, finally hit the table, the literal camera, room, and feature match all shook at the impact of him finally making a play. But where did it go? Into an ally. It did not go towards face. We move next, though, towards our 4th and 5th seeds. We've seen 1 Fi fall. Can another Fi rise within the Rebellion and take down Aaron Grace, who's already been in this stage before? US Nationals 2024 top 8 competitor on Enigma. The question will be, can he get even further than he got last time? Ashlyn, however, going to be looking to blow him up just as quick as possible.
A swift change of pace here as we go through the quarterfinals. Victor versus Gravy, 67-minute game comes down to fatigue. This Fire versus Lightning matchup, though, gonna be a lot quicker than that, I imagine.
And then, of course, we'll want everybody to be sticking around, and I know you want to see Zyggy, Starlight, the newest hero from Omens of the Third Age, taking on their Lightning counterpart in Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, piloted by Majin Bay. We've got 2 incredibly different flavors of Oscilio, and it's going to be so fun to watch them in back-to-back rounds. Let's take a look at our top 8 one more time. We know the players that have left the top 8, but we got plenty more still to come. Love seeing them here posing with their mats, as we got good old Majin Bay in the middle there, giving the camera just a little bit of that winning visage.
I love this photo so much. If this doesn't encapsulate what it's like playing Flesh and Blood in person at the US Nationals, at a live tournament, and making top 8, I don't know what else does.
Well, folks, we've had so much incredible action all weekend long. It's time to take a look at our next quarterfinal and see if Fi can get a little further than the last time he graced the feature match. It's Ashlyn Slattery. She takes on Aaron Grace and Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Ashlyn, of course, just that 1 seed higher, so was able to choose turn order, chose to go first here.
And that's an interesting choice over here. Choose to go first tells me Ashlyn isn't packing enough AB. I mean, of course, it's a Draconic Ninja. Won't have a lot of AB, won't have a lot to pitch to it as well. So says doesn't want to get juiced by a bunch of arcane damage if Aaron Grace gets to go first. I expect Ashlyn wants to just send a bunch of damage towards Aaron first. Hope maybe he has drawn some of those no blocks, like those future sights or sigils of brilliances. Maybe leak some damage in, but most of all, don't give him space to set up some sigils on the board.
Let's take a look at Aaron's tournament run to this point. An early loss in the mirror to another Spell Slinger in Alexander Vor, but then a whole bunch of W's. Took down a Mario, took down a Riptide in round 4, took down a Victor as well, and then moved on to go X and 1 in draft, only losing to Charles Dunn at the end, and then bang, beat Bird, bang, beat Nathan Smith on Puffin, took the loss to Matt Gump. As we know, Matt Gump was just taking heads all weekend long throughout the top 8. And then finally, the winning in against Isaac Davison. But we do know Aaron Grace, one of his only 2 losses in this tournament in CC, was already to Fi.
Exactly, and the Alexander Vor matchup, very interestingly, we've been talking about how these Oscilio decks are so different. Alex Vor also on a little bit of a different flavor of Oscilio. His one's a little bit more mid-rangey. Coming back to Aaron Grace's last win in his last match in CC, I did get to watch that in the Swiss rounds at the tables. Absolutely blew up the Victor in a few turns. It was a bit of a massacre, to be honest.
Interesting. Well, we'll have to see. We know one of these players, if they can make it to the finals and they meet that Victor, they'll have to have a game plan. Let's take a look at Ashlyn Slattery's run, of course. Perfect in CC on day one. Took down a Zyggy, took down a Mario, took down a Gravy, took down a Victor, and then had that incredible run through draft. The only loss, once again, to Matthew Gump.
At this point, I don't want to say these players lost into a certain hero, like lost into a fight. No, they just lost against Matthew Gump, because that guy was just tearing through the field. And of course, the other loss was also Ryan Rich, who we just saw get past Thomas Battaglia in the quarterfinals.
All right, let's take a look now at the deck list for Aaron Grace, and this is an exciting one, given how different it is from the deck we are about to see Majin Bay pilot next round. This one, if you weren't with us for the more in-depth deck breakdown at the end of day 2, go check out that VOD. We're going to take a little time here, though, Pankaj, break it down for the viewers currently with us.
So very quickly, the last time we saw Fai in the feature match era, just 2 games ago, Colin Eriksen overcame that matchup with a bunch of disruption. Aaron Grace playing this Lightning Wizard hero, no disruption to speak of. What he has here is instead a whole bunch of scaling damage. We see 8 copies of Aether Flare. We see 2 copies of Aether Wildfire. These cards that exponentially increase the damage that they can do turn after turn. These will be backed by amp cards such as Blessing of Aether and also Future Sight, which on the surface isn't an amp card, but off the back of Aether Bindings of the Third Age in the arm piece, amps 3 onto your Aether Flare, which then amps your next thing by that much as well. And that is the sort of combo game plan that Aaron Grace has access to, and then after it gets to finish it off with the Storm Striders.
Amp the Aether Flare, you can amp up the Aether Wildfire, you have Sigil of Temporal Manipulation to get another way to play cards at instant speeds other than the Storm Striders. This is a deck trying to bring back memories of a different wizard, one without an elemental talent, but certainly evoking a certain element of flames and brimstone in Kano Drakai of Aether. Anything else you think that might be important in this matchup particularly?
Still the Aether Wind. So one thing about this matchup is that the opponent isn't going to have a lot of Arcane Barriers. So when you amp cards like Aether Flare, you know pretty much you're going to get almost the entire exponential damage effect. So the Aether Wind, another way to amp, because this matchup is going to be short. You can't just rely on Future Sight as your one way to amp your Aether Flare. So still the Aether Wind, I think, can come in handy in that aspect as well.
Aaron Grace, we know, already lost to Matt Gump on Fi, and for our compatriot Michael Feng was able to watch that game out in Swiss. It was over. Talk about gone in a flash. Aaron Grace did not make it long in that game, so we'll have to see if he can flip the script here against Ashlyn, Slattery, and Fi Rising Rebellion. This list certainly different than the 5 we saw a couple rounds ago. Walk me through it, Ethnic Smoke.
First thing I'm looking at, the equipment suite. Tide Flippers, the only source of AB, and because of how short this match is going to be and how combo focused it is, I think it's a toss-up whether Ashlyn even brings it in. You bring Tide Flippers, you're never really going to pitch for it except in the end game. Whereas if you bring a Dragon Scalar Flight Path, maybe that lets you get in an extra swing of the Ember Blade to shorten the game by the 1 extra turn cycle. That might be the offense she needs. I'll be curious to see what she brings in. At the same time, when your opponent's doing Aether Flare stuff at you, when you AB 1 of it, you actually get 2 points of value back. So that is a curious decision for sure. Aside from that, no other form of prevention or life gain in this list. No Oasis Respite, Arena's Prayer, Sigil of Solace. Technically Shelter from the Storm, she's not going to bring that in this matchup for sure. Other than that, this is just wants to be setting a whole bunch of raw damage, has 0 for 4 starters in the form of Oath of Loyalty as well, has damage amplifying effects of her own, not like an Aether Flare, but has Art of Phoenix War, of course, that we have seen on stream do some massive numbers, and Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. This card, to me, is like the physical damage equivalent of Storm Striders in the way it shortens the game, gives her 7-8 damage on board.
Yeah, Ashlyn Slattery just going to have to go fast and go hard to make it through this Oscilio deck, and Aaron Grace. Across the table from Ashlyn Slattery is an opponent who's been here before. Ashlyn, we heard her yesterday, emotional in her ascension to this top 8, but she's here, she belongs, and she's got a heck of an opponent across the table. It's Fi versus Oscilio, Ashlyn versus Aaron. In the battle of the names that begin with A, only one player can ascend to the semifinals. Let's begin the game. Ashlyn on the play. 40 plays 36. Tunic to 1.
And I'll reveal my Everblade.
Reveal the Emberblade there.
Blinged out Fi. Also, is that an extended art Tunic on Aaron Grace's side? Wow. He's been around a long time.
Let's see here what the beginning of the turn is going to be for Ashlyn. See Compounding Anger in the hand.
I see blocking cards on Aaron Grace's side. So Ashlyn choosing to go first here, probably hoping to leak some damage, but with blocking cards on Aaron Grace's side, 3 cards that block 3 there, 1 card that's an instant but can be Oscilio'd away should he wish to.
Question answered. It is Tide Flippers for Ashlyn Slattery. Values the potential to protect her own life total on a specific turn, perhaps in the end game, where she has to extend. If she had no Arcane Barrier, there'd just be a surefire thing for Aaron Grace to potentially close the gap. But that is one of the early questions we asked, been answered by Ashlyn.
Sounds good.
So starting with a Phoenix Flame over here, while you don't naturally want to draw Phoenix Flames, if you draw it in turn 0, that's perhaps the least costly when you draw that card. So going to end this turn with 2 Phoenix Flames in the yard, very valuable resource when you're playing cards like Inflame and you're playing cards like Rise from the Ashes, and you have cards that support multiple Phoenix Flames in your hand in the form of Fire that Burns Within and Art of Phoenix War, of course.
Have to see what Ashlyn wants to do here. She gets 1 damage over the top. Aaron Grace takes 1 down to 35. First blood in the third quarterfinals here from the 2026 USA National Championship. We're going to go ahead and pitch to bring back a Phoenix Flame. Attack again with the Phoenix Flame. Now this is too unpreventable for something like a Cosmic Suture. I'm not sure if that's in Aaron Grace's list, but it is one of those new cards in this format. Just going to be met by a different new card, Meteoric Impact.
Ashlyn moving to end over here. Technically, Aaron Grace does have a play. Does have a shock in hand, of course. You can play the Cosmic Flare, Vorlzar, and then play the shock for 2. Maybe leak some damage in, but then that opens you up to Ashlyn using her last card in hand.
I'm going to activate Oscilio.
Okay.
Activate Oscilio here. Get rid of the Cosmic Flare.
Because, of course, Ashlyn does still have an action point, and Aaron Grace doesn't want to take that risk. Allows Ashlyn to move to end. So all things said and done, 1 damage leaked over to Aaron Grace, and Ashlyn on her side has 2 Phoenix Flames set up for the following turn cycles.
See Ashlyn there just confirming with her opponent. These Phoenix Flames are in my graveyard. I'm just keeping them in my weapon, but for any relevant targeting effects, you know where they are. Compounding Anger to the bottom, not a card Ashlyn Slattery was interested in arsenaling. I believe it's a Rise to the Ashes she kept for her arsenal for something like a Art of the Phoenix War. We saw those cards not work for Matt Gump. Ashlyn trying to write a new story here in this third quarterfinals.
And here we're seeing the Wizard cards showing off how underrated they can be sometimes. You know, while arcane damage is very, very difficult to deal with, the raw numbers on these aren't very amazing. This is 2-card 5. He's holding onto a strike twice, but that would sum up to be a 3-card 8. That's less than 3 head jabs together, strung together. Until Aaron Grace finds cards like Future Sight, cards like these amping effects, he might be relegated to having these smaller damage turns until he can find that. Whereas on Ashlyn's side, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is just on the table.
Interestingly, if Ashlyn pitches here, she'll be pretty rewarded for pitching away a blue. That's a card that sometimes, you know, these decks, especially when you see an action speed thing like Comet Storm, they might not be able to follow it up. But Aaron Grace with the strike twice in hand, Ashlyn would be able to get multiple points of defensive value out of the blue card if she pitches it. I think she's holding on to 2. Yeah, oh wow, she's got 3 blues in hand here, so this would be, once again, a good use of the AB1, and we're seeing her rewarded for bringing in the Tide Flippers, taking 4 down to 36. Strike twice is now live. We can close chain. The shock part of Comet Storm Shock goes to the graveyard, which means Volzar Meteor Storm is available for this strike twice. So 1 more point of damage, up to 4, so it would be 9. So exactly on rate.
Yep, 3 head jabs together.
It's, again, the difference being it's much harder for Ashlyn to get in the way of the damage. Aaron Grace, when he draws cards that block 3, he could just put them sideways. For Ashlyn Slattery, she's got to go ahead and have a very different approach to be taking care of the damage. We're seeing these Phi decks drawn up interesting orders of their cards. Blue Rise from the Ashes is going to go ahead and activate here. Grab a Phoenix Flame.
So rewarded for the extra Phoenix Flame she found on turn 0. And Aaron Grace was forced to arsenal a blue Aether Flare, not the sort of card he wants to arsenal, as on Ashlyn's side, forced to start the turn with the Phoenix Flame, losing out on the extra 1 damage from the Phoenix Flame's own effect. So both these decks kind of not exactly performing at the level that you expect them to here in the quarterfinals of the top 8. And I would have to say, I think that favors Aaron Grace a little bit. He wants to find that combo.
He needs a little space, right?
Yep.
He needs to not have Ashlyn come out with 2 massive turns back-to-back. We are certainly not going to see a massive turn here. I wonder if Ashlyn's thinking about that Rowdy Locals as a potential, like, I might need this thing to be a potential disruptive piece on this turn.
And Aaron Grace on his side has found a decently offensive hand. Aether Flare plus Strike Twice. If you don't AB enough on the Aether Flare, the Strike Twice still gets a bunch of buff from the follow-up. So kind of forces your opponent to pitch to it a little bit. Otherwise, they get more value than they're supposed to.
Going to be the Ember Blade for 3. And what this will do is allow Ashlyn to attack with that Rowdy Local. And then with the 1 floating, she'll be able to activate Fi in response to the on-hit trigger of that Rowdy Locals. And then once again, rediscard the Phoenix Flame if Aaron lets it hit.
Rowdy Locals, of course, will be buffed by Shuko as well. Makes it very difficult to block as well. When you block it with an action card, it does get +2 power.
I wonder what Ashlyn's thinking about here.
I think she's thinking about whether she just wants to send the flame. Pick up the flame, send it now, and just send Rowdy Locals vanilla. Or whether to send it and have the Phoenix Flame as a potential backup.
Threaten the disruption. We are activating Fi here. We're not sending the Rowdy Local. We're just coming in for 2 with the Phoenix Flame. Interesting. Aaron Grace with the Crown of Providence may be able to just block out the Rowdy Locals without putting an action card in front of the Rowdy Locals.
The Rowdy Locals would have come in for 3 thanks to Shuko, but he does have 3 points of armor in the form of Crown of Providence and Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age. So Ashlyn instead just going for the better numbers, getting 4 damage instead of potentially just 3.
No defense.
Yep. Okay.
No blocks, no effects. This was not an offensively interesting turn from Ashlyn Slattery. Aaron Grace only down to 27 after the first true offensive turn from Ashlyn. She's going to need a lot more gas, or else this Oscilio deck might be able to run wild.
And Aaron Grace has an instant, perhaps one of the best instants to start your turn with, 2 activate your Starfall effects, and if Volzar, Sigil of Solace getting him right back up to 30 life. Volzar now active to amp the Aether Flare, which remember, when you amp Aether Flare, you effectively get 1 extra point of value from it. Comes in for 4, has another Strike Twice in hand.
Here in Ashlyn here.
I'm going to say no AB here.
No AB on the Aether Flare. She's just taken the 4 down to 29, which means the Strike Twice gets to come in for 7.
So 11 damage total here, threatened, plus the 3 from the Sigil of Solace. A much better turn cycle compared to the previous one. As Ashlyn Slattery now falls down to 22. Has a full grip in hand, though. Tunic coming up to 3 as well. As she hovers over it, she's really excited to tick that up. Are we going to see an Art of Phoenix War here?
You hear her saying, I do not want to forget it. She is ready.
I wonder why.
I'm going to play a Rise from the Ashes.
Rise from the Ashes here.
That's a good start if she has Art of Phoenix War, which she does as well off the Tunic.
She does. Tunic here gets activated for the resource.
Meanwhile, Aaron Grace still hasn't found that future sight, still hasn't found any sigils to really get value out of the Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age, and Ashlyn has found her strong combo with the Spreading Flames as well.
Wow.
But no blue.
No blue, which means the Searing Ember Blade will have a harder time joining the party. Another Rise from the Ashes. She can play it. Get another Phoenix Flame here. She hasn't even started the chain. And a big sigh from Ashlyn as she considers her options. She knows she only has a limited amount of time to get the damage in before this Oscilio deck just goes boom.
This is a little bit of the clunkiness that these modern lists sometimes run into. You don't want to see multiple of these non-attack actions on the turn where you play your card that buffs a whole bunch of attack actions.
But nicely here, the non-attack gets her pitch card for the Spreading Flames. This is actually, I think, a great use case for the second Rise from the Ashes. You get the damage, you get your pitch, you can't keep the rest of the cards in your hand. You come in for 10 with Go again with the Spreading Flames. This is the biggest friggin' Spreading Flames I've ever seen.
These are Guardian numbers on a head jab, effectively. And the one flame in the graveyard, represented by the flame that's next to the Phi hero ability, still available since the flames were recurred this turn only via Rise from the Ashes. Phi has not been activated this turn, so once she gets to the requisite 3 number of Draconic Chainlinks, can activate that for free. It still has 3 cards remaining in hand.
I wonder, does she have another attack that will be low enough so that she gets her Shuko value on the turn now that she's had to pitch away one of those Phoenix Flames?
Currently in hand, I don't think I see one of those, but of course, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx very likely going to come in on this turn. There are 2 what we call Anthem effects going on right now, which give +1 to your entire board, effectively. That is the turn you want to crack Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. That could be the way she can trigger the Shuko on this turn.
Aaron giving this one such a think. I believe, luckily for him, he's drawn blocking cards if he wants to use them. That is not a guarantee in these Oscilio lists at all. However, all of those cards do block if he wishes to use them.
This is scary, though. When you draw these blocking cards, you're, of course, incentivized to block when the opponent is sending their big combo and you don't have yours yet. But we know Ashlyn is packing both Tenacity and Salt the Wound. If you put too many blocking cards here, she can mask into Tenacity, and if you don't, then she masks into Salt the Wound. Looks like she's just popping it right now, though.
Ashlyn being very clear with her communication. Trigger Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Search for a card. It's just going to be that big old Lava Burst.
Which is going to come in for 8, if my math is right. And that's what you want the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx to pop for. 8 is probably the ceiling that you can get it, not counting massive Salt the Wounds and Tenacities, of course. But if you can get it for 8, you just send it.
Here's my deck for cutting. Or shuffling. Whichever you prefer. Okay.
Ashlyn
Go into the next
puts
game.
the deck. Has her Lava Burst in the Banish Zone.
Blaze Headlong.
Blaze Headlong comes in. 5 thanks to the art of the Phoenix War. And the Spreading Flames effect will soon be relevant. I wonder if Aaron's just going to Crown of Providence away that Arsenal card for a further defensive piece.
I think so. The Arsenal's a blue Aether Flare. You don't really want it anyway.
Gotcha.
Really wants to try and find some sort of combo setup. The time is running short for the Lightning Wizard. Or Elemental Wizard, I should say. There is a different actual Lightning Wizard. And he found a Future Sight. Does have it. On his turn, Tunic will be up. So he could go for the line where he just uses Tunic for Future Sight on his own turn, and that's his setup for the following turn. That's back-to-back turns of not really doing much, though.
And that's a card kept in hand, which means a card not blocked with. This turn is going to get dangerous. This Ronin Renegade comes in for 3. The next attack, if it's a head jab effect, would be 5. The Phoenix Flame would be 3. Then the Lava Burst would be 8. Taking this 4, so down to 19 goes Aaron and Oscilio.
Activate Phi.
Activate Phi.
I'll tap it to represent that, make it a little easier. This will come at you for 1, 2, 3.
Here, Ashlyn counting it out. 3 damage from the Phoenix Flame. It's like a Ronin Renegade in duplicate here, coming in for 3. I wonder if Aaron's going to put a card sideways and give it a block. Already down to 19. Ashlyn needs a big turn. She got one, but Aaron needed blocking cards, and he found those as well. And
Doing the math here.
You can see Aaron giving this a real think. These players battled all weekend long for this opportunity to sit in this feature match, be in this arena. They're taking their time and making sure they want to make the call correctly.
Certainly a big difference compared to the previous matchup, I would say.
Yes.
This is turn 2.
Yes.
And there is 3 damage on the board right now, 8 damage in the Banish Zone for Ashlyn Slattery. That's 11 total. That's represented face up to Aaron Grace. Still 1 card remaining in Ashlyn Slattery's hand.
Damage go again. 22 plays 19. Only 14 minutes and 17 seconds elapsed so far here. In the 3rd match of these quarterfinals, you're watching coverage of the 2026 USA National Championship, brought to you by TCG player Ashlyn Slattery and Aaron Grace, facing off. 1 card left in hand for Ashlyn. I think it's just a head jab style effect. So 0 for 3 with go again, which would be 5 here because of the Spreading Flames and the Art of the Phoenix War. And then that Lava Burst that comes in for 8. Aether Flare gets in front of the Phoenix Flame.
Blocking with the Aether Flare. I think Aaron Grace would have liked to set up the Future Sight and arsenal the Aether Flare, but this block tells us he is forced to just give up the combo in the face of Ashlyn's fiery offense.
Take 5. Go to 14.
And then I will play a Lava Burst. This will come in for 2, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And there's the activation of Tiger Stripe Shuko. Lava Burst explodes onto the combat chain. 8 damage that Aaron Grace accepts. Down to 6 goes Oscilio. He's got 1 turn left. With the way these Phi decks work, he has got to do something, and he's got to do it now.
And he's arsenaling a Meteoric Impact rather than the Aether Flare. I almost wonder whether he's maybe... He could Oscilio away the future side if he thinks that's not going to be useful. Or maybe he's going for some sort of wildfire play. Maybe he doesn't think the Aether Flare will be big enough. He needs to arsenal the red Meteoric Impact. He is Oscilioing away the future side, realizing he just does not have the time right now.
Tunic, though, activated for, as you call, that Meteoric Impact. He just needs to get this damage in and then hope the top of the deck cooperates, and he can do something big, splashy, and do it very, very soon.
Take 6.
Ashlyn goes down to 16. We're going to have to closely follow what Aaron Grace draws off the top. We don't know what his arsenal is at this point. 16 is possible for this Oscilio deck to reach on the opponent's side of the turn, since Aether Wildfire is, of course, a card that they run. We have seen the Strike Twice, the Snapbacks. If you can find them alongside Aether Wildfire, there is potentially a line.
Taking a look at what he draws up. Ooh, couple cards in that hand do not block. Interestingly, at the end of Aaron's turn, Ashlyn activated Phi, traded a blue away for what would be a Draconic starter. That is got to be something Aaron Grace is happy to see.
That is massive for the Wizard player. We're in a very similar spot as yesterday, where he would love to just block with 2 cards here, send some more Tall Arcane on his own turn, and just get 1 more turn cycle after Ashlyn Slattery gets reduced down just a little bit further more and just make the Striders reach that much more obtainable.
This is going to be, I think she had 2 copies of Inflame the Firebrand here, so that was a very necessary grab of the Phoenix Flame on the prior turn, the end of Aaron Grace's turn. It's not going to be the most impressive, what she's got cooking here. I don't think it's 3 into 2 into 5, 10 damage. Aaron Grace will be able to block some of this, and if he can do enough Arcane in follow-up, we have got a real game on our hands in these final 2 turns.
It's currently holding 2 no blocks, can of course Oscilio one of them away, and that is the call here by Aaron Grace. Which instant is it going to be? Going to be the Sigil of Brilliance. Draw off the top. It's another consign to Cosmos Shock. This card does get buffed by Aether Flare, because of course Aether Flare only requires the next card that deals an arcane damage effect.
So Aaron could have a pretty potent offensive salvo. A block for 3 on the Inflame the Firebrand. Inflame the Firebrand comes in for 2.
I see what we're doing here.
Aaron Grace, you can hear, I see what we're doing here.
This card's so good. This is like the time when it's like the worst thing ever.
You know, Ashlyn Slattery, she says, this card is so good, one of the new cards from Compendium of Wraith. A little bit bemoaning, this is not how you want to draw it up. Ashlyn Slattery had a powerful, powerful combo turn off the back of the Art of the Phoenix War, but she's had that turn bookended by 2 turns that are much more, I would say, less than stellar here. So she's going to have to navigate that as Aaron Grace takes 2. He's going to go down to 4, which means he has to put something else in front of the Compounding Anger for 5. He cannot just put a piece of equipment. He has to put a card.
Happy to use an excess 3 block, it looks like. Hold on to Cosmic Flare, and I believe the arsenal is an Aether Spindle, Sam. So Cosmic Flare could give you the resources for the Spindle and also be the instant that goes to the yard for the Volzar activation.
Wow.
Looks like he's going to be able to arsenal an Aether Flare if he goes for that line, and if he gets to set up the top of his deck as well.
God. Wait,
we suddenly have a game on our hands.
He could absolutely steal this game with a massive opt to the top of the deck. Cosmic Flare is played, 3 floating in the pitch.
It's like a build your own Will of Arcana. Instant goes to yard, and you get an amp as well, thanks to Volzar. And yes, that is going to be the line that he goes for. 5 arcane damage, and most 1 can be prevented by Ashlyn Slattery. But more importantly, Aaron Grace gets to set up the top of the deck.
And 3 blues once again for Phi in the hand. This means she can at least stop one of this damage, but this is just unbelievable the way that these fives that have been so dominant all weekend long, the way their deck is treating them when it matters most, it's painful to watch.
Let's take a look at the opt for Aaron Grace. There's an Aether Wildfire. There's a
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
So he has one card left remaining. That is the red Aether Flare, which means you can only stride as one of these cards, the Aether Wildfire, Aether Flare. If you already have your amp effect, Aether Wildfire a little bit less good since the only follow-up after that is the Snapback. So if you force the Arsenal Aether Flare, you could stir the Aether Winds, play the Aether Flare, which is coming for 6, and then Snapback comes in for 9 if the all 6 damage of the Aether Flare lands. But you need the resources to make that play happen. He opts the Aether Wildfire to the bottom, needs to try and have the last card be a blue. We're going to have to see if that one AB from Ashlyn Slattery actually matters, because that's one fewer card that Aaron Grace got to see, one fewer card that he could set up to find that extra blue, because he sorely needs that here to do the full combo.
4 cards drawn off the top. We know what 3 of them are. What is the final card from the top of Oscilio's deck?
It's another
red.
the Aether Winds.
It's to stir the Aether Winds. Oscilio looked up to the stars and asked for guidance and received more power when he needed fuel for the fire. Ignite comes in for 2. Immediately, Aaron Grace must make decisions, because this is an attack that must be respected by equipment or by block. Aaron must make a play.
That extra AB. Do not let Aaron Grace send that red to the bottom. That's not only just a red 2 block nonetheless as well. Also, no instance in this hand for him to Oscilio further as well.
So this is so interesting for Ashlyn. She's got her Ember Blade. She gets the potential to throw the Phoenix Flame, which would come in with the Tiger Stripe Shuko, and then she can once again do the same play and come in with that sad little rowdy locals. Just imagine if she had a real offensive turn here. If Aaron Grace gets to block out and basically do it again.
The old adage of Kano players, man, I was one resource off. If only I had one more resource. Just needed the blue off the top. Ah, my Kindle went.
But this is not Kano, and Aaron Grace is no Kano player. He has shown his draft prominence, something Kano players could never do to reach this point.
You say not a Kano, I see stir the Aetherwind Wildfire Snapback. I'm giving you Kano vibes, I think.
Aaron Grace now, head to the hands. He's got to give this one true reasoning and consideration, as the Constella intelligence must parse through all of the possibilities to identify the outcome that leads to victory. The many brains and minds of the Aether Scribes within the Constella intelligence all working together. They all commune and confer with Aaron Grace here. What will be the call?
Tunic and Aether Bindings of the Third Age available to be blocked with. Tunic very unlikely to come back up in this matchup. So does have 2 block available right there, but also this access to the Aether Winds. But one thing though, once you start expending cards from hand, blocking, the opponent knows it's less and less likely that you can kill the opponent in their turn, and they know that once that happens.
I'm all good. Appreciate that, though.
Players, very clear communication on both sides in this feature match. A lot of good communication, sportsmanship. Aaron Grace really has to think this through. To the tank goes Grace.
Just these Aether Bindings of the Third Age. This entire Oscilio deck is built around the amp of this card, and I think Aaron Grace will end this game without having used it for its offensive capabilities. Only for the one Battle Worn looks to be where this game is headed for the Elemental Wizard. For those of you curious about the math, by the way, had Aaron Grace drawn a blue here, he could have sent the Aether Flare for 6. Ashlyn can AB one of it, take 5 down to 7, and then Snapback comes in for 3 plus 5 for 8. Exact. Game. It would have been exact lethal had he the resources for this. That's how close Ashlyn Slattery was to death here. And it's not just a resource card that Aaron Grace could have drawn. He could have also drawn an instant that he could Oscilio away to potentially find even another resource card. That red 2-block, potentially the worst card he could have drawn in this spot.
It is all hanging on a razor's edge in the feature match. 2 plays 12. Aaron reaches for the Aether Bindings. But you only get these equipment blocks once, and there's going to be a couple more attacks. Fourth from here. Not, or rather, importantly, for Ashlyn, the Ignite discount also meaning that there are more resources available for this turn if she had to do any insulation. She doesn't know the contents of Aaron's hand. She just knows that the Sturdy Aetherwind had to get in the way of the Ignite.
And at this point, Aaron reaching what we call Phoenix Flame lock. The Phoenix Flame that's going to come on this turn is going to be at least face up 2 damage because of Tiger Stripe Shuko. Because Ignite was the first attack with 2 or less power. So Ember Blade need to be blocked. Phoenix Flame need to be blocked as well because he's exactly at 2. He will survive this turn, but he will be losing the Sturdy Aetherwind, which is a very important part for him to actually get the reach that he needs for Ashlyn's life total.
Snap back with the block, and now a huge decision for Ashlyn. It's the Rowdy Locals, and this one comes in for 3, which means Aaron cannot just put 2 pieces of equipment in front of this.
Can put the 3 block and the equipment, hold on to Sturdy Aetherwind if he thinks that's his only out, that he snipes this game with a buffed up Aether Flare. But also, you can put 2 equipment in front of this and just discard a card as well. I guess that's the same as putting a 3 block in front of it. Never mind, don't do that. Probably bad.
You could just take 1 damage for no reason.
For no reason. Be terrible.
Oh, so much thinking for Aaron here. But perhaps he's thinking, I need to take 1 damage so I can get another turn closer to the tunic? I don't know. Oh, just so fascinating.
With an action card.
Could, of course, use both his cards to just block.
Can't
try and find something
do you
better.
know what another line Ashlyn could do?
Use the Tide Flippers?
Use the Tide Flippers to get go again and then come in for another 1, depending on what Aaron Grace does here.
That will delete her AB, though.
Yeah. Oh, big
risk.
Big risk for Ashlyn.
I think
this is anyone's game. It all depends on the top of the deck and what Aaron Grace is able to put together and those Storm Striders.
That's why 12 life was potentially reachable on this turn. Can't count out the game while the Wizard still has Storm Striders on the field and a whole plethora of amp effects.
And the winner of this game goes on to face Colin Eriksen in the semifinals. Colin Eriksen already proved that he can take down Fies when it counts. Aaron Grace and the arcane damage would be a different story, and Ashlyn Slattery a different player and a different situation. Anything can happen in any given game, as we saw. Matt Gump certainly favored, but as we know, it all just comes down to how the cards fall when they may.
Wizard math time. Aaron Grace also considering probabilities here. Snapbacks and strike twice are very crucial for the Strider's turns in this deck. This isn't like Kano where you can just flip spells off the top to play. You need just a few of these extra cards that give you reach on the Strider's turn. We've already seen a couple of snapbacks, a couple of strikes twice already. That's the other thing Aaron Grace is considering. How many of those effects does he have remaining?
Look, for a moment, he turned both of those cards sideways. For a moment, he said, I just need to get lucky. I need to just draw it on my next hand. He wants those Aether Bindings available for a future block. And so importantly, the Tunic on 1 here means he doesn't have the Tunic resource on his next turn.
Our next turn, as Wizard players often say.
And the call from Aaron Grace is block 6.
5.
The turn... Excuse me, 5. Yes. The turn was bad from Ashlyn. However, it was good enough. And the Phi activation at the end of turn insulates her or gets her closer to another Art of the Phoenix War turn when her Tunic will be on 3.
The Phoenix Flame in Arsenal, alongside Tuning for 3, insulates her from one of those five bricks that we already saw her have this game. Has a starter setup, doesn't even need it right now though, because she's drawn potentially the best starter available, Oath of Loyalty.
This hand is not going to do it from Aaron Grace. It's a sigil of brilliance. It's a will of arcana. It's a sigil of temporal manipulation. It's an Oscilio activation to try to find something else. There's a snapback.
What color is that snapback? It's a blue snapback. Okay.
Snapback.
So Voltar is active now because an instant hit the yard. Will of Arcana is an extra amp as well. Aether Flare can go up to 5 between those two cards.
That's not
AB1
enough.
snapback then comes in for 5. It's just slightly off once again.
That is not enough.
Once again, if the snapback was a red. Again, the Kano adage all over again. If I had one more resource. If I flipped a red off the top instead of a blue. Just again and again, the inconsistency, you have to say it, of this deck.
This is the trade-off you get for the incredible power that is possible with these arcane-based combo explosive strategies. You understand when you sleeve up these cards, I am in danger against certain aggressive strategies. I am going to have to find it and find it early. Ashlyn Slattery, it hasn't been beautiful, it hasn't been clean, but it might be effective enough. 1 damage follows the Oath of Loyalty. Aaron Grace probably going to reach for the tunic as it gets in the way. The follow-up from Ashlyn.
And he just has 1 blocking card remaining in the form of the Meteoric Impact. Oscilio already used this turn. 3 block left for Aaron Grace. This might be the end of his run at US Nationals.
Meteoric Impact gets in the way of the Rising Resentment. Ashlyn Slattery assesses the board and plays the head jab effect that will win her this quarterfinals. It might not have been a Monet, but with a fist pump, Ashlyn Slattery moves on, and by the skin of her teeth and by the grace of a blue and instead of a red, Ashlyn Slattery gets a semifinals berth. What a game, what a match.
It's so interesting to say skin of her teeth when she wins at 12, sending lethal at opponent, but it really was 1 extra resource previous turn cycle, a bit more of an offensive card on this turn instead, and that matchup would have gone the other way. That's how tight the margins are.
And a beautifully navigated game from Ashlyn. Again, not easy, not pretty. She did not have it all come together very easily, save for that 1 turn that was perfect. Everything else, uncomfortable, clunky, awkward. But a player of Ashlyn Slattery's caliber who was able to do so well in the Swiss yesterday and make it to this point, you navigate that game, you navigate that game state, you AB when it counts. You don't allow for that extra bit of
opting,
which is, again, it's face up. Of course you don't want to let the opt happen, but it's the entirety of the package that shows you it takes all of the skill and all of the mental fortitude to ascend to where she's gotten.
And that's how you get to top 8, nay, top 4 of US Nationals here in Minneapolis. We have an updated bracket ready. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like here. We have Colin Eriksen took down 1-5. Now he has to do it again. He has to get over Ashlyn Slattery if he wants to reach the finals of the US Nationals.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting match for our first semi-final. I believe, Pankaj, that means you and I, we're just gaming all day. We get to watch that one in a couple rounds from now. Colin Eriksen proved he can be the Dragon Slayer once. Can he be the Dragon Slayer again? But before we can answer that question, Ryan Rich awaits his opponent, and we have our final, and I'll say it, perhaps our most anticipated quarterfinal. Jonathan Magnuson on that brand new Zyggy Starlight list that is just shooting through the airwaves and the internet and crackling players' brains with lightning, as I have seen take after take. Wait, this deck is really good. Oh, whoa, this deck is really good. People just posting results being like, yo, this thing is crazy. But he faces off against the reigning current U.S. national champion on what feels like it could be a blessed run to a 2-time back-to-back championship finish.
Both those decks have been straight up shocking, not just in the way they play the games, but also the innovation that went into both these deck lists. Majin Bay, one of the few Oscilios here that is still sticking to the tried and true Gone in a Flash combo lines. A lot of these other Oscilios, Aaron Grace, for example, more on the spell-focused version, and Jonathan Magnuson on the other side. No one was expecting this Ziggy deck to be this consistent and this clean. It's all 3-offs. He just figured out the ratios down to a T. It's going to be an electrifying quarterfinals for sure.
And you heard him yesterday. He said, listen, I've always been a chef. I've always been in the kitchen. This is what I do, baby. This is what I'm here for, is to find different combinations. This time, he found the right ingredients, and it's created a perfect brew. The thing that has clearly been exemplified throughout this weekend, how much Omens of the Third Age has impacted our beautiful game and our beautiful meta. This set, not just with the Lightning Heroes, the expansion slot cards. Puffin was in striking distance of this top beta. Marlin finished quite well. And furthermore, just the impact of the new influx of cards across the entire card pool. The decks we're seeing in this top 8 are diametrically different than the decks we've seen in the top 8s recently, including in what's not here. Hello? Where are the marionettes? This set is what we have to thank.
Boots of Omnis Ward, I think, shut out a lot of marionettes. Many people figured out, wait, you just play this into them, you deny them their first mark, and suddenly this matchup might be completely flipped. We heard Ashlyn say that. That's why she was confident in bringing Fi. New boots means that her Mario matchup gets so much better.
See Aurora here, the legacy of Tempest, and of course, we have her arsenal that she has been known to deploy at different times. The Scorpio, the Dashing Flash, but the Tempestuous Kiss. That's a card that I personally love to resolve. It's exactly my flavor of attack. It's like, ooh, can be disruptive, and I continue, so you don't know what I do from here. That's a card I'm excited to see.
Oh, when you go quick succession into Tempestuous Kiss, that just feels kind of dirty. That's a 7 power physical damage with a 1 arcane damage rider that's disruptive as well. I am curious to see if someone can crack an Aurora build that runs these cards. We saw an Aurora, shout out again to Jordan Johnson from the Seattle area, top 32 with Aurora at this tournament, was more on the 0 for 4 version of it, sending Ravenous Rabble, Second Strike, things like that, and then ending with Scorpio. Curious to see whether pitch version of Aurora maybe graces a screen sometime in the future.
Yeah, as well, Scorpio, Comet Tail, and this whole sequence of heroes. We did get to see Aurora do very well in the Swiss rounds, take down 2 Marios, as we discussed, on her path to a very nice finish. So Aurora, proven she might have some good metal in this current format. As we now take a look, Oscilio Forked Continuum. We just saw Oscilio 1 not quite make it to the semifinals, but put on such an impressive run, especially after everyone, they counted out the big dog. They counted out 0-1. Well, 0-2 is here to show you that there are multiple ways to play with the Lightning and Wizard card pool. We've seen Volzar Meteor Storm look quite impressive, and we're about to see Astral Bridge and I believe Cosmic Suture do some work in our next match.
I think it's really cool how both Oscilios leverage the Starfall effect in very, very different ways. Oscilio 2, of course, wants to activate it to his hero ability using a Lightning Flow as well to effectively just get a Ponder for free, because you can play the instant immediately, and also when you play that instant, its Starfall effect is active because, of course, an instant that hit the graveyard this turn, the instant that you're playing itself.
Ziggy Starlight, the talk of the town, the deck we're about to witness doing major work here at the U.S. Nationals top 8 off the back of some pretty impressive pieces. These, of course, fragment cards that we've seen do major work throughout the CC format, and it is the entirety of the card pool available to Jonathan Magnuson that he put to work. What I love is that the cards that are maybe the most impressive, they're not on the screen here. It's Fleeing Starbreeze, it's Nourishing Glow, it's these Ward 1s you can flicker for repeated value and repeated damage with the Reality Refractor.
And of course, Gone in a Flash, perhaps a hallmark of the matchup we're going to see next. Both heroes, both decks are Gone in a Flash decks at their core. One thing I want to point out about these sets, and elemental sets in general, Rosetta had this, Tales of Aria had this, the art, Sam, oh my god,
it's ridiculous.
So gorgeous.
And speaking of, if you're a Ziggy player, especially after this weekend, you want to pick up some of the cool, beautiful extended art marvels that are present, or marvels and just cold foils that Jonathan Magnuson is playing in his list. I know Illusionist players love to ice out their decks. You know what to do. You can head to tcgplayer.com, pick up some Omens of the Third Age. It's in stores now. Hopefully you can pull some of these impressive cards, because we've seen the Star Plate, the boots. We've seen these cards start to really take shape and make some major moves in this format.
Third Eye of the Sphinx has really surprised me in new Oscilio. The amount of value that you can get from cracking Ponder tokens. I was skeptical of the card when I first saw it, but it's been surprising me in testing. And Boots of Omnis Ward feels like it's been the story of the weekend. No Marios in top 8. I credit a big portion of that to this card that we've been seeing in so many of the lists.
And of course, Voltaris, if you are one of the fabled few to pull the Fable out of the booster pack, it's a feeling like no other. I was actually lucky enough in a sealed event in Prague.
Wow.
I opened a booster pack and I literally went, oh! Like, oh my! It's an electrifying feeling. But that's not the only story being told in Omens of the Third Age, because what does the moniker portend but a baneful and, shall I say, ominous future? What is to come in the next phase of Flesh and Blood? Only time will tell. But you can get a little bit of an idea of some of the danger and darkness about to befall Wraith.
Very much an omen foreshadowing the future set where we're going to see, looks like the return of Shadow and some demons too as well. This has got me really, really excited for the next set as well, even though Omens itself is also such a banger.
And we still don't even fully know where all of those cards are able to be played, only in their Marvel forms currently in players' hands. But how will they be printed in the future? What formats will all of these cards be legal in? Only time will tell. These and many other questions will be answered in our next round. Ashlyn Slattery, she is the Fi that could. Aaron Grace nearly able to put the pieces together, but a couple draws, a couple wrong ways led him to an early exit. Next, we have Majin, we have Zyggy after this.
semifinals secured and a dream that burns with the passion of 1,000 suns. That's pretty fly for a Phi guy. We're back at U.S. Nationals coverage 2026. Bryce Platz back in the booth with Michael Feng for a match that is no more anticipated by any other human than this man right here.
Just so excited. Lighting off with J-Max Ziggy deck. I am so stoked.
Okay, first we have to take one more look at our bracket, which has been seen, of course, a few times up to this point, but we lay the stakes before you before we get into the action. Ryan Rich, against all odds, bottoms Thomas Battaglia to the depths of the high seas. Jonathan Magnuson now takes on Majin Bay, lightning off, like you mentioned, on one side an orb, on the other side a staff. Both of these heroes, even if they have been seen in the metagame before, have entirely new flavors about them. We saw the all-arcane, air quotes, scam Oscilio deck fall to the unrelenting power of Phi Rising Rebellion in the hands of Ashlyn Slattery, but now Majin Bay has cooked up something a little different.
Yeah, I mean, last game we saw Ashlyn kind of be that aggressive 4 go again, 3 go again deck. But I think despite the heroes being similar, the roles have actually reversed. In this matchup, Majin is more similar to a Phi. He'll be coming at Jonathan with go again attack after go again attack after go again attack, as we have seen him do in both days of this Nationals. Just an interesting role mix-up.
And Jonathan has succumbed to a Phi in the past that has go again attacks. Now, Michael, we have some particular insight into both of these players'
Yes.
preparation the night previous. Majin Bay immediately goes, I don't know a whole lot about this Ziggy deck. Yes, there were some games on coverage, but Jonathan has got the deck that could very well upset the entire meta. Majin Bay in his own right, this Gone in a Flash holding onto combo Oscilio deck is something that a lot of players already kind of understood. There was a roadmap for this deck leading up to Nationals, even though it was a total shakeup in terms of card pool. Now, if you've seen Queen's Gambit, to make a pop reference, the end of that show all boils down to a moment where two chess players at the height of their careers must walk away from a match in progress, and our protagonist gets an entire team of her chess club from her hometown rallied behind her. They're placing calls to her. They're figuring out the match. Okay, if you make this move, then he makes this move, then we go from there. Majin Bay's team, Invasion, rallied behind him last night. They were playing games online with a 5-player hive mind, a who's who, Ellie Bird, Yuki Lee Bender, all trying to crack this Ziggy deck and make Majin bend under the weight of it so that he can figure out the ins and outs of it before he faces it here in Cardboard.
Yeah, it was an unknown quantity, the Ziggy deck, and so getting those reps in was extremely vital. But on the other side of the coin, Gone in a Flash, Lightning Greaves, these are not things that J-Mag hasn't played with. That Oscilio deck is a little bit more of a known quantity, as you talked about. And honestly, I just talking of J-Mag, talking to some of the guys that were playing the Ziggy deck with him, this was a matchup that they actually felt more comfortable with.
Interesting.
Surprisingly.
And at the tail end of that hive mind testing session, Majin was slamming this Ziggy deck, sometimes ending the game north of 20 life. So are we in yet another 60-60 situation, a classic Fab discourse?
Well, I will give a disclaimer. Majin, of course, was saying, look, my other teammates, they were not playing this Ziggy deck. This is not their bread and butter. So maybe they missed some lines. Maybe they weren't playing as efficiently as John Magnuson will be playing. So yet still, 25-plus point life games, that means a lot. Like, these games were very educational for him. But with both sides coming into this game, feeling like the matchup is good, I'm so excited to see how the results will actually be.
Well, we have our opinions about it, but one of the players got a chance to sit down and talk with us at the top of this day. Majin Bay now gets to have his say. He's graced your screens before on World Tour Weekly, but now he's taking a bit of a different visage. He'll sit down with Sam O'Byrne. Take a look.
He may have started his tournament run with a loss on stream, but he ended his tournament run with the most important W. We got the back-to-back, at least top
top
8 here.
Back-to-back top 8.
At least back-to-back top 8 at U.S. Nationals. Your host of World Tour Weekly and mine, Mr. Majin Bey. Congrats on the top 8.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
How does it feel to make it to the top of the mountain back-to-back years?
Feels great. I mean, you always think about it, right? It's always in like the back of your head. You're like, what if I can top 8 again?
Yeah.
But you never quite let yourself like believe that you're gonna do it. So it felt really good. I had some really good games, and it felt incredible.
Dude, well, I want to first just hear about this deck.
Yeah.
I want to hear about this Oscilio deck. Pankaj on stream yesterday described it as basically an old Aurora deck with some sprinkling of Oscilio in there. Talk to me about the process of finding it and what worked over the tournament.
Yeah, so I found it when I just kind of threw together Astral Bridge and a bunch of instants. I'd done an Omens draft, and I found over my course as a card game player is that cards that stand out to you in Limited are often good in Constructed, right? But maybe you might not notice it yet because it's like a common and it's hidden or whatever. But I remember like playing a couple of games and playing I think it's called Constella Contemplation, the Starfall instant that makes a ponder. And I was like, wow, this is kind of good, right? Especially as I remember thinking like, if I didn't have like 13 blues I couldn't play, this would be awesome. Yeah. And so I just built like this random Astral Bridge instant Aurora-esque deck to try to like take advantage of the card and see if I can make something happen. More as like fun for anything else, because I wasn't having a ton of success with Arcane. And then I just like kept winning all my games. And I was like, okay, that's weird. And then I, played it a little bit more, refined it a little bit more, won more games. I was like, well, surely I can't beat Victor. Called someone up, played some games against Victor, won all the games. I'm like, okay, hold on. And that's kind of just how the deck forms. So I've just been working on it, iterating for the last like week. I keep telling all the team members and all my buddies like, hey, I think this deck's kind of cool. And then they're like, that's nice, buddy.
Well, it was pretty nice, buddy.
It was pretty nice.
It was pretty nice, in fact, buddy. Well, I want to just talk briefly. You've been on a pretty, I think the kids might call it a generational run. You started as the World Tour Weekly host last year. Yeah. I think you were already probably living and breathing Flesh and Blood to some extent, but then it became a significantly different part of the daily rotation.
Absolutely.
But then to back that up, we were really excited to have a World Tour Weekly host that comes from the competitive scene and is a highly respected, authoritative, competitive voice, right? And you already had that. And then it literally just went up a notch, right? National champion, world's top 8, now back-to-back national championship top 8. How has this happened, and what does it mean to you to have watched your star ascend in this way?
It means a lot. I mean, I think how it happened is Wizard ended up being good in metas, and I got surrounded by like a really good team of people, right, that helped me out a lot. But it means so much. I mean, as a card game player, even if you like think you're good and you put in the work, sometimes the wins just don't come yet. I mean, I'm sure you can name like a ton of players who are constantly doing really well, but just haven't like spiked their event, and you're like, it's coming.
Sam O'Byrne,
it's coming.
one of them.
I was just gonna say, top of my list right there. So to get that Nationals win was like super validating for me. And then you want to do it again to make sure you're not a fluke, right? So then the world's top 8. I was like, okay. Right.
At this point,
I belong here. And then to be back and to do it again, it feels incredible.
But you want that W.
I want the win, though.
You want the back-to-back.
I would love to be the
surely.
first back-to-back U.S. Nationals champion.
Come on. Well, in your way, a hero from Omens of the Third Age, right? Zyggy, Starlight. Before I let you go and get ready for your match, talk to me about that matchup. How do you feel? Last night we were watching Pankaj, you and the team talking about it. They were getting games in with each other, getting games in with you, right? Like, how do you feel about the matchup? How do you feel about the top 8 in general?
Yeah, so I feel all right about the top 8. I feel all right about the matchup. This one's a bit of a question mark for me because the deck's so new, and I feel like the Zyggy deck and honestly the Oscilio deck, although it doesn't look like it, there's a lot of intricacies in how you do things. But at their core, they're both Gone in a Flash decks. So some of the game is going to come down to both of us finding Gone in a Flash. I see a lot more cards than them, so I'm hoping that I find it, quickly. But I don't think this is like a matchup I need to dread. But it is one I'm taking very seriously.
For sure. Well, I'm going to let you go in a second, but just I will say we were looking at the deck list on stream yesterday. It feels as though Omens of the Third Age impacted the meta in ways people were not expecting.
Definitely
like, even expected players in the metagame and decks we've seen before are being built all of a sudden vastly differently, not only with Omens cards, with Compendium cards making a difference. Did you feel that in your run through Swiss?
Yeah, there was just a lot of random stuff that was like, oh, wow, that is really good. I mean, even my own deck, like I can't tell you how many times I played Constella Contemplation and my opponents went, and you make a ponder? man. Or like Astral Bridge. I'm like, Gone in a Flash. Bracers of Belief. Look at the top card. That's an instant. Gone in a Flash. Bridge. Oh, that's another Gone in a Flash. Like,
how'd you find Bracers? Were you just like, oh, this would be good?
I saw someone else play it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I saw someone else play it, and I was like, that card stinks. And then there was so many times where I was like playing the games, and I was like, man, I really wish I could just look at the top card of my deck right now. The deck does that a lot. It takes advantage of Fate Foreseen, Ravenous Rabble, right? You get a lot of like information about the top card of your deck, and then mid-turn, you get to make an educated decision. And it's really nice.
No, it looks great. Any quick shout-outs to people watching?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Team Invasion, obviously. Love everyone there. They've been a huge part of my continued success. You know, having like a really good team behind me has been really important. I roomed with Team Metal Fab for the 2nd U.S. Nationals in a row. That's 2 U.S. National top 8s. 2 times I roomed with Team Metal Fab, so thanks to them as well. And yeah, everyone else who's helped. Card games are more of a community effort than I think a lot of people understand.
I would agree. Well, congrats on the run so far,
so much,
man.
man.
We're rooting for you.
Me too. I'm
Good
also
luck.
rooting for me.
Hell yeah. All right, back to you, Bryce.
Thank you, Sam. So good to see Majin Bey in a comfy chair backstage. I guess if Majin Bey is a superstitious man, a little unfortunate that this one didn't have any wheels on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's our World Tour Weekly host. He just looks so comfortable sitting down with another Flesh and Blood guy.
Indeed so, but will he be comfortable with Jonathan Magnuson? That is the real question that we have to answer, and with it, our next semi-finalist, our last one to be crowned at the U.S. National Championship here in 2026. We get down to it now. It's Lightning v. Lightning with a crack and thunder. This one will be over. Jonathan Magnuson, though, has the ordained choice of turn order, does decide to go first, perhaps trying to establish a ward board and buy some time to find Gone in a Flash, establish a combo perhaps before Majin Bey can do it himself. We look into the past, though, before we try to read the omens of the future. A round 1 loss on stream to Jeremy Stowe, which Majin Bey said I jinxed upon him, certainly didn't seem to stop him. Of course, that quick dispersion of adversity was nothing for Majin Bey. Does take 2 more losses throughout the course of his competitive run. It's Joe Santillana in the first round of draft, last round of draft to fellow Wizard Mastermind Alexander Vore, and then it's a sea of W's that lead him to this point.
Yeah, beating up another Syndra after losing to Jeremy Stowe on Syndra. So no stranger to kind of these aggro race matchups. But as he self-admitted, the Ziggy deck is quite new, and he's, we're walking into unfamiliar territory. Of course, he's had a few games under his belt from his community, but this is still not a matchup he's played as much as any of these other decks.
And normally on this screen, we are looking for instances where he's gone up against a similar opponent. But even if I saw a Ziggy, if their name wasn't Jonathan Magnuson, I wouldn't put any stock in that match, even if Majin had won it, because Jonathan is clearly a cut above anybody else who tried to brew the brand new Lightning Illusionist. And Jonathan, we've talked about him a few times on stream so far. 3 losses on the books, but only 2 of them really mattered. Was already locked for top 8 when he went up against fellow top 8 competitor Ashlyn Slattery. The stakes were not even in that game, of course. Jonathan had the opportunity to end Ashlyn's tournament run, but instead, she squeaks through in the end.
Yeah, J-Bag had a loss to give in round 15, and of course still made top 8 and at 2nd seed to boot. He also did not play any Oscilios in his run, so we can't deduce too much from that matchup. But like I mentioned, seeing Majin's deck, I got a chance to speak with him and some of the other Ziggy players, and they feel pretty comfortable about it.
I guarantee that we are close to 1,000 games probably played with these 2 80s, because we, of course, did release them last night. Majin Bey's 80 for Oscilio Constella Intelligence is right here for you. We've talked about its similarities to Auroras of the past. Let's talk about the differences. What makes this 0 for 4 soup, as some people like to call it, the perfect shell for a Lightning Wizard?
Well, when you think of a wizard, you typically think of arcane damage, and you want to bring arcane barrier. However, Majin is, of course, inverting those expectations by playing such a plethora of attacks, and they're all efficient attacks coming in for 4 power. That by itself is already going to present a lot of pressure to his opponent, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have arcane damage. That Comet Collision often coming in for 5 arcane, maybe 6 arcane. Sometimes these Constella Contemplation and the Uplift, and of course the Echo Flash, this whole suite of yellows, they all represent these cheeky arcane pings to really keep you off your feet. You know, you don't know what's coming next. And this is kind of the new thing with the Lightning talent, just being able to present lots of efficient attacks, softening up your opponent, and then maybe finishing them off with these Lightning arcane effects.
Majin has already told us that he thinks that this deck loses an infinite amount of equity once this tournament is over, because of course if you remember Oscilio tech from the past, Amulet of Echoes, this deck is way more all in on the Gone in a Flash combo than old Oscilio was, because of course you had Volzar Lightning Rod. If an Amulet of Echoes was established, you could always do a 1 Gone in a Flash into a big arcane spell. There's no big arcane spells here. Instead, it's chip, 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 all because of Volzar Meteor Storm, only ever going to offer an amp of 1.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Amulet Echoes. This is a card that's not even in any of the deck lists in the top 8.
Exactly.
This was a card that previously Victor Goldmanes did play in Pro Tour Yokohama, and those got swapped for Pilfer the Tomb, much to obviously Gravy Bones' chagrin, but I mean, that's the cost. I mean, that's what happens when one hero kind of shifts away from the meta. And Majin Baith, this opening weekend, really being able to take advantage of that. If he does win this game, I'm sure we're going to see some, attitude shift on terms of these blue sideboard cards.
And we turn over to Jonathan Magnuson. There's another dynamic at play here, Michael. It's not just after this tournament that perhaps people start teching for Majin's Oscilio list. It's also at this tournament. Jonathan Magnuson knows the 80 just like all of you do at home. And so he doesn't have to go through this question like he would have at Swiss sitting down from Constella Intelligence. Do I have to bring AB 2 or 3 into this matchup? Maybe he doesn't because he's got access to Ward, but there's so much equity gained just by being able to see what Majin is packing.
Yeah, this is a Zyggy deck that does not have a Frodius at all in the deck. It's a mono reality refractor list, but it does have sources of arcane damage. In fact, 12 sources to be exact. 6 copies of Corrosive Space Dust and 6 copies of Cosmic Duality. So it's not just physical damage that you'll be facing from this hero. Also some cheeky arcane pings, and often these arcane pings are coming on your turn while you're the opponent, and so sometimes even if you have arcane barrier, they might be coming in moments where you don't have the cards, resources, or willingness to pitch to arcane barrier. This has been a very efficient deck. We've seen a lot of 3-card 13s, 4-card 15s being played from Jonathan Magnuson in just creative ways that I never would have dreamed of.
And now, Jonathan does have a lot of really good numbers, has a potent Gone in a Flash, but he also has a heck of a lot of non-blocks. The blues here tell only part of that story. Of course, the yellows with Elliptical Conflux and other ward auras of the like can be drawn at inopportune times. We saw that was the way that his game against Ashlyn at the tail end of Swiss ended. 4 non-blocks in the hand in the face of overwhelming physical pressure. That can definitely be an issue.
Yeah, this is a classic. It almost feels apt to call this a glass cannon style build of Zyggy. It just looks so glass cannon-y with all the fractals in the Zyggy art like itself. But yes, you're very right. There's not like this density of 3 blocks that maybe in the past we've seen Enigma, the fellow other illusionists have. I'm expecting this to be a relatively fast game. We're not going to be expecting JMag to be doing a ton of blocking.
I mean, I'd even say that Zyggy affects the look of glass.
Yes,
so, Glam Bomb, Glass Bomb, it's all going on here. One more card I want to highlight before we get into this is looking for a scrap. This is something that I think pretty much only Jonathan was clued into. He has brought in cards like named Overload that do have that 1 base power in every single color in the cycle, all legal targets to give looking for a scrap +1 and go again. However, I think that is normally a hedge for longer games, but in a situation where he's got to kill his opponent faster than Majin kills him, do you think there's any world where they come in?
I think not. I think that looking for a scrap card is often kind of interchangeable with some of these defense reactions. Just because, being able to spend your hand efficiently is very important when you're building a new hero, and knowing the style of deck that Majin has, I feel pretty confident that Jonathan is probably keeping most of his 4-block defense reactions into this matchup. And as such, I think looking for a scrap can sometimes be a liability when you don't have that scrap to find. The other card I want to highlight in this matchup is Command and Conquer. We didn't talk about the Crown of Providence on Majin's side, but Command and Conquer is such a powerful effect in this matchup. These are both aggro decks, but JMag, by sheerly having that Command and Conquer, can do some cool things of disrupting Majin Bay, and his deck is not all 3 blocks. So this card is a card to watch. Of course, the first Command and Conquer, Majin's always going to have to get out of jail free card with Crown of Providence, but any other subsequent ones could be really devastating.
We go to see if Command and Conquer can do dirty work, or also whether or not it is going to be ward weapons or a little bit of arcane damage and a whole host of physical. It's going to get this game done. Majin Bay does start at the detriment not just of turn order choice to his opponent, but also for life. 40 plays 36. Zyggy Starlight on the play. Cosmic Duality comes out of the hand for the instant speed ability, being discarded here to send 1 arcane damage and generate a lightning flow. One of the other dynamics at play that is going already very well for Jonathan, as opposed to his game against Ashlyn, not a single flow able to be generated due to the pressure that Ashlyn presented. Now, all of a sudden, Jonathan does have kind of a bait and switch ability to utilize his hollow counters for things like corrosive space dust down the line.
Yeah, a good start from Jonathan Magnuson. He, of course, chose to go first here as he is the higher seed, despite knowing kind of how efficient Majin Bay's deck is at utilizing 4-card, 5-card hands.
Ravenous Rabble with Go Again, met by Shelter from the Storm in the arena. 4 blocks for. The follow-up now, Comet Collision, only for 3 arcane, because an instant has not entered the yard for Majin Bay, and so Volzar Meteor Storm not liable to be active.
Oh, no. This is not a good start for Majin Bay. His deck is chock full of 4 go again, 4 go again, 4 go again sources, and to not be able to utilize at least 3 cards in this opening hand, that's both a surprise, and I can't imagine Majin is happy with just being able to do 7 points of damage on this first turn.
Comet Collision, 3 arcane still to be considered by Jonathan Magnuson, who does have Arcane Barrier 2, thanks to Lightning Greaves and Calming Gesture. The hand is a yellow Sink Below, Circular Flow Tide, Haze Bending, and Gone in a Flash. One of the races that needs to be run for both of these players is who can get their hands, their grips, their mitts on Gone in a Flash first. That race seems to have been won immediately by Jonathan Magnuson, and at a fortuitous time when Sigil of Lightning will be leaving the arena at the start of his action phase.
Yeah, so Jonathan, just by sheer having the Calming Gesture and the Lightning Greaves, which are equipment that he's going to be presenting in every single matchup, naturally has AB2, Arcane Barrier 2. That's awesome. However, he's going to struggle to use his hand. I mean, he has a Gone in a Flash, he has a Sigil of Lightning, but what he's missing is an instant. How he would have loved to actually play this Sink Below as a defense reaction, sink 1 card deeper, potentially get an instant. Gone in a Flash is a card he's not going to want to get rid of. Instead, it looks like he's going to be... Ooh.
Arcane Barrier 1 is the choice, and then discard yet another Cosmic Duality. Lightning Flow the second generated here, but unlike Omens Limited, these Lightning Flows don't have Spell Void 1. Jonathan has a plan for these Lightning Flows, but it's not what we've come to know them for necessarily.
Yeah, I think his turn might just be play the pass, the Haze Bending pass. Haze Bending, of course, part of that old style of Spectral Auras. It accrues value the longer it stays in play, and Majin has no clean ways of clearing this Haze Bending without sending an attack action at it, which means this Haze Bending likely will get 4 points of value, at least.
Once per turn, when this aura, an illusionist non-token aura you control is destroyed, create a spectral shield token.
Yeah, it counts itself as well. So
exactly.
When Majin clears this, Jonathan Magnuson gets a spectral shield, which for a lot of illusionist decks, that's 1 ward. However, in this particular deck, it also... Oh, no!
Majin takes a defensive stance here, just taking the immediate destruction of that Spectra aura, which can be attacked. When it becomes the target of an attack, immediately destroy it and close the combat chain. So Majin just biding his time and also setting up some extra power. Sigil of Brilliance established here, and I think that is exactly what Majin wants, especially if he has finally gotten his mitts on Gone in a Flash. The way he's posturing this, is it in the arsenal already?
I really don't know. I mean,
it won't be for long because Crown of Providence gets in front of the first Command and Conquer for Jonathan Magnuson, which has freaking go again.
Yeah, this is Majin Bey's get out of jail free moment. He's cashing in the Crown of Providence. Future Command and Conquers are going to be a lot more devastating. And we've talked about, oh geez, what a great turn. We've talked about how important Gone Flash is in this matchup. Well, one of the reasons why it's so good is because of how many times both of these players are going to be able to play Gone Flash, play an instant, bring it back, and vice versa. However, when one player has a Command and Conquer and the other player doesn't, that creates this unbalanced symmetry where Jonathan's going to be able to pressure Majin Bey's potential Gone in the Flash in the future, whereas Majin Bey will never be able to pressure J-Mag.
Catching you up on the action here. Shelter from the Storm meets Miraging Metamorph. 3 damage connects with Majin Bey, but he's not done yet. An activation of Oscilio, Constella, Intelligence, discarding Echo Flash sends a ping of 1 Arcane, but because Echo Flash has to enter the graveyard before it sends that Arcane damage, turns on Volzar Meteor Storm. That ping goes all the way up to 2 and snipes the corrosive space dust of Jonathan Magnuson that he painstakingly established. Unable to get the hollow counter on it, and only 1 Arcane ping comes back at Majin. Ravenous Rabble starts off this turn for Majin Bey. I do hear the voice in my head says it was Gone in a Flash in the arsenal for Majin Bey, so it was actually a tie at the beginning of that race, but unfortunately had a defense reaction in hand, which simply cannot block Command and Conquer. The blows are coming for both of these players for Go Again. It's anybody's game at the start.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy, of course, to prevent your arsenal from being destroyed, but that Gone in Flash holds more weight than any of the other cards in Majin's hand. He would have loved to do anything to replace the card in his arsenal. Unfortunately, that means he needs to find the other 2 copies of Gone in Flash and stat.
Unfortunately for Jonathan, Magnuson only has 1 blocking card left in the hand. However, could commit the Cosmic Duality and the Lightning Greaves here to perhaps stymie the offensive potential of this turn, because Majin Bey, of course, fused with a second strike. Requires Jonathan to have taken some damage on this turn in order to be given +1 and Go Again. The last card in hand for Majin, however, there's 2 more cards, Entwined Lightning and Sigil of Solace. He's going to be able to convert them no matter what.
Yeah. Finally, Majin's going to have something of a turn that we have come to expect from his deck. Just 4 Go Again, 4 Go Again, 4 Go Again, and again. J-Mag, unfortunately, has kind of an awkward turn here. He, of course, has that Gone in Flash in his arsenal, so no matter what, he's going to be able to do a Gone in Flash turn, play an instant, get it back. However, without the embodiment of Lightning, he really won't be able to do too much trickery afterwards unless he's willing to play this Sigil of Lightning pre his turn, at the end of Majin's turn.
J-Mag blocking with Balance of Justice. I love the sequencing from Majin Bey. A lesser player might be enticed to send Entwine Lightning once again, fusing second strike, but Majin doesn't need the action point anymore. There's only 1 attack left, and this way he keeps J-Mag guessing. So 4 Go Again now on second strike, now that blood has been let, and Jonathan with still only 1 blocking card left in the hand. We've seen J-Mag reach obscene numbers of value with this deck, but it does require a heck of a lot more cards than those of Majin Bey, which simply have 4 printed on them.
Yeah, Jonathan has already sunk a card with the Sink Below during this turn, and he's still not happy with his turn, which, is a little bit telling of how he has constructed his deck, playing 6 Sink Belows. Some of these cards just don't work well with each other and also don't block, and that is sometimes the downside of the Illusionist class.
29 plays 32, but at least a little bit more blood will be drawn from Zyggy Starlight. 4. No Go Again now for Jonathan to answer. Sigil of Solace likely destined for the arsenal to perhaps entice Jonathan to hold on to a Command and Conquer and take some damage, only to stuff that disruption later on in the game. Sigil of Lightning out of the hand and into the arena for Jonathan Magnuson at the pass priority of Majin Bey. And that is, of course, because there's an instant in the hand. There's also a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. So a hyper-efficient turn once again for our resident Lightning Illusionist. 4 go again now from Majin Bey's consideration. Fleeing Starbreeze in the hand, ready to refresh the Gone in a Flash back to the hand, get it back out onto the combat chain, perhaps where it belongs. The problem therein, though, is that Jonathan wouldn't be able to get it back into the arsenal. Instead, it's just going to be a hollow counter on top of Fleeing Starbreeze, and then, not a hollow counter, a swing of the Fleeing Starbreeze, because, of course, Reality Refractor allows each of these auras with ward, whether they have ward or not, actually, to be attacked with.
We've talked about Echo Flash and being able to deal arcane damage on your opponent's turn. This is kind of that first early test. Do you have the shock? Because if Majin Bey had a shock effect on this turn, he would be able to destroy this ward permanent. He's one of the few decks that can do so. So every time we see Majin actually line up a block on a Reality Refractor weapon, it means he doesn't have it, and that's a big plus for Jonathan Magnuson.
Which might have been why Jonathan was so in the tank about that turn cycle, which seems like the bread and butter play of what his deck wants to do. The cool thing going for him is, of course, that Arcane Barrier 2 once again. It puts the onus on Majin Bey to get all the way up to 3 Arcane as long as the requisite resources are still in the hand in order to snipe the aura and that damage on board.
Yeah, I can tell you he wouldn't have been happy, though, if there was an Echo Flash discarded there.
Sure.
As 2 Arcane when he has 1 float meant that he might have to consider pitching the Gone in a Flash just to make sure his 5 damage still remains.
Exactly. So play and counterplay on both sides of the board makes this matchup all the more interesting. Sigil of Solace out of the arsenal for Majin Bey, gaining some value, and then it's Comet Collision crashing in for a whopping 5.
Yeah, this was an excellent turn cycle for Majin Bey. He went 4 physical, gained 3 life, that's 7 points of value, plus 5 arcane, a 3-card 12, which means on average each card was worth, once again, the magical number 4.
A-OK here. 26 plays 28. Jonathan Magnuson. For your consideration once again, ladies and gentlemen, 1 Restless Coalescence, a Miraging Metamorph, and a yellow Cosmic Duality there in the hand. Majin Bey throws his Crown of Providence across the board in derision at his decision.
Yeah, J-Mag would be happy to be able to block with a card here. He's not able to utilize his entire hand efficiently. His Tunic is not going up to 3, so he's not going to be able to efficiently cast this Miraging Metamorph. And on the other hand, he doesn't really want to arsenal it either. He has a Gone in a Flash kind of already in his arsenal. Not so happy about this. We're getting more than just 12 value here because the evasiveness of this Comet Collision has made Jonathan's turn a little bit less efficient.
Only 4 damage connects. Yellow in the pitch, Miraging Metamorph on the combat chain for 7. 24 plays 26. Jonathan keeping Majin at life parity, which is okay, but even though he doesn't have the maximum arcane potential or the Storm Striders in the foot slot, I do worry about a future combo from Majin. Anytime you are walking the life totals down against a wizard, it's less than comfortable. Majin, however, does go ahead and ditch a card from the hand and finds a shelter from the storm. Yet another respite from the second Miraging Metamorph of the game. Restless Coalescence now out onto the arena, unable to grab any +1 counters from anywhere and get some extra value on a once per turn instant ability, but it will still convert to 2 points of value at least, unless Jonathan's able to swing with it as well.
Yeah, that Miraging Metamorph, above rate, a 1 resource 7. The Restless Coalescence, a little below rate. Combined together, Jonathan's turn was a 3-card 9, probably one of the most inefficient turns we've seen from him, yet still nothing to scoff at.
Lightning Greaves blocked with here, and
boy.
if there's one thing that tells us is that the combo turn is locked and loaded, but Majin Bey is going to make it hurt. 23 plays 20 after Lightning Surge and Lightning Press connect. Now Enlightened Strike. Chosen mode, go again, because just about every card in this 60 for Majin Bey is arsenalable.
Yeah, Tunic going to 3, hand with 3 instants.
Majin doesn't arsenal. He skips the arsenal, perhaps. It was the Echo Flash. It must have been, because that is the only target in the deck that Majin just doesn't want to have in the arsenal. It's got to be in the hand for the Oscilio activation. And Jonathan starting off with the hurt, pitching a Voltaris as well, generating yet another Lightning Flow. Tunic is at the ready, but first Gone in a Flash gets going. Lightning Greaves popped. Every single instant will gain go again. Gone in a Flash the second now, brought back to the hand by Stardust Spike. It's 8 so far, but that is not the end of this. Those 2 floating are definitely going to be used at the end of this turn to send an additional 5.
And Majin has the Echo Flash to try to pressure the ward object, but at the end, when J-Mag is actually swinging this, he'll have 4 ward up and a Tunic activation to prevent it. So, he has it, but it's not good enough here. And this is a ton of damage, a metric ton of damage.
So far, 12, but the bloodletting will continue as J-Mag tries to exsanguinate the Constella intelligence. Will he be able to get it done? Majin Bey does stand in the way with a consigned to Cosmos Shock. Fleeing Starbreeze now crashing in for 5 damage, and Jonathan gets to refresh the Ghana Flash yet again.
Discard Echo Flash for 2.
It's a discard of Echo Flash to Arcane. Majin stamps that Echo Flash in derision. That could have been any other card, and I would have been happy.
I'll take Tunic in response. AB1.
Yep, I'll draw a card. What about the second one? It's 2.
Yeah. Second one.
This one? Right.
Majin Bey trying to skirt his opponent into the line that is best for him, but unfortunately J-Mag is too quick-witted for that, of course. The Fleeing Starbreeze that is, of course, not attacking is the chosen Ward Aura to cover up the remaining arcane damage from Echo Flash, in addition to the one arcane barriered by Fiendel Spring Tunic. And now, I do have to mention that J-Mag, after popping Lightning Greaves, now down to Arcane Barrier 1, so if that Tunic wasn't there, it would have been a world of hurt for J-Mag. Tunic coming in clutch.
Yeah, this is a critical turn for J-Mag here, being able to pressure so much damage and yet still keep 3 ward. That, of course, that Stardust Spike can sometimes represent also maybe some more arcane damage from the amp as well. And the most powerful position here, the most reason why I think he's kind of just doing so well, is he still gets the arsenal that critical gone in a flash.
Bracers of Belief cashed in here. No Astral Bridge for Majin Bey. The height of this card is being able to utilize it with an Astral Bridge in hand on the combo turn to confirm that the instant is there for extra instances of Gone in a Flash. But Majin Bey correctly identifying that time is running out. He's got to make what he can with what he's got. This Scar for a Scar coming in not just with Go again, because the life total is usurped by J-Mag, but also 6 points of damage thanks to the +2 from Bracers of Belief. 3 ward already on board for Jonathan Magnuson. He still lines up a card for block. Looking like Miraging Metamorph so far.
Yeah, Miraging Metamorph, of course, being extremely efficient, is not an action point extender. It doesn't, cost your action point. And right now, almost nothing he does is less efficient than simply sending Gone in Flash and playing instants.
And unfortunately, it is also the most efficient blocking card in the hand, too. Haze Bending only for 2. The other 2, Ward Auras without a block value whatsoever. All the damage is covered up, though. Stardust Spike does leave the arena to cover up the rest of the damage, leaves behind 1 amp and 1 resource. Majin Bey goes ahead and ditches that Constella uplift, thereby fulfilling Starfall. Picks up a brand new card in the form of Electrostatic Discharge. Of course, a known quantity to him thanks to the use of Bracers of Belief. And now it's just a classic 2-card 7, Electrostatic Discharge plus Flittering Charge. 7, no more Go again on this combat chain.
Yeah, choosing to unload on this damage here this turn to really pressure that Fleeing Starbreeze. Clearly, J-Mag probably wanted to keep it around. I mean, he was willing to block with his Tunic and lose the Stardust Spike, so Majin has to make this line. I think it's correct. The alternative, of course, was arsenaling that Electrostatic Discharge and potentially having a great Gone in a Flash turn. It is the best instant in his deck outside of Astral Bridge to pair with Gone in a Flash on a Greaves turn.
But now Stardust Spike gaining extra equity. That resource generated when it left the arena was sunk directly into an elliptical conflux. Once that one left in its own right, left behind an embodiment of Lightning Token, which just makes this yet another classic double Gone in a Flash turn for J-Mag. Or excuse me, I'm used to saying that. It's single Gone in a Flash plus a swing with Reality Refractor.
5 is greater than 4, and this is part of the success story of this deck. It's not only a Gone in a Flash deck. It's a Gone in a Flash deck with an extremely powerful weapon, a 2-resource, 5-damage weapon. It's more efficient than Titan's Fist, a hammer that we have seen do a lot of work before.
Discard of a Lightning Press. There's 3 non-blocking cards in this hand from Majin Bey. He has to put something in front of this. It could be the old knocker, but it more than likely will, of course, be the Scar for a Scholar, the only physical attack with a 4 printed on it in this hand.
This is a great play here. The 2 Arcane would also clear the...
Oh, I don't have AB2.
Do not have AB2.
It also clears the Crackle from Afar Aura, which stops the 5 damage in its tracks. This is one of the reasons why we thought the Oscilio deck would actually be quite good into JMag's Refractorless.
Sometimes non-blocking cards can block in a way. Impressive stuff from Majin Bey. Still has that Scar for a Scar in the hand. It's out onto the combat chain now, and yet another instant in the hand. 4 go again, met by Fate Foreseen. And there's more defense reactions in the hand of JMag, but he's not going to be able to convert them.
It's a Stardust Spike on top, and he does have 2 other blue auras. I think one is Nourishing Glow.
I think they both are.
Oh, yeah, they both look the same. Something interesting here is, of course, Majin's very used to the old Oscilio Volzar, which was just a once per turn, not a tap. So he's instinctively untapped his Oh, he played Uplift. Yes, of course. Oh, it looks like, yeah.
Now
this is a great usage of that card.
Yep, Constella Contemplation now joins the fray. Another 2 Arcane because, of course, Starfall has been met. Volzar Meteor Storm was untapped due to Constella Uplift's main ability and a Ponder token generated. So Majin staying in this value race and still with Lightning Greaves and Old Knocker at the ready.
AB1 with a sink below. These little arcane pings are doing really good work.
Scar for a Scar finds its way into the arsenal of Majin Bey. This time, Echo Flash can't be the card off the top because the 3rd one has already been discarded, as is its purpose. Gone in a Flash now in the arena, but it's not going to have Go again. No more Fleeing Star Breezes, no embodiment of Lightning Token, 2 Nourishing Glows in the hand for Jonathan Magnuson. So can't do what he's been trying to do all game. Gone in a Flash into swing of an Aura weapon.
Yeah, well, the Nourishing Glows are still worth roughly 2 value each. So this is not a complete disaster for him, unlike some of Majin Bey's earlier turns. But this does represent another less than efficient turn, which Majin really needs at this point. He's kind of been behind the entire game.
Consigned to Cosmos Shock, blocked with yet again. Gone in a Flash, returned to the hand, and the protective encapsulation of the arsenal. 2 life gain for Jonathan Magnuson, now at 12 to Majin Bey's 7, but he's got more cards than he's had in a while. Can easily start this turn off with Gone in a Flash. Likely going to discard, yes, this Astral Bridge, because it's only good when paired with that Gone in a Flash combo. Majin still can't find it. There's 2 copies left somewhere in that deck.
His upcoming turn is going to be quite impressive, though. That Scar from the Ponder token, another 4 go again on the Twine Lightning, and maybe a 5 Chaser on that E-Strike. But JMag, with so many more of these 4-block defense reactions, just snaps it off.
4 go again, once again. Entwine Lightning fused with Electrostatic Discharge shows Jonathan that redundant defense reactions might be better used on this turn. He simply doesn't have them. Cosmic Duality is going to have to get on blocking duty. 1 will find home, but instead, the Nourishing Glow stands in the way. Enlightened Strike. Yes, it's coming in for 5 now. Electrostatic Discharge not going to be played out. Instead, Majin goes for the top of the deck.
You will balance.
Oh.
Fate Foreseen found for Majin Bey. An extra card joins the hand for Jonathan Magnuson after Majin Bey says, yes, you will balance. I have drawn 2 cards.
That's the first time he's drawn 2 cards on 1 turn. JMag kind of heads up there, establishing the situation and getting full value on his Balance of Justice.
Look at the body language from Majin Bey. Could it be possible that that wasn't one of his considerations? And we are joined by 4,000 viewers on YouTube. That is at least 8,000 pairs of eyeballs and ear holes, unless, of course, you're wearing an eye patch, in which case it's an odd number, but we are up when it comes to coolness factor. 11 plays 7. Jonathan Magnuson gets his say again. Crackle from afar joins Gone in a Flash to make one that is 5 power, but still no action points. It's just dirtling this way and that. Jonathan is still moving this game along, pushing the needle ever further, but Majin Bay, can he find a Gone in a Flash of his own? Still no! And the Arsenal card is Fate Foreseen. 2 defense reactions when you're only being attacked for 5. JMech is gaining value even though he's not doing what his deck wants to do.
Does get to opt here. Maybe he can find it on top. No, nope. Chooses to bottom it. That probably wasn't Gone in a Flash.
Activate Oscilio.
Activation of Oscilio.
And discard Echo Flash.
Ditches Echo Flash. I'm sorry, there was one more that I missed. Crackle from afar. Ward consumed 1 arcane damage. Leaks through. 10 life for Jonathan Magnuson now. Will Majin Bay go ahead and throw that second Fate Foreseen to just dig a little deeper? Astral Bridge was the card drawn off of the discard of Echo Flash. Astral Bridge, incredible for Gone in a Flash. Combo extension, but you have to have the requisite card.
It would be really unfortunate if he were to play the Astral Bridge and hit the Gone in a Flash he's been looking for. So, but, you know, maybe he has to. Maybe he needs to gamble. He is quite behind here.
Before you draw up, Majin Bay says, hold priority, as he has said many times before.
He does have that Constella Contemplation. He can get 1 point of Arcane from the Starfall trigger as the Starfall trigger is still active.
Also, last copy of Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Perhaps just thinking when shields are down, maybe this is the time to eke a little bit more damage through. Jonathan could go ahead and pitch that last card in hand, but of course, it's a Gone in a Flash. Likely something Jonathan wants to hold on to with a Glam Glass grip.
Yeah, doing so right now would also just get a lot of value. It would deny the Stardust Spike from potentially getting Ward 2 later. And it also gives Jonathan Magnuson a resource in Amp 1 on a turn where he clearly can't take advantage and capitalize on it.
Majin in the think tank, as he was last night. Previously joined by all of the people that have supported him up to this point, but now he's got to do it alone. Oscilio, activation for Majin Bay. Discarding Constella Contemplation. Drawing a fresh card, which is Flittering Charge. Joining
Great
the
draw
Astral
here.
Bridge in hand.
Great draw here.
So Astral Bridge still able to provide an action point. And this is, of course, an activation on Majin's turn. The judge leaning over and making sure that he didn't activate Oscilio twice in the same turn. All is above board, though. Flittering Charge now. 4. Lightning attack can be give and go again by Astral Bridge. Doesn't really matter.
I think.
Yeah, and I do play turn extenders, too.
Majin Bay says, I do play Gone in a Flash. I swear. I built this deck properly.
Yeah, Corrosive Space Dust in J-Mag's hands. So with Majin Bay at 6, some of that arcane damage can start leaking in. Ooh.
Stardust Spike joins the first. 2 copies now. No need to block this Flittering Charge. Astral Bridge played out. What's on top of the deck, Majin? It's Constella Contemplation. Okay, there we go. Starfall active for Constella, Astral Bridge and Constella Contemplation. So 2 extra arcane damage will be coming through. 1 blocked by Jonathan Magnuson with that yellow sink below. The other can clearly be cleaned up. But the first should be 2 arcane.
Volzar was tapped, so both are going to be 1 arcane, I believe.
It was tapped last turn.
Yeah,
You're right,
yeah,
Michael.
Yeah.
You're right.
Not untapped by Constella Uplift. And J-Mag's yellow sink below looking really good. Ooh!
Consigned to Cosmos Shock, Majin Bay says, I may not look like I'm playing Gone in a Flash, but I'm coming for those Ward Auras, trying to rob just a little bit of value away from Jonathan Magnuson. Going to be able to utilize these resources generated, though, because Corrosive Space Dust is there.
Still great timing and usage of these resources because he does, of course, you know, want to make these Stardust Spikes actually read as Ward 1. It's not what you want to do with your Consigned to Cosmos Shock, but Majin's really eking every single point out as he can.
Eking is exactly right. So we've seen a Fate Foreseen for Majin Bay block for 1, a Fate Foreseen pitched for 1 value on Arcane Barrier. Ponder Token finds a remembrance for the arsenal of Majin Bay. These Ponder Tokens and E-Strikes have not looked great for our reigning national champion.
And the onslaught of Gone in Flash continues.
I really thought this game was going to be over in a flash. Honestly, it has been a grind fest between these two Lightning heroes that want to ride that Lightning, strike as many times as possible. But right now, it's clean play over the course of many turns, up to turn 7 now in this last quarterfinal at US Nationals.
Yeah, J-Mag's deck definitely enjoys a longer game. He has access to cooler plays that are kind of usually actually a little 1 or 2 points above even 4 per turn. Majin's deck is way more optimized for much better Gone in a Flash turns. So the fact that we've gone this long suggests to me that J-Mag is kind of in a good position.
And finally, Gone in a Flash is in the hand, but it's in multiples. Why, God, why?
Majin's deck has so many more zero-cost instants, and to draw a hand like this could be a little crushing.
Gone in a Flash in multiples is not terrible, but it's certainly not the best. Should mention here that Majin Bay does have Fyendal Spring Tunic in the 80. Were he expecting to get 2 resources of value out of it, he might have left the Old Knocker at home. He was expecting a quick game for sure.
By 4, man. What's up with that? Yeah, what's up with that?
Attack for 4? What's up with that? That's supposed to be my game plan. So, I haven't been keeping count. I do think that this Gone in a Flash for Jonathan Magnuson has swung upwards of 12 times this game.
I mean, possibly. This deck secretly has 2 weapons. Gone in Flash in the arsenal and Reality Fractor in play. So, yeah.
I'm sure it makes you yearn for a Titan's Fist and me yearn for an Endless Arrow.
Yep. Yeah, by blocking of Gone in Flash here, J-Mag should know there's another copy of Gone in Flash, but, you know, feels pretty good about it. That means there's 1 less possible card that could have just been an instant for Majin's Gone in a Flash combo turn.
And you know, life totals being what they are, Majin is going to have a subpar combo turn if he gets one at all. Now let's talk about the possibility of a combo turn here. Only 1 instant in the hand because the other card laid face down is a Comet Collision. So even if Majin wanted to go ahead and throw 1 card in front of this and put Jonathan in the dumpster, he can't do it with what he's got.
Yeah, he really needs that additional action point to be able to utilize his hand, which is ironic because a lot of his deck, you know, naturally has Go Again or can gain Go Again.
Now, he can technically send 12 if he decides to go for Old Knocker Lightning Greaves here, because, of course, the card in the arsenal is Remembrance.
Yeah, but it doesn't contribute to the game state. It just puts cards back into decks. Ooh, here we go.
Yep, he's got to go now. The writing is on the wall. J-Mag will give no quarter. Fate Foreseen is not a great way for Majin Bay to start this turn. Gone in a Flash wants to be leaking through, at least getting rid of that Restless Coalescence, but J-Mag stands strong and has yet... Never mind, I thought I saw another defense reaction in the hand. Instead, J-Mag has got 2 non-blocking cards, which is a boon for Majin Bay.
Yeah, just doing this before the Fate Foreseen resolves, of course, to deny that Opt 1 to Jonathan Magnuson.
Shows you a lot of clean sequencing from somebody who has played this deck upwards of, I'm sure, over 100 times.
Yeah, Sink Below and Fate Foreseen are both cards that need to resolve in order to get their effect.
Did you just see the fan of the deck for Majin Bay? Yeah. He's like barely above 10 cards. Obviously, that changes when the Remembrance resolves, but that just goes to show you how late these Gone in a Flashes have shown up. The first one was bottom from Crown of Providence, and apparently just joined the other 2 at the bottom of the deck.
And now we understand why Majin Bay has, you know, put a Remembrance in this matchup that we thought was going to be more kind of like an aggressive mirror. Yeah.
Does seem like, especially with as aggressive Oscilio activations as we've seen from Majin Bay, you can run yourself out of cards real quick, just like Dash.io. At
the end of the day, J-Mag's deck is still a deck that probably played all 9 copies of those 4 block defense reactions, so heads up play by Majin. Of course, not looking amazing here, but, you know, there was some thought process involved.
Down to 7 is Jonathan Magnuson. Restless Coalescence is represented in the arena, but is technically in the graveyard. Constella Uplift, no damage. And then Comet Collision is the coup de grace of a middling combo turn. Only 5 Arcane. Jonathan can disrespect it, but is still nevertheless posturing for a card in the pitch zone because I just don't think he can convert them otherwise. It's Crackle from afar, only getting 1 value there. 4 damage going to find Ohm. Down to 3 is Jonathan Magnuson. Even though Majin Bay is not getting the better end of his deck, he has made this a game. Nourishing Glow, heals 1, heals 2 after an activation of Zyggy Starlight, and then likely crashing in for 4, but not before Gone in a Flash gets to come out because the last card in hand, I do believe, is Command and Conquer. I thought it was Fleeing Starbreeze.
Heads up play here, JMag choosing to activate Ziggy, cash in a Lightning Flow. These Lightning Flows do not have Spell Void 1. There is no Omens of Arcana macro. Make sure to gain an extra point of life from this Nourishing Glow with the 2 resources that he already had floating.
Now, Gone in a Flash's stocks go down in any deck that run Lightning Greaves after the combo turn. They plummet in Majin Bay's deck. There's not as much embodiment of lightning generation. There's no sigils of conductivity, no sigils of lightning.
I'll block 5.
Yeah, this is never what you want to be doing with your cards, blocking 5, but another way Gone in Flash's value plummets is when you draw multiple.
Majin, with a hope and a prayer, establishes 2 sigils of brilliance. Has to give priority back to Jonathan Magnuson because, of course, Sigil of Brilliance does pop at the beginning of the action phase. 2 draws now. What has he got to work with? It's Flow State Embodiment and another copy of Fate Foreseen.
The unluckiest person.
Oh, this is the cold foil Flow State that Majin got as a participant of the national champion, but I think even though it's pretty, it's not providing any relief to the situation that Majin Bay finds himself in. Adding insult to injury, Jonathan Magnuson meets that Flow State Embodiment with a Fate Foreseen. Command and Conquer is the attack here for Jonathan Magnuson. And what do I see? Yet another defense reaction in the hand of Majin Bay. 2 damage connects after 2 cards blocked, but only 2 blocks. Gone in a Flash joins the graveyard, and it is not looking good for our former national champion. Elliptical Conflux ends this turn for Jonathan Magnuson. Majin Bay spinning his wheels, circling the drain, but trying with everything he's got. 1 Arcane. Majin Bay extends the fist bump. It's with a whimper that our former national champion exits this top 8. The dream, at least for now, is dead. But if I know something about Majin Bay, he's going to come back better, harder, faster next time. But for now, the glory, the crown, the lightning favors Jonathan Magnuson.
It is fun, isn't it? Blowing someone's mind.
I don't think Jonathan has just blown Majin Bay's mind, but also his body, his Constella, apart.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the picture-perfect ending for a Lightning Mirror to be shocked in response to a card being drawn. This is kind of what that deck was designed to do. Soften you up. Gone in a Flash. Some efficient reality refractor turns. Making embodiment of lightnings. He made way more embodiment of lightnings than Majin Bay, of course. And then just that arcane chip at the very end. Majin, AB 0, no more Lightning Greaves. That was the only piece of Arcane Barrier he had. He had to cash it in that turn to make something out of nothing. But then sitting at 3, then at 1, having a defense reaction while being attacked by Command and Conquer when his deck only has 3. I mean, wow, what a game. Some unfortunate draws, of course, on Majin's side, but I really felt like, you know, just the turns that J-Mag had, they were all reasonable. They were not impressive. We've
seen way better.
Exactly. But they got there. They did just what they needed to do to end that game.
Yeah, unfortunate, honestly, on both sides of the board. It just ended up that Majin required Gone in a Flash in a way that J-Mag's deck didn't.
Yeah,
Granted, he found it early and he sent it umpteen times, but still, draw sequence be damned. It was 2 fantastic players going back and forth. And Michael, you said that Command and Conquer was going to be a factor here. Boy, was it.
I mean, it was a card that just really differentiates the 2 decks. They're 2 aggressive decks, and both want to Arsenal Gone in a Flash, and what attacks the Arsenal? Command and Conquer. But it was just so devastating both times they were played because both times Majin Bey had a favorite scene. He had that get out of jail free, of course, with the Crown of Providence, but that's not where you want your Garden Flash. You do not want it on the very bottom of your deck, and no natural ways to shuffle a deck except for that Remembrance. The whole game, I just feel like both of those Command and Conquers, the first one was the first punch, and the second one was the knockout punch.
We go to our updated top 8 bracket now because we have crowned our final semi-finalist. Now, here's the thing. If you had asked me point blank to make a bracket, I already would be out. I maybe only would have guessed a single one of these results, and that's, of course, Ashlyn Slattery taking out Aaron Grace. But as we saw on stream, that was no small feat. Aaron was 1 resource card away from ending Ashlyn's run. Besides that, it's been topsy-turvy surprises from me all top 8 long.
Yeah, we have 4 heroes in the semifinals, so this is still really exciting and really cool. But yeah, if you were to ask me, I would have had some of these flipped as well. But what we have now are 2 more really exciting semifinals games. I can't wait to see them.
And now it is 2 U.S. nationals in a row where the advent of a new set brings a brand new hero into the top 8. Breakout performances back-to-back. If you asked Majin Bey, he would have much rather had another back-to-back be presented here. Unfortunately, it ends. But if you would like to do what Jonathan Magnuson is doing, I encourage you to pick up an Armory deck Zyggy because it's out now and glimmering in all of its splendor. We talked about Zyggy being a glass cannon. I would also say a glam bomb. They are the brand new Lightning Illusionist hero, the only one that has graced the game, but you heard it from James White. Lightning and Illusionist go so well together, and why is that, Michael?
It just has such powerful, efficient attacks in the Reality Refractor weapon, in that Miraging Metamorph, and then you have Go Again, action point generation. I mean, this is traditionally something that Illusionists have struggled with, so the combination of which creates these super efficient, proactive turns while leaving these ward remainders to be acting as your defense on the next turn.
And if you want to play a different flavor, of course, the Illusionist class generally lends itself to a switchboard. You can also pack in a Phrodius, utilize cards like Starfield Veil, Starfield Carapace, and Starfield Touch to sneak extra points of value out of your ward auras and a little arcane damage on top of it. Shattering Stardust and Miraging Metamorph are also available to you in Armory deck Zyggy. Miraging Metamorph, one of those barriers to entry Majestics for the Illusionist class. You can get all 3 of them straight away.
Yeah,
that's Armory deck Zyggy. Get out there and be like J-Mag and enjoy yourself some fractal replication. Jonathan, kudos to you for really going out on a limb and taking a brand new hero to the top. It's something that requires a lot of bravery and a lot of reps. J-Mag definitely has it. He told me before his top 8 match that he has, he said, hundreds of reps on this deck, and that is no small feat for a man with a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. I know personally.
Yeah, he's a man who's willing to do the grunt work, do the dirty work, get those games in. He'll play against anything, literally anything. Arachne Huntsman. There's no game he doesn't mind kind of slogging through. And, you know, this is one of those games where skills really are important. And putting in the work, you get the results.
And we leave that storyline behind, at least for now. Jonathan Magnuson topples a giant, throws Majin Bey off of the precipice of greatness, but not without a huge fight. It was all the way to the end. Sweat on the brow, but Majin Bey does succumb. I ask you, are you not entertained? You picked a great way to watch Flesh and Blood.
Whether it's a breakout deck from Minneapolis, a surprise hero making a deep run, or must-have cards spiking between rounds, TCG Player makes it easier than ever for you to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards Flesh and Blood players actually want right now. If you're building your deck, making upgrades for an armory, or hunting for the cards everyone's talking about, TCG Player helps you take your Flesh and Blood game to the next level. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
I know you didn't have Zyggy in the top 4. I know you didn't think Ziggy Starlight was making it to the top 4. And yet here we are, folks. Here we are. Welcome back to coverage of U.S. Nationals. My name is Sam O'Byrne. This is Pankaj Bhojwani, and we are so delighted to be here with you for this first semifinal, where once there were 8, we have cut it down to 4. Only 4 players remain. Only one coveted spot in that champion's throne.
And the story of the quarterfinals, I think, is a story of upsets. We started the day with 2 upsets, Gravy taking down a Phi, and then our last 2 quarterfinals. Also what I would consider upsets, Gravy losing to a Victor, a Gravy who we know can navigate the fatigue matchup excellently, taken down by Ryan Rich, and then Majin into Zyggy. I do think Oscilio has the advantage in the matchup. Michael Feng broke it down excellently as well.
Yep.
These Starfall effects, these shocks to just stop an attacking aura, unfortunately did not line up for our reigning US national champion. Now we have 4 heroes in the top 8. Many of which I don't think people were expecting, including Ziggy Starlight and Phi.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Colin and Ryan bringing some expected players in the metagame and Gravy Bones and Victor Goldmane, but I don't think you all had Phi on your top 4 bingo card. I don't think you thought Phi was making a top 4 either. Let's be very clear. So I would say that the omens of the third age meta is looking rather spicy and rather interesting. It is going to be really a beautiful end to what has been a magnificent tournament. It feels as though the stars have aligned for us, haven't they, Pankaj?
Absolutely. And you love seeing 4 different heroes in the top 8 as well. And 4 different flavor of strategies as well. There's a full fatigue strategy on Ryan Rich's side. There's a board state strategy on Colin Eriksen's side. There's raw math on Jonathan Magnuson's side. And then you have aggro combo on Ashlyn's side. Which of these strategies is going to come out on top? We're just going to have to wait and see.
And I will say, for the haters out there, Oscilio 1, clearly not a dead deck, clearly still around, and clearly a lot of work to be done to figure out that puzzle, given that we had 2 completely different flavors, and they were both so very close to making it into the semifinals. There is so much to explore in this Omens of the Third Age season as we move from this national to all of your nationals, and then to what will have to be a dynamic and exciting Pro Tour in Las Vegas, because all of these questions we will have some answers to, but then those answers will spawn more questions and so on and so forth, including how does anyone beat Phi Rising Rebellion? Because Phi Rising Rebellion has proven to perhaps be as much of a breakout deck of the tournament as Ziggy Starlight.
If Phi lasts until Pro Tour Vegas, reminder, he's at 850 something like that LL points. He might win this weekend, and he's at the 1.5x multiplier as well. Will he even be with us until Pro Tour Vegas?
Pretty cool questions to ask and answer. And I know one girl who wants to be a part of the discussion. It's going to be Ashlyn Slattery, one of your top 4 competitors facing off against Colin Eriksen. This is going to be a great...
Colin has taken down a Phi already in this top 8, the quarterfinals match against Matthew Gump, the undefeated Phi. He already took it down. He needs to try and repeat that in this matchup once again. As we take a look at his deck list, we went through it when we were covering his matchup before Matthew Gump. Quick hits before we get into the match. Sunken Treasure. How early can he find it? How early can he force Ashlyn to either find her own extra Phoenix Flames or pitch extra resources into the Fire ability? I think that's a card to look out for alongside all the disruption. Conqueror of the High Seas, Loot the Holds, even the one of Loot the Arsenal going to be key.
Yeah, we talked about it ad nauseum in that match, but everything came up Colin in that first quarterfinal game. He found the cards in just a beautiful order, and he navigated a challenging game with aplomb and with real consistent ability to navigate difficult situations. As we look ahead towards Ashlyn's deck list, this one I want to speak about as well, because there's a major difference you noted to me right before we went on air that I think will be important in this matchup.
And that absence here, it's not an inclusion, it's an absence of Warmonger's diplomacy. We saw how Matthew Gump, with his back against the wall, almost came back into the game off the power of Warmonger's diplomacy in this matchup. Ashlyn does not have that card here, doesn't have that comeback mechanic, so to speak. So if she falls behind, she might not find herself with any recourse.
Well, folks, it is the first semi-final of the 2026 U.S. National Championship, with coverage brought to you by TCG players. Colin Eriksen, it's Ashlyn Slattery. It's one of the breakout decks of the tournament, one of the breakout players of this tournament on the right side of your screen. Ashlyn Slattery facing off against a player who has been so close to this top 8 more times than I can count. And yet, finally, not only has Colin Eriksen made it to his first major top 8, he's got a top 4, and he's fighting for a place in the finals.
Solid start from Ashlyn over here. Gets an extra Phoenix Flame from her deck already on turn 0. We saw her do this against Aaron Grace as well, but extra equity in this matchup because now she maybe can fade an early Sunken Treasure from Colin Eriksen's side, saying she already has the extra Phoenix Flame. It's fine. Maybe my future Rise from the Ashes get a bit weaker, but it's okay. I'm not forced to activate Fire over here. Solid start from her, as set up with a Ponder token as well. Can expend her entire hand now on offense, which is also relevant because on Colin Eriksen's side, while he has quick dodge flexes, we saw how important that can be, how effective that can be on a big combo turn. It is not Base of the Mountain. Headpiece also not Crown of Dominion, giving him extra gold, which means if he's holding any allies on this turn, he might actually leak a bunch of damage from Ashlyn's offense.
Yeah, some major differences from the last time we saw this matchup, and I think a huge one that you just described is the inclusion of that second Phoenix Flame in the graveyard so early. The, as you just hear, Colin Eriksen kind of cheekily say, no blocks on that attack, to which Ashlyn, in a little laugh, responded. It's going to be the Searing Ember Blade coming out in response to that Phoenix Flame now that it has go again. Colin here does have that Fearless Confrontation. We saw how powerful it was last game. This is a one of, it hit the combat chain as a defending card.
No blocks on the Phoenix Flame for 0. Super heads-up play from Colin Eriksen. That's why he is in the top 4 of U.S. Nationals. Plays like this, people.
Block 3 on the attack for 2 with the Phoenix Flame. One more card in hand. It's a Lava Burst. Does Colin have the blocks? I think he might.
I think he does. I think he's block 6 in the hand between Call to the Grave and Blood in the Water.
Oh, now the question is, does he keep the Call to the Grave around? He hasn't looked at the top card of the deck. He's
Remember,
going to now.
If he looks at it now, he won't have it for his turn. Compass will remain tapped when it goes to his turn. But if he finds an ally off the top...
Decline the discard here, just taking the 1, Call to the Grave, too important of a card. Thinks the 1 life is not a fine trade to keep around that Call to the Grave.
Super heads up because he does not have a guaranteed way to get an ally in the grave since he doesn't have any gold token, not even running the new crown either to help him filter allies into the grave. So spending 1 life here on Ashlyn's turn 0 to keep a card that can guarantee that he puts an ally in the grave and actually mounts some sort of offense, because these gravy decks sometimes can stumble on that front.
Ashlyn there, the Ponder, really just converting into some optionality in the arsenal. as we move over to Colin's first true turn.
And we already see a piece of disruption entering Colin Eriksen's hand over here in the form of that Loot the Hold. Gosh, I just want to go back again to the super heads-up line to just take a damage for this Call to the Grave. Without this Call to the Grave, there was a very good chance that this hand doesn't do much for Colin Eriksen. He spent that one life, spent it well. This is the mark of an experienced Gravy player.
And we know in Flesh and Blood, a single point of life can truly be all the difference as we come down to the end games. We'll be watching and wondering what the branching paths lead to from here. As that Call to the Grave defended and sacrificed a point of life 4 is immediately resolved. Colin's going to look through the deck. Let's see what the ally will be. Looking like it might be that Chum, Friendly First Mate, one of the most powerful cards, period, in Flesh and Blood in Classic Constructed.
ALS on a zombie, it feels like. ALS, of course, stands for Arclight Sentinel, an aura the Prism can deploy that forces you to attack it. Chum, very reminiscent of that card. And unlike Syndra, again, when Ashlyn clears this, she needs to probably send 2 cards into it and doesn't get any card refunded back for her troubles. Chum, very annoying ally, the 6 health body. It's very difficult for these ninjas to deal with.
Send 40 billion into him.
Exactly. I'd like to activate Dead Threads. Do you have Pill for the Tune?
No, we do not.
You don't have
This is some immediate banter with these players as you hear Colin say he'd like to activate the Dead Threads.
Sounds good.
Asks after the Pill for the Tune. And it's going to be a double ally without an attack here. We've got Oyston, we've got Chum, we've got an arsenal for Colin Eriksen. A very different start, but similarly powerful, just in a different way.
Deploying an ally and not attacking with it is often considered a pretty bad value play on Gravy Bones' side, but I have to point out, both these allies attack for free. So if Ashlyn doesn't clear both of them, Colin Eriksen gets to go quite up on value in future turn cycles. He's almost telling Ashlyn, you need to sink 2 head jabs into the Chum, plus your Phoenix Flame into the Oyston, which will also give me a gold for me to not just get a bunch of free value.
I believe Colin Eriksen has drawn his first sunken treasure of the game.
But again, 2 Phoenix Flames already in Ashlyn's Slattery side, and she doesn't seem to have any Phoenix forms in the list, in contrast to Matthew Gump as well, so doesn't really need 3 Phoenix Flames to have access to. She just needs maybe 1 extra at some point for the Phoenix War, for Hour of Phoenix War. But aside from that, and the Fire that Burns Within, of course, aside from that, she's probably not too sad about a Phoenix Flame being sunken. Of course, depending on the way she sequences this turn as well, if you send your early Draconic attacks at the Chum, it means that when Colin gets a block with a Sunken Treasure, you already have the Draconic Chainlinks you need to just recur back a Phoenix Flame for free.
First play on Ashlyn's real attacking turn comes in here with a Rising Resentment. 3 go again. We're going to go ahead and finish off this Chum. Ashlyn knows after that 1 of Fearless Confrontation hit the combat chain, she does not have to think about it for the remainder of the game. Chum is gone. Display Loyalty. 3 loyalty. 3 go again in the Display Loyalty, heading towards Gravy Bones. And this fealty will join the party, something we didn't see Matt really be able to utilize well in his game. Something we'll have to see if affects the outcome here for Ashlyn.
Funnily enough, with 2 Phoenix Flames, you actually can't protect them. You can recur 1 back with 5 for free here, but the other one will just get turned face down.
That's what I was getting at with calling out the draw. Like, one of these is going to go no matter what.
Unless there's a yellow somewhere that Colin Eriksen would rather turn face down to get a gold, because he's currently sitting on 0 gold. I don't believe there's any yellow anywhere, though.
Activate fire. Oh, who would have thought? Who would have thought? 1 at you. I do not like giving you gold.
Ooh.
1 at Colin doesn't want to give any gold, you hear Ashlyn say.
Leaving the Oyston around, again, a free attack on the hero. Free 3 damage ally, while Colin Eriksen doesn't have any allies in the bin currently.
We can go down to 38.
Yeah.
38 for Colin Eriksen. Sounds like we might be in for a nice bit of chatter with both of these players. They are both happy to enjoy some banter, enjoy some discussion amongst themselves. So we can look forward to that throughout this game as we've got 2, honestly, lovely, funny, and I'll say sometimes I think both these players can be a little silly in the feature match, and that is always good to see even when the stakes are quite high.
Love how much fun our players are having in the feature match area.
It's a game, everybody. It's a game after all. 5 go again with this Inflame the Firebrand. As we'll have to see now. I think it's maybe a Rise from the Ashes in the arsenal for Ashlyn.
I think so too. That Sunken Treasure might end up being more relevant than we thought. Rise from the Ashes typically goes very nicely if you have 2 Flames in the graveyard. I'm curious to know whether Ashlyn brought in all 3 Phoenix Flames for this matchup. Typically in a faster matchup, you just want 2, but in a matchup like this, when your opponent can disrupt your Phoenix Flames, there is an argument to bring all 3 in.
Now this is an interesting development. At the end of this turn, Colin Eriksen has gone ahead and deployed his quick dodge flexors here simply to put that Riches of Tropeldani in the pitch, simply because Colin Eriksen said, I need a goal. So Ashlyn's turn that we just witnessed where she said, I don't want to give you gold, clearly that was a really heads-up play because Colin needed a gold so bad, he traded in potentially 6, 8 points of defense later in this game.
Or it might have been the case that he just didn't have a pitch outlet for his own turn. I believe his arsenal is a Loot the Hold.
Yeah.
Murderous Rabble here holding Riches of Tropeldani.
Exactly.
I think he just said that was his only pitch outlet. Because Death Threads was active. The Chum died that turn. He could have activated Death Threads and sent the quick dodge that way if he really wanted to block an extra 2. But he realized he'd be holding on to Riches of Tropeldani with no other pitch outlet. A bit of a forced move for Colin Eriksen there.
I'll say no blocks there. Take the 3. 34. 34.
No blocks. Damage taken, down to 34, goes Fi. As the Tunic goes to 3. Let's see if Ashlyn Slattery is going to put together another Art of the Phoenix War turn alongside the Rise from the Ashes in the arsenal. No, it's going to be an Oath of Loyalty. 4, go again. Compass, immediately reached for by Colin Eriksen.
And you asked the previous turn, Sam, how useful is this fealty going to be? When you start the turn with Oath of Loyalty, fealty can come in very handy to make sure you keep having Draconic Chainlinks. Now, unlike Syndra, Fi does mostly run Draconic attacks to begin with, but Ashlyn Slattery does have a few copies of Blue Dragon Power, for example, that will definitely make use of the fealty token.
No blocks. 2 from the Ignite. Down to 32 goes Gravy Bones. Ashlyn Slattery got a Tunic available.
As the Ignite discount here as well, can discount the Fire ability, can discount the Fire that burns within that's in her hand as well.
I will play a Fire that burns within. When it attacks, it'll create a trigger. I will respond with Fi, put it in my hands. I will then discard it to the trigger and draw a card.
Sure.
Hear that nicely explained by Ashlyn, responding to the on-attack trigger of the Fire that burns within to make this 5 go again because of the buff from Tiger Stripe Shuko. And it does look like the card in hand was drawn there.
Was the Art of Phoenix War.
Phoenix War, yeah. So keeping the Tunic around, really important for the next turn.
But she's already used her Fire activation for this turn.
Yeah, this will be for later.
So for the following turn, I think if our read was correct, the Arsenal is a Rise from the Ashes as well.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of an awkward turn cycle. Deciding right now is Ashlyn Slattery.
I mean, it's a fair bit of damage if you just go Lava Burst, say, go next, take your turn. I will hold this card in hand. It's not exactly how I want to use it. It means my Fire that burns within did not get me the exact value I want, but might be that Ashlyn Slattery needs a true spike turn to really get through. Colin Eriksen looks like he's happy to take some damage on this turn. Maybe some more from a Lava Burst could be good enough.
Also, given that she's already used her Fire ability this turn, doesn't seem to have a very efficient way to clear the Oyster. This might be yet another turn where that pesky ally that attacks for free just gets to stick around, which Colin Eriksen might be very, very happy with. There's also the option to activate Tunic, pitch a red into the Ember Blade to avoid IPing a card.
Yeah, it's a pickle for Ashlyn if she wants to get that Phoenix Flame back with the Rise from the Ashes. It breaks the chain all of a sudden. You don't know what's going to happen off the draw from the Art of Phoenix War. You could end up with a turn that looks much less impressive than the one you already have.
Especially when you're holding onto a Lava Burst as well. Imagine drawing cards that aren't starters and you just used your power card.
It's correct, but it feels really
Interesting. Ashlyn giving this such a think. Hear her say, I think it's correct, but it feels really bad. I wonder if she's considering just going for this Art of the Phoenix War turn.
Or considering just Tunic, pitch red for Ember Blade maybe, and on Lava Burst. That's still quite a bit of damage. You keep your Rise from the Ashes in the arsenal for any future.
Go for it. It's a very weird line.
Oh, interesting.
Two things.
If it's wrong, it's at least really fucking cool.
Thank you, Ashlyn, for giving us what sounds to be a cool line.
Choice words. to describe what this turn might look like. It's a
Going
Mask
for
of
the
the Pouncing Lynx. That is not what I expected. What do you think we're going to grab?
Is it in flame?
Flame?
I think it's in flame. That's the way she can get the Phoenix Flame back without breaking the combat chain. Arsenal not an attack action card though, so she's really banking on drawing some attacks off the top of the deck. Most of them will just have go again because you have Inflame plus well, the Phoenix Flame will be discarded. Do you have an Inflame? But
wow.
So most of the attacks will have go again. You have enough Draconic Chain Links, but it is a bit of a gamble. Also, resource card means she gets to swing the Ember Blade as well.
And you already took the 5, right?
Yeah, I took the 5.
Yeah, that's on me. That's okay.
You're interesting.
I don't
interesting.
think like I would be able to foresee the future. So it's fine. It's very fine.
I wonder if she's discussing just going for this at the start of the turn after the Oath of Loyalty, or even because it's not Oath of Loyalty has to be your first action, right? Not your first play. Fascinating stuff here as you hear the players even just discussing in the moment. Colin saying, "Oh, so you have I see," and then the players having a little bit of a back and forth.
You also have to note, when you've already attacked 3 times and then you play the Art of Phoenix War, the card does get significantly worse. A bunch of the attacks have already been played, not going to benefit from the buff. So Ashlyn taking a bit of a risky line here, or as she put it, a cool line. I'm not going to say the exact words that she said.
Yeah, she said a really
cool,
a super cool line.
Very, very cool line.
Yeah.
Incredibly cool even.
All right, Ashlyn, this is such a fascinating development in this game. I can say with full confidence that when we were discussing the outcomes, I did not expect the continuation of this turn to be Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
And in Flame sits in the banish zone, ready to be played as she draws up Flame Call Awakening and a blue, I think, which is kind of exactly what she needed, especially after that first draw of the Flame Call Awakening.
Wow. Okay, so 1 Phoenix Flame in the yard.
Which cannot be retrieved via Fire ability, but can be retrieved via the Inflame ability. Let's see how many chain links she can resolve on this turn to actually get the benefit of Art of Phoenix War. Currently, at least a Flame Call Awakening, and now we'll know whether she did bring in the 3rd Phoenix Flame as she's picking up her deck. Looks like she did opt to bring in the 3rd Phoenix Flame, so no longer any opportunity to naturally draw a Phoenix Flame, which, you know, was a little bit of a setback for Matthew Gump early in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I had to grab this in the event that I just drew a weird card off the Art of the Phoenix War. This just allows me to smooth out my turn so much easier.
Interesting. So this wasn't even really for the Art of the Phoenix War because she had the Rise from the Ashes in the arsenal. This was just insurance for Ashlyn, so we have to really consider for the remainder of this game. That Mask of the Pouncing Lynx could have eventually in this game been 7 or potentially even 8 damage. Here, it was insurance. Will it be good enough?
And let's talk about the math that it ended up being on this turn. It was insurance, sure, but the math-wise, Inflame is 2 damage off the buff and 2 damage from the Phoenix Flame that you get to recur. 4 damage for your Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Not exactly where you want to be.
No, that is not where you want to be. Okay, Colin has started to do some blocking now that he sees how this turn is really developing. I believe Shuko's already triggered on the turn, right? Inflame, or ignite into the
Fire the Burns Within. Yes, indeed.
FTB with the Ignite, which I don't have. Shuko is not active. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ashlyn discussing this right as we do as well.
2 go again.
2 go again with the Phoenix Flame from the Art of the Phoenix War buff. No blocks on this too. Colin Eriksen down to 24.
24, yep.
I believe Ember Blade was also swung with?
We're gonna play.
I don't think so.
Okay.
It was Ignite with the
for 2, picking up the Phoenix
with the Fire the Burns Within.
Yep.
Down to 22 goes Colin. He's keeping these cards.
2 go again at you.
2 go again with the other Phoenix Flame.
And again, not clearing the Oyster, just leaving that on the field is Ashlyn Slattery. The Blade will not get the buff from Art of Phoenix War. So doing the math here then, 4 cards got buffed by Art of Phoenix War on this turn. 5 cards, including his Lava Burst.
And the Lava Burst for 6.
So still a strong Art of Phoenix War turn in terms of getting 5 cards buffed by it. But of course, 2 of those cards were effectively gotten from a Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, so there was some lost value there. overall, Ashlyn gets a pull off a combo turn,
still at
and
me,
also
I know.
doesn't have an
Yeah,
arsenal, so not open to getting disrupted by something like a Conqueror of the High Seas or a Loot the Arsenal.
And the hand here for Colin is a Rigor Mortis, so if he wants to try to find a blocking card, it's going to be using that last gold. He hasn't gotten his block value out of the Balance of Justice, so he's clearly wanting to save it for a future attack to get the damage and to pop for later in this game.
There are 2 more Art of Phoenix Wars in the deck for Ashlyn Slattery, so he's banking that he will be able to activate it at some point later. Already has a play that he's happy with on this turn cycle.
Incredibly hilarious that there was a whole another combat chain before there.
You're Ashlyn describing that it is, and I would agree, quite funny that this was truly the second full combat chain of this turn. There was another combat chain that looked like a perfectly reasonable turn, perfectly reasonable combat chain, and Ashlyn said, I've had one combat chain. How about another?
All thanks to Rise from the Ashes, for which he does need to break the combat chain.
Play and swing Sawbones here, but a Loot the Hold was one of those final pieces for Colin Eriksen. So this is now 6 with that disruption you've talked about, stapled on.
Loot the Hold was just sitting in the arsenal waiting for a high damage ally to put the pressure on Ashlyn Slattery. What an efficient turn cycle coming up from Colin Eriksen there. Setting 6 with disruption, Sawbones left behind as well. Shuko still up for Ashlyn Slattery though, so Phoenix Flame buffed up by Shuko can cleanly clear a Sawbones Dockhand.
No blocks here.
No blocks on this attack. Ashlyn Slattery is going to lose a card, and importantly, another gold for Colin Eriksen.
Congrats on your gold. Thank you.
Ashlyn wishing Colin congratulations for the gold.
And Colin very politely thanking her for it as well.
Tunic. Ashlyn almost played the Oath of Loyalty, but remembered the Tunic. Inspirations to all of us. And you heard her say, it's one thing I'm so afraid of. Tunic's so important for this deck. 4, go again. Towards Gravy Bones.
Who's currently holding 2 allies and a Blood and Water as well.
No discard.
4, no discard. Just takes care of this cleanly.
Sword at Sawbones.
Sword at Sawbones. Take care of that powerful and impactful ally.
Did not have a way to trigger Shuko on this turn. So hence why it wasn't a Phoenix Flame buffed up by Shuko going to Sawbones.
1 go again?
Flame still going at face. Oyston going to stick around. We've yet to see Colin seriously leverage that.
And 4 with go again.
4 with go again. Ashlyn saying, listen, I'm just keeping the pressure on.
I really like how she's trying not to Arsenal as much as possible. Conquer the High Seas. We saw how strong it was. And in this deck, you are sometimes forced to Arsenal Art of Phoenix War. So keeping that open as well means that she can go put it in Arsenal later on if she needs to.
28 life for Ashlyn Slattery. It should be 10 life for Colin after he takes that 3 and we mark it down. It's going to be an attack. There it is. So 10 currently plays 28. But this is what happens with some of these board state decks in Flesh and Blood. An early life deficit can be leveraged quite nicely once you have the access to these important and impactful board presence pieces. So 3 damage. Easily and happily taken by Ashlyn Slattery. It's an activation of Gravy Bones. What's going to be the discard? It's going to be a Sawbones Dockhand once again, which looks like it can be swung in thanks to the Dead Threads. Another 6.
And this is a dry hook, I want to say, which is a term we use when no gold has been generated and you just send the hook. Because this turn started with a Murderous Rabble, so Ashlyn Slattery can block 6 and blow up the hook, opting not to, just wants to keep the pressure on. Falls down to 19, gives Colin the extra gold. What a heads-up dry hook from Colin, saying, if you want to block 6 on this, I'm happy, and if you don't, I'm also happy.
And you heard Ashlyn say, yeah, I think that's a pretty safe hook.
Yep.
Unfortunately, unless she goes back.
No, I missed Tunic.
You are still allowed at this moment to get your Tunic.
I would call a judge if I were in her position. No new information has been gained.
You are allowed to just go, oh, sorry, Tunic. That is within the rules. So
Just gonna breathe. I'm just gonna breathe.
All right.
You hear the players, Ashlyn saying, I'm just going to breathe. Colin just goes, relax. As just, again, some real sportsmanship from our players.
I really hope that Tunic doesn't matter. I really hope.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, but again, for all of you watching at home, if you literally play, say, Rise from the Ashes, oh, wait, my Tunic, that, from my understanding, is allowed within the rules.
I'll just call a judge.
Yeah.
Let them sort it out. At least give yourself the opportunity to get that back.
4. Yeah, take 2.
Yeah, 8.
Okay, Conqueror blocked with over here. Colin Eriksen doesn't think he has a life total to resolve that card. Of course, quite taxing on your hand size to resolve the card to its full effect.
And Colin saying, listen, I'm just going to get my 1 point of prevention out of the Sawbones while I can.
And she still soaks a full 3 damage into it anyway. Again, looks like she can't activate Shuko on this turn. So Sawbones twice now has soaked up a full Emberblade after attacking for 6 as well. Full 9 points of value off that pesky skeleton.
One go again.
Down to 7?
Yep.
Down to 7 goes Colin, but he's already gotten Ashlyn to 19. Activate Fi. Here comes 2 with go again.
So did get to activate Shuko over here. Curious why this flame couldn't have been sent towards Sawbones instead of the Emberblade.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe worry. No, I don't think Sunken Treasure would have gotten in the way with that one floating that I don't think we're going to be used. So yeah, I think you're right. That is a potential damage missed in this turn. That Emberblade could have gone towards Colin. This Phoenix Flame could have gone towards Sawbone.
Yeah, you have to wonder. It's one of those things, you know, you make a mistake like the Mist Tunic, you're a little bit frazzled, and it snowballs into further mistakes potentially.
You know, actually, she is using this one floating for the dragon power, right? So maybe she is playing around the potential of a Sunken Treasure, forcing her to activate Fi early.
No resource.
So Dragon Power comes in. This is for 5 with the fealty. That's going to buy 2 blocks from Colin, leaving him with only 1 card in hand and the Oyston. So yeah, I think that's partially what Ashlyn might have been playing around. Oh, she knocks the top card off.
It was off the top.
I think it's the card off the top of my deck, but when I moved, I think my hoodie slightly knocked it over.
There's going to double check that. Going to have a quick judge call to resolve that top of the card. At least nothing was seen, so it should be fairly easily resolved.
Yeah, Ashlyn said, I think I heard her say, I don't know what this card is, but I think I just moved it off the top of the deck with the hoodie. That is what happened. We could see it. I watched it happen. I was like, oh, she knocked the card off the top of her deck. So hopefully it's just a quick put it right back on, draw the cards back up. No harm, no foul. Let's go ahead and head down to the table to see what transpires from here. Yep, looks like just card back on top. Cards drawn up, no problem. And Anka Drag under resolved.
And we did miss just a small piece of action over there. Looks like Colin did activate Gravy. That's why it's tapped. And he lost his gold token as well. Tip the Barricade was played. Gold Kiss Rum generated, which now is a punish if Ashlyn continues to leave excess allies out on Colin Eriksen's board. Rum, gold, up for Colin Eriksen. 2 allies as well. Balance of Justice still up as well.
Now there's currently in hand for Ashlyn Slattery in Art of the Phoenix War. Had she had her Tunic on 3, it would have been available here, but maybe she doesn't have the requisite pieces to really put it together.
Maybe not. 4-card hand. And that's the thing, when you play off an Arsenal this much, which pretty solid to do in this matchup when the opponent has Arsenal Disruption, sometimes your cards that want you to have big hands, like Art of Phoenix War, a little less strong.
This is great. We are seeing both players, again, smiles on their faces, enjoying themselves, playing a game, and you can still tell the intensity is ratcheting up. Both players taking deep breaths. For a moment, Colin's head was in his hands. There's the Sunken Treasure now that Ashlyn has to think about. You can spend the 1 floating, but again, one of these flames is gone.
And then it'll just be 1 flame left for her, which does make resolving Art of Phoenix War and Fire that Burns Within a little bit tougher.
This is an interesting call for Ashlyn Slattery.
Yeah, you don't need to activate Fire. One of them's going away regardless. There's no point paying 1 for that.
You see the emotions there from Ashlyn as she realizes, wait, I have 2 flames. I'm okay. I'll still have 1 from here. Though 2 flames now sit at the bottom of the watery, watery depths.
Ignite in response to the trigger. I will activate Fi.
So in response to the trigger of Fi, we're going to activate Fi here.
There's some unique sequencing over there because Ignite is an attacking draconic attack as its trigger goes on the stack. So while it's still attacking, you have 3 chain links already. Fi is free, so she activates it then, and the Ignite floating trigger, then the Ignite discount on resource is just floating, resolves. This Art of Phoenix War is now free.
1 floating, what do we find? I think we find a Spreading Flames. Which means that
currently taking 1 down to 4.
We actually, because we responded to the trigger, still have the one floating because the Ignite discounted the Art of Phoenix War.
A very important
which means
sequence
the Spreading
there
Flames
for
can
Ashlyn.
come forth.
And good news for everyone, Tunic did not matter. It would have been on 3, wouldn't have mattered.
With go again?
Why is it 5?
Itself, Art of the Phoenix War.
Sure. Yes, because we have 4 chain links.
Yeah, and Spreading Flames here is going to count itself, its own effect. You never see Spreading Flames on Chain Link 4, but that's where we are in this game, which means we're coming in for 5. Colin Eriksen here quickly cashed in that balance of justice. So we're going to block for 3 with Jittery Bones.
Taking 2 down to 2.
5, go again.
And then 5 more with Go Again.
Going to force 2 cards out of Colin, Eriksen. Oyston still left behind.
And this should be the end of the turn.
Gotcha.
It's so tough because you give 4 more life to Colin Eriksen if we didn't do the Inflame play from those couple turns ago. But you just imagine what a Mask of Pouncing Lynx could have been here, right? Even just what would Lava Burst have been?
Well, interesting.
Colin here says, well, interesting after viewing the top of the deck. And you can see Ashlyn a little bit of a grimace. What could that mean? Blocking 3.
Hold on.
You're at 2.
I'm at 2.
Yeah.
Okay, then
You double check the life totals, Colin. I was like, wait, that kills you, though. It's not enough.
planned.
Needs to put 2 cards in front of this.
I think you heard Colin say, wait, we planned this. So we talked about it at the beginning of the game, how important it was for Colin to keep around a Call to the Grave, sacrificing life to do so. We don't have that same luxury. Ashlyn has kept her foot on the gas. The fires of Volcor have attempted to inflame her presence. And for her trouble, she's got Colin down to 2. He attacks with an Oyston. Ashlyn's got full tempo. She has the opportunity here to put herself in the finals of U.S. Nationals 2026.
This is the difference when Gravy Bones doesn't get the space to send Conquerors at you in the first few turns of the game. This is what happens. Colin Eriksen was forced to block with a Conqueror, forced to block with some disruptive pieces as well, as he finds himself potentially out of contention at the U.S. Nationals.
Okay, cards off the top. There's our Conqueror. There's another Sunken Treasure. Third Sunken Treasure, only 1 Phoenix Flame left. It's going to be Spreading Flames.
At this life total, I'm not sure whether Ashlyn cares if a Phoenix Flame gets turned face down.
Well, if she has an Art of the Phoenix War, she certainly does.
That will make her care. That'll make her care. Yeah.
As the Sunken Treasure hits the combat chain, we have no pitch outlet in the hand. And that's...
That would be a dead card in this game. It would need to pitch for 1 if this last Phoenix Flame gets turned face down. But if she uses 2 cards now to bring the Phoenix Flame back, that just stymies the entire offense on this turn. Sunken Treasure.
Oh my god, this is an absolute huge turn in this game. Phi activated in response so that Ashlyn can keep the Phoenix Flame around. I wonder if this is just to try to set up an Art of the Phoenix War turn in the future, even though she just pitched it away, her 3rd copy.
And now he turns his own yellow face down, makes a gold. You know, in the game against Matthew Gump, this Sunken Treasure effectively blocked a Searing Emberblade, so it ended up blocking for 6. It was on a Spreading Flames turn too, so maybe even a little bit more than that as well. Once again, Sunken Treasure, this innocuous blue block card, if I say innocuous, doing so much work in this Phi matchup.
Yeah. Good for Ashlyn that she found all of her Phoenix Flames early to put herself in this position. And now for Colin, he has worked through those Phoenix Flames, save for the one that Ashlyn had to pitch away her entire turn. The Flame Call Awakening pitched away. That card's not doing anything either on this turn. So 3 go again. This has to buy another block from Colin Eriksen. He's on the ropes, but he is certainly not out of it yet.
And Ashlyn's now at 12, getting to the point where some higher attack allies, such as Sawbone, such as Rigor Mortis, might start to force blocks out of Phi. And once you start to make Phi block, that is how you can eke out a victory, even if you're only at 2 life.
Oh, you see both players getting a gulp of water, taking a respectful pause in the game to both say, let's just take a breath, let's get a drink. Let's put our heads in the right place. There is a lot on the line over these next couple of turns.
Going to activate gold token here. Knows what the top card of the deck is thanks to the Compass activation.
No Pleiades card to stop my draw.
Yeah, the draw is good.
Draw is good. Is the call from Ashlyn, and then there's the call to the grave.
He drew a blue off the top, drew a blue golden tipple. Doesn't matter that the text says golden tipple. All that matters is the color strip at the top of that card, which is blue. Allows him to find a chum with the activation of Dead Threads. We might even see a Rum activated over here so that he can attack with both allies, which again, Oyston attacks for free. We brought this up when this ally hit the field. Attacking for free is incredible in this Gravy matchup.
Is it happening? is Gravy Bones rising from the depths alongside Chum and Oyston to turn the tide in this game. An ally drawn in this next turn means that Ashlyn might have to send so much damage on a 4-card hand into Chum-friendly first mate, and potentially Colin could start to force the blocks that you describe. Ashlyn gets on the back foot, and then for the second time in as many top 8 games, Colin Eriksen will steal away an unfavored matchup.
Is the rum going to be activated here? Is it going to be 4 into 3? We wondered, would Ashlyn be punished for leaving this Oyston around for as long as she did? It looks like this might finally be the turn where that decision is punished. These gambles, rum activated here after the gold-baited hook. Small bit of sequencing, by the way. If you rum and then gold-baited hook, that's a very bad play because your gold-baited hook gets go again. Colin sequencing that correctly. Chum, 4 go again, threatening gold on hit.
My goodness. Ashlyn Slattery has a major decision here.
I have lines available to me.
I can only imagine you have lines available, Ashlyn. There is so much on the line that she has to consider. Let's take a look at what she's working with. We've got Rise from the Ashes. Looks like we've got Assault the Wound. I think it's an Inflame the Firebrand and a blue Dragon Power.
No real starter in this hand except that blue Rise from the Ashes.
Which is ostensibly the same thing as... Well, it's actually better than pitching into Fire, right? Because you at least get the 1 damage from the Rise from the Ashes, so that makes it your starter. But if you do Rise from the Ashes 1, all of a sudden, if Colin has a way to activate Chum, that looks real good.
Especially if you take the full 7 damage, then you're down to 5. A Rigor Mortis then starts to force block. Still has armor available, though, for Ashlyn, so can maybe fade an attack for 6 somewhere, but we're starting to have this matchup get closer than we expected.
Now, Colin, did we make a gold this turn?
We did not. All we did was crack a gold, play a Call to the Grave. So this was yet another dry hook, and these extra gold tokens that Colin has been generating off these quote-unquote dry hooks been massive. 3 gold right there, 2 of them were off of dry hooks.
Yeah.
You just hear the talking between both these players. As Ashlyn said, you're getting a lot of value off that Oyston, and all Colin could do is say, over to you.
And he finds the ally. He finds the Rigor Mortis. Chum is activatable here. And the other thing about Rise from the Ashes is that if you play it, that's a priority window for Chum already. Oh, I think she's going for Dragon Scalar Flight Path here. Only 1 Draconic on attack on the chain here. Dragon Scalar Flight Path then costs a full 2.
Wow, this is interesting. Ashlyn said, I have lines available, and the one she found was Searing Emberblade, first chain link, no current, go again. But we might have to use the bailout of the Dragon Scalar Flight Path. There's plenty of resources in the hand. Is there plenty of damage to take care of a Chum?
With excess blues, that makes a ton of sense. You pay 2 for the go again, then you pay 2 again on the next Emberblade swing, which will get go again because it would be the second Draconic chain link, and then you get to continue the turn. Colin Eriksen trying to decide whether he wants to activate Chum. Remember, it does cost him a card from hand. He needs to discard a card with Watery Grave to activate that ally ability.
Yeah, sounds good.
While he's facing down lethal in the form of his Emberblade as well. I really like this play from Ashlyn Slattery. Send the damage phase, force the opponent to activate the Chum.
Block 3 with the Conquer the High Seas. These big boats are made for defending in this game.
And he can wait for the boots activation here. Wait to see what Ashlyn's up to before he decides to activate Chum.
This is an unbelievably tense semifinals match. Colin Eriksen proved already that he knows how to navigate this matchup. Ashlyn Slattery trying to rewrite history. Activate the Dragon Scalar Flight Path. There's now go again on the Searing Emberblade.
Okay.
And you can attack with it again.
Sure.
Targeting Colin again. 2 cards in hand.
And Colin did not say, okay, please hold. I want to respond. Now we're going to respond and put the Rigor Mortis in the bin. Ashlyn says, sounds good. Does she have the damage to take care of this Chum right here, right now?
She's holding on to Assault the Wound and Inflame the Firebrand, I believe. And these 2 attacks, the 2 Emberblades, had not hit. So Assault the Wound, no buff currently. Phoenix Flame from Fire ability, not easily obtainable right now, unless she plays Inflame the Firebrand, which would then be the 3rd Draconic Chain Link.
So Inflame would be 2, and then
And then you
3.
get a flame and you salt the wound, and that would
clear
the
it. Yeah, this will clear.
That is all remaining offense from Ashlyn, though. So 1 card from Colin Eriksen traded for 2 effectively from Ashlyn Slattery's side.
2-2-4 at Chum. And you see Colin a little bit of a head shake. Wonder if that was because, okay, my plan worked, or, oh boy, I had a momentary moment of panic.
I think he's happy about that. When your Chum soaks 8 damage, wow. Ashlyn, though, fantastic use of the Dragon Scaler fight path. I've never seen that play before.
Yeah, I've also never
really
seen
cool.
that. Really cool way to get out of a tricky situation.
I like the port side exchange.
Port side exchange.
Which will just draw a card and will be a blue that hits the yard as well. Does he draw a resource card? Draws a yellow, so he
activates Gravy.
Drawing a card.
Finds a prismatic ley line off the top.
Okay. So he can already play the Rigor Mortis and
What are we
swing
going to find
with it
off
if
the
he
top?
wants to.
Blood in the water.
Death Threads is active,
Oh, and you can see him look to the stars, look to the skies, the stormy skies of the high seas here for Colin Eriksen that he gazes towards. It's going to be Dead Threads.
Definitely happening.
So activates Death Threads.
He knows he's activating Dead Threads.
If he's digging further, he could pitch the Blood in the Water. Opting not for that, just saying this is my defense. Can Arsenal the defense reaction, just keep it around, effectively converting the gold into a card. Blue already hit the field this turn in the form of Portside Exchange. Now, you can swing the Rigor Mortis by pitching a red, where you lose your defensive card and your opponent isn't forced to use cards from hand because they still have armor up. So Colin thinking,
Activate
just sends
Hook.
the Oyston.
Just sends the Oyston needs the blood in the water for the Arsenal.
So you have 1 card in hand.
1 card in hand.
Interesting.
It is interesting, Ashlyn.
Very interesting.
We are in the midst of a very interesting game of Flesh and Blood. I would have to agree.
I could be wrong. I'm going to check your graveyard.
Ashlyn Slattery going to check the graveyard. Time to do the due diligence. We are in the end game, folks, of this first semifinal. 2 plays 5. About to be 40 minutes elapsed in this first semifinals. The 2026 U.S. National Championship has been full of unbelievable games, and this semifinals is no exception. Will Ashlyn finally give a card to this Oyston? Will she finally respect it? Or will it once again shamble unopposed across the combat chain and take half of Ashlyn Slattery's remaining life?
Hook also activated on this Oyston. No gold created for Colin Eriksen on this turn. So if Ashlyn blocks this, will also deny a gold and blow up the gold-baited Hook. Could also just give 3 points of armor, but Tunic will be coming up soon.
I think I'm fine, but I'm double checking everything.
Ashlyn Slattery.
Yep. I will take 3.
Take 3 with a little quiver in the voice. These players, again, having fun, enjoying this moment, enjoying their time together, and yet you feel the stakes in the arena upon the combat chain in this semifinals. Ashlyn Slattery moves on to her turn, spreading flames, and a blue pitched. 3 go again towards Gravy Bones. Colin Eriksen looks towards his hand. What do we have access to?
And then
you can hear, he literally says, I'm literally buzzing.
And an Anthem effect to start this turn for Ashlyn Slattery. As Colin Eriksen sits at 2 life, does have defensive pieces on this turn, drew into a sink below, has a Blood in the Water in the arsenal as well, so has the cards he needs to block 4.
Blaze Headlong, next card on the combat chain. This will be followed up, at least you have to imagine, by a Searing Emberblade. 2 allies left for Colin Eriksen. Ashlyn Slattery faces down an opponent that's already felled a Fi to get here.
Yep.
This time, no Chum to bail Colin Eriksen out.
Sink, no sink. Colin knows what the top card is. Wants to leave it there. Ashlyn Slattery, what's the follow-up?
Feel the tension in the air here.
The finals of the U.S. National Championships hanging in the balance.
card draw.
Yeah.
Please for the
It's
love
fire
of
that burns
God.
within.
How much is this?
It
Didn't
plays.
quite
Just
catch
for
what
with
the
go again.
top card of the
Or
deck
with
was.
go
but this is-
again.
Yeah. Yes, 5. 5. Okay.
5 with go
Five.
again.
Yeah. 5.
Shout out Colin for being such a sportsman there, pointing out this should be not 4 but 5 instead.
Yeah, you got it.
No blocks in the 5, but blood in the water. What's going to be off the top? It's a Swabby!
No, this is 6.
Oh, yeah, 6. Yeah, you're right.
Colin no longer knows the top card of the deck.
So right.
This is so weird.
Shuko still available for Ashlyn Slattery over here. This was the first attack that came in for 2 or less base power.
And you literally, they're doing our job for us. You hear Colin Eriksen say it himself. What a game we're getting to watch. Activating Fi.
No, Fi was already activated to the fire that burns within.
Yes. So
she's just marking.
marking that it's been activated already. And Ashlyn, again, the head to the hands. Both these players aware the moment they're in. No one's guaranteed these chances at greatness. Both these players have proven they're great already. But there's only one spot for a finalist here.
She's deciding whether she needs to clear the rigor mortis or not, because Colin, 2 cards remaining. If you send an attack phase, he blocks. He swings rigor mortis. That will force a block from you, because all she has is 3 armor remaining. The 6 attack. We've been talking about this, leaving high damage allies on the field. That's how the Gravy comes back into the matchup.
I should have known. I think I made the right call though, and I was just.
No, I mean, killing Oyster when I have no gold is like so risky. You could just unbreak the whole turn.
Yeah, and then I think no other turn really wanted me to like kill Oyster because it was always very
Discussing the
favorable to
Oyster.
face.
Yeah.
And you even heard Colin say, I think it was the right call too. If you give me a gold, you can just run the risk of unbricking my whole turn.
And it was several turns later that the punish happened. And I don't think Ashlyn wanted the game to go that long. She mentioned 40-minute Gravy Fi game, not on her bingo card.
Yeah.
All right, Ashlyn.
This is the correct play, even though
What's
it
the
feels
call?
bad. I can't
What's
carry
the correct
rigor
play?
mortis, just make another one. I assume you kept the blue in hand.
There's a rigor mortis in the bin as well.
Rigor mortis, who's to say?
Who's to say, really?
But I will
Making the
threaten
call.
you to give me
She
one
thinks
more.
she has to go face, it seems like.
Pitch away the blue into the Searing Ember Blade.
This is the last attack for Ashlyn on this turn. It's all face up here. Colin Eriksen doesn't know the top card of the deck at this point. Remember that. Blood in the Water was used. Destroyed the Swabby off the top.
You have no throw daggers. No
Colin just taking stock of things.
There is no ancestral power, and there is no
The daggers.
Colin saying this is it, right? No more tricks. Block 3 with the Restless Bones goes down 2-1 here. Okay, says Colin. We move to his turn. He's got 2 allies.
Random
Activate
draw.
Gravy Bones.
Yeah.
Any response?
Or activate the gold token. What is the draw off the top of the deck?
Yeah, no response.
And the Stormy Seas show Tip the Barkeep. And you can see Colin immediately reassesses everything. The Tip, the Barkeep, hits the combat chain, the blue in the bin, the Gold Kiss rum available, Gravy Bones untapped. Rigor Mortis comes in for 6 with go again.
No is the call from Ashlyn. That was the draw of this tournament for Colin Eriksen. The action point that he needed. 6 into 3. Again, the punish for leaving the Oyster around 6 turns ago.
What does Ashlyn Slattery have? Does she have the defense? Ashlyn takes a moment. You can see the smile on Colin's face. Has he navigated the stormy seas? Has Gravy Bones attempted to do what many would consider impossible for the 2nd time in this national championship top 8?
How does this keep happening? How does the Necromancer keep beating the Draconic Ninjas?
How does he keep getting away with this?
8th seed, baby!
Okay, watch last Nationals. His game against Blue down to the wire. Last card in deck.
Yeah.
They're
That
literally
feels like this.
discussing the last Nationals with Majin and Bird. They're like, oh, dude, this is sick. This is kind of like that.
This has been
I
a
love
sick
it.
semifinal.
I love it, y'all. We're building something here in Flesh and Blood, and you're feeling legacy be written in the feature match area.
So Ashlyn here, forced to give up at least 2 cards. Has 3 armor available, forced to give at least 2 cards here on defense.
Give 6 here.
Give 6 here, and here comes the Oyston
Exactly.
that could.
And leaves a Tunic up as well, so 2 cards and a Tunic available for Ashlyn.
1
Hook
to
finally
1.
destroyed. This is it. That's a comeback. The hook's gone.
Yeah, you can hear Ashlyn say, I don't even know entirely what the play is here. What does she have cooking? 1 to 1 in this semifinal match.
I have
Colin leans forward.
I don't even know.
4 ally hand is the one out. Call from Ashlyn. She has Flame Call Awakening into Emberblade into Phoenix Flame. Phoenix Flame can be covered up by Death Thread, so as long as Colin Eriksen can fade the 2 head jabs.
Yep.
Use the compass, check the top.
That's
Block
the first
3
block.
on the flame call.
And he does have another 3 block. Also has a gold token available for a Gravy activation if he wants to filter his hand even further. Now that he's seen the top card of the deck as well.
How do I win?
Colin now asks the question, okay, I've gotten here. How do I actually win?
You have one.
Yeah, I'm gonna Phoenix Flame you. Just being totally honest. Yeah.
And you're coming for one.
Yep.
It's going to be clear here. You're getting Phoenix Flamed after this.
This feels like a game. This game could also, just by the vibe of these players and how much fun they're having, this could be the trophy game at an armory, right? This could be 2 players hanging out at their local armory, having fun, chatting about their plays, seeing Gravy Bones activated here to put a chum in the bin.
Drew into
sink
the sink
below.
below.
Yeah.
Is he going to sink any further? He no longer has information about the top card of the deck. He's holding onto a Riches of Triple Dani, currently on 0 gold because he did activate Gravy.
Cost 1?
Oh yeah.
Do you want to
Sorry, my bad.
1 in Rigor Mortis? Or sorry, 1 in D.
Wait, hold up. Yeah. I would like to send. Look, let's just run it back. Yeah.
Yeah, so look, this does cost 1 for the 5 activation, so we activate Tunic.
You have dead threads. It's
Yeah,
like.
Colin was already reaching for the Death Threads, expecting the flame to come his way.
Yeah.
But
I'll fight Rigor Mortis.
Yep, 5 Rigor Mortis. Get rid of the Rigor Mortis. Again, Colin asked the question to Ashlyn and the table and all of us watching. How do I win from here?
And Avasti, I think, is a pretty good start, doing the same thing as the Tip the Barkeep in the previous turn cycle. Again, 6 into 3, creating a gold of riches as well.
6 go again here from the Riches of Tropeldani, hitting the pitch, making a gold, and the Avasti.
And this time, no Shuko block. That was a one-time use for Ashlyn Slattery. Now forced to give up 3 cards. Previous turn cycle, 2 cards plus Shuko. Now it's going to be 3 cards. Slowly and slowly, Colin Eriksen is stripping cards out of the 5.
Okay, yeah. You want to pop fealty in response?
I think I'm good.
Overcrowded.
I'll give you.
Going to be used here alongside Inflame the Firebrand and Lava Burst. Only 1 card left in hand for Ashlyn Slattery. And once again, it's 2 allies for Colin. 3 at the face. This Oyston is going to last the entire game. It was a turn 0 play from Colin, or turn 1 play from Colin Eriksen and Gravy Bones. I think this Oyston is going to have stood alongside Gravy Bones for the entirety of the semifinals match.
Check top.
Check the top is the call. Can something like a Jittery Bones be played here?
After watching this game, I feel like Oyston should be the first.
Saltwater Swell hits the combat chain. There's a blue for the pitch from the top. This buys the Tunic.
Yep. Closed chain.
4 floating for Colin Eriksen. Has a gold token as well. Is he going to sink into it? Nope, it's just going to be the Swabby coming out. 7 when your opponent's at 1 and just use your Tunic counter.
Play it super safe in case of a 4 ally hand. Yeah, I'm just going to swing 7.
The curse will eventually come up.
Will eventually.
Playing
Here
safe is
comes,
Colin
yeah.
Eriksen. He knows. He's in the front foot. Just keep doing the stable thing.
Would be so cool.
Don't want to accidentally mess up, going for an unnecessary risk.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Because the chain closed.
The chain did close?
That's crazy how the game
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
It is crazy how this game works, Ashlyn. I am with you. And I really salute you both for a wonderful game and a wonderful viewing experience. The energy both of these players have brought, the camaraderie, the immediate, I'll say, chemistry between them, the fun they're having. It's been a joy as this Ronin Renegade looks for a 4 ally hand and doesn't find
It
it.
was just 2, but with a gold token, he would need 5 allies in a row to die to a head jab.
What do we have here? We have for Colin Eriksen, Golden Tipple. Ally hits the pitch. Ally hits the bin. This will be 1 go again. We'll draw a card. We make another gold.
It's another golden tipple.
Oh, and another golden tipple with dead threads.
You could go 1 into 6 if you really, really want to.
Checked the top.
I'm just supposed to threads.
Threads and Swabby is what we're supposed to do. If we're in Colin Eriksen's seat, that buys the rest of the hand. Colin's deck is looking slightly thin. Colin thinking, do I get rid of this? No, I keep it in the arsenal. I keep the pressure on. He asked the question, how do I win? I think we might be about to find out.
The next Avasti or next Tip the Barkeep should close it out. Or, you know, why not just a Prismatic Leyline instead? This should be the finishing salvo for Colin Eriksen.
Prismatic Leyline powers up a golden tipple. Discard the anchor, draw a card. Another gold. I'll say it. He's rich. Colin Eriksen and Gravy Bone stand side by side upon the prow of the conqueror of the high seas. Murderous Rabble comes in. Its action points aplenty. 3. Go again. Buys the second to last card from hand for Ashlyn Slattery. Close the chain is the call. Both players still laughing. Both players still smiles on their faces.
Go for jittery bones, but I'm way too scared. I'm gonna swing for 9.
It's a call that the swing is for 9 as the fist bump is extended. He puts his fist to the sky. He has navigated the stormy seas, and Colin Eriksen may not have faced down Dromai, but the 2 draconic heroes on the other side of the arena have both fallen. I dub thee Dragon Slayer.
And the 8th seed rises once again to the finals of a premier level tournament. Colin Eriksen taking down 2 Draconic Ninjas in a row in a masterful demonstration of what Gravy Bones can do.
I mean, are you not entertained? Like, come on, folks. We have just had a magnificent, magnificent top 8 to close out a magnificent U.S. National Championship. This has been beyond what I think any of us could have expected. 2 Fis in the top 8, 2 Fis felled by Colin Eriksen, who is firmly planting his flag as one of the best players currently playing Flesh and Blood. Let's take a look at this updated bracket.
You know, if Pokemon has taught me anything, is that water beats fire. And Colin Eriksen definitely is subscribed to that theory. Gravy Bones taking down 2 Fis as he makes his way to the finals. But before we see that, we will need to know who his finals opponent is. And for that, we have Ryan Rich on that Fatigue Victor versus Zyggy Starlight, of all heroes, piloted by local hero Jonathan Magnuson. Right after this.
My goodness, Colin Eriksen has put together a super effective couple of games against these draconic heroes. Just master classes both. And honestly, both of them such great displays of what I'll call the beating heart of the Flesh and Blood community, right? The players here all weekend long, we've seen camaraderie, we've seen compassion, we've seen sportsmanship, and we've seen displays of mastery of what it means to play Flesh and Blood at the highest level and to be a part of the best community in gaming. And I feel so lucky to have watched all of this alongside all of you, and I thank you all, and I salute you for joining us. And we are not done yet. No, we are not even close. This next matchup may be even more electric than the one before. I'll hazard to say that it'll definitively be more electric given the lightning talent we will have in the arena, and I cannot wait to see how J-Mag and this Ziggy Starlight deck try to get through a hard fatigue list.
It's going to be very tough for him, for sure. We're going to see more mastery there, as we've already seen so far in this top 8. And speaking of mastery, there is a new product coming out. Mastery Pack Warrior, going to be available in stores in August. And I, for one, as a Warrior player, am very, very excited for this set.
You are listening to 2 gentlemen who both play Feng, and we are both excited for Mastery Pack Warrior, even if Feng is not the centerpiece of this product. Nay, we see some of our other warriors getting the spotlight. Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy makes her way to Silver Age, and the Dawnblade gets a treatment that is clearly being reserved for, I mean, this is just inference based on this and the Rosetta Thorn. Like, the most iconic swords in Flesh and Blood get this stained glass treatment that just makes me want to rip my hair out because I know how much it's going to cost.
It really makes it seem like these weapons should be framed and put up into a museum. And aside from Dawnblade, of course, Dorinthia's mentor, Hala, has her own weapon as well, Zenith Blade, again in that beautiful Marvel treatment.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting to see Hala make her way to Silver Age alongside these weapons. Also, dude, I mean, I just got to say, the fact that the Marvels are 2 different pieces of art. What the hell's going on? That's so cool. I love it, especially when it comes to Olympia, my favorite of these warriors. I have been waiting for the payoff, and the payoff is the Golden Grail, folks. A free attack with a gold. If it's wagered, it's a free attack for 4 on the weapon that I can put on my pumps on. Sign me up.
Betsy just got her log. It's only fitting that Olympia got his sword to go with it as well.
Yes, taking a look at some of the other cards, you can expect some new cards in Sharpening Sparks and Stand Tall, alongside some pretty high impact reprints, some of which just got revealed yesterday. The Valiant Dynamo, of course, alongside a couple cards we'll see in a moment, as well as these gorgeous marvels, Hala and Hala Blade Saint, adult and young. For those of the players out there who are playing the newest warrior to Flesh and Blood, let me tell you, her fans are aplenty, and these are just some magnificent looking marbles.
And she packs quite a punch. Honestly, might be a little bit underrated currently in the CC metagame, but after Mastery Pack Warrior, certainly gonna make a splash in the scene.
And this is an interesting one here, Durandal. We got to see this first revealed a couple days ago. Quick pitch, or quick take, Pankaj. What do you think of the weapon?
I think it is a sideboard piece into a matchup that is slow and potentially into other warriors as well. That's my current read on it. We'll be curious to see whether there maybe is a warrior that actually makes this a centerpiece of the game plan.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think it's a good call. You know, reaction cards not necessarily ubiquitous in every single game, but against certain matchups, you might find this Durandal getting plenty of value. It's like a Spider's Bite has already hit, or not Spider's Bite, but the Nerve Scalpel, yeah, right? Like, it's an interesting weapon for sure. Alongside these two beautiful reprints with alternate and exclusive art, I'm looking forward to these two. I got my eye on those Brave Forge Bracers. I love both these artists. I love Ace Urmaso, I love Eduardo Therianto, but I'm a big fan of the product.
Brave Forge Bracers giving me some Solana vibes here in this alternate art over here. Perhaps another Omen for set 20?
We will have to wait and see. Only time will tell. But, folks, for all of you watching, we have our second and last semifinal, and it is expected to be a great one after we just witnessed one of the best games of Flesh and Blood I've ever gotten to watch on camera. Colin, Eriksen, and Ashlyn Slattery did battle, and did battle well, but at the end, only one could ascend to the finals, and it was Colin Eriksen. He took down 2-5 to get there. Will his miracle run continue? Find out after this.
TCG Player makes it easy for Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Ride the lightning and claim your power with Gem Pack 5, now available at your local Armory events. Featuring exciting reprints and beautiful new treatments, these packs have something for everybody. Find your local Armory on fabtcg.com/locator and crack open some Gem Pack 5 today. After putting down not one, but two burning rebellions, Colin, Eriksen, and Gravy Bones put down their tricorn, put on their crown, and screaming at the top of their lungs into the finals, Empire! Will he be able to claim it? That remains to be seen. His opponent also not decided yet. J-Mag must do battle with the man that we all put at the bottom of this top 8 bracket. That is Mr. Rich. Will he be rich in this matchup? I think you have some insight into this.
Yeah, these are two members of the Wolfpack team, of course, both Ryan Rich and J-Mag. And this is a matchup as teammates they have played before. I talked to J-Mag and he says, we've probably played about 15 of these games, this exact matchup. So it's not going to be the first time either player has seen the deck. But, you know, anything could happen. It wasn't a clear who's favored or who's not, but it is kind of a grindy fight.
A reminder of where we're at, folks. Our top 8 bracket is getting filled out little by little. There's only one more box to check, and then, of course, the small matter of a fade later on in the day. But Ryan Rich taking on Jonathan Magnuson. Zyggy Starlight, Illusionist, normally seen as a favorable matchup when you're going into Guardian. But as we've seen, Ryan Rich can turn board state presence on its head.
Yeah, Illusionists, of course, have had a storied past as they play into the Guardian class. There's been a lot of debates whether or not this Illusionist is really good into this Guardian. These two, I really think this is a much closer matchup than we've historically seen. We've seen a lot of lopsided Illusionist v Guardian matchups in the past, but like I mentioned, this one, it's going to be a game.
And you know, Reality Refractor is a heck of a weapon, but it's turning these Illusionist ward auras into 5 power with no action point. Technically, obviously, we've seen that J-Mag can generate embodiments of lightning and has a lot of other shenanigans at instant speed, but that's only one better than a Titan's Fist.
It is only one better than a Titan's Fist, that's for sure. But it's one better in two different directions. It's one costs less, and it's one more damage. And in a game of attrition, as this matchup often becomes, those little edges mean the world.
Which one will gain the edge? Each sits on the fence of glory. So we get down to the feature match area for the penultimate time here at the U.S. National Championship in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jonathan Magnuson takes Ryan Rich to the ends of the earth. Both players playing for spoils and to loft themselves into the all-tiny camp of national champion finalists. I do have to mention that Ryan Rich seems to have taken off of his chef hat. It's time to be out of the kitchen and into the fire, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe it was a little warm in there, of course. You know, just wanted to cool off a little.
Well, this game is definitely not going to be cooling off for either of these players who have a storied past at this event and abound. Jonathan Magnuson only dropping 3 games throughout the course of 2 days of competitive play. The last one, pretty much irrelevant. So I dare say more or less X and 2 in order to get to this top 8.
Yeah, and more notably, round 14, John Magnuson did play against a Victor Goldmane and won. And I watched that game. Of course, it wasn't on stream. We watched it while they were being played at the tables. It was won, honestly, in a quite convincing fashion. The Victor did not have Arcane Barrier, and also, didn't win every single clash, and things got a little gnarly for him quite quick and quite fast.
And when you talk about multiple clashes, I do wonder if that means that Isaac Davison had a very different slant of Victor, perhaps trying to be more affirmative against Ziggy Starlight. Ryan Rich, we've seen, is a bulwark of defenses. Has taken a loss in the mirror match in round 1, just like Majin Bey before him, but besides that, it's a lot of W's. And look at all those Phis that he's competed against. No longer something that he has to contend with.
Yeah, I did talk to Ryan before the top 8 matches began, and Phi would have been one of his worst matchups. So I think he is quite happy to see the current standings and the current, ways the top 8 has broken down. That being said, he has not played against a Ziggy during this tournament, so we don't have any documented proof that he has won this matchup already.
Oh, wait, hold that thought. Chef Hat comes right back on, put Mr. Ratatouille Remy right back where he belongs. And with that, we turn to the decks. Okay, first and foremost, looking for a scrap. I had us put a pin in that card during Jonathan's last matchup, didn't come to bear. This one, any different?
Yeah, even this matchup, I'm not positive the looking for scraps are going to be coming in. I mentioned before, this is a card that sometimes comes in and out of the D-React section. The card I actually do want to highlight in this matchup, though, that we definitely did not see against Oscilio, is Astral Etchings. This card is here exclusively for these more fatigue-oriented, particularly Guardian-esque fatigue-style decks. It really starts pushing damage. We talked about 5 being greater than 4. Astral Etchings on any of Jonathan Magnuson's ward permanents starts making that Refractor swing it for 8 whopping damage. That's 2 Titan's Fists wrapped up in a sandwich.
Okay, Michael, I hear you. It's really awesome to get +1 counters on these ward weapons, turning them into 8 power, but this card is best utilized with a Spectral Shield, which allows it to be played at instant speed, thereby getting over block speed defenses, shall we say, and probably cheating out some extra value in that right. But, I mean, Jonathan only has 3 copies of Spectral Manifestations. How else is he going to utilize Spectral Shields?
Yeah, he only has 3 copies of Haze Bending, which is traditionally one of the ways you can generate a Spectral Shield. But something to call attention to, of course, is that equipment slot. Calming Gesture is the only arm piece in this deck. Of course, it has a nice effect of having Arcane Barrier 1, but it also has an activated ability. Instant Destroy this, create a Spectral Shield token. Now, in addition to that, there's also Restless Coalescence, potentially getting counters from another another copy of the Astral Etchings, which could also create Spectral Shields. But yes, you are completely correct to highlight. Spectral Shields are not something that J-Mag, as a Lightning Illusionist playing Ziggy Starlight, can have access to on demand.
Okay, that seems like a pretty solid game plan into a Guardian. Though, what does Mr. Rich have on the other side of the table? You gotta believe that he has, I mean, based on the way he was able to pilot through Gravy Bones with grace and also expertise, I gotta think he's got a plan for the other board state bad boys in the room.
And that's what I love about Flesh and Blood. It's all about that yin and the yang, the sword and the shield. Ryan Rich, the key card to talk about here is Clash of Bravado, sporting 3 copies. This is a card that completely can turn this matchup onto its head. It's such a devastating clash effect. However, there's 2 things about this card. A, you're going to have to draw Clash of Bravado, ideally after Astral Etchings has buffed a ward, because you really want to be stopping the tracks of that. You're almost getting a 2-for-1 in that essence. And then 2, you really do need to win this clash. Losing clashes on Clash of Bravado is going to make this game very, very difficult for Ryan Rich. And I say there's 3 Clash of Bravados. However, Ryan, of course, is still sporting 3 remembrances. There can be up to 12 Clash of Bravados blocked during this game, and we're going to have to be keen on seeing how these get used to block with.
Really good. And besides that, also Roiling Fissure.
Yes.
One of those Mastery Pack, apparently hunted expansion slots that didn't really seem all that useful, at least early on when it was spoiled. Right now, I think Ryan Rich is going to be really happy to deploy one of these.
Yeah, this card, of course, teased by a very handsome content creator who may or may not be in the booth with us, was an excellent card in terms of what it can do. Destroying auras wasn't really played when it first came out. Even during Enigma season, it wasn't really the top dog. But nowadays, Roiling Fissure has become a prominent part of the Victor more fatigue style kit, especially good against Vincent. And here, it lets you proactively also start destroying Ward, especially cards like Haze Bending.
Okay, so when J-Mag tries to twist the knife, Ryan Rich could be responding with a silver bullet. Will the clash of bravados line up with the astral etchings? We're about to find out. Down to the match floor for the last time for you and I, Michael, but perhaps not for one of these players. Jonathan Magnuson versus Ryan Rich. Zyggy Starlight making a splash on the scene versus Victor Goldmane, high and mighty. Crown of Dominion presented, and also Tectonic Plating providing a turn-over-turn pitch outlet. What is that about?
Yeah, I want to talk about the entire equipment loadout. Of course, Ryan has 2 different hats, 2 different chests, and 2 different legs. He's opting with the Null Rune boots here. This is quite important. Jonathan has a lot of arcane pings. We see one immediately in this Corrosive Space Dust. He also is presenting Crown of Dominion instead of the other Balance of Justice or Crown of Profit. This is a very important thing. We talked about needing to win the Clash of Bravado, and having that extra gold could mean the difference between taking a mountain buttload of more damage or stopping J-Mag's turns in its tracks.
Ryan Rich responds with a board setup of Corrosive Space Dust with Visit Goldmane Estate. Nepotism looks awfully good when it's leaving behind Might tokens. That Crown of Dominion enabling the full use case of that card right away. And because we're talking about Visit Goldmane Estate, we got to talk about the win condition of Ryan Rich. Jonathan can't just sit back on his laurels. He is technically on a ticking time bomb. The second that Ryan is able to start recurring these Visit Goldmane Estates and sending attacks for north of 20 damage, that could be a sticky situation.
I love what's going on here. Ryan could have opted to make a Seismic Surge this turn, and it would have been relatively free. He could have still had a resource floating if he wanted to AB1 when the Corrosive Space Dust left play. However, he chose not to do so. Both players know each other have a pummel. Ryan has a single pummel in the deck, and he was, bluffing it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael. These players seem very genial towards each other. Do they know each other?
I mean, I've talked about this earlier. They are teammates, of course. They've been playing together for quite some time at this point.
Test of strength and overcrowded block out this Command and Conquer. Jonathan Magnuson loses the first clash. Ryan Rich barely winning it. The lowest power attack in the deck does get a gold token and get drawn into the hand. So it's still 40 plays 40. 3 Might tokens pop at the beginning of the turn. Oh, and then there are going to be 4 replacing them.
What an excellent start. J-Mag saying, you got me, bro.
4 Might tokens now. Got to shout out Ryan Rich, coming very prepared with 2 separate 5 Might tokens are going to be left in the arena because, of course, a test of strength was won on the defense.
Yeah, of course, those 3 Might tokens that we saw earlier technically have been destroyed, but Ryan is keeping them in play just so that, neither player forgets.
The draw is excellent for Ryan Rich right there. Gets to send this boulder drop and then pocket a Sink Below from the top of the deck.
And once again here, representing Pummel, and I'm saying this in air quotes, he could have once again activated the Tectonic Plating to get that extra resource for the future.
Now, we talked about Pummel being a safety net for Guardians, something that just gives them comfort. In this case, even if Ryan didn't bring it in from the sideboard, Jonathan Magnuson knows it's in the 80. It's something he's always got to consider.
Yeah, deck lists are open, so J-Mag knows how many pummels and knows that it's greater than 0.
2 non-blocks in the hand for J-Mag. Sigil of Lightning onto the arena now. Plenty of damage dealt, and so that crush effect does require J-Mag to put one of those precious 4 cards on the top of the deck. But an embodiment of Lightning token with an early Gone in a Flash. Man, we have seen this card dismantle titans of our game like Majin Bay when it is found early by J-Mag. We're going to start the count now, Michael. 1 swing of Gone in a Flash, but we're going to keep counting. Ripple Away gets in the way. 1 damage. Finally, First Blood drawn from Victor Goldmane. Elliptical Conflux bounces Gone in a Flash and gets swung. So it's 3-card 9 technically, but there's also Ward 2 up to 11, Embodiment of Lightning, which in the hands of JMag has looked north of 2 for sure.
Yeah, just really good numbers play here and already starting to establish that board. We haven't seen a Clash of Bravado yet by Ryan, but it would have been very, very good here. We've been a 1-card block 7.
Now, we talked about the importance of that card. Is it so important that Ryan, at some point in this game, might consider leaving it in the hand and not converting his full value in order to just keep it around for the right time?
Potentially. It's hard to do that, though, as JMag is presenting a quite amount of damage every single turn, and Ryan is also hard-pressed to present damage on the way back to keep some of this ward in check. However, what is about to occur here is a devastating attack by Ryan, sending this Command and Conquer for 11.
Command and Conquer, 11 power. It looks good with Go again, but Ryan Rich says it looks good when it's beefed up too. Elliptical Conflux is there, already 2 block on the board. JMag lines up 2 cards, does seem to be Overcrowded and Crown of Providence, and unfortunately, that Overcrowded only blocking for... Oh, excuse me! No, it is 3, because the Might tokens have left, the Seismic Surge remains, and Ryan kind of punished a little bit for activating his Tectonic Plating.
Now we understand why he hasn't activated that Tectonic Plating, but this turn just felt so free.
Yeah.
He also really wasn't able to bluff Pummel here, as he only would have had 1 resource floating.
And Ryan still got significant value because he forced Jonathan's get out of jail free card with that Crown of Providence. All of a sudden, like Majin Bay before him, Jonathan sends an early Gone and a Flash to the bottom of the deck, and we all know how that went.
Yeah, this is a game of attrition. Flesh and Blood, both players start with their full equipment loadout, full amount of health, full amount of threats, and as the game starts grinding in out, a lot of these cards just start getting utilized. No Crown of Providence moving forward.
The game of Flesh and Blood always ends bloodied and bruised, and usually down to the wire. Exactly why it is touted as the fighting game of TCGs, and why it forces so many skilled players, the ones that want to bend fate to their will. Card variants deck variants be damned. I want to take control. And Jonathan Magnuson has a little bit wrestled with fate. Won a clash with a 1-cost attack. Overcharged on the top of the deck.
Yeah, Ryan's hand is 4 reds, which is a death knell usually for the Guardian class. He was really counting on winning this clash, potentially drawing a blue and freeing the Command and Conquer in his hand. He does not like seeing this, but he also desperately wants to have that Riches still in his deck. He'll have to accept this potentially and giving a gold to JMag.
Now, Riches would still be in the deck if Ryan decided to fix this clash. Why do you think he just holds those gold tokens?
Well, the Riches immediately on the next card, if you were to bottom it, it would be completely on the bottom of the deck. It's just such a powerful card. If you were to pitch it on his turn, you could draw 2 cards, of course. I could totally understand why Ryan decides not to bottom it here.
Ryan not bottoming in order to fix this clash, leaving Riches of Tropeldani on the top of the deck. Crackle from afar established aside the Restless Coalescence. Seismic Surge pops at the beginning of the turn. And now Jonathan gets to see exactly where that 1 of Pummel is, and he's staring right at that pitch zone. Of course, it doesn't look like your average Pummel. Riches of Tropeldani now generated to crack a gold and create a gold. So 2 cards technically drawn for Ryan Rich at this juncture, none of which are blue. Yes, there's a resource card. It is a Remembrance, but Ryan knows he's got to put pressure on this board here. Command and Conquer out onto the combat chain now.
These are good instincts, as Ryan, of course, suspects Jonathan probably has a direct in the arsenal, but great observation here. There is a pitched Pummel. That's the only Pummel in the deck. No longer can Ryan bluff the Pummel.
Now, you might be thinking Jonathan has got to remember exactly where this is in the pitch stack, but when Ryan Rich has 3 copies of Remembrance and already 2 Visit Goldmane Estates in the graveyard, that deck's probably going to get shuffled.
Yeah, I just want to mention once again, the Remembrance often getting Clash of Bravados in this matchup, which we haven't seen any. So despite a great start, an honest, great start from Ryan Rich, playing those back-to-back Visit the Goldmane Estates and establishing this early life lead, once again, we talked about the most important card, and he hasn't seen it yet.
It's 5 on the combat chain, swinging with an aura weapon, but Jonathan Magnuson can send even more. Tunic counter online, fleeing Starbreeze in the hand, now out. Laid bare for Ryan Rich, punishing him by sending yet another 5.
This is a clean use of that Tunic resource, letting you get 2 Refractor activations. The ward board is starting to really load up, and that's a 10 damage turn.
Embodiment of Lightning token as well, protected, because of course that will not destroy itself and give the next attack go again unless it is an attack action card. These ward auras are technically weapons thanks to Reality Refractor.
Ooh.
Roiling Fissure, here we go. We get to go hunting for some auras, Michael.
And now we know why he has opted for the Tectonic Plating. Roiling Fissure, of course, you're able to repeat this process if you destroy a Seismic Surge you control.
And so 2 auras go straight into the bin. Ward board establish, ward board destroy. That is the game plan. The push and pull of this game, the final semi-final that we have for you at US Nationals. Sink Below played, Sigil of Lightning drawn for Jonathan Magnuson. Doesn't have the opportunity to block with any more cards unless they are defense reactions. And a lot of them don't block anyway. Sink Below, however, in the yellow variety was in the hand, trying to bail out and fix what Jonathan Magnuson wants to do. I do think I see the first copy of Astral Etchings, though. We talked about how Calming Gesture is on the board. It's a sip card, always ready to create that Spectral Shield. Does Jonathan have to be careful about when he establishes it?
He does need to be careful, however. Astral Etchings is because Ryan hasn't seen a Clash of Bravado and he might see one soon, you do want to get as much value and as quickly as possible from cards like Astral Etchings.
Now, could Jonathan perhaps put Astral Etchings in the arsenal and wait for another one to come around and then establish the Spectral Shield?
That's definitely possible. It's, right now this is not a clean usage of Calming Gesture and the Astral Etchings, but because Ryan didn't immediately block with a Clash of Bravado, it's unlikely he has one in his hand. And this now 8-powered attack is met with a defense reaction, which means Ryan still leaks a point. Now Ryan has a quest. He needs to get this Crackle from Afar off the board.
And can he do it with the hand is the question. Does have 8 power there, and Jonathan does run a whole host of non-blocks. 7 power because the arsenal is empty for Ryan Rich. In the hand for Jonathan, there's blocking potential, but another copy of Gone in a Flash as well. Lightning Greaves plus a 2-block plus a 3-block does equal 6. Of course, only needs a requisite 7. Cleaned up very nicely by the Spectral Shield established to make it so that Astral Etchings can be played at instant speed. Curious thing about Astral Etchings, though, all you have to do to play it at instant speed is to have a Spectral Shield. You don't have to target it with those 3+1 counters. And so, Crackle from Afar is the thing to protect.
Yeah, that is that big weapon coming in for 8 if Jonathan is able to keep it on his turn, which it looks like he is. And now Ryan really wants to see Clash of Bravado.
I'm recalling that moment against Thomas where Whaler Humperdinck came out into the battlefield and Ryan had the perfect card to respond to it. In this case, one more turn with this Crackle from Afar is just overwhelming value in the favor of Jonathan Magnuson. Life totals now at parity. 29 plays 29, and Jonathan has dealt a significant blow. Going to be back over to Ryan Rich.
Yeah, not seeing Clash of Bravado there is huge for Jonathan Magnuson. He gets to get the full 8 value swing of this illusionist weapon.
Draw up for Jonathan, back over to Ryan Rich, who has a blue and a fault line in the hand once again. Can you answer this 7? That's the question once again. And where are my Clash of Bravados? Ryan's got to find them. 7, says Jonathan Magnuson. At least making it perhaps a little bit difficult, but I do see 2 cards being ready to be blocked with and a Stardust Spike in the hand. Giving up an important piece there. Astral Etchings, the 2nd, does go to the graveyard along with that Stardust Spike.
We will go Tunic to 2.
And now it gets worse for Ryan Rich. Of course, because it's another turn of 8 power on the board and still an embodiment of lightning token there. But finally, Ryan Rich finds the namesake card, the linchpin in the way to hedge against Jonathan's strategy. Clash of Bravado. The question is, though, can Ryan even win the clash?
I think the answer is, what am I doing with it?
Shows off the Clash of Bravado that J-Mag was hoping he could dodge for maybe at least one more turn.
Now, Ryan Rich's deck is not like fabtcg D's that we've seen in Colin Columbus that does a lot of top-of-the-deck fixing to win these clashes. Ryan also doesn't even have the density of attacks normally, and a gold token paid in order to fix this one. Visit Goldmane Estate, goes to the bottom. Jonathan prays to the heavens above. It's a golden sun instead. A gold token generated there.
It's a one-of in his deck. It's the only golden sun in his deck, and he's winning the clash with it.
It's only a one-of, but I believe we've seen him win clashes on stream with it 3 times.
That's why you put it in there.
Hey, yo, baby.
Man, that was so close. You give us the ending?
Unfortunate for Jonathan. He tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter because Victor Goldmane paid off the judges. The Deathmatch Arena is his domain, and gold does glisten and gold does win. Now, Midas Touch is in the hand. Not really a potent card against Jonathan Magnuson because he doesn't actually have any allies, of course. Is a 3-block, is a resource card in a pinch as well. And that's all you got to pay for this Command and Conquer, which demands 2 cards and gains them immediately from Jonathan Magnuson because that arsenal is an all-important Gone in a Flash. Comes in now for the 2nd time this game, powered up to the 9s by embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, one big war threat eliminated. J-Mag now goes to the other threat vehicle engine in his deck, the Gone in a Flash combo.
Fiddler's Green plus a 3-block will block this out and also gain Ryan some extra value, but there is an instant. It's Stardust Spike, which now gets to swing in for 5. And we've seen Stardust Spike be oh so useful to J-Mag, not even for the amp. I would imagine a lot of Reality Refractor Ziggies are kind of leaving this card at home because they can't take full use of it, right? But Jonathan does have a smattering of Corrosive Space Dust. That's the dream. The cherry on top is that the amp lines up. But more importantly, J-Mag is constantly utilizing the resource that leaves the arena, whether it's on his turn or his opponent's turn. Titan's Fist now for Ryan Rich. Crashing in, but probably defendable by J-Mag.
Yeah, I want to note that the Fiddler's Green block on the first Gone in a Flash attack has now left Ryan once again up in health.
Perhaps not for long, though, because it does seem like J-Mag is going to start building again. The foundation is there. A Stardust Spike, of course, can swing in for 5, perhaps more if that last copy of Astral Etchings can be resolved.
And if J-Mag is astute, he should also know that Ryan has the Golden Sun in his arsenal.
You have a resource.
It's just overcrowded, blocking 2. Stardust Spike clears up the rest. Resource floated, but not really accounted for. Doesn't seem to be part of J-Mag's plan. Haze Bending plus 2 Restless Coalescences?
And the hand on Ryan's side, 2 defense reactions and a Cranial Crush. This is a great pivot turn. This is a question Jonathan is asking.
And a Clash of Bravado, which we talked about being a silver bullet in this matchup, but only if you're allowed to block with it, Michael.
Yeah, Ryan's hand would have really wanted to block. He does, of course, still have that Golden Sun in his arsenal. He can represent 10 damage, but by coming with any damage, he will be triggering the Haze Bending. And I think you're right. The way Ryan is lining up this pitch, it does seem like he is planning on keeping that Clash of Bravado in his hand going into the next turn.
Makes a lot of sense. A way to buy equity. A 1-card block that also removes an asset for the opponent has got to be a boon for Ryan Rich. 10 overpower, 10 big ones. The Golden Sun is anointed and swinging in, crashing in, trying to remove these Restless Coalescences. Does seem to get there. And a Spectral Shield will be left behind because, of course, Haze Bending's once per turn effect is when a non-token aura leaves the arena, a Spectral Shield is left behind. And all of a sudden, Astral Etchings, the last copy, is available at instant speed for Jonathan Magnuson.
mattered.
Ryan, we have seen send 13 damage at a Sawbone, so really was thinking there if he should destroy the Haze Bending Spectral by sending a hammer at it, or utilizing that turn to deal as much damage as possible and clearing the ward board.
Now 2 clashes of bravado for Ryan Rich. Drew up another copy, and here we go. Overcharge. Resolve for Jonathan Magnuson. We talked about how potent this card can be. Honestly, not based on itself. Sure, it's a 1 power go again, but it costs 1. Its ceiling is, of course, 4. The reason we like this card is for the looking for a scrap tech that Jonathan Magnuson has. He hasn't found it in the hand yet, but the more important part of Overcharge is that it gets into the graveyard to power up that card from Outsiders. 5 damage now for Ryan Rich's consideration. Which of these Clash of Bravados should I block with?
I don't know if you heard that, but J-Mag said, "You got me," when Ryan said no blocks on the Overcharge. J-Mag didn't have an instant to pair with the Overcharge, but Ryan still committed the Fate Foreseen.
It's yet another loss of a clash. Will it be a double loss? It is! Jonathan Magnuson wins with a looking for a scrap on the top of the deck. This is the drawback for running so many misses in the deck of Victor Goldmane. You can only fix the clash once, no matter how much gold you have established, no matter how much your trust fund's balance is.
He really wanted to win this clash. He Fate Foreseen a 1 power Overcharge to get an extra op. So that's 3 cards in a row he wasn't happy to clash with. And, well, that's what happens sometimes.
Titan's Fist hits the Haze Bending, leaves behind a second Spectral Shield, and J-Mag counts the moments until he can get his hands on another Astral Etchings. But he's going to be able to go wide here, looking for a scrap. Is in the hand. Tunic counter online as well. Yellow Sink Below pays for that, looking for a scrap. Overcharge into the Banish Zone, and all of a sudden, 5 go again. I think somewhere in the universe, Shoma Yamamura is shoving his fist into the air.
Yeah, looking for a scrap is a card that, as a generic, any hero can have access to. But do all heroes have access to scrap? That's a secondary question.
Ryan Rich, now in the tank about blocks, has plenty of defense. 2 Fate Foreseens in the hand. I think I spied another defense reaction in the arsenal. Right now, what he needs is a potent offense, honestly. Fate Foreseen, going to be able to try to fix a clash. It's a Sigil of Solace on the bottom again. Ryan needs to find an attack. Probably any attack is going to do for him. 4. Gone in a Flash, sent now for the 3rd time this game.
This is a great opportunity to expend another Fate Foreseen, get another look at the top of the deck. Make sure it's an attack action he's happy with.
Elliptical Conflux out onto the combat chain.
This denies the opt. This denies the opt.
It does indeed. Wait a minute, it can't deny the opt until we go to the damage step, right? Because the go again wouldn't resolve on Gone in a Flash.
It doesn't look like J-Mag is planning on doing any more attacks on this turn. He's just playing. The Gone in Flash didn't have go again to start, so J-Mag was just denying the opt, and he's planning on ending his turn. He's playing the yellow Cosmic Duality. He's discarding the yellow Cosmic Duality.
I thought he was playing it. That was my issue, not J-Mag's issue. I was like, where is our action point coming from, my guy?
This might be another turn that Ryan keeps that same Clash of Bravado we saw him keep. I mean, this might not be the exact same, but he's had a Clash of Bravado to end his turn for multiple turns now.
Remembrance in the hand, but a fearsome ward board established for Jonathan Magnuson.
Chooses to take that arcane damage. Maybe he has a plan for the cards in his hand.
I can't quite remember the arsenal. I thought it was a defense reaction. I could very well be wrong about that.
It is. It's the shelter from the storm.
Great. Remembrance played out. Clash of Bravado 1 and likely 2. Yes, placed back into the deck alongside that one of Golden Sun. If Ryan Rich wins another clash with that card, I throw my hands up.
Well, it's also a 4 resource 10 over power, so it's helpful to clear the ward board. So it is an important card, and I think Ryan, he feels weird about this because I've watched these two play this matchup a lot, and it's typically a remembrance for 3 Clash of Bravados, but annoyingly, that third one's been in his hand, unable to be utilized on defense.
And no Tunic anymore to convert that yellow into a swing of the Titan's Fist, but I think Ryan knows that's not enough to get over the defenses of J-Mag anyway. Perhaps forcing him to convert the hand is better, especially when an elliptical conflux is there to just accept some of that damage and make the Gone in a Flash that is a known quantity for Ryan Rich even more potent.
The fact that Ryan chose to do no actions on his turn should tell J-Mag a little bit about what's going on in his hand, particularly whether or not there's a Clash of Bravado in there.
And it's a combo turn. It seems like a mid-range value deck from Jonathan Magnuson, but it also has the omnipresent combo of Lightning Greaves and Gone in a Flash. So Gone in a Flash sent 5 times now. This same Gone in a Flash only 4. Luckily for Ryan Rich, meeting 2 defense reactions right off the bat, but this Corrosive Space Dust does have Go Again, so all of a sudden it's 6 on the total count of Gone in a Flash swings this game for Jonathan Magnuson, and in the hand is 1 more instant. He is going as wide as Majin Bey wished he could have gone.
Yeah, this is a beautiful turn, and at the end of it, there will be 2 Spectral Shields, Elliptical Conflux, Stardust Spike, Corrosive Space Dust, and that Nourishing Glow. There will be so many ward threats that Ryan is going to start becoming just literally flooded with them.
And also, of course, the small matter of 3 lightning flows. So this Corrosive Space Dust can be given a hollow counter in a pinch for extra arcane pings and some more ward. Clash of Bravado, here we go. Can Ryan win a clash?
Oh!
No! It's a Pummel versus looking for a scrap. Jonathan is stoked. Pummel goes to the bottom. Come on, Ryan. Find it. There it is. Clash of Bravado freshly shuffled back into the deck. Spectral Shield goes away because Ryan knows that is juicing up the linchpin card in Jonathan's strategy, Astral Etchings.
And this is good for J-Mag to know as well that next hand Ryan will have access to another Clash of Bravado. This is, of course, the 3rd Clash of Bravado that has been blocked in this game. If we're going to start keeping track, as you know, I've literally seen that card being used 12 times on defense before.
Now, Jonathan is in a fork of a decision, has an action point remaining thanks to Lightning Greaves, but does decide to arsenal that Gone in a Flash. If we live in a world where that Cosmic Duality is a blue instead of a yellow, Jonathan would have had the opportunity to pitch away that second Gone in a Flash and swing one of his 5-cost weapons. But correctly identifying that it's probably best to just hold on to Gone in a Flash for as long as possible.
And also, on the other hand, you know, with so much ward, that Gone in a Flash is very safe and secure and snug in the arsenal. No longer is J-Mag afraid of Command and Conquers. This has been kind of a really back and forth game, but right now I do think that J-Mag with that ward board is pulling a little bit ahead.
Titan's Fist looking like a Fisher-Price toy when it's up against 5 auras. J-Mag in the consideration tank, though. We know, just like Ryan Rich, that there's a looking for a scrap in the hand. Haste Bending as well. The issue is that those other 2 cards are non-blocks.
He would have to choose which card to block with if he so chooses to block. I'm not sure if he has any other scrap in the graveyard, so maybe this blue Overcharge is an interesting card to block with.
But would that preclude him from being able to play out that Haze Bending again?
What this hand is missing, and what Jonathan Magnuson probably wishes, is that Crackle from Afar was its cousin, the Fleeing Starbreeze, as he would love to have action points in this game, in this turn.
I think if Jonathan could cheat and remove those Nourishing Glows and Crackle from Afars, transform them into more copies of Fleeing Starbreeze, you better believe he would do it.
I think you have a great point there.
One of these is not like the other, Michael.
He can also just let the Elliptical Conflux leave play. That would generate an embodiment of lightning. And then he could have a Gone in a Flash with Go Again on his turn, which, you know, he loves doing that.
We like to talk a lot about effective intellect in this game. We see Gravy Bones do it by discarding allies, lest I cause PTSD for anybody. We talk about Chain, banishing cards with Blood Debt that are playable to him anyway. Jonathan is showing a different flavor of that, essentially having blocking cards in the arena that he doesn't have to use from hand. Gone in a Flash now, coming in for the 7th time this game. With Go Again, of course. Crackle from Afar, going to juice it up to 5, but of course, Damage Step is where that has to be played, so Gone in a Flash comes back to the hand without getting the buff. It's the same thing that the awkward interaction that Lightning Press had with Gone in a Flash. Looking for a scrap is the follow-up. Overcharge blocked with, overcharge banished. 5 go again now. Met with a cranial crush in the deathmatch arena. 2 damage, potentially leaking over, and yet another Clash of Bravado in the hand for Ryan Rich.
I think Jonathan can really juke Ryan here. He knows there's a Clash of Bravado left, playing that haze bending and saying, good luck. Nice Clash of Bravado in that hand, Ryan.
We go next, and then that Remembrance accompanying the Clash of Bravado does mean it's probably not going to get full value. I mean, Ryan, one of the nice things about blocking with Clash, of course, is getting rid of an aura, but also recurring it with the Remembrance by playing it out on his turn.
And being resource efficient as well. He had 2 float there. Might as well activate Ziggy, flicker this corrosive. Bink! 1 arcane. What's he going to do about it, Ryan?
Apparently nothing. Down to 22 goes Mr. Rich.
This does mean that he doesn't have enough resources to hit the haze bending with a Titan's Fist.
Jonathan asking so many difficult questions for Ryan, but he's just forced to pass. Another effective IP penalty of a Clash of Bravado for our Guardian
Ryan's
player.
been playing functionally with a 3-card hand for the last 3 turns. That Clash of Bravado, oh, well, it's been a different Clash of Bravado every time, but he somehow keeps finding himself ending the turn of a Clash of Bravado. And a lot of this is, you know, the way sequencing works. You want to be blocking Clash of Bravado on the actual ward attack itself so you can cancel the ward attack. If Ryan had chose to block with the Clash of Bravado earlier last turn, then whichever aura he destroyed, great, that one's gone. I'll swing the other one.
But the reason, of course, that he's waiting so long is he wants to get rid of the one that's on the combat chain. So not only does he remove one of those ward weapons, but he also dismisses an extra 2 damage.
Here, once again, I do think Jonathan wishes he had a Fleeing Star Breeze. Perhaps a couple turns ago when he let the Elliptical Conflicts leave play, he wishes he activated Ziggy there instead of letting it leave play, just to be able to have 2 potential embodiment of lightning tokens. This hand's kind of a brick. It's not able to spend all of the cards efficiently.
Astral Etchings is there, but unfortunately, Ryan has been able to chip away at those Spectral Shield tokens. All of a sudden, not playable at instant speed and doesn't have go again. Corrosive Space Dust in the blue. Fetch has gone on a flash back to the hand, which is a little bit surprising, honestly, because there's already one at the ready for Jonathan, and Gone on a Flash in multiples is less than ideal.
Yeah, I think he has the opportunity here to either use Tunic or pitch 2 reds to just activate the Ziggy hero ability. He doesn't have an action point right now. You have to be clear that Gone in a Flash didn't have go again, and maybe flicker another Corrosive Space Dust, get another cheeky ping there. Each point gets him closer and closer to ending this game. Astral Etchings, of course, key card in this matchup. J-Mag, you know, wants the arsenal of the Gone in a Flash, but does he also want to pitch this Astral Etchings for the second cycle?
Deep exhalations from both of these players, each one clambering towards the finals, but there can only be one. Turn 14 in the second semifinal of U.S. Nationals is a game for the ages. And while neither of these players are saying it so blatantly, like Colin and Ashlyn did in our previous feature, they've got to know it in their hearts. Hollow counter on the blue Corrosive Space Dust now. Ryan accepting arcane damage all the way down to 20 now.
Do you want to mention when these guys play together as teammates, they are actually quite serious even during those games, and this is something that I've seen before. They're just consummate professionals when it comes to the game.
Titan's Fist connects with Haze Bending. Spectral Shield token left behind. Astral Etchings kept for Jonathan Magnuson, and he is chomping at the bit to play it out now. Sigil of Solace played out. Up to 23 life now is Ryan Rich, still holding on to the Clash of Bravado with an Iron Grip, even though he can't test his Iron Grip based on the AD he brought.
Yeah, J-Mag, if he's keeping track, he knows Ryan still has that Clash of Bravado. So just sending as many attacks as possible. This Gone in a Flash has go again from the Fleeing Star Breeze that was played in the layer step before the Gone in a Flash's attack trigger became active.
4 go again now. For consideration on Ryan's side of the board, will he go for Clash of Bravado now? The tricky bit about that, especially when you've got to consider Astral Etchings, is that if you can wait for one of those weapons to be swung, you not only get that extra 2 defensive value that I was talking about, you also stymie the +1 counters from being used at reaction speed, essentially, against you.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight, I mean, it's the right thing to do to keep this clash in your hand because it has contorted the way Jonathan has been playing his turns. We're not seeing it, of course. We can't hear what Jonathan has to say and his thoughts, but this is definitely impacting his ideal turn loadouts.
And the ward board now looking a lot like a Fi's combat chain, honestly, extending all the way across the mat. But Zyggy in this configuration does suffer somewhat from the Gravy Bones problem. The more allies he establishes, the less value they get unless you have the action points to back them up.
Looks like Ryan has had enough of this detente. He is just going ahead and throwing that Clash of Bravado. He needs to start somewhere because Jonathan, of course, has a couple options here. He could just activate the Zyggy once again and flicker another Corrosive Space Dust.
And now has the opportunity not to play the Astral Etchings at instant speed because, of course, he allowed the Clash to resolve. The window for that was on the block, on the trigger of Clash of Bravado. So Spectral Shield, once again, disposed of by Clash of Bravado. 2 damage. Doesn't leak over the top because Clash of Bravado is accompanied by a Tear Asunder. Remembrance in the pitch zone to block out this Crackle from afar with Staunch Response. 1 card left in hand for Ryan Rich. As Jonathan says, go next.
And I want to highlight that Ryan is heavily prioritizing destroying the Spectral Shield. Why? Well, we talked about Astral Etchings and how it can only be played at instant speed if the user controls a Spectral Shield. And by denying these Spectral Shields, of which Jonathan really doesn't have that many ways of creating, he is making sure that the other threat that we have talked about, almost like beat that horse to death, is the Astral Etchings.
Gone in a flash. Sent for, I think I missed one. I think we're at number 10 now.
Yeah, this currently doesn't have Go Again, but when you have a Fleeing Starbreeze in play, I was like, where did it go? I see it's in the arm position for Jonathan Magnuson. This can get Go Again at instant speed with an activation of Zyggy.
Go to 19. We're going to...
Down to 19, and in the damage step, just like in the Gone in a Flash combos of your Fleeing Starbreeze, flickers away from the arena into the Banish Zone technically, and then straight back onto the arena, this time with a hollow counter. So Jonathan can't play this trick again, at least with the same Fleeing Starbreeze, but Corrosive Space Dust will make sure that that Gone in a Flash stays right where it belongs. Jonathan now Gone in a Flash. Out onto the combat chain again, now for the 11th time. Ryan Rich doesn't want to bother with counting up that value. Instead, he would like to count a different number, the number of auras he can destroy with Clash of Bravado. Another copy is in the hand. Nourishing Glow fetches Gone in a Flash. No action points remain, though. So into the arsenal, and another stranded Clash of Bravado in the hand for Ryan.
I feel like J-Mag is running out of space. He has so much ward in his ward board.
You mean Ryan is running out of space? J-Mag is feeling pretty darn good.
That is true.
Titan's Fist coming at the face with... Should we count this up real quick? We have 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 ward blocks on board right now.
Yeah, there's 3 ones. That's 3. There's the 2. That's 5. Then the 2 blue Corrosive Space Dusts can each be 1 or 2. And then the 2 red ones can each be 1 or 4. So let's say if we had more flow and everything was worth its maximum, that would be 8 plus 4, 12 plus 2, 14, 17 potential ward.
And now the issue, I suppose, if you can point to an issue for Jonathan Magnuson, is that there wasn't any lightning flow. But, oh, Cosmic Duality discarded just like it is in Limited to snipe a little bit of damage, which does buy the Clash of Bravado out of the hand for Ryan Rich, leaves one floating, and the life total exactly where it was. But Jonathan has the all-important lightning flow, can continue to flicker these ward auras and just chip little bits of value, just like Chowder, just like Cutty Shark, if Gravy Bones decides to play them. Gone in a Flash, number 12 onto the arena. Swinging in for 4, cleaving an ever-diminishing life total from Ryan Rich. A Midas Touch covers up the majority of it, down to 17. Sigil of Lightning Fetch is gone in a flash, right back to the arsenal.
Who needs Tunic anyways?
I didn't Tunic. I didn't need Tunic anyways, says Jonathan Magnuson.
Ryan here gets to do some cool things, of course, pitching the riches and playing Visit the Goldmane Estate, which will get him back up to that nice, lovely 4 gold and 4 Might tokens for next turn. First resolving the riches, of course, the riches trigger.
The one of Golden Sun back to the hand. This time, unfortunately, not winning a clash, but can't be too sad about it.
Yeah, he's going to need as much damage as possible to start clearing this ward board. But I just want to highlight, I mean, that's 4 copies of Corrosive Space Dust. If he were to actually deal enough damage to start clearing them, that's at least 4 arcane damage that he's looking at in the face in response.
Now, Ryan, I am pretty sure, has only used that one of Remembrance. There's 2 more left in the deck. We've seen each of them pitched, I believe, at least once. Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but one of those Remembrances is eventually going to need to be the thing that clears this ward board by maybe recurring a Visit Goldmane Estate, because otherwise, if it just sits there forever, Jonathan technically has the better weapon.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, right? Once again, they have to line up, and Ryan can't commit them too early on the attacks that have go again, and this dichotomy just does not favor him. He keeps taking chip damage, and sometimes Jonathan just jukes and doesn't even use one of the ward weapons. Jonathan just said, this is really awkward. The way these hollow counters are kind of on behind of the ward board, it's just sometimes unclear what has a hollow counter, what doesn't. Jonathan just trying to do his best to kind of position these well, make it clear, but also have some space to have a combat chain.
Golden Sun sacks a gold, comes in for 10 overpower again.
10 overpower.
While it's not being recurred quite as much as a Gone in a Flash, this one of Golden Sun is really making its spot shine in the 80.
Yeah, Ryan knows that, the moment you go shields down on your turn, which is what's occurring here, he's liable to be taking a bunch of arcane. Probably at least 2 arcane here. I imagine this is the turn Jonathan Magnuson lets the 2 hollow shielded already Corrosive Space Dust bite the dust.
Bank 'em or burn 'em, Jonathan Magnuson says, dust 'em.
I love that.
10, you say.
17 plays 28. Jonathan says 10, you say. If I dare say, that's one of Jonathan's tells. That's 10 that he doesn't want to block in a certain respect, or 10 that is awkward for him to block. But you got to remember, he's already got, I mean, just in hollow counter Corrosive Space Dust, he's got 6. All of this ward could be eaten up, and not a single point of damage would leak through, but Jonathan does have to be aware. Reality Refractor itself can't bonk Ryan Rich in the head, does require an aura on the board. Oh, it's a tense moment for both of these players. I do not envy either of them.
That.
Yeah, Ryan has Remembrances that can bring back some of his blocking threats. I believe Jonathan still has Remembrances as well.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Amping first, and then doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arcane.
And all of a sudden, that amp keyword on Stardust Spike does pay dividends, because Ryan Rich has tapped out and cannot use his Null Rune boots because no more resources are available. I think it's a sage decision for Jonathan Magnuson to just go ahead and let all of those Corrosive Space Dusts go and do some decrepit work on his opponent on the way.
Yeah, John maybe wanted to also get a little Ziggy activation there to get maybe one more point of damage. But, I mean, his hand must be really good if he's willing to keep the entire grip.
Pretty dang good start. It's gone in a flash. The 13th Elliptical Conflux fetches it back to the hand after it gains go again in the damage step. Back out onto the combat chain. Could it be another Fleeing Starbreeze? It is.
4 go again.
4 go again. 14th gone in a flash.
Oh my gosh. And then an activation of Ziggy on this Fleeing Starburst when he attacks with the Gone in Flash again. Possibly.
Sink below. gets in the way. Will there be a filter? Doesn't seem to be for Ryan Rich. Nourishing Glow back to the hand with Gone in a Flash.
Oh, sorry. Probably just an activation of Zyggy to make a... Oh, just kidding. Of course. I keep forgetting. There's also that 5 damage chaser on Reality Refractor.
So epic.
And Ryan doesn't have the clash.
And then Gone in a Flash back to the Arsenal again. Ryan Rich is bleeding out, hemorrhaging down to 9.
If Ryan had the Clash of Bravado that turn, it would have looked so good. He's had one in his hand almost 90% of the game, and Jonathan keeps finding windows where he doesn't.
It's Might Knight now. 4 of them pop at the beginning of the turn, lending their strength. Seismic Surge token joins them. There is a Roiling Fissure resolved here. So Seismic Surge generated and 2 auras can be destroyed. It's a Fleeing Starbreeze and a Crackle from afar. The Fleeing Starbreeze is the sage choice here because it doesn't have a hollow counter, which means that it's one more action point that Jonathan doesn't have in the deck.
And yeah, the Crackle from afar could represent 1 more damage that could vitally push him down a little bit more. He doesn't want to help J-Mag by getting rid of that elliptical conflux and letting J-Mag start his turn with an embodiment of lightning without having to use the Zyggy ability.
I hear you on the elliptical conflux. Is there like any consideration for doing it just so that Jonathan can't flip it with a hollow counter and get 2 embodiments out of it?
Totally true. That is something that he could do as well. You know, they've played this matchup more than you and I, so I have to assume he's had this difficult decision before.
Jonathan now tasked with blocking out 8 on this Titan's Fist if he wants to keep elliptical conflux around and utilize it with Lightning Flow.
Yeah, I know.
Overcrowded blocking here would only be blocking for 2.
3, there is a Lightning Flow in play as well.
I'm so sorry, there is a Lightning Flow in play. Wouldn't be at 4 though because Ryan able to destroy his own Seismic Surge before sending Titan's Fist.
Yeah, and Ryan kindly reminded Jonathan that these Might tokens are technically been destroyed, just kind of in the field to represent that damage.
Sink Blow in the yellow plus Overcrowded equals 1 damage leaking over, which means 1 Ward Aura destroyed. But Jonathan wants to commit a second Sink Below anyway. Yes, he's technically losing defensive value, but keeping that ward is important because the deck, of course, getting rather thin. Eclipsed a lot by the graveyard at this point. And so Jonathan has to be cognizant of the number of auras he has left in deck.
No Clash of Bravado here again on Ryan's side, so this 5 is a true 5, lining up some blocks.
And now Ryan's game plan is sort of materializing before our eyes. If all of the auras are gone, all of a sudden, damn be whatever I said about Reality Refractor producing something that's better than Titan's Fist.
But you know what also is starting to run out? The cards in Ryan's deck. I mean, if you just look at his graveyard and how much taller it is than his deck, the moment he runs out of cards, the game is effectually over. And that might be the only way he can really win because he's clearly not going to be able to attack Jonathan Magnuson for 29 damage. Not yet, at least, and not anytime soon.
But when the decks are empty, if one player has a blue, it's Ryan's game. As long as there are no more auras. Oh, it's such a tense situation. Flesh and Blood played at the highest level. It's become a meme on social media, on Fab Twitter for everybody. Chess played perfectly ends in a stalemate every time. Anytime you can end a game with both players still above 0 life, but without a way to finish the game, there's something satisfying about that.
They'd have to replay this game, I think.
Okay, let's not talk about that right now, okay? Let's not give us a heart attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last show for us, so might as well.
All right, let's
milk
keep
it.
going. In the words of Charles Dunn, we love playing, and I guess in this case, casting the game of Flesh and Blood so much, we're going to make you all do it for as long as humanly possible.
Let's watch carefully how many cards Ryan Rich has when he starts shuffling back these action cards into his deck.
Golden Sun and 2 Clashes of Bravado. We've got 1 in the pitch, 4 going into the deck.
Feels about like maybe 7 to 9 cards,
yeah, maybe,
I think.
Maybe. Bottom line, it's thin.
Yeah, it's been a slog. he's had a hard time lining up his Clash of Bravados on the actual swings of the Refractor.
Are you telling me that these guys have willingly played this matchup into each other a lot of times?
At least 15 times.
My goodness. And they gave up a year of their life in order to do that. That's wild.
I mean, this just shows you, to me, the dedication of these players. And they're in the semifinals of the U.S. Nationals, so I think it kind of paid off, no?
Now, Ryan doesn't really have to think about IPing one of these clashes of bravado because he's got 3 in the hand.
Yeah, it looks like he temporarily removed that -1 counter on the tectonic plating.
Now, the benefit to Ryan when his deck is getting incredibly thin is that winning clashes is so much easier. Crackle from afar, Fetch is gone in a flash. Number 15 back to the hand. It's not going to be another one, though, because Gone in a Flash goes to the pitch zone for the higher value play. Attack with Crackle from afar. 5 damage now for Ryan's consideration. And then here we go. Yet another Clash of Bravado 2 played out here with a smile on the face of Ryan Rich. Clash one-handedly. All the auras, all of them, destroyed for Jonathan Magnuson. Are there any left in the deck besides that corrosive space dust in the blue at the bottom now?
Yeah, I don't know. And that's the Volterra's drawn. I believe it was pitched very recently. I believe J-Mag only has 2 cards left in his deck.
One of them is blue corrosive space dust. One of them is Gone in a Flash. And now we know there is only one other aura. 2 auras left for Jonathan Magnuson to make use of the Reality Refractor. Has Ryan Rich done it again?
This is looking very convincing. We do know that Jonathan, he still has this corrosive space dust. But with Ryan at 9, still 1 remembrance left in the deck, it's looking pretty good.
Ryan at 9, but he's to Jonathan Magnuson's 25, but Ryan's been at 9 for the last 6 turns. Volterra's in the pitch zone. Lightning flow likely to be generated. All of a sudden, it's Jonathan Magnuson who has got to find a way through. Ryan Rich is sitting up a little bit further in his chair, feeling himself a little more. Gone in a Flash with an embodiment of Lightning Token. Also a limited resource in this deck. Iron Fist Revelation blocks in conjunction with Cranial Crush. No damage conferred. Corrosive Space Dust out of the hand. Fetch is Gone in a Flash and is ready to do offensive duty. My goodness. On one side of the bracket, we have Colin Eriksen felling Fies this way and that, something that nobody could have expected. On the other side of the bracket, Ryan Rich has got to destroy board presence hero after board presence hero in order to lift that crown atop his head. That crown, of course, U.S. National Champion. Gonna have to find some extra room, though, because honestly, that chef hat is fetching.
Yeah. J-Mag knows that there isn't a Clash of Bravado that's possibly used here. Has some options still. Ziggy activation, maybe get a little cheeky arcane ping. But the damage has been done. I clearly we've seen the entire deck that he's presented. No copies of Remembrance. And I wonder, even if he did have copies of Remembrance, there's nothing that I can really think of that he would really want to bounce back anyway.
There's something else going on here, Michael, that I don't think we've really mentioned in the top 8 because we didn't really think it was going to happen. Victor Goldmane is on the precipice of living legend. Yeah. And there is nothing more exciting than watching a hero potentially leave the classic constructed metagame for the Hallowed Halls. This also would be the first Guardian in a while.
7?
2 damage. Down to 7 goes Ryan Rich. He's feeling good about that life total, though, especially because Golden Sun is back in the hand again. Unplayable right now because the resources aren't there. Ryan could go fishing, pop a gold token, find a blue, then able to send Golden Sun for its full 10 overpower.
Thinking about Arsenal, so.
Jonathan thinking about Arsenal. It's technically not onto Ryan's side of the board yet.
If he chooses to Arsenal, he probably has to draw this Volterra's again. No, there's 3 cards left in his deck.
No Arsenal. Titan's Fist. swinging in again. Ryan Rich holding on to his riches. 2 gold tokens stay on the board.
And notably, making sure he keeps a card to pitch in case the Corrosive Space does leave play.
Astute play. Ryan not being flippant with his life total. In fact, bolstering it. Sigil of Solace comes out of the arsenal, gets Ryan Rich all the way up to 10. Jonathan says, my task just got even harder.
5.
Corrosive Space does 5 is the call from J-Mag.
Yeah, so we see that Cosmic Duality pitch here. He has a Cosmic Duality in his hand and a Voltaris in the very bottom of his deck. I'm not even counting up to 10 damage anymore.
Honestly, without embodiments of lightning, unless, of course, J-Mag attacks with Cosmic Duality and Ryan Rich says no blocks, the damage might just not even be in the deck.
2. Down to 8.
And with that last Remembrance possibly getting back at least 1 copy of Clash Bravado, does feel like Ryan is starting to really put that nail in the coffin.
Now, Ryan only technically needs 1 blue card. 1 blue card means he has inevitability, but there's still a copy of Remembrance. All of these resources managed so perfectly for Ryan Rich, and this is even after losing an incredibly important Clash of Bravado.
Awesome sequencing here. He has the Victor Goldmane draw trigger from pitching Riches, choosing to put, all 3 copies of Clash of Bravado.
So forget you, Goldmane Estate. I don't want to go out with a bang. I'd rather make my opponent go out with a whimper.
Big shuffle.
Big shuffle here.
Big shuffle here for Ryan Rich. I think he's the man to get it done. That's a hard deck to even cut, honestly. Does it even matter to cut? It was only 4 cards, right?
I don't know. Maybe it was 5.
That's hilarious.
1,000 things to keep track of. Thank you.
10 overpower. 8 plays 25. 2 cards in the pitch zone. Jonathan Magnuson says, hollow counter now on the Corrosive Space Dust. I think the second to last one's still in the deck.
Not sure there's a single War Threat left in the deck.
There were 2 a moment ago because J-Mag had pitched 1 and still had 1. I could be wrong. Both of those could be gone at this point. And here we go. Cosmic Duality technically says I still have enough damage left in my deck.
Giving us a show. J-Mag, of course. Oh, there still are auras in play, and this is not a May. So Ryan could be, destroys a copy of a Lightning Flow token.
Adding insult to injury. Ryan Rich destroys one of the 2 Lightning Flows left. J-Mag's going to have a lot of flows if this game continues because he will be able to pitch that Voltaris. Down to 13 all of a sudden for Jonathan Magnuson, who seemed to be the magnum in this game. Now, unfortunately, the minimalist. Gone in a flash, out on the combat chain. I'm still counting, folks. This is Gone in a Flash number 16. 16 Gone in a Flashes still isn't able to carry the day in the face of the indomitable force of Ryan Rich.
Yeah, J-Mag just kind of said there, I think I'm dead, but we'll play it out anyway.
Aurum Aegis blocks for the last time. Into the graveyard it goes. 5 plays 13. Ryan Rich has just got to keep swinging that Titan's Fist. That's all he needs to do. You are right, co-caster of mine. There's no more ward auras in the hand or deck for Jonathan Magnuson. 5 plays 9. Gone in a flash. Out once again, the 17th. Maybe this one can get it done, but Ryan Rich says no. Clash of Bravado. We clash again, but Jonathan doesn't even have any cards. This time, Ryan Rich lets him keep his last flow. A gentlemanly thing to do, especially when you're bashing the other man's face in turn after turn. 4 damage again from Titan's Fist. Voltaris in the pitch. Cosmic Duality sent out of the hand, discarded. 1 arcane, it's being swung. We're shortcutting here. Jonathan Magnuson says, weeing all the way to the bitter end. Gotta respect that. He's a showman even when he is down and out. It's Titan's Fist again. Down to 1 is Jonathan Magnuson. There's only 1 more left to do. It's a Titan's Fist and a fist extended. Ryan Rich sits atop his high horse with with a chef's hat in hand, but will he transfer that chef's hat into a golden crown? His daddy and himself would like it a lot. Oh, Michael. I didn't think Guardian matchups were going to be my bread and butter throughout this day, but yeah, stranger things have happened, I guess.
Yeah, we've been following Ryan Rich this weekend, and wow, what a run there. If you did catch that last couple of banter from players, J-Mag, of course, saying, I really needed to land another Astral Etchings there. And, of course, Ryan saying, yeah, I noticed. One of those Astral Etchings was literally blocked with, and that's not what you want to be doing with that card. Ryan, of course, did not have Clash of Bravado immediately, but eventually did on the first time Astral Etchings was used, and that was the last time it was used. So we talked about these key cards, and it does feel like ultimately Ryan was able to more effectively use Clash of Bravado.
And even though Victor Goldmane was looking like Thor at the end there, bang, 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 all the way down to 0 on J-Mag's side of the board, 3 Remembrances were resolved, and still, Michael, only 2 cards left in deck for Ryan Rich. And one of them, Riches of Tropaldani, can't even pay for the Titan's Fist. What a tight game all the way down to the wire. These players are masters of their craft. And speaking of players, there's only one more box to fill, Michael. Let's go to the top 8 bracket where the final name is etched in stone. In this case, 1s and 0s because this is a digital stream. Ryan Rich, 3rd seed, takes on Colin Eriksen in the finals of the U.S. National Championship in 2026. Ryan Rich, some people might have counted him out based on the matchup, but I turn your attention to the quarterfinals where he felled Thomas Battaglia, dismantled Gravy Bones, bone by bone, throwing that femur and everything else back into the watery depths from which they came. Can Colin do what Thomas was unable to do? That's the question that has to be answered in the final one here at U.S. Nationals.
We've seen these two heroes play against each other time and time again, but these two specific hero players, no. I think it's going to be an exciting game. Deck lists are open to both players. It's going to be another slogfest, and soon we will be leaving you guys in the good hands of Pankaj and Sam to really finish this weekend strong.
Well, for you and I, Michael, it's time for us to say goodbye. Thank you all in Flesh and Blood Radio land for watching our antics and enjoying, just like us, the pinnacle that Flesh and Blood has to offer. Don't go anywhere, though, because it's just heating up. Yes, that was a slog. Hammer here, hammer there, but now the heat really turns up. Colin Eriksen and Ryan Rich do battle. Get ready, folks. It's a money fight and more Flesh and Blood now.
Chapter 3 is out now, bringing forth the red-hot new wizard hero Blaze alongside Bolton and his now playable signature weapon, Raiden. Whether you want to raise an undead army, fry your opponent with lightning, or stack the odds in your favor, if you want to start playing Flesh and Blood, you can blaze your way to your local armory event and pick up a Silver Age Chapter 3 deck today. We are here at the U.S. National Championship 2026, and we now finally get to answer the question: how important is it to bring a deck that can defeat a Gravy Bones or a Victor? I think the answer vary as we look towards the finals and see that at the end of all things, the titans of the metagame reclaim their hold at the top.
We've had a lot of surprises in this top 8. 2 Phis, couple of Omens heroes, 1 Zyggy, and these Oscilios with different lists. But when it comes down to it, when it comes to the finals, it is 2 of our 3 most represented heroes defending, vying for the title of U.S. National Champion.
And by the ever-loving skin of their teeth, Colin Eriksen with 2 master classes in playing to your outs and getting lucky in defeating 2 Phis to go to the finals. And then if you look at the other side of the bracket with Ryan Rich, he did that with like a card left in deck after multiple remembrances.
And it was more than just remembrancing Clash of Bravado as well. It was also sending a whole bunch of damage to clear all those ward pieces. The opponent had like 10 ward on the field, and here's a Golden Sun for 11 clears, half of it. Clash of Bravado cleans the rest of it out. Incredible showing by Ryan Rich.
Yeah, it has been such a wonderful tournament so far, and I'm looking forward to this one because there are a bunch of storylines even in this match. We saw this Victor deck already take down a Gravy Bones and a wonderful pilot in Thomas Battaglia, so there's a lot of reason to believe that Victor may be able to buck the trend here, but I actually had the opportunity to speak to both of our players before we jumped in the booths. I won't spoil it, but Ryan Rich, he did not feel like that was a foregone conclusion at all.
And this is a very different Gravy list as well, which we definitely will get into later as we go into the deck lists.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and how we got here. Colin Eriksen, we said it. The 8th seed is back. Yeah, I think if you enter a top 8 at one of these major Flesh and Blood tournaments, I'm not sure if there's any place you'd rather be than 8th seed.
Yeah, who needs to decide who goes first or second when you can just be 8th seed? Always know you never get the choice, but just get to the finals anyway. Colin Eriksen versus Ryan Rich. This is going to be a slog, no doubt, but it's going to be extremely interesting. It's so skill intensive, at least on Colin Eriksen's side. Ryan Rich's side, maybe the game plan's a little bit more straightforward, but we've been seeing these defensive fatigue lists as well. There is still a lot of decision making to be doing on the blocking side of things.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic match. Let's just once again recap our quarterfinals and look at how exactly we got here, because I just need to look through 1 through 8 and give everybody their flowers before this event. Matthew Gump, of course, the 15-0 coming into this event. He just did so much work throughout this tournament, and deservedly so, has been given a lot of flowers. Of course, we had our 2nd seed, Jonathan Magnuson, just fall to Ryan Rich in the semi-finals, and 3rd, Ryan Rich making it into the finals against Colin. Then we had, of course, the 2 Oscilios. We had Aaron, we had Majin, those completely different flavors falling to completely different decks, right? Phi in that majorly fast, gone in a flash quarterfinal, instead in opposition to the quarterfinals with Majin Bay and Jonathan Magnuson, where Gone in a Flash was certainly a part of the picture, but only for one of our heroes.
And let's not forget 4th seed Ashlyn Slattery as well, one of the other Phis in this top 8. We followed her draft as well. She was a featured drafter on day 2 of US Nationals, showed us how you can get around, how you can play around and pick around the Omens limited format to great effectiveness.
Yeah, let's just once more take a look at our top 8. Who has made it to the finals? Well, it's going to be the taller gentleman in the very back, Colin Eriksen, alongside the cook, the chef, Ryan Rich, who has been playing this game for as long as I've been playing this game, and even a little longer. I've seen him at so many of these tournaments. This is truly a breakout run for both of these players, but for very different reasons. Ryan, top right of your screen, been grinding forever, been trying for this for many, many years, 5 years at this point, versus Colin. I met Colin at our local armory within the last couple years. He's a newer player, and he's been searching for his moment. He's about to get one.
And we've seen both of them on camera many, many times. Ryan Rich has come really, really close to this title before, to the title of champion before. We've seen him on coverage. Colin, to his credit, also, we see him a lot in the AGE events as well. Both of them no stranger to the feature match area, finally here in the finals of US Nationals.
Yeah, so great to see the top 8 there before us, and it's just going to be a pretty exciting finals, given that there's so much on the line and so much to play for. These players have been battling all weekend long for the opportunity, for the chance, for the precious, precious chance at the prize, at the glory, at the title of champion.
The prize money difference between first and second, and also the clout difference.
Yeah,
Both these players, I honestly cannot tell who deserves it more.
Because listen, there's just something about national champion, right? Like you get to call multiple people champs in this game. Evan Herndon, right? You know, he's Pro Tour champion. He'll be Pro Tour champion forever. Pro Tour Yokohama. The national champions, though, like right, Majin Bay, like there's just something easy. Like, well, we got our national champ right here, and he's the national champ for a whole year. So there is really a lot on the line when it just comes to the cloud arena, you know.
And then you show up to Worlds as national champion for your country, representing your country. It's an amazing feeling.
Well, as I alluded to, had an opportunity to speak with both of our players before they jumped into the feature match. Just after Ryan's game, I had a chance to catch up with him. Let's hear about how Ryan got to this point.
Right now, I am here with our first U.S. Nationals 2026 finalist, Mr. Ryan Rich. Dude, congratulations on the run so far.
Thanks, man.
We were chatting coming up, and your energy is fantastic. You're just like, dude, I don't really know what's going on.
I'm just having a good time. We're playing games. I'm hoping for the best. Things have gone really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want to give you a chance to say what you said to me on when I went and grabbed you after your feature match. How do you feel about your deck this week, and how do you feel like it's been performing?
I felt like my deck was a terrible decision. However, it's gone great. I've had mixed matchups. I played every fight at the tournament. All 3 of them.
Crazy.
My only win was for the winning in. It was the stream B match.
Oh my God,
if that's out, might not be.
Yeah.
I'm really happy with how things ended up. I was full doomering on my deck. My deck's been medium plus. It's been pretty good.
Yeah.
As good as it can be.
Well, what do you think is the difference maker in the tournament? You said like really good hands. The Golden Suns were really mattering.
The one of Golden Sun has won me way too many games.
That's crazy.
Way too many games.
Yeah.
It is like the de facto card that if it wasn't in my deck, I would be 3 games less, for sure. For sure.
Insane.
One of Pummel, also been crazy. In Swiss, you flash the Pummel one time, they go, you're on 3, have to play around it for the rest of the game, act like you have Pummel. One of is better than 3, because you don't have to draw 2 in the same hand.
Yeah, I've been there, as have many of us. So I want to give you a moment to talk. You know, we've been seeing each other at Flesh and Blood events for years now. You told me you started in Monarch, right? Like, tell me, what does it mean to you to have gone to all of these events, been playing competitively for so many years, 5 years at this point, and now you are on the precipice of becoming a U.S. national champion? Like, what does that mean to you when you hear those words?
What does it mean? It would be really cool to win. I've been playing for quite a while. I've practiced a lot. I've played so much. I've played so many formats, so many decks, and I always die in top 8 to Michael Hamilton in all of my top 8 matches. He's not here in the top 8. He can't scare me.
And you made it to the finals.
I made it to the finals. We're doing it. It's been a long time coming, I think. I think I've had a good tournament. I think I've had some really fortunate luck to get here. And yeah.
That's how it often plays out, right? You play well, get a little bit of luck, and that's a champion's path if I've ever heard one. So we got to look ahead now to the finals, right?
Yep.
You've got a Gravy Bones in the finals. How experienced are you in this matchup? You got these Pill for the Tombs. We've seen how effective they can be. What's your confidence level? How do you feel the game plan-wise going into this finals?
Okay, so I was told halfway through day 2 that I should probably be on Rampart in a Gravy. Card's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's true. I forgot. I'm playing 1 Midas because I got spooked by Oscilio rumors, so I'm on AB6. So I actually trimmed a lot of my Gravy tech, but I kept the Pilfers because the Pilfers, when you draw them, are very, very, very potent, and oftentimes can result in like entire play patterns that just neg a turn and a half of value.
Yeah.
Just by themselves, just drawing it when you need it.
Yeah.
I feel pretty comfortable into the matchup. It's for sure Gravy's game to lose. It's a very low agency matchup from my side, which is what I have said about my deck the entire weekend.
People got to beat you. People got to beat
people,
you.
People have to
the
beat me.
fatigue deck.
I'm playing my 45-55 into everyone, and I'm hitting the 45. We're at the very high end of things. If I didn't 6-0 draft, I wouldn't be here. I went X3 at CC.
True, that's crazy. Hey, but it shows you these multi-format events. It's not just about picking the best deck. It's about being the best player over the course of multiple days and multiple formats. You proved your mettle in draft. Like you said, you're like, the deck works, but it can be a little tenuous. You just got to get through one more game. Before we get over to the finals and I'll let you get over to the feature match, I got to ask you, anyone you want to shout out, anyone you want to thank at home who might be watching?
Yeah, shout out to my friends for helping me test, my team, Wolfpack, for also helping me test, my friends driving up with me. Shout out to my girlfriend who's always supportive, comes to locals, even though she's doing school full-time, crushing her masters. She still shows up with Fi at locals with me, humors me. Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful, dude. Well, I think we have now all seen that the trend continues with fatigue players. I remember remarking to Charles Dunn when I met Charles Dunn, like, oh, all these fatigue players, you guys are all so sweet. So the trend continues here with Ryan Rich. Congratulations on the run, my friend. It's been cool to watch you so far. You got one more match. Like you say, it might be Gravy Bones' to lose, but at the end of the day, it's still yours to win.
I'm just happy to be here. I'm psyched I got it this far.
Hell yeah. Well, I'm psyched for you, and I'm psyched for the next match. Let's send it on back to the booth.
Great to hear from Ryan there, and it does appear as though the death of the Wolfpack was greatly exaggerated, Pankaj.
You know, it's really funny that he mentioned going 5-3 in CC and attributing 3 of his wins to Golden Sun, the one-off in his deck. Really makes you think about being the Golden Sun and nepotism, doesn't it?
It certainly does. I want to speak to the golden boy, Colin Eriksen, who has finally made the breakout run that he has been looking for. I had a chance to chat with him right before he scurried over to the feature match. Let's hear from Colin.
You may know Colin Eriksen from 2 of the greatest games of Flesh and Blood perhaps ever put to camera. I know Colin Eriksen from my Tuesday night armory. We are not the same. Colin Eriksen, congratulations. An unbelievable run in this tournament.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after those 2 games against Fi?
Out of breath. Like, just nail biter after nail biter and getting like the perfect draw into the perfect draw, and it was like, oh my god. It was like 14 to like 35 or whatever.
Yeah.
And then slowly but surely, and then down to 25, and then 19, and then like
yeah.
building it back, and oh my god, it's like, it's such a rush, and it's so cool to play with like some of the best players, because Ashlyn played amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, and that was, I don't know, it's such a cool experience.
Yeah, the little Oyston that could.
I know!
The little Oyston that could.
We were cutting him, and like, and he saved the game.
Yeah. Well, we were chatting just before this, but I've known Colin. I've had the pleasure of knowing you since basically you started playing Flesh and Blood at Armory, at the local AGE events where kind of we both got our start in Flesh and Blood in general. I just want to give you a moment. You've been on the doorstep. Last year, US Nats, losing the win-in, right? This year, Pro Tour Yokohama, drawing your win-in, right? And then now you are finally making it not only to the top 8, but to the finals. Talk to me about your journey and what it's taken for you to get here and what it means to you now that you are here.
It's been a journey. It's been so long of me, like, I don't know, like kind of feeling confident, but not really feeling confident, because there's a part of me that is still like just that kid at an armory, you know, just bringing the deck he loves, you know, and going off it. And then there's a part of me that's like, I'm gonna go in. We're climbing the tournaments. We're almost getting there, and then just like so many near misses that I'm like, come on, like nationals, and then even calling San Diego, I was 1 game off, and then of course Pro Tour, which was so close, and then in this tournament, I was like, I didn't think I was gonna win. I like 5-0'd the first round of CC. I was like wargaming, had a terrible draft. I was playing a cracked bobble in Zyggy.
Yeah, we saw it.
Yeah, you saw it. It was not good. But 1-2'd it, actually nearly 2-1'd it, because I faced 2 Oscilios. And then had an okay draft after, and then just kept going. Gravy did the thing, you know? I mean, I got a couple good matchups into Huntsman and Aurora, but other than that, had some tight games. Had a Gravy in my final round of Swiss again, and I was like, oh no. And then I'm here, and it felt amazing. Like credit to my team, credit to like my family, like everyone for supporting me here. But it's been amazing, man. I don't know what to tell you.
That's just fantastic to hear. Well, we look ahead now to the finals and a pretty hard fatigue Victor deck. Talk to me about your strategy. Talk to me about your reps. How are you feeling going into this game?
Cautiously optimistic. Because Victor, he does not have the go again. He has no E-strikes. He has no performance bonus. He has no like zealous belting.
Yeah.
But he has Pill for the Tomb, and he has Ripple Away, and he has Midas Touch. So the game is being played on a slightly different axis. And Pill for the Tomb was a pretty recent card. I haven't gotten like that much practice into it. Gotten a little bit into Alex Vor, especially when he was on Oscilio, and let me tell you, Pill for the Tomb works great in there because you can just discard it if you don't need it. But it's going to be tough because I can't really keep the allies in graveyard to like set up.
Yeah.
But I need to set up, and I need to get these double ally turns because he can't clear both in one turn. And once I put 2 allies out, I need to put an ally out every single turn to keep up that advantage and make use of that big board state. And I think it's possible. Like if he can't convert the hands, if he has a bunch of D-reacts, clash cards, I think I have a very solid chance. But I just have to line it up. I have to get 5 value out of all my ley lines, Conquerors, go back in, Remembrance the Conquerors, Scuba the ley lines, do it all again.
Yeah.
And I mean, from what I heard from the last game, he's bringing 3 Remembrances, so this will be a barn burner for sure.
A barn burner of a slog and a slugfest, perhaps.
Yes.
But one, it sounds like you have some reps in, you have some confidence. Do want to give you the opportunity just here right at the end. Shout out, thank anyone who might be watching, who might have gotten you here.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, my family, my team, my everyone. Specifically, want to shout out Anthony Pham, team captain, made a lot of this possible and was really, really helpful in just like getting us organized, getting us practicing, getting us like good game info and good knowledge that I think really helped prepare us, as well as Alexander Vor, just an amazing limited coach. He knows that thing inside and out.
Yeah, he's really good.
And helped me get to, honestly, still a decent result for nationals, 3-3. And I'm just so happy and so stoked. And then finally, just the community. I mean, I don't know, everyone's wonderful. Like it's a pleasure, and it's what keeps me coming back is just like all the comments and all the people I get to play against, and like, it's just amazing.
Well, I think truer words were never spoken. Colin, congrats on the run so far. Whatever happens from here, you're always at least a finalist at the U.S. National Championship, but I think your run in this game is just beginning.
I hope so too.
Let's get ready for the game.
I'm feeling ready for the game indeed. Just lovely to hear from Colin. What a stand-up young man. Are you kidding me?
Both our finalists showed so much humility in their interviews. It was really, really nice to see. I do want to point out one contrast, though. When you asked Ryan how he feels about this matchup, he said, oh yeah, pretty low agency from my side. I'm going to block, do my thing. You ask Colin, and he is like, okay, these are the threats that I have.
Yeah.
These are the threats that he has full 5 heading.
Yeah,
It's
well,
so funny.
It's what Ryan said. He was like, I mean, it's really on the gravy opponent to figure it out. And Colin's like, I know exactly what the plan is. The question is, how do they draw it up? The cards can only fall where they may. And the finals of the U.S. National Championship with coverage brought to you by TCG Player is about to hang in the balance. And I think it's time to get down into the arena as we see our 2 players preparing for what just may be the game of their lives. We got Colin Eriksen on the left side of your screen, breaking out with Gravy Bone, Shipwrecked Looter, and on the other side, a titan of the metagame, Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, piloted by Ryan Rich.
We've been talking about this entire bracket. Colin Eriksen at the 8th seed, so doesn't get a choice of going first or second. We see Ryan Rich has chosen to go first.
Let's take a look at Colin's run throughout this tournament. It's actually, these players are inverses of each other. Were you about to say the same thing? Yeah. Colin just completely a perfect record in CC, X3 in draft. And then if we look over on the other side to Ryan Rich, we see that there is a X3 in CC and then a perfect record in draft. As we take a look at their heroes here, as the players are getting ready to begin to play, this is going to be such an interesting matchup given that these players have completely inverse records in this tournament.
And remember, there are a ton of LL points on the line over here, especially on the Victor Goldmane side, who is at the 1.5 times multiplier at the almost 900 points threshold. This could be one of the last few tournaments that we see this hero.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line for both players and for all of the players watching in the Nationals season to come, including Pro Tour Vegas. The players playing at the Pro Tour, they're watching this match with bated breath if they are hoping to bring Victor Goldmane high and mighty. So We're going to talk a lot about this exact matchup and the macro and the micro game plans in
We
the
have
actual
tons of
game.
time,
We'll
I
have
think.
a fair amount of time. So let's take a look at the deck lists here for these players. We have Colin, Eriksen. Pankaj, you just gestured towards the screen. Tell me why.
I finally want to see what Murray Lefay is going to do. We have not really seen it on camera before in CC, and Colin said he's bringing this for the slower matchups. He said this is one of the ways he gets to extend an ally on the field without it even potentially staying around. I'm so excited for this card.
Yeah, this is going to be very fun to watch. Honestly, we're going to get to watch Colin display some real skill in his flesh and blood. We may have a chef's hat on the other side of the arena, but in this game, it may be Colin doing the true chefing. The card I want to highlight, of course, going to be those Mage Master boots. Colin, when I had a chance to chat with him on the way towards our interview, he was like, I'm trying to do the Prism thing, dude. I think if I can just double ally 2-3 turns in a row. He didn't bring the Easter eggs. He doesn't have Zealous Beltings. He doesn't have ways to clear allies, multiple allies efficiently, other than by sniping them with cards like Pilfer the Tomb. So for Colin, those Mage Master boots and then the subsequent turns of finding multiple allies, that's what he has identified as his path to victory.
Colin has chosen a very different take on his anti-fatigue strategy over here, in contrast to Thomas Battaglia, who we saw earlier in this top 8. Only one copy of Whaler Humperdinck in Colin Eriksen's list. He's decided he can just get away with one of them, and also only one copy of Remembrance.
Okay, well, that's Colin's game plan. Let's take a look at all the cards Ryan Rich is going to use to block in this matchup, because we have a deck that wants to fatigue, and I think it's really important for all the players watching it and all the players thinking like, oh, dooming, blah, blah, blah. Like, Ryan went X3 in CC, dude. He's here because of his draft record. He's here because he's 6-0 draft, and he snuck in with exactly the amount of losses that he could have had. It's not like this deck dominated this weekend. This deck barely squeaked through. It's won a couple games when it counted, but this deck has not shown that it is unbeatable by any stretch.
I mean, it barely snuck through into the finals as well, arguably. That semifinals match, he was down to his last 2 cards in deck as well. But taking a look at his deck list over here in particular for this matchup, they mentioned it in the interviews, both of them. 3 Pilfer the Tomes. When do these line up? Yeah. Colin is going to try and double ally as often as possible, but for that, he typically needs to leave allies in the grave for at least a couple of turns, which makes them perfect targets for this Pilfer the Tome to take them right out. And we saw Ryan Rich do that against Thomas. It sniped a Scuba, it sniped a Chum, it sniped a Whaler Humperdinck. Ryan Rich needs to hope this card lines up very, very effectively against Colin.
Early days of the Omens of the Third Age season have shown that there have been plenty of developments, even in decks that have been mainstays, like Gravy Bones, like Victor Goldmane. We're seeing new ways that these decks are beginning to develop. It's time to see which new player ascends to the throne and the title of U.S. National Champion. It is time for the finals here, live from Minneapolis. Ryan Rich on the right side of your screen. Higher seed chose to go first, gets to establish a visit the Goldmane estate on turn 0 for the second time in as many games. He's going to draw the card before the turn passes to Colin Eriksen. It's time for the finals. Let's get into it.
No might tokens generated, because after the gold created of this visit the Goldmane estate, Ryan Rich only had 2 gold on the board, one of course being represented by the Aurum Aegis as well. So no might tokens generated. Just playing this card puts it in the yard, a potential target for Remembrance later down the line should he wish to. Also just gives him a little bit more selection.
I love this. Ryan says, okay, pitch away the CNC for the Titan's Fist.
And this is a Titan's Fist for 3, because there's no card with cost 3 or more in the pitch zone. Sometimes these Fatigue Victor lists definitely land in that position.
All right, so for Colin, this is the player we're going to be speaking the most about this game in terms of game plan and agency. Do you want to just start to lay out for us exactly what the game plan is here?
Colin Eriksen needs to try and set up the multiple ally turns that we spoke about, that he spoke about in the interview as well. Later on, use Remembrance to recur back a whole bunch of threats like Conqueror of the High Seas, for example, these high damage cards. Also, Scuba, Salty Sea Dog, going to be very effective because you can recur Prismatic Ley Lines, which again represents 6 damage. On Ryan Rich's side, I want to point out a very important card in that pitch zone. The Ripple Away can stymie Colin Eriksen's gold generation, which is another axis that he will be attempting to battle this anti-fatigue strategy on, because typically the endgame involves cracking 4, 5, maybe even 6 gold in one turn to really come up with an incredible offensive salvo.
I'm going to discard an ally. This will create me a
Gallo end of the line to the bin. Ryan Rich, you're taking a look at the hand. It's all defense, and the first copy of Pilfer the Tomb immediately for Ryan Rich. So if he'd like, that Gallo can hit the banish zone right now.
Does have a window here for that. Gallo doesn't seem to be a threatening enough ally for him to want to use it, I think.
I wonder if Colin
Oh,
leaves it in. Nope.
Nope.
It's going to be the first Pilfer the Tomb. Gallo straight to the banish zone right away as the rest of the hand is entirely defensive for Ryan Rich.
Now, Colin Eriksen is holding on to another ally in hand. Scuba, Salty, Sea Dog. Can put that in the bin via the Gravy Hero ability, but that would put him down to 0 gold. And also, there is no yellow in either player's graveyard for him to get the additional effect of Scuba, Salty, Sea Dog.
Draw a card. Pitch a card.
Scuba out. Scuba played. And now gets to swing in for 4. Now, interestingly here, if Ryan blocks with that test of strength and doesn't win the clash, he will not have a way to clear the Scuba.
Yep. He does not have a card that costs 3 or more in that hand.
But he has the defense reaction in the arsenal, of course. So the Fate Foreseen can come forth.
Yeah, but the Titan's Fist doesn't come in for 4. He doesn't have a card that costs 3 or more in that hand.
Oh,
So he physically is incapable of clearing the Scuba, and he has no attack in the hand either.
That's hilarious. Colin Eriksen said, wait a second, you only can do a Titan's Fist for 3? What if I just do it again? But we're going to crack the gold.
Oh, he knew what the top card was from the opt of the Fate Foreseen as well. That gold token bailing him out here. Gets to clear the dog. Is the one of Fearless Confrontation to save the good boy, though.
Taking a look at the hand, it does not look at like so. And now we lose Scuba.
Clears that. 2 allies down for Colin Eriksen already. The Gallo and the Scuba. That is a count we're going to need to keep track of. As currently he sits with no gold and no ally in grave.
And not a great hand, it looks like, either for Colin. Got a yellow, but it's not a yellow we want to put in the graveyard immediately. We're going to come out with a Saltwater Swell.
It's going to be 1 go again.
This is going to be 1 go again. We reveal the top. And we show another Call to the Grave right to the bottom of the deck. Colin blocked the Call to the Grave on the very first turn of this game. Clearly not a card he was expecting to need. Fiddler Screen going to match up perfectly. Another Fiddler Screen in the hand. Ryan, so many defensive pieces that Colin's going to have to work through.
And currently, just no ally being represented over here. Can Colin do something a little bit more aggressive or even a little bit more setup with his hand? Carrion Crown, of course, available, but no ally in hand. Gravy, despite not having the gold, still can use the hat. But Colin just goes ahead and passes, recognizing he does not want to just expend threats, just wanted to use just enough of his hand so that he can draw up some fresh new cards. Still no ally for the Necromancer here. Whole bunch of just wimpy blue attacks in that hand.
Colin Eriksen was on the beneficiary of some incredibly nice top of the deck for him, and some unkind top of the deck perhaps for his opponents in his run to the finals. At least early so far, we are not seeing that same happening play out for our 8th seed.
Does he have an ally off the top to discard to this Restless Bones? Look like no, he's just sending it as a 2-card 4. Slowly but surely, these threats from Colin Eriksen's deck are being expended. The Swell on the previous turn, the Restless Bones on this turn. Colin Eriksen holding on to a Prismatic Leyline. That is a threat he absolutely cannot get rid of. But these blue cards slowly dwindling down.
And
Colin
these
Eriksen's list
are cards that Colin needs to get value out of with cards like Prismatic Leyline, as Ryan Rich just goes up and up and up in life.
Life total going in the other direction for our Fatigue Victor player as Colin Eriksen draws up, finally draws a couple of allies, 2 allies in that hand, Rigor Mortis and Soulbones, both with the Prismatic Leyline as well. Colin Eriksen doesn't even think, just takes the Titan's Fist, again coming in for 3, by the way.
All right, couple allies for Colin Eriksen. Let's see how he wants to develop them. It's going to be the Prismatic Leyline.
And is that a Tipple in Arsenal? Yes, it is. Priority window over here for potential Ripple away. Looks like Ryan Rich does not have that as a response. A gold token will be generated, making a future hook on this turn. Very, very live.
Golden Tipple comes in for 4 thanks to the Prismatic Leyline. That's going to be met here nicely by a test of strength. Time to clash. Top of the deck shows Scuba and Cranial Crush. So, card into the hand for Ryan Rich. Gold created for Victor Goldmane. And we move on to the remainder of Colin Eriksen's turn. We know from his game plan what he wants to do is develop a couple of allies as soon as possible and continue to chain that advantage together, because it's going to be very hard for Ryan to clear 2 allies at a time.
Gold creation in the Victor deck is so interesting in this matchup because of gold-baited hook. Any gold you create is liable to just get stolen by the opposing pirate, who, from what I hear, do really love those gold tokens.
But for Colin, if he's trying to double ally, it makes it harder on those turns to actually swing the allies. So, as we know from Colin, he has experience in this type of matchup. But this is a very good Victor on the other side of the table.
So he knows he's drawing into the Scuba off the Gravy activation. Compass still hasn't been activated, goes ahead and does it now. Didn't quite get a look at what the top card of the deck is. Has the Sawbones in hand, which he would like to get rid of somehow, get in the graveyard somehow.
Because you did draw.
Alrighty, it looks like Scuba's coming out to play.
Prismatic Leyline is in the graveyard, by the way.
Yeah. Does he have a way to give this Scuba go again? That's the question.
Scuba. And
if not, Scuba's going away once again. Hooking Scuba means...
The Leyline should be in the bin. Yes, okay, goes ahead and catches it, puts it on the bin. Scuba going to be coming in for 6 with a hook on hit as well.
Hook makes this a little more interesting, but Ryan Rich can just put some pieces in front of it, some defense.
And that's the one of Golden Sun that he's blocking with, which means there won't be any Golden Suns being revealed off the top for Ryan Rich's clashes over here. He did mention in his interview how that has been so fortunate for him on his way to the finals of the US Nationals.
Now we're starting to see the allies for Colin. 3 in the hand here. And it looks as though we're just clearing the dog with the boulder drop.
Sending a Titan's Fist opens him up to getting blown out by Fearless Confrontation. So sending a full attack at the dog is Ryan Rich. Very heads-up play by him there.
Check at the top of the deck.
Are those 3 allies in Colin Eriksen's hand?
So he's found the allies. How does he want to deploy them here?
Has 1 gold available for Gravy activation. Carrion Crown also can be used to get 2 allies in the grave on this turn should he wish to. Draws another ally off the top
but
from the Gravy activation.
Now this is so interesting for Colin because he's now flush with allies, right? Which means if he gets 2 allies here with something like the Mage Master Boots, then he knows he has access to allies. They're currently in his hand. What he doesn't know is can he find other ways to develop them from the graveyard? You get the first go again thanks to Gravy, so that can really help. But because he's flush with allies, I wonder if he's feeling like, okay, now it's time to do the thing. Start putting 2 allies on the field every single turn.
And Tip the Barkeep going to help with that a lot to leverage the additional allies that he's going to be able to put out.
There is a ripple away in the hand for Ryan Rich. Ryan Rich allowed this Gold Kiss Rum to be created.
Wants to save it in case of gold generation at some point.
Anka drag under. Ally resolved. Threads.
Very interestingly, Anka also a way for him to just discard allies should he wish to. Anka and Chum both. Look at him. Just activating Anka just to discard an ally. Deploying 2 allies, just saying, okay, cool. Put 2 allies on the field, 2 allies in the bin. Thanks to Anka's I keep saying hero ability, ally ability.
Wow, fascinating stuff. So Colin Eriksen now 2 allies on the field. Ryan's only going to be able to clear 1. 2 allies in the bin. 2 more allies off the top.
And a port side exchange this time to get one of them in the bin very easily.
Yes.
6 at Chum with the question mark. The tense moment. Has your opponent drawn the 1 of Fearless Confrontation? Not going to be the case for Colin Eriksen.
No response to discard a card with Chum either, just to get another ally in the bin. Okay. Portside exchange.
Any ripple away discard. I love that both these players are fully aware of these priority windows in between resolving their cards.
Another gold. Portside to the bin. Watery Grave available for all of these allies. No Pilfer the Tomb yet.
Only 2 more of that card remains in Ryan Rich's deck here, and that cannot be remembranced back either. It's an instant, so not a valid target for remembrance. He only has access to 3 of those. At some point, maybe we start seeing ominous excavations hit these lists, so you can recur Pilfer the Tomb. But for now, not the case.
All right, folks, it's turn 5 of the USA National Championships Finals. 11 minutes elapsed. Dead Threads activated for the second floating.
Draw a card.
Draw a card, discard the Chum. Here comes the Chum. Play Chum out. We've now got 3 allies. What's Ryan Rich going to do about this? All of a sudden, there's 3 on the field. Next turn, there's still 2 more. Perhaps he can get 2 more on the field.
And Sawbones plus Chum is a very tricky combination of allies to deal with. You can't just send a CNC at the Chum. You need to send something 7 or higher if you want to clear the Chum first. Ryan Rich opting instead to clear the Sawbones first instead. Much easier target for him to clear, but that means Chum stays around, Anka stays around as well.
A little bit of a grimace and a smile there from our players. 2 allies still on the field for Colin. If he does it again, he'll have 4 allies. I think the math is going to work out that if he keeps doing this, he'll keep going up in allies at the end of the turn. Swabby to the bin.
And this was sent to the graveyard via Carrion Crown, a way to get an ally in the bin without any gold tokens from Colin Eriksen.
So this is where the game plan starts to take shape. You put the allies out so that Ryan Rich has to clear every single turn, but eventually what you have to do, and what we heard Colin say, is you have to ley line multiple times, Conqueror multiple times. So you pressure the hand, you pressure the life total, and you attack with the allies. And so that eventually those allies can turn into a fatigue almost engine of your own. You're just pressuring cards every single turn, just like Ryan Rich is trying to do on the other end of the table.
And for now, Seafloor Salvage comes into play, turns down the 1 of Golden Sun in Ryan Rich's deck, so not going to be a Remembrance target anymore is that card. That card is gone forever from the finals of US Nationals.
Tip played, second Gold Kiss Rum, another very important piece to find action points, to find damage, to find go again.
He just keeps setting up. He's supposed to set up more and more. Swabby played from the yard, and I think he has 1 more ally in hand as well. Are we finally going to see an attack from an ally, or will he just deploy another one?
I think we're seeing Rigor Mortis. I think we're seeing death threats for Rigor Mortis.
And a Chum activation to get another ally in the bin. 4 allies on the field for Colin Eriksen.
Colin Eriksen and Gravy Bones amass a shambling army before our very eyes. The claws and teeth and roars and moans of the undead forces begin to take shape as Colin Eriksen has a national championship title in his sights. Ryan Rich, no E-strikes, no action point. This deck only does one thing. Will it be good enough here?
It's clearing zombies 1 at a time, but Colin Eriksen is putting the zombies on the field faster than Ryan Rich can clear them. Colin really punishing him for not having any of those go-again pieces, and now Colin Eriksen has found an Avasti in his hand, has to Rum on the field as well, and a Conqueror of the High Seas in arsenal. But in contrast to Ryan Rich, Colin Eriksen is action point rich.
It's not just Ryan that's rich, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, come on. Colin assesses the board. Looks at his 3 allies in the arena. A national championship trophy and title on the line.
Whaler Humperdinck found as well. Wants to be careful with this card. It's just a one-off in his list. Getting it in the yard makes it a prime target for a Pilfer the Tomb.
Avasti? Yeah.
Avasti started. Finally, first ally attack of the game from Colin Eriksen. It's going to be 6 via Rigor Mortis.
And a Whaler Humperdinck to the yard. Excuse me, to the pitch. Pitch, that's what I meant, yeah.
Being very careful with that resource. Normally, every other ally Colin Eriksen has found, he has tried to get in the bin as soon as possible. Activating Anka, activating Chum to put it in the bin. Not Whaler Humperdinck, though. This one is going to stay in the deck, not go to the yard to be pilfered.
Staunch response here alongside the Riches. Such a nice rip for Ryan Rich. Drawn a card because of the gold created thanks to Victor Goldmane.
Play a second Morty out.
Second, Rigor Mortis comes forth.
Going to start to see some rum being used here. Yes, Gravy Bones takes a swig with his drinking buddies here.
6 go again?
Go again on his next action.
6 go again with Rigor Mortis.
Sorry, yeah. No worries.
And on Ryan Rich's side, that's a shockingly lack of blues in that hand.
I mean, this deck just runs every single defensive piece it can. He's going to block for a total of 1, but it gains 3 life, so it's 4 defensive value here.
We're going to see the Conqueror come out as well. Yes, we do 8 go again.
8 go again now with this Conqueror of the High Seas. These are the high-impact, high-value turns he needs to have, but he needs to have them over and over and over again to actually close the door and close the distance. And then with the 1 floating resource, he'll be able to attack with the Anka for another 5. So this was 6 into 6 into 8 into 5
this is how he's developing this offensive overlap. We were talking about him deploying Rum on the previous turn cycle, just creating gold token, putting 2 allies on the field and 1 more in the bin via Chump. This is what this has been leading up to. And really fortunate for him, Ryan Rich doesn't seem to have an easy way to clear an ally on his own turn. No blue in that hand.
No blue whatsoever. And then now with the final floating resource, attacks for 5.
Ryan Rich with his head in his hand here. He used the Fate Foreseen, opted a card to the bottom. He does have a similar play line as what we already saw him do earlier in this game. Could activate Tunic, pitch a red to activate the gold token, hopefully draw a blue to clear at least one of these allies. But this is a blind draw off the top for Ryan Rich if he goes for that play. He opted to the bottom from that Fate Foreseen.
It's just an arsenal. Gravy Bones is left with 4 allies to work with and 1 still in the yard. Let's see if there's a Pilfer the Tomb to snipe that Swabby. Because if not, it might be joining the party. Getting on top the decks rather than just waiting below the watery grave.
Colin Eriksen almost making this look easy. It feels like draws another copy of Avast T here. Still has a Rum in play as well. We might see another triple ally swing on this turn.
6. Go again with the Rigor Mortis. Here comes the Balance of Justice. Time for the equipment to start joining the blocking party.
We also have to shout out, on the previous turn cycle, Colin Eriksen mounted a very strong offense without turning on Ryan Rich's Balance of Justice. I think he's going to try to do the same again here, recognizing that when he goes for these offensive overlap turns, the last thing he wants is for Ryan to draw an extra card to block with.
I am not entirely sure, but I think the top of the card, the top of the deck that Ryan Rich just opted to the bottom is a Remembrance. That's the art I think I saw. If so, look at the pitch. For Colin Eriksen, those 2 Remembrances would be right next to each other unless a Call to the Grave is resolved, which would be so fascinating to see both players resolving that deep in the second cycle. 32. Another Rigor Mortis comes forward.
Off the Rum, go again off the Rum. Gravy Bones getting drunk once again on the job.
And Swabby comes out. There's the Fearless Confrontation, so Ryan Rich now knows that's going to the bottom of the deck. He doesn't have to think about that unless there is a shuffle effect like Remembrance or Call to the Grave. Now, even with a red, actually, no, we haven't put an ally to the bin yet, so Dead Thread's not available.
Would need to pitch a card or just attack with the Chum, which can attack for free, depending whether Colin Eriksen wants to arsenal this card.
No.
Nope. 7 damage is
the hold. Says, I'm going to the pitch. Swabby says, it's time for me to swing in. Down to 29 goes Ryan Rich.
Life totals very quickly in Colin Eriksen's favor already. Board state as well firmly in his side.
5 allies on the side of Gravy Bones, ready to do the fell Necromancer's bidding. 7 at Chum, even though there's a Fearless on the bottom. Just good practice.
Sure. Clearing the Chum. Sure, says Colin Eriksen, as it goes to the bottom of the ocean. That's a second Chum, I believe, that has been slain by Ryan Rich.
Colin Eriksen looks at the top.
And I believe he's drawn into his 3rd copy of Avasti. Very strong card for him to develop these wide attack turns. Also a very good Remembrance target. Final Avasti comes down. This time no Rum to back it up for further action point generation.
So blue in the graveyard now. Activate Gravy, get rid of the gold. I think we might see a Sea Legs discarded. No, it's Murray Lefay joining the party, Pankaj. Talk about what this means.
This means that he gets to leverage an ally that he just deployed without having additional action points. Murray Lefay's activation ability is an instant. Gets to put a +1 counter on some other ally, attack with it, and ask Ryan Rich. This card's going to continuously develop value. Are you going to clear this or just leave the rest of my board alive? Murray Lefay, such fantastic technology coming out from this Colin Eriksen Gravy Bones list.
And he can wait until he sees. He can see whether Ryan Rich attacks which hero. Excuse me, which ally here. Whichever ally Ryan Rich attacks. If it's into Murray Lefay, then she gets to put the +1 counter on something. He gets to be reactive if he'd like to be.
Then this +1 counter is going to stay in the Rigor Mortis. Ryan Rich wants to clear that out. Murray Lefay will stick around, continue giving +1 counters on things. If you attack the Murray Lefay, Colin Eriksen can activate that on Ryan's turn, put a +1 counter on something else as well, and this is the way he gets to continuously get value without needing extra action points.
And Lone Shark comes out. I don't think Colin's going to mind paying those debts as it's time for another attack with the Rigor Mortis here. This one crashes in for 6. Are we witnessing the rise of a new U.S. national champion? Will Colin Eriksen break through in a major way and put California on the map, baby?
People wrote off this ally since Gravy Bones has been releasing. It's a majestic, but I don't care for it. Colin Eriksen showing us why. Maybe you want to order some copies of that card.
3 damage now over.
And the hook as well, stealing a gold from Ryan Rich. 4 gold. Colin Eriksen now flush with that important currency.
Look at this board state for Colin Eriksen. Titan's Fist, are we targeting Murray? I think we are.
Colin can still just activate it.
Counter.
Oh, gosh. You know, I thought Fearless Confrontation was bad enough, blocking for your allies. Murray Lefay, you get attack reactions on your allies now? Oh my god.
But this is only possible because Ryan Rich elected to bring a deck to this tournament that just said, all I'm doing is blocking. He made a meta call, and as you heard from Ryan, he said it kind of worked. Went X3 and CC. This is not a deck that just dominates the meta. It has some significant weaknesses. One of them, Gravy Bones. And the only reason Colin is here is due to some immaculate play and some really fortunate moments. But now he's proving what this Necromancer is here to do. It's here to steal some games, and it's here to prey on decks just like Ryan's.
And he activates Murray Lefay in response, puts another +1 counter on Swabi. 2 allies with +1 counters on them now as the Conqueror of the High Seas hits the combat chain.
And look how much gold Colin Eriksen suddenly has. Is that 5 pieces of gold thanks to the Lone Shark?
And the hook stealing away one of Ryan's as well. Okay. As Ryan Rich has drawn into an instant, the Pilfer the Tomb hits his hand as, on Colin Eriksen's side, he successfully deployed all those allies that he put in the bin.
Yep. How good are those Pilfer the Tombs now?
Looking like a no block in the hand.
I think that's a Pilfer the Tomb.
That is a Pilfer.
Yeah.
He does.
Sorry, I was looking at something else. I didn't hear you.
He does have an access.
Sorry.
Does have access to pitch it via the staunch response, and maybe can even use the one floating for quick dodge flexes, for example, if he detects that Colin's going to go wide enough. But the Pilfer the Tomb looking mighty clunky in that hand right now.
Yeah, I was distracted by the amassing of riches that Colin Eriksen has on his side of the arena. That Pilfer the Tomb looking pretty sad when all of the allies have come forth onto Colin's side. Those first couple turns were super awkward, but it's ending up super nice for Colin here. Staunch Response comes forward. Sigil of Solace is played in response before the on-hit trigger.
So just going to be taking 1 from the Conqueror of the High Seas. What is Colin's follow-up? No blue has hit the yard this turn, but there's no allies in there to play out anyway, so he doesn't even care.
Do 8 more.
Do 8 more, says Colin Eriksen. Just casual. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll do 8 more. It seems like a pretty good play, I think.
I think you saw Ryan kind of acknowledge it the same way you did. He went, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Ryan's got the defense reaction, a little bit of a grimace. I think Ryan knows there is not a potential out for him. What would it really be? Does he start stacking Goldmane estates? Does he remembrance those backs? Like, how does he come back facing down the amassing of allies on the other side of the table?
We need to talk about the contrast of this board state versus J-Mag's board state in the previous game. In the previous game, those ward auras are liable to getting blown up by Clash of Bravado, but also liable to getting blown up by just sending a bunch of damage face. Golden Sun's coming in for 10, 11 damage, clears out a bunch of the board. But against Colin Eriksen, you need action points. You need Zealous Beltings, Rouse the Ancients, E-Strike. Ryan Rich has none of those. If you don't snipe them while they're in the graveyard via Pilfer the Tomb, Ryan Rich seems to be running out of options here as his life total is dwindling down.
3 go again.
Murderous Rabble coming in now, is coming in for 3 go again. Again, this is a blue that hits the yard, but Colin Eriksen currently no allies in the grave. I do believe he has drawn 1, however, and does have 5 gold to put them in the bin via Gravy Bones' hero ability. Down to 3 allies on the field now. From 5, just a couple of turns ago.
So how does Colin navigate it from here? Swabi with that counter still around. 33 plays 23.
And remember, on Colin Eriksen's side as well, that's quite a few resources that he has expended himself.
Absolutely.
2 tip the barkeeps, which I don't think he put to the bottom either by giving the opponent gold. So those have been gone forever. All 3 Avastis have also been gone forever. Remembrance still available for him. Wouldn't be surprised to see that maybe recur tip the barkeep or something like that, which is an infinite rum recursion via gold.
He's only won 1, remember? How many remembers?
He's only on 1.
Yeah, and we saw him pitch it to the bottom.
Exactly.
So it's still going to take some time, I think, for that to rise up to the top of the deck.
Or a Call to the Grave can shuffle the deck and maybe put the Remembrance back up. But for now, looks like, we're seeing some of his offense slowing down a little bit here. Just a couple of blue head jabs effectively in the form of these Murderous Rabbles. These are numbers Victor can deal with. Excuse me, 6 of the Prismatic Leyline.
3. And then I've not activated Dead Threads. I'll activate Dead Threads now.
And Balance of Justice on the opposing side has been used here. Colin has drawn some cards on this turn via activation of gold tokens and activation of Gravy.
Anchor Drag under to the bin. As Ryan Rich reads Anchor Drag under on the combat chain. And this is 6. Go again here.
This anchor is being activated in response to Ryan Rich's Balance of Justice, by the way. So he needs to discard a card here. Fascinating. That's the sort of play you only see when you have had infinite reps on this Gravy Bones deck.
I remember the first time that I activated an Anka. Aiden looked at me and went, dude, this is crazy. Crazy indeed. In the right situation, damage taken down to 17 goes Ryan Rich as Rigor Mortis crashes across the combat chain. The second Prismatic Leyline resolved in this game is looking mighty impressive. 8 more damage.
Rigor Mortis 8 buffed up by Prismatic Leyline. Ryan Rich already down to 17 as he faces down a horde of zombies. 4 allies now available for Colin Eriksen. And Ryan Rich can only clear 1 at a time. Now, fortunate for Ryan there that Colin didn't have the resources to swing the Swabby, which does have the +1 counter. So does get cleared
here, yeah.
And that's the last we're going to see of Murray LeFay's effect, but I do think it was pretty impressive.
Indeed.
It forced Ryan to clear it as well. That's how massive of a threat that ally was.
Shades of the Archangel of War in a certain other board state-based deck against Guardians, and how central Bologna is when it's Prism facing down these Guardians. Prismatic Leyline number 3 powers up a Golden Tipple. Look at Ryan's reaction as he sees 4 go again on the combat chain, and the discard of the chum-friendly first mate. Another gold, another card drawn. A little bit of a furrow of the brow, a couple clashes of bravado, but they're not going to do nearly what they did in the semifinals.
The chum not looking very friendly, if I could be honest there for a second. And, we were talking about how Colin Eriksen is expending some of these threats, like the Avastis, like the Tip the Barkeeps, still has Prismatic Leylines, still has 1 or 2 Scubas left as well to recur these Prismatic Leylines, and of course still has that Remembrance, as Ryan Rich is all the way down to 14.
33 plays 14.
And the Whaler Humperdinck that he pitched.
All the
he
way,
did not put that in the bin.
No, he did
He's
not.
pitched it.
He's
Once Ryan
waiting.
Rich gets to that life total, Whaler Humperdinck can just force all the cards out from him, and he'll never be able to clear it.
Pankaj, you and I were sitting in the booth for a pretty important game in Flesh and Blood Canon as another conqueror of the high seas hits the combat chain, powered up by Prismatic Leyline 9 with go again, and 2 thumbs up from Colin Eriksen, as I think he was maybe referencing the stream dice, but it's 2 thumbs up in terms of what's happening on the game board as well. But you and I were in the finals of Osaka, casting a tournament where there was a deck trying to be so aggressive against a deck trying to be so defensive. The difference here, the defensive deck is taking a lot of heat, and it's a little more, shall we say, explosive, as Gravy Bones is looking to put the finishing touches on a tournament run for the ages where Colin Eriksen will be yet another 8th seed to claim a title.
And this Rigor Mortis comes in by 8. This was the fabled 6 value Prismatic Leyline turn from Colin Eriksen. Played a blue, attacked with a yellow, and attacked with a red as well on this turn, showing how strong that card can be in this Gravy Bones deck, as Ryan Rich falls down to 8 and still has a wall of zombies he needs to get through.
Titan's Fist into the Rigor Mortis. Goodbye to the rigor mortis. Nice of Ryan Rich to leave the extended art rigor mortis in the arena. You talk about true sportsmanship. That's sportsmanship if I've ever seen it.
Lets the opponent continue to have the clout.
Look at the top with the compass. Pilfer the Tomb in the hand now. It can go after that chum.
But again, that's a finite resource on Ryan Rich's side. You play a Pilfer on this. I think he might need to save one Pilfer for the Whaler Humperdinck if he can. Because if he can't, that ally could spell doom from him if he's not already doomed by then.
Right side here.
Let's take a look. How does Colin Eriksen want to continue to put the finishing touches on what might be a star-making moment?
Has found a call to the grave. Normally, this is one way for him to generate an extra action point as well by putting a back alley break line in the graveyard. But he has found his one copy of back alley break line in that hand. So not going to be available for him to put in the yard from the deck by this call to the grave.
I think he might have pitched these together, right? Like because I think he's only on one back alley break line.
He's only on one back alley break line, yes.
And I remember seeing it early in the game, so I think we are squarely in second cycle here. So I think this is just something that he was forced to do based on how awkward those first couple turns are. And that's why we're seeing the back alley break line put into the pitch and the call to the grave resolved.
I'm so glad you brought up the first couple of awkward turns. Remember, this game started with Colin Eriksen sending a Restless Bones for 4 and no discard and just IPing 2 cards and saying, okay, pass.
Call to the grave. Grabs. Looks like it grabbed out a Sawbones. That deck is thin for Colin Eriksen, but it's 33 playing 8. 8 life remains for the Fatigue Victor deck. There are still 3 allies in the arena, 2 in the graveyard, only 1 Pilfer the Tomb in hand for Ryan Rich. He can only take 1 of those allies, not both.
And is he going to, this is an opportunity. Priority window has been passed to Ryan Rich. Is he going to use that instant? Also has a Midas Touch in his hand as well. It is a one-off in his list, but of course he has Remembrances to get them back if he wants to.
So there goes the chum in to the banish zone because of the Pilfer the Tomb.
So 2 Pilfers used already, 1 on the Gallo, 1 on the chum. As Colin Eriksen still has 4 allies on the field. The Whaler Humperdinck still somewhere in his deck.
Saltwater Swell. Reveal the top. Top shows. Loot the hold.
And the deck has been shuffled via the call to the grave. So the Remembrance, the Whaler Humperdinck now could be anywhere in the deck.
Down to 7 goes Ryan Rich.
Now, between Midas Touch and Tunic being up, Ryan Rich does have a play to clear 2 allies on this one turn, which is a very rare thing for his deck to be able to accomplish. However, will need to leak some damage to do it. He'll need to keep the Midas Touch and a blue to go Midas Touch and then swing a hammer. Now, Midas Touch isn't free. Remember, it does give the opponent an amount of gold equal to the cost of the ally that you're using the Midas Touch on. And Colin Eriksen currently just on 1 gold. We've seen how much use he can make out of these excess gold tokens.
Block for 3. 3 damage taken. Down to 4 is Ryan Rich. As the turn passes from Colin Eriksen, only 34 minutes elapsed so far. This game has moved quickly. We expected a little bit more of a slugfest. But Colin Eriksen understands the assignment. Ryan Rich can do one thing and one thing only. It's block and send a hammer or attack actions at allies. This is the only turn, I believe, that Ryan Rich will be able to double clear. It's his 1 Midas Touch and the 1 time he gets to follow that up with Titan's Fist. So for Colin Eriksen, he's down to 2 allies, but can he close the door?
Ryan Rich is at 4, however, very quickly reaching a life total where Whaler Humperdinck forces enough cards out of his hand that he will no longer be able to clear it. And in that situation, we might see something like a reverse Fatigue endgame where Colin Eriksen constantly strips too many cards from Ryan Rich turn after turn.
But this is the moment, right? We are now watching the most important turns of this game. But the Prismatic Ley Line gets to come forward and power up the Saltwater Swell. This is as good, I think, as you could ask for if you're Colin and you've just been double cleared for the only time you'll have to worry about that this game.
4 go again off of Saltwater as well. Are we finally going to see the quick dodge flexes come into play? Looks like that's not going to be the case. Test of Strength going to come in, loses the clash. Does Ryan Rich. Scuba has 4 attack. Remembrance has 0.
So Remembrance to the bottom with the gold. What's the top card show? That is a Disable. Okay, so Disable does get to come into the hand and remake the gold.
A good break for Ryan Rich there, giving the opponent more gold, especially when your opponent is Gravy Bones, can be absolutely devastating. Colin Eriksen, though, now has information about the top card of the deck.
Does he have a way to get more allies into the arena? I think he has one in hand.
He is holding on to a Sawbones, I believe, in his hand, and has a Scuba at the top of the deck as well. So Gravy activation will put yet another ally in his hand.
He has Anka as well. Anka can discard an ally.
And looks like that is the play he's going for, activating Anka, discarding Sawbones. He could have done this in response to the Test of Strength draw, couldn't he?
He could have, yes.
Maybe missed that a little bit in the chaos of everything to deny Ryan Rich that extra card.
Yeah, that would have been pretty big here as this Sawbones crashes in for 8. We're going to see the Titan's Fist able to come through and clear one of these allies. Ryan Rich is going to go back up to 7 after the Sigil of Solace. I mean, he'll probably put it in the arsenal, so we'll have to wait.
And Colin Eriksen has found the Whaler Humperdinck.
Yeah.
Sawbones to the bottom. Ryan Rich is ostensibly at 7 here with that card in the arsenal. Colin Eriksen has gotten very, very close, but he has not done it yet. We cannot call this game too early. Colin Eriksen has looked perfect so far over these last multiple turns. He's got to actually close the door. You think he can do it?
I think so. He's made it look very easy so far. And speaking of resources that he hasn't expended, Mage Master Boots still available for him. Should he want to go for another double ally turn, the Remembrance is still around as well. Ryan Rich taking a quick look through Colin Eriksen's graveyard, trying to figure out the threats. Oh my god, look at the size of that face-down pile in Colin Eriksen's graveyard there.
I'm wondering how many allies Colin actually has access to.
I'll activate Gravy.
Activate Gravy here.
As is your right. Draw a card.
Draw a card.
Scuba.
Scuba comes out.
Scuba comes out, can recur Prismatic Ley Lines. We've seen how effective those can be in this matchup as well. So Seafloor Salvage here, going to be able to get him an extra gold.
Midas Touch face down.
Midas Touch turned face down, creates a gold, so that cannot be remembranced back either. Ryan Rich running multiple copies of the card, as we saw in the semifinals.
Dead Threads makes a resource. Hook is activated.
And send 4 at you. It's gonna be a
There's Oyston. There's another ally. Scuba attacking for 4 here.
And he has made a gold this turn off of Seafloor Salvage. So this is a very free hook. Of course, Scuba also going to create a gold off of its own effect.
Before Scuba, or yeah, it's before Scuba. Sure.
Before Scuba, looks like there might be a response.
Question to a judge away from the table.
Ryan Rich wants to just double check something real quick. Some instant speed shenanigans potentially at play over here for Ryan Rich.
You can see there's a ripple away that he's flipping through the hand there. So probably asking, can this ripple away stop the gold on Scuba?
Yes, it can, but Colin has already made a gold this turn off of the Seafloor Salvage, so it still won't threaten to blow up the hook, but it will prevent 1 more gold from the Scuba.
If you were going to do the ripple away, you should have done it in response to the Seafloor Salvage, right? Because that would have stopped the gold from that card as well.
Yeah, and similar to Colin Eriksen's previous turn cycle, if you were going to activate Anka, you should have done it in response to the draw from the Test of Strength as well.
That could have been a pretty big miss.
Couple of small mistakes here in the finals.
That card ended up converting to at least 3 points of defensive value, right? And currently, Ryan Rich is at 4. So a lot of questions still need to be answered in this one, folks. This finals is far from over. Let's head down to the feature match table. The ripple away is going to be expended.
These are long days of Flesh and Blood for our competitors at incredibly high stakes.
But the ripple away won't stop the on hit from the gold-baited hook because that's not an action card. So this has to be given 2 cards. Card to the arsenal, card kept in hand. Yeah.
He forgot.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wow.
Perhaps the strain of the finals match.
Yeah,
felt.
Ryan Rich said blow up hook, but the Seafloor Salvage had already made the gold.
Exactly.
Colin looks at the top.
Cannon's Fist.
Ryan Rich is at 7 here, remember, folks. There is that Sigil of Solace in the arsenal.
Now, Colin Eriksen has drawn Remembrance over here. There is a Watery Grave trigger as the Scuba hits the graveyard that he can respond to by playing the Remembrance if he wants to. Looks like he's opted to pass through that potentially, or is he still thinking here? Yep, we've moved to his turn, but that was a play that he had access to.
Rabble shows a yellow, but he knew it was there, right? He just looked at the top.
I think so, yeah. Didn't change the top card of the deck
this is
since he
2 go
activated
again.
Compass.
You can hear Ryan say, this is basically 3.
That wasn't his exact words, but...
Couple players in the feature match area this stream. Some choice words.
Mouth like a sailor as they are facing off against the pirate.
Activate Gravy Bones here.
Down to 0.
Down to 0. Draw a card. Whaler Humperdinck to the arena.
And when Whaler Humperdinck hits the field, you need to see the opposing side. Do they have a way to clear it? Currently, no.
And we know the arsenal is Sigil of Solace.
If this test of strength can maybe bail him out of it, but this is now a very scary moment for Ryan Rich. He needs to find the answer off the top. Or this Whaler Humperdinck can just potentially end his hopes. Oh, he can't attack with it. No resources in Colin Eriksen's hand. He just deploys a Whaler Humperdinck. Ask Ryan, can you clear this?
Oh, this is so dangerous. So dangerous by Colin Eriksen, playing it out as a sitting target.
But he's going to Arsenal Remembrance. Again, if Ryan Rich clears the Humperdinck, Colin Eriksen can respond to the Watery Grave trigger by remembrancing it right back. Ryan Rich can potentially find an answer to that too via Pilfer the Tomb if he finds it in his next turn cycle. If we have another instant speed war in the finals of a top-level tournament, I just don't know what to say. I'll be speechless.
Ryan Rich really giving this such a think. He's got the Sigil of Solace in the arsenal.
Anka coming in for 5. Other one is available as well. To tap and stop a draw, potentially, off the Test of Strength. But we know Colin Eriksen does not have a Watery Grave card in hand.
Colin looks through his own graveyard as Ryan looks through his. 42 minutes elapsed. We're into turn 16 of the USA National Championship.
I'm so curious how thick that face-down pile of Watery Grave cards in Colin Eriksen's graveyard
I think
is.
there's maybe a Swabby, maybe an Oyston left for Colin Eriksen. There's really not much.
It's very few. We're getting to the dredges, but there's one remembrance.
Macho Grande and Sunken Treasure.
Okay.
Macho Grande can clear.
He doesn't have the resources.
Can he draw with gold? Can that get him there? 1, 2.
I think he would need to draw into something else.
Yeah.
Trying to deploy the Macho Grande is
he thinking
a long shot.
Wait, he can't use Victor here, right? He's won the clash. So I wonder what he's thinking about. Oh, he's saying, I know what the card after is. Ryan knows what the card after this Macho Grande is in his stack.
He was just thinking. He couldn't activate Victor with that, but he was just thinking. Needs to find the damage to clear this Whaler Humperdinck.
Ryan Rich.
And he takes 1 as well. Goes down to 3. Gives Colin extra gold as well. The gold Ryan Rich just created, stolen right away by the pirate.
Okay. Let's see what that card is off the top. Looks like we're doing...
Oh, and Colin's from Fearless Confrontation. Ryan Rich needs 8 damage to clear this Whaler Humperdinck. Just 7 will not do it.
This must be in response to the gold, yeah, looking at the top.
Because he could activate Anka.
Let's see. Ryan Rich knows what the top card is. Visit the Goldmane estate.
Could play it, which will give you a card off of Victor's ability, unless Anka comes in as a response. We're not sure whether Colin Eriksen has any allies to even discard to that ally. I don't think Colin has access to it, so this draw is going to happen.
Make a gold. Once again, draw.
A lot rides on this draw.
Cranial Crush.
No resources again. Now he can crack the gold that he just created and maybe find it again.
There?
You need to find something like a Boulder Drop. No, even Boulder Drop won't be good enough because Colin Eriksen has Fearless Confrontation. He would need Fault Line, which would come in for 8 because he has an arsenal.
Okay. We are using our final gold. We have 1 floating. We have no Tunic. Is this the top deck for the National Championship? It's a red staunch response.
That will not cut it for Ryan Rich. Now, Staunch Response will help him at least survive the Whaler Humperdinck swing.
Yeah.
Maybe get another turn to clear it, but currently not looking good for the Fatigue Victor.
My heart is pounding as this match with 1 player attacking and 1 player blocking feels like it's instead 2 heroes in a dance in a tightrope where at any moment one could get the edge to put them over. and claim a title.
I feel like Colin Eriksen is so set up for that, though. Even if Ryan Rich found the damage to clear the Humperdinck, Colin Eriksen says, here's my remembrance that I parked in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Put it right back in response to Watery Grave. You're going to have to do that again at some point.
And that's probably why he didn't do it for the scuba.
Exactly.
He said, I know I
I'm
got
saving
a
it for
big,
this.
Literally, there are bigger fish to fry. Literally, I got more important targets. The Titan's Fist comes forward.
And Colin Eriksen here, so happy that Whaler Humperdinck is surviving for it, and he didn't attack with it when it came down. He got it out of the graveyard, so it's not a pill for the tomb target.
Sigil of Solace
gets to keep it there. Sigil of Solace brings range back up to 6. Has a staunch as well to potentially stymie some offense, but if Colin Eriksen can go wide enough, can deal enough damage on this turn, it might not be enough.
Ripple away, tear asunder. Draw off of gold.
Portside exchange.
Portside
Draws
exchange.
into sea legs. Going to discard the Portside exchange,
but
creating him a rum.
Unless we have a ripple away here. Ryan has to think about ripple away. Ripple away here is the removal of a gold, the removal of a rum.
And the removal of a rum is effectively blocking perhaps at least 5 damage from the Anka.
But it's also a removal of a card from hand at a really critical juncture. This ripple away is potentially massive.
Removal of a 3 block to potentially stop 5 damage unless Colin Eriksen has some other way to go wide on this turn. That's what Ryan Rich is contemplating right now.
Because I don't think there's any way to survive Humperdinck and clear it if you lose a card from hand here, right?
And again, not with this hand either. Once again, this defensively slanted Victor deck, Colin Eriksen has found the exact angles of attack into it. First, developing ally after ally, never attacking with it. Had a board of 5 allies at some point saying, you are action point gated. I'll just keep these guys around, attack with them. And now punishing him on the other axis. You don't have cards like E-Strike. You don't have this big attack cards that are efficient to clear the Humperdinck. I'm going to put this on the field and ask you, can you deal with it?
Ryan Rich, the chef hat is in the hand. It is going to be Ripple.
Discard.
You hear Colin say, good Ripple.
Right. That will stop both. So Portside exchange, when the card
Let's listen to what
resolved,
the players are
I
saying.
played it and there was no response to Portside, so that makes the gold immediately, but Sea Legs goes in the stack. That makes sense.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, yes.
So the gold actually is created because, as you heard Colin say, I played the card, there was no response. The sea legs trigger on the stack is what you're responding
Exactly.
to, not this card.
And information was gained there. That was not being rule sharky or anything.
Yeah,
Ryan Rich did get the information of the sea legs. Back alley breakline discarded from the deck to call to the grave. That's another way for Colin Eriksen to get the action point.
Back alley breakline finally ready with the call to the grave, and you can see Ryan kind of shake his head. There have been a couple pretty important moments in this game where Ryan Rich has made potentially a misstep. Blow up hook, no. Stop gold, no. Colin Eriksen has had the answer every single time.
That was the gamble he took when he was discarding Ripple away. Discarded 3 block, potentially stop 5 damage unless Colin Eriksen can go wide enough. And Colin Eriksen says, yeah, I can go wide enough without the rum, buddy. I just discard back alley breakline. Here's 11 with an extra action point remaining.
Colin Eriksen assesses the waters. From the captain's helm, he assesses his prey. Victor Goldmane atop his mighty steed has done nothing but try to blunt the offense of the pirate necromancer. And as Colin looks to the sky and attempts to chart a path through the storm, only time will tell if there is but a sunrise on the other side and a championship trophy that awaits him.
Ryan Rich can fade the attacks on this turn, can survive it, but won't be able to clear the Humperdinck. Colin Eriksen can just do the same play on the following turn cycle once again, and we haven't even seen him use his remembrance.
Oh, go to reactions. Yeah.
Move to reaction, says Ryan Rich. Here comes the staunch response and the shelter from the storm.
Blocks 11 has 1 floating as well. Maybe that finally goes into the quick dodge flexes that simply haven't been used.
But we have an extra action point, so we get a swing with Ankh. And that takes the block from the Macho Grande.
And yes, the 1 resource does go into the quick dodge flexes, blocked out, but these allies sticking around, especially that Whaler Humperdinck. Colin Eriksen has navigated this beautifully.
There's a Jittery Bones. Prismatic ley line. One of the ley lines that he's been scuba-ing back every turn, dutifully recycling his most important threats.
So many Gravy players thought they needed 2 Whaler Humperdinks to overcome the fatigue matchup. Colin Eriksen telling us he just needs 1.
There are 2 no blocks in this hand. One kind of no block, but a Sigil of Solace. This hand.
Oh my god, no more quick dodge as a resource sink for the Riches of Tropoldani. That is just a dead no block in his hand.
Do we have a way to get an action point? Ryan Rich stopped the Gold Kiss Rum last turn.
Taking a look at Colin Eriksen's hand.
Loot the Hold is not an action point generator.
No action point, but Prismatic Leyline is quite a bit of extra damage despite it as he checks the top of the deck for further answers. Trying to navigate these high seas. Prismatic Leyline comes down.
Jittery Bones discards the ally.
Oh!
This Jittery Bones has Go Again. This is 5 with Go Again. Ryan Rich looks at a hand that doesn't block any more than it did a moment ago.
And Humperdinck's going to come in for 13 off a Prismatic Leyline.
Ryan Rich puts the card forth. Colin assesses 2 damage over the top. Down to 4 goes Ryan Rich. Close chain. Out comes the Oyston with Go Again. Activate the hook, 2 blues. Whaler Humperdinck swings forth to protect its master. And as the fist bump is extended, you see Colin Eriksen with moments of exultation and glee as one of Flesh and Blood's newest boy wonders has captained his ship, charted the high seas, and found himself a national champion.
And we have a U.S. national champion, and his name is Colin Eriksen, navigating the helm of the conqueror of the high seas, taking down the Fatigue Victor in a masterclass of Gravy Bones gameplay.
Oh my gosh, of course, we're sitting here absolutely excited for either of these players. Colin, that's my boy, bro. That is my local Armory player. That is one of the kindest young men you will ever meet. Plays the game the right way here to have fun, hang with his friends, and win the games if that's the way the cards fall. And ladies and gentlemen, all my friends of all men or shapes, sizes, genders, let me tell you something. We got a brand new national champion, and it couldn't go to someone more deserving.
And the road was not easy for him. Can we talk about this top 8 for a second? He had to go through 2 Draconic Ninjas, had to execute an excellent anti-fatigue game plan, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, but I think he had a fully unblemished CC record this tournament.
I believe he did.
His only losses were in draft.
You are absolutely right. We just witnessed a player go completely undefeated in Classic Constructed. Colin Eriksen with a tournament run for the ages and the 8th seed. The 8th seed rides again. My goodness, he rides the Conqueror and he rides it to glory. Let's take a look at the updated graphic and see how our tournament has shaken out. Colin Eriksen, you're new U.S. national champion. This is unbelievable.
What a fantastic run that he has, and huge shout out to all our top 8, all our nationals competitors. We had a weekend of amazing games on stream. Today was a story of amazing matchups on stream, back to back, a few upsets here and there to end off with a masterful gameplay of Gravy Bones.
Yeah, just absolutely beautiful stuff all day long. The storylines just wrote themselves. The 2-Fi, the 2 different versions of Oscilio, Zyggy, Starlight nearly making his way into the finals. And let's be clear, Colin Eriksen scratched and clawed and fought his way to those finals. That game was self-explanatory. I know what I'm supposed to do. The other games were like, how did he even get there? And it got him to an incredible finish and just a beautiful, beautiful outcome. Just magnificent stuff.
He saw the thread through the needle that would get him there in all his games in the top 8 that we saw today, and he executed them perfectly. Colin Eriksen, what a deserving U.S. national champion.
Deserving champion. My friends, we're going to hear from Colin in a little bit, but he is, of course, with his adoring fans and
of which
friends.
I am now one of.
And
I'm sure many people are.
I've been one.
Since the Tuesday Night Armory, yes,
Tuesday
of
Night
course.
Armory. I mean, because listen, I hate to say it, New York may have just won the NBA championship, but Flesh and Blood officially runs through Los Angeles in America, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Was that like a sports reference?
Relax.
Something to do with like a ball?
I have. While we're waiting for Colin, you can hear in the hall The announcement of Colin Eriksen as your new U.S. national champion. We're going to hear from him in just a second. I do, because we have to wait a couple minutes. I do want to just bring you some news from the tournament hall, because I think if we all remember, after the Silver Age voting, Briar was supposed to, dominate the format. It was be 7 out of 8 Briars in every showdown, top 8. We're in a nuclear summer is something I think I heard once.
The Doomers are always correct.
Let me tell you just a little bit of this showdown top 8, all right? First seed, 9-0, Dromai.
Oh.
All right? I'm just going to, I don't have the seeds here, but I'm just going to read out the heroes, right? Shout out Luke Manship on Dromai. We've got it.
That's one of my locals, yeah. He's been very high on that deck.
Well, it's working. 9-0 in the showdown. We have Joseph Mendez on Enigma at 7-2 in the top 8.
Another illusionist?
Yep. We have Zachary Sukumel at 8-1 on Flattering Showman in the top 8 against Austin Brill on Oldhim in the top 8. There's Guy Cohen. We know Guy Cohen well on Icelander. A Wizard Off against Blaze, Drew Bosco. So Icelander
Ice versus
and Blaze.
Fire.
Yes. Brody Spurlock on Oldhim as well. And then one Briar. And if there was one Briar in this showdown top 8, who would you want it to be? Because I'd want it to be Nathan Crawford, and that's who it is. An unbelievably diverse showdown with so many different heroes represented. I think Silver Age is going to be in a wonderful place through this season and beyond. But for us here at the USA National Championship, we have to turn to saluting our new champion. Colin Eriksen has proven that he belongs with the best of the best, navigating unbelievably challenging moments, coming back from a draw, missing the top 8 in Yokohama. It didn't matter. He stayed ready, he stayed humble, and he prepared for his moment. And when his moment came, he climbed into the crow's nest, pointed forward, and said, "To victory! Avast! Your champion, Colin Eriksen."
By the power vested in me from the good people at Legends Story Studios, I introduce you for the first time ever as U.S. National Champion in 2026, Colin, the Boy Wonder Eriksen. Colin, you have been trying, you've been vying so hard for several years at this point, from a grassroots journey that led to a predilection to Kasai of the Golden Sands, leads you to the supreme power of Gravy Bones, at the precipice of glory at top 8 Yokohama, just one win away, and now one boy stands atop everyone else. How you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. This is incredible. Oh man, it's like it was such a rush, and it's like back to back to back. After the 5 game, I was like exhausted. I was like, I gotta take a break. That was insanely close. And then to Victor, which is like this slow, methodical. I have to set up. I have to get every ally. I get all the value, get the ley lines, get the conquerors, and then it just worked. I don't know. It just worked, and it worked like a charm. And by the end of the game, that I was like, everything is set up, everything is good. I can just swing Humperdinck. And it got me lethal. And of course, classically, I hit the 1 in 5, and Oyston was on the top, and I got to do 5 into 13. Because why not?
Why not? Why not, of course. High rolling until the end. That's what I know you for, and that's what the good people in the Flesh and Blood world know you for as well. Now, there was an interesting back and forth, the dichotomy in the storylines that were put forth at top 8. Your first match was the only undefeated in the room, and by a long shot. By 3 games, Matthew Gump had this locked up. But of course, that X and O curse did cometh for him. You were undefeated in a different way. Your only losses across 2 days of competition were in draft. And that's not because you didn't prepare, but you remained indomitable in the premier format in Flesh and Blood. How in the heck did you put together so many victories in CC?
I mean, for one thing, Gravy's just a powerful hero. His like ability to be a board state hero, but have aggro, but have control, but have like every out and every like toolbox little piece that you can use is like offers so much versatility and so much flexibility and just so much power. And then, I mean, it was just a lot of practice. When you're really, really comfortable with Gravy, I think you can beat out the Pill for the Tombs, you can beat out the aggro matchups, you can beat out the fatigue, and I think that just got me there, along with a little bit of luck, and especially a lot of luck towards the end. And then, I mean, I don't know, and it just kept going 1 game at a time, and then I kept going 1 game. You know, just got to beat an Armory now, got to beat an Armory in top 8. And that was it.
You've shown us that it does take a lot of skill, a lot of practice, a lot of pain along the way, a lot of sacrificing of your time in order to get here. But it also takes the support of a good number of people. Yes, maybe a little bit of luck, but you showed us that on top of all that, you can provide integrity. Michael Feng and I have been talking about players with integrity, and I think we showed, especially in your match against Ashlyn, that you don't need to angle shoot in order to be a prolific player in this game. You can enjoy it and give your opponent the benefit of the doubt along the way. Can you talk about what makes you want to show up positively while dominating competition?
I mean, it's the community. It's the atmosphere. Everyone is here to be friendly and to have a good time, and that just gets bounced back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And every time that, when I was young and I would miss something, and opponents were like, don't even worry, you can take up the tunic, you can do whatever, and to be able to, I mean, I just want to pay that back in some kind. And I think that it's so nice. It's such a relief to just be playing the game and just to play the game. And it's a game because we're having fun and we're having just a blast playing at some of the highest level Flesh and Blood you can. It's a different world. I don't know, man. It's amazing. And if you haven't checked it out, would highly recommend you come to one of these because it's just such a good time.
It's magical. The universe definitely found the path for you. And now, Colin, there are a couple of formalities I want to get out of the way. I want to ask you 1 or 2 more questions, but first, of course, got to give you the glass trophy synonymous with a national champion. Take a look at that. Let it glisten. There's something else that glistens over here, and I think you want to show us what it is. It is, of course, the random legendary gold cold foil that you get. You want to show it off? Should we see what's inside? All right.
I don't know if we got a close cam.
Christmas time drum roll. I hear the jingle bells going, even though it is June in Minneapolis. The sun is shining. It may be a green Christmas like Sam and I are used to, and you as well, but it could bring presents that are worthy of a national champion. Go ahead and rip that sucker open.
Valiant Dynamo?
Now hold on. Let's hold it up to the screen
like
right
this?
in the middle there. Yes.
Yeah.
Up. I won't peek if you won't. And then flip it to the camera.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Brainboard Bracers!
Oh my gosh! Boots right in!
The Warrior aficionado gets his just desserts in one more way. Colin Eriksen high rolls here this weekend. Colin, let's let that sink in one more moment. That was absolutely epic.
That's everything I wanted.
Before I let you go, we've been talking about Flesh and Blood a lot, but I need to know the one person that is going to get the phone call who is not related to this game, the first person you want to yell to, I am a national champion. Who is it?
First person who probably hasn't even seen this footage because he's off at home, has just finished college. I want to tell my buddy Alex Chuang. He has been a friend since middle school, and I want to shout out to him. I want to celebrate with him because I know my team's been watching, my family's been watching. They're up to date with the coverage, but him, it's going to be a special surprise.
Okay, well, get ready, Alex. You are going to get some really good news in just a little bit and hopefully have some celebratory beverages with the U.S. national champion in 2026. We take one more moment and let that sink in. And then we share this moment with the people that got you here. This is your team. The AGE Pro team gets in, and we send off the U.S. national championship with one more year from the Belfry. We will see you very soon, Flesh and Blood world. Woo!
Whether it's a breakout deck from Minneapolis, a surprise hero making a deep run, or must-have cards spiking between rounds, TCG Player makes it easier than ever for you to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards Flesh and Blood players actually want right now. If you're building your deck, making upgrades for an armory, or hunting for the cards everyone's talking about, TCG Player helps you take your Flesh and Blood game to the next level. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of U.S. Nationals, brought to you, of course, by TCG Player, the trusted marketplace partner of Flesh and Blood. My name is Sam O'Byrne. This is Pankaj Bhojwani, and that's been our show, folks. What a weekend we had here at the USA National Championship.
I am still out of breath from that finals game, and also how fitting is it that Colin Eriksen opens a gold foil Brave Forge Braces back to his roots?
Yes, he's really, this kid's known for Kasai. He's known for being one of the best Kasai players to ever play Kasai. That's what he nearly got into top 8 last year in U.S. National Championship in Vegas, right? This is the deck he loves, his favorite deck. Ripping that Brave Forge Breaker. The look of surprise on his face, it was more excitement than when he became national champion.
It is absolutely iconic. I guess he just loves these heroes that create gold tokens and convert them into resources. Also put dudes on the board. I'm starting to sense a bit of a theme from Colin Eriksen.
Yeah. Well, folks, we had to jump back on live because somebody out there's got to get a drinking buddy for hanging out with us during that finals. Make sure you're not going anywhere because you have to be present in the chat when we pull the giveaway. But before that, I do want to take one more moment to look back at our top 8 and see how this tournament came to its conclusion, because Pankaj, it's really and truly been one for the ages.
We started the day off watching Matthew Gump against Colin Eriksen, our now U.S. national champion. Definitely some rough variants on Matthew Gump's side, but he did have the Warmonger's diplomacy. Almost made it back in, but Colin Eriksen showed a masterclass on his gravy bones and overtook that.
Colin Eriksen, man, he was on our players to watch list from the beginning of this tournament. We said he was one of the best players in the room, and he backed it up.
And of course, we have to shout out the two very innovative deck builders. I mean, actually, a lot of these players are innovative deck builders, but I think something that surprised all of us, the Zyggy Starlight, piloted by Jonathan Magnuson, our second seed here, made it all the way to the semifinals, falling only to the other finalist, Ryan Rich. But that Zyggy Starlight deck, I'm sure it has inspired many a Flesh and Blood player to maybe get their hands on some of those cards.
Yeah, and of course, our 2-5s, Matt Gump, Ashlyn, Slattery, Aaron Grace, Thomas Battaglia, Majin Bay. Shout out to our entire top 8 because they have had such a fantastic run. What an event we had. What a top 8. What a tournament. If you want to be like the players you see on your screen and make your way into the Flesh and Blood history books, or maybe just jam some games with your friends, you can join us at one of the many upcoming events on the World Tour. 2 million USD is on offer, and we have so many events for you all to potentially just get out and play some great games of Flesh and Blood. You've heard Colin Eriksen sing the praises all weekend long of the community. It's because we got something really special here in this game, folks. Let me tell you, in a time where it's easy to be anxious, it's easy to look at the state of things and be like, man, it can sometimes be a little tough to look for the light. Flesh and Blood really is a source of that beauty and that light, and it just fills my heart to be at these events with all these wonderful people.
I certainly want more Flesh and Blood in my life for sure, and these events are a great way for you to make it out, and also a great way for all of us to get some knowledge about local hometown heroes against the top 8 that we just saw. 2 members of the top 8 are just local Minneapolis amazing players at this game who don't travel very much. Well, when the World Tour comes to you, you make it out. You get to make a name for yourself, and you get to play some amazing games of Flesh and Blood.
And you get to get a Razor Reflex. You can get up to 3, maybe even more Razor Reflexes. You can see the brand new set 20 at the world premiere in Seoul. You can join us at the World Championship in Paris. There's just so much available for the Flesh and Blood fan in this year like no other, as we have a new champion like no other to celebrate. Well, folks, this is going to do it for our stream, so it's time to go ahead and pull that giveaway. Let's get a drum roll as we pull the giveaway. Make sure you're active in chat. This person, Master 722. You may be the master, but you are now the owner of a brand new cold foil drinking buddy. Master 772. Make sure you check the chat. Look for that message that our producer Ethan is putting in the chat for you as we speak. And they're here. We hear that they're here. So congratulations to you, Master 772, on your cold foil drinking buddy. And with that, it is time to bid you all adieu. Thank you so very much for joining us all weekend long. This has been a wonderful weekend. We are going to go on a little bit of a break as we look forward to celebrating all of your national championships throughout the world of Wraith and beyond. Make sure you post, make sure you share. We cannot wait to celebrate with all of you, and we'll see you very soon in Shinjuku. So, for Pankaj Bhojwani, for Michael Feng, for Bryce Platz, for Ethan Van Sant, Xavier Philippe, and Aiden Kwasniewski, all of us here bringing you this coverage. Thank you to our judge team. Thank you to everyone at LSS for supporting the stream, and thank you for watching. We'll see you very soon.
Now that was entertaining.
Invigorating, a worthy attempt.
Try to keep up next time.
Eyes off the fragments, darling. I know, it's confusing.
Our enemies will not grant you this mercy.
Did you miss me?
It is fun, isn't it? Blowing someone's mind.
Our enemies will not grant you this mercy. Insufficient again.
Let's do that again.
Eyes off the fragments, darling. I know, it's confusing.
Invigorating. Generating a worthy attack